Chapter 1 Artificial Respiration to Save the School Beauty. Jiannan City, Zhongbei University. Shuyi walked towards the girls' dormitory with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Today is the weekend, and it is also Valentine's Day on May 20th. He plans to have a romantic date with his girlfriend Suyu, but the cost may be a bit expensive. Suyu seemed to be in a bad mood recently, and was so distant towards him. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of Valentine's Day to make her happy. Shuyi hummed a little tune and walked slowly. The reason why he was so happy was not just because of Valentine's Day. Another reason is that his system is about to be activated. While thinking, a line of words appeared in front of Shuyi's eyes that only he could see. The strongest rich system activation progress, 999-1000. This system prompt appeared when Shuyi reported to the university 3 years ago. How could Shuyi, who has read online novels, not know what a system is? It is simply a standard feature of the protagonist. Knowing that he had obtained the system, even if it was an unactivated system, was enough to make him ecstatic. At that time, Shuyi studied it for a long time, but he still had no clue, which made him a little frustrated. It feels like knowing that there is a treasure trove full of gold in front of you, but being unable to see the gold because you don't know the password. It's extremely uncomfortable. The reason I discovered this was because once I went there as a volunteer and participated in an activity to visit and comfort lonely elderly people, the activation progress went from 0 to 1. This helped Shuyi find the direction. After many attempts, I found that as long as I did one good thing, the progress number would increase by 1 point. Now that he knows how to activate the system, he naturally tries his best to do good things. So in the past 3 years, Shuyi can be said to have done one good deed every day. From small things like giving up your seat on the bus and helping an old lady cross the road, to big things like taking the initiative and donating blood to save lives. In order to do more good deeds, he also went to the Red Cross to learn a lot of first aid knowledge. For example, the Heimlich maneuver, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and simple wound bandaging methods. Through these first aid methods, he also helped many people in need, and the system activation progress bar became shorter and shorter. Next, he just needs to do one more good thing and the system will be activated. Just at this moment, there was a noisy sound coming from the corner ahead, as if something had happened. Chen Yun, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Why did you faint for no reason? Wake up, Chen Yun, wake up. Seeing this, Shuyi's eyes lit up. Wow, it seems that the system can be activated today. Without saying a word, he ran towards the direction where the sound came from. I ran around the corner and found that a girl had fainted. Next to her was a girl with twin ponytails and wearing a black lolita who was shaking her fainted companion. Many students stopped and watched nearby, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble, and most of them stayed quite far away. Shuyi was not afraid at all. He had a first aid certificate. As long as he took correct first aid measures, he would not bear any legal responsibility even if the treatment failed. When I got closer and took a closer look, I found that the fainted girl was so beautiful. Even though she was unconscious and pale, it couldn't conceal her beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her nose was small, and her cherry lips were slightly bloodless, making her look pitiful. He looked familiar, but Shuyi couldn't remember who he was for a moment, but saving people was the most important thing. Shuyi patted the pigtailed girl on the shoulder. Classmate, stop shaking her. She didn't respond after you called her for so long. She must have lost consciousness. Please call the emergency number and let me take care of the rest. I have learned some first aid knowledge and can help with some first aid measures. Shuyi stopped the girl with twin ponytails first. Hearing Shuyi's calm voice, the girl with twin ponytails seemed to have found her backbone and quickly took out her cell phone to call the emergency number. Shuyi was observing the chest and abdomen of the unconscious girl to see if there were any movements, while he was quickly recalling the first aid knowledge he had learned. If someone falls into a coma, the first thing you should do is call emergency services, and then check whether the person is conscious. The girl with twin pigtails has already called the emergency number. Judging from the behavior of the girl with twin ponytails just now, the unconscious girl must have lost consciousness. The next step is to determine whether breathing and heartbeat are normal. If breathing and heartbeat stop, artificial respiration must be performed. Thinking of this, Shuyi became a little nervous. Although he had taken CPR training courses, he had rarely used it in his daily life. This was the first time he had encountered someone unconscious. However, if this young lady in front of me really has cardiac arrest, stops breathing, and needs artificial respiration, we can only try our best to save her. Once the heart stops beating, the brain will stop supplying blood and the person will lose consciousness within 6 seconds. The actual rescue time is only about 4 minutes, which is called the golden 4 minutes. If first aid measures are effective and oxygen supply to the brain is immediately restored, consciousness will be restored quickly. If rescue is not carried out in time, or ineffective emergency measures are used, the damage to brain tissue will be irreversible even if blood supply is restored later. This will cause the unconscious person to become brain dead, that is, become a vegetable. Whether it was to save people or to activate the system, Shui couldn't let this girl die in vain. After 5 seconds of brief thinking and observing her breathing activities, Shui was able to determine that the unconscious girl had fallen into a state of not breathing. He squatted down and reached out and pressed gently on her carotid artery to check whether there was a heartbeat. "My heart has stopped beating." Shui frowned and said to the girl with twin ponytails at a rapid speed, "Your friend has suffered cardiac arrest and has stopped breathing. You must perform CPR immediately, otherwise he may die." The girl with twin ponytails was horrified. "Is it so serious? Do you know CPR? Save her." Shui nodded and continued, "I'll give her CPR right away. Please go to the infirmary and call the school doctor over, and bring the AED from the infirmary." "Okay, I'll go right away," the girl with twin ponytails said and ran towards the infirmary. Seeing this, Shui quickly bent down and apologized secretly. "I'm sorry, little sister. I'm trying to save you. I hope you can understand." Shui thought to himself. Without stopping his hands, he crossed his hands and pressed them on the middle and lower part of the unconscious girl's sternum, and began to press regularly. The soft touch made his heart flutter, and he silently counted the number of times he pressed: 01, 02, 03, 04. 28, 29, 30. After 30 compressions with full rebound, 2 mouth-to-mouth resuscitations are required. Shui lifted the unconscious girl's chin to open her airway, then pinched her nose with one hand and her chin with the other to open her mouth. After completing the preparations, Shui lowered his head and started blowing. The author has something to say. Chapter 2: The Strongest Godly System Activated. The soft lips felt great to the touch, and there was also a faint scent, which made Shui feel that the good things he had done today seemed to be worth it. The only drawback is that this girl's body temperature is slightly low, and her pink lips are a little cold. After blowing twice, Shui repeated the previous action. 30 chest compressions, 2 mouth-to-mouth resuscitations. While he was performing CPR on the unconscious girl, more and more students gathered around. The girl who fainted seems to be the school beauty Chen Yun. Oh, it's true. This guy actually gave the school beauty artificial respiration. I'm so jealous. Fuck you, do you know how to give artificial respiration? I won't, but I'm still sore. How long has the school beauty been unconscious? Has anyone called the school doctor? He fainted for about 3 minutes, and someone called the school doctor and the emergency number. Classmate, how do you know so much? Because I was there from the beginning, but I didn't know anything, so I could only watch. Just as the crowd was discussing, a girl with twin ponytails shouted from the back, panting, "Who? The school doctor is here, please make way." After hearing this, everyone cooperated and made way for them. Although many students did not know first aid knowledge, they knew that human life was at stake. Thank you everyone. Thank you. The girl with twin ponytails thanked them while running towards the direction where Chu-yi and Chen Yun were. The petite school Dr. Tao Li followed closely behind with an AED in her hand. The two arrived at the emergency scene quickly. Shui had some sweat on his forehead at this time. Although it was only a few minutes, he was still tense and under a lot of pressure. Shui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the girl with twin ponytails and the school Dr. Tao Li arriving. Especially when I saw the AED that Tao Li was carrying, I felt relieved a little. In the past 3 years, Shui has been wherever help is needed, so naturally, he has been to the infirmary quite often. After a few interactions, he became very familiar with the school Dr. Tao Li. Tao Li came to Shui and skillfully turned on the AED. "Shui, leave the rest to me, but I still need your assistance." Shui nodded, and after repeating the first aid cycle once more, he stood up. "Sister Tao, if you need any help, just let me know." Tao Li nodded and continued, "Help me lift the patient's shoulders. To perform defibrillation, I have to take off her bra." Shui did as he was told and lifted Chen Yun's upper body. Tao Li skillfully undressed and took out her underwear, and checked whether there were any metal objects on Chen Yun's body. Then the electrode plate coated with conductive paste was inserted into Chen Yun's shirt and placed in the appropriate position. Originally, she should have removed all the extra clothes, but there were too many onlookers around, so Tali had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Soon, the defibrillator began testing. After about 10 seconds, the defibrillator issued a prompt. Electric shock is not recommended, continue CPR. After receiving the prompt from the instrument, Tali immediately performed chest compressions on Chen Yun. As soon as Chewy stood up, the girl with twin ponytails came towards him. Hello, classmate. My name is Xiang Lan. Thanks to you just now. Otherwise, if it had been delayed for too long, Jian Yun might have been in danger. Xiang Lan looked grateful. Chewy waved his hand. Hello, my name is Chewy. These are all what I should do, and don't be too happy too soon, Chen Yun's heart rate hasn't recovered yet. Xiang Lan looked worried when he heard this. He glanced at Tali, who was receiving first aid, and prayed silently for Chen Yun in his heart. Only then did Chewy have time to look at Xiang Lan. Only upon seeing this did I realize that Xiang Lan was also a stunning beauty who was no less beautiful than Chen Yun. With fair skin, curved eyebrows and twin ponytails, she looks very youthful and makes people want to grab her. She is about 165 centimeters tall, and even the cute Lolita outfit can't hide her magnificence. The white tights make her legs look plump. Pretty. Great figure too. Chewy gave a very high evaluation in his heart. Such a beautiful girl is also a school beauty. Logically speaking, he should have heard of Xiang Lan's name. But for some reason, the animals in the school didn't seem to know Xiang Lan. From this point of view, Xiang Lan may not be a student of Jiangbei University. Chen Yun was different. As the campus belle of Jiangbei University, Chewy was well known for her name. When the students watching around mentioned it just now, he remembered it instantly. The reason why I feel familiar with it is that Chen Yun from the broadcasting department often serves as the host in some evening parties or activities held by the school every year. Just as Chewy was thinking, Tali interrupted him. Chewy, come and help me, I can't hold on any longer. Chewy was startled and quickly walked to Tali's side. Seeing her panting, he was a little confused. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is a physical job. Tali is petite, only about 1.5 meters tall, so Chewy often mocks her for being a legal lowly. After doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a long time, it was normal that Tali couldn't hold on. In this case, he had no choice but to continue. After taking over Tali's position, Chewy continued to perform chest compressions. Only this time, he found something wrong. The feel seems to be super doubled than before. This made his old face blush, thinking of how Tali seemed to have taken off Chen Yun's clothes just now in order to use the AED. This. If I don't go to hell, who will? Chewy gritted his teeth and silently said in his heart, color is emptiness, emptiness is color, color is color. Although he felt a little restless, he did not stop the actions he was doing and kept repeating the steps of CPR. In the following process, since Tali was in poor physical condition, Chewy took on the arduous task and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Chen Yun throughout the whole process. Tali was helping out on the side, using the AED for defibrillation from time to time. About 8 minutes after Chen Yun fell into a coma, a normal electrocardiogram waveform appeared on the AED machine screen, and Chen Yun regained sinus rhythm. However, Tali did not relax and continued to let Chewy perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This made Chewy feel tired and happy at the same time. He was really tired. After several minutes of chest compressions, his arms became sore and stiff from maintaining the same posture and exerting repeated force. As for why I am happy? You know. It was not until 12 minutes after Chen Yun fell into coma that the ambulance finally arrived. The medical staff moved Chen Yun to the ambulance and sent him to Jiannan City First Hospital for further rescue and treatment. Xiang Lan, a girl with twin ponytails, also got into the ambulance. However, before leaving, she added Chewy's WeChat and said that they would thank him together when Chen Yun woke up. Chewy gladly accepted it. Although there were other factors in his decision to save the man, saving him was saving him. He would also feel very happy if the people he helped wanted to thank him. It is not impossible to do good deeds without leaving a name, but Chewy feels that it is unnecessary. The matter came to an end here. After the ambulance left, the surrounding onlookers also dispersed. Tali packed up the AED, said goodbye to Chewy, and returned to the medical department. Chewy looked at the constantly changing words in front of him with excitement. The strongest rich system activation progress, 1000. The host has met the system activation conditions, the system is being activated. System activation successful. The author has something to say. Chapter 3, Luxurious Gift Package, Sudden Breakup. Newbie gift packs are now available. 999.9 billion available funds have been unlocked. A top-level supercar Koenigsegg Gemera will be given as your toy, and it will arrive at your side in 10 minutes. Dear host, you have successfully activated this system through unremitting efforts. Your life will be changed because of this. Please enjoy your life of luxury. Oh my god, 9,999 small goals. And a top-notch supercar? Is this true? Shuyi couldn't believe it. Although he knew that systems were very powerful, he didn't expect his own system to be so powerful. He knew that the Koenigsegg Gemera was Koenigsegg's latest sports car and also the first mass-produced four-seater sports car, with a starting price of 19.8 million. Really? It's true. It's truer than real gold. The system replied. Can I spend more than 900 billion freely? Without any restrictions? Shuyi was still a little skeptical. This was too unreal. Yes, as the owner of the most powerful system, you only need to consume and leave the rest to the system. Whether you use a bank card or mobile payment, it will be deducted from the 999.9 billion funds, so don't worry about insufficient balance. Since the host has doubts about the authenticity of the system, professional racing driver level driving experience is awarded. A huge amount of memories flooded into Chuyi's mind. In just a few seconds, he seemed to have gone through several years of professional training and competition. Now he can compete with professional racing drivers. The expression on Chuyi's face gradually got out of control, and his handsome face was full of ecstasy. I've been rewarded for doing good deeds? This is too cool. It was a great start, and then they gave me a supercar as a toy. Just in case I didn't believe it, they even gave me a racing driver level driving experience. System, you are awesome. By the way, do you have any other functions? The host can gain other people's worship points through certain behaviors, and the worship points can be exchanged for items in the system mall. The system will issue non-penalty tasks from time to time, and the host can choose to accept or reject them at will. The above are all the functions of this system. Everything is based on the host. You just need to enjoy the life of a super rich man. Shuyi felt that his luck had really turned. Compared to the novels he had read, his system was too good. Other people's systems have all kinds of flaws, but my system serves me wholeheartedly. After calming down a little, Shuyi decided to try to see if the small amount of money from the novice gift package could be deposited into his account. First, recharge 1 million yuan into WeChat and see how it goes. Shuyi took out his mobile phone and after some operations, the balance was displayed, 1,366.35. Oh shit. It's true. Take off. I looked at the balance on my phone and glanced around, and found that many students passing by were looking at me in the same way. Seeing this, although Shuyi did not feel embarrassed, his performance was more or less exaggerated. It would not be good if people misunderstood me as a mental patient. Thinking of this, Shuyi first slapped his face hard and gradually calmed down. Afterwards, he walked towards the girls' dormitory with a calm expression, only occasionally bursting into strange laughter when no one was around. Woohoo wahaha. Soon, Shuyi arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Seeing that Suyu had not come down yet, Shuyi called her. Xiao Yaya, I'm downstairs at your dormitory, please come down. Shuyi was in a good mood now, and his tone was particularly intimate. Well, wait for me. On the other end of the phone, Suyu just said something lightly, and before Shuyi could say goodbye, she hung up. This made Shuyi raise his eyebrows, but he didn't take it to heart. He and Suyu have been together for almost 3 years. Suyu is pretty and is the beauty of the economics and management department. However, Shuyi is not bad at all, and his appearance can even be said to be that of a male god. His looks and figure are both excellent, and his academic performance is also excellent. At the beginning, Suyu started pursuing Shuyi because he was handsome and a good student. As the saying goes, when a girl chases a boy, she will catch him. Plus, Suyu herself is good looking, so the two of them got together soon. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, and their sweet love is the envy of others. There are just some conflicts between the two. Many times, Shuyi was busy unlocking the system and doing good deeds, and often had no time to accompany Suyu shopping or eating. In Suyu's opinion, this means that he doesn't love her enough. The two had a lot of arguments over this, and Shuyi could only respond with a wry smile. He couldn't say to Suyu, when I do 1,000 good things, my system will be activated. Because of these things, Shui felt very sorry for Suyu. After all, she is my girlfriend, and I really can't do enough. So he tried his best to satisfy Suyu's wishes. Whether it was holiday red envelopes, Valentine's Day gifts, or the sense of ritual for birthdays, he tried his best to do it, with the purpose of making Suyu happy. Sometimes when living expenses are not enough, I take a part-time job to earn extra money. Sometimes, when I'm short of money, I'll borrow some from Huabei or Jiabei. Any more money helps. However, as time went by, Suyu's demand for material things gradually increased. Shuyi's family conditions were average, and he was only given 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. He gradually became unable to meet Suyu's material needs. Even with his part-time job and the credit limit of Huabei and Jiabei, it is still not enough to satisfy Suyu's desire. So Suyu's attitude towards Chui has been a little cold recently. Today is 520 Valentine's Day, and Chui has spent a lot of money to please Suyu. First, I spent 800 yuan to order Suyu's favorite Japanese cuisine dinner. I spent another 188 yuan to book a private cinema. I also booked a king-size room at the 5-star Hilton Hotel for 600 yuan. Add in the gifts, flowers and red envelopes, the whole thing would cost about 2 or 3,000. It's more than his monthly living expenses, all of which is the little money he saved with great difficulty. But for Chui at the moment, this amount of money is not considered a big loss. He plans to give Suyu a surprise later. Is to tell her that I am actually a rich second generation who plays around with people. Or maybe he won a huge prize and is now very rich. A smile appeared on Chuyi's lips, and he imagined Suyu's expression when he heard the news. System, how long will it take for the sports car included in the novice gift pack to arrive? Dear host, Koenigsegg Gemera will arrive in 5 minutes. Shui clapped his hands, looking delighted. I'm really looking forward to it. My first car in life. Now everything is ready, we just need the east wind. Day. The sound of high heels was heard in the corridor of the dormitory building. Shui looked up and his eyes lit up. It's Suyu. Suyu is dressed very beautifully today. It's obvious that a lot of thought was put into her exquisite makeup. Her big chestnut-colored waves hung down in front of her chest. She wore a waist-hugging white skirt with black stockings and high heels, and she was carrying a brand new bag in her left hand. What a charming creature! But in Shuyi's opinion, these are not the main issues. From his point of view, since Suyu attaches so much importance to this Valentine's Day date, it means that his preparations are not in vain. Have a meal together, watch a movie, and sleep together today, and the relationship between the two will be the same as before. Besides, I have money now, and things will definitely get better and better in the future. Looking at Suyu, who stopped in front of him, Shui smiled, strode forward, and reached out to hold her hand. The result was a loud bang, and Suyu reached out and slapped it away. Shui was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Suyu. At this time, Suyu crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, Shui, let's break up. Break up? Why? Shui was a little confused. Why did they break up out of the blue? Just because of the Cold War over the past few days? Suyu looked at Shui with disgust and said, look at your outfit. Today is Valentine's Day and you don't wear anything good. You usually only wear 3-piece suits from Taobao. I feel embarrassed to walk with you. You can't afford the bag I want, you can't afford the clothes I want, and you have to work part-time for several days to buy a lipstick. Being with you is simply a waste of my youth. The author has something to say. Chapter 4, Mission Released, Sports Car Arrives. After hearing this, Shui couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I'm dressed poorly? I live frugally just to save money to buy you a gift. I did the ritual you wanted, I did the little surprises you wanted, I gave you red envelopes every year in festival, but you think I don't have enough money and I don't dress up, so you want to break up with me? Suyu was arrogant and nodded with a look of contempt. Yes, I just dislike you for not having money and not knowing how to dress yourself up. Apart from being a little handsome and good at studying, you are useless in other aspects. That's why I fell in love with you, because I was young and ignorant. Now I have higher aspirations. You can no longer satisfy me. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places, I hope you respect yourself. Many students passing by noticed the two people arguing and immediately started to watch. TSK, I've heard about people breaking up on 520, but I didn't expect to see it today. This has to be a breakup sex. That boy looks familiar. He seems to be the one who gave Chen Yun artificial respiration just now. What? He was having an intimate contact with the school beauty? Great, now he's been dumped by his girlfriend, it's really satisfying. Wow, this guy is so handsome. And he's always willing to help others. Where can you find such an excellent guy? His girlfriend really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessing she has. I think so too, if he doesn't mind, I think I can be his girlfriend. Shut up and stop stealing my husband. Shui did not listen to the discussions coming from the surroundings. He was so angry at Suyu's words that he clenched his teeth. Does our 3 years of relationship seem so insignificant to you? Is my kindness to you so cheap? Suyu sneered and raised the bag in her hand. Did you see it? Jian Lelay gave me this Louis Vuitton Lakme tender handbag. It cost 20,000 yuan. It will take you several months to buy it with the money you earn from your part-time job. Compared to a rich material foundation, what does your kindness to me mean? After hearing this, Shui flew into a rage. He went up and grabbed Suyu's shoulders, saying viciously, Jian Lelay gave it to me? Are you cheating on me? Shui didn't expect that his head would turn green on May 20th. Is this what they call fortune and misfortune? If you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head? Suyu struggled for a long time before she broke free from Chuyi's big hand. She frowned and patted the place where Chuyi had grabbed her. You are incapable and can't support me, so what's wrong with me finding another man who can support me? I've made it very clear, please don't bother me anymore. After saying these words, Suyu took out a makeup mirror from her bag and started to touch up her makeup. She will be going on a date with Jian Lelay soon, so image is very important. While putting on makeup, she said, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Jian Lelay said he would drive a luxury car to pick me up for a date. You're just asking for trouble if you continue to stay here. Shui laughed in anger. Okay, very good. Shui, thought I loved you wholeheartedly. I always cared about you and tried my best to meet your needs. I didn't expect this to be the result. I've been treated like a fucking dog for the past 3 years. I hope you won't regret what you did. Originally Shui was very happy about activating the system, but Suyu's bitch behavior made him feel worse than eating a fly. Ding. The host is extremely dissatisfied. Now issuing an optional task, slap the gold digger in the face. Accept and complete the task reward, ownership of Jiannan International Shopping Center. No punishment if not accepted. The task that suddenly popped up in the system made Shui pause. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful. Before he could figure out how to deal with the matter, the system gave him a choice. As long as you complete the task, you will be given a shopping mall. If you don't accept it, there will be no punishment. Is this system so happy for all the rich people? Don't miss out on good things, Shui silently accepted it. At this moment, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from the distance, and gradually got closer. The onlookers around turned their heads to look and immediately let out exclamations. Wow, that sports car is so cool. I wonder which boy owns it. I really want to have a lasting relationship with such an outstanding guy. Fuck, this is Koenigsegg Gemera. Who is so rich? There are 2 Mercedes-Benz cars escorting it. Brother, do you know this car? This is Koenigsegg's latest sports car and the first 4-seater supercar. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 1.9 seconds. Starting at 19.8 million. Fuck. So awesome. Fuck. The couple that just had a fight and wanted to break up seemed to be trying to steal her boyfriend because of a rich second-generation guy. The girl even said that the rich second-generation guy would pick her up in a sports car. Could it be that the real guy is here? TSK, with this kind of financial resources, you can definitely find a gold digger. Suddenly I feel that this brother's loss was not unfair. Suyu was scolded and was about to refute with a grim look on his face, but now he heard the people around him talking about it and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She hurled a barrage of sarcasm at Shui. Humph, so funny, no girl would regret dumping a poor guy. I wouldn't, and you can only curse. Did you hear that voice? It must be Jian Lelay coming to pick me up. Chu Feng looked in the direction where the engine sound came from and almost laughed out loud. I saw 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, one in front and one behind, protecting a streamlined gray sports car in the middle, slowly driving towards me. Wow, isn't this the Koenigsegg Gemera given to me by the system? Suyu, this gold digger, actually thought that it was Jian Lelay who drove this car to pick her up? Shui seemed to have figured out how to complete the task issued by the system. Suyu, Jian Lelay is here to pick you up, get in the car quickly. Shui had a harmless smile on his face, without any anger in his eyes, and turned to Suyu and said. This made Suyu stunned, but he saw that the handsome sports car in front of him was parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Then I thought about what Jian Lelay said about driving a luxury car to pick me up. Suyu felt so happy. The constant sound of jealous voices coming from all around made Suyu feel unprecedentedly excited, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Jian Lelay has only been with me for a short time, but he has already been so nice to me. He drove such a luxurious sports car to pick me up on Valentine's Day. I am so happy. Haven't you seen the little girls around you, their eyes are full of stars? And she also heard that the starting price of this supercar is 19.8 million. On Valentine's Day, Jian Lelay drove this supercar to pick me up so that he could go on a date with me. This shows how rich Jian Lelay's family is. Compared to that poor guy Chui, he is 1,000 times stronger. The author has something to say. Chapter 5, Show off your strength and slap the gold digger in the face. Thinking of this, Suyu walked towards the Koenigsegg Gemera with joy. She didn't even want to look at Chui now. This kind of man with no money and no ability could do nothing except barking incompetence. At this time, four big men in black suits got out of two Mercedes-Benz cars and stood in front of the Koenigsegg Gemera. Suyu thought that it was a bodyguard specially arranged by Jian Lelay to help him open the car door, and he felt very happy. She did not stop, but turned to look at Chui beside her with a mocking look on her face. Chui, do you see? We are destined not to be from the same world. Some things, if you don't have them when you are born, you will never have them in this life. I hope you can recognize yourself and stay away from me in the future, otherwise my boyfriend will be angry. As she was speaking, Suyu was about to walk to the Koenigsegg Gemera, but four bodyguards reached out to stop her. Excuse me, miss, no touching is allowed here. Suyu was still walking forward when he was stopped by these bodyguards and almost bumped into them. Looking at this scene, Chui on the side couldn't help but sneer. Oh, Jian Lelay's bodyguard doesn't seem to give you much face. The onlookers around also burst into laughter. Ah, this woman seems to have misunderstood the situation. I'm dying of laughter. It turns out this car wasn't here to pick her up. I was so envious of it for so long. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Her expression just now seemed like she was about to fly to the South Heaven Gate. But now she looks like she's eaten shit mixed with rice. Ha ha ha. This melon is so sweet today. And it's full of juice. Suyu also realized that something was wrong. She took a few steps back in embarrassment and looked at the luxury sports car in front of her with uncertainty. Although it seems that she has misunderstood, she still has some small expectations in her heart. She still expected that this was the luxury car that Jian Lelay drove to pick her up for a date. At this time, the swing door of the Koenigsegg Gemera's driver's seat slowly opened, and a man in a blue suit, sunglasses, and pigtails came down. After getting off the car, he took off his sunglasses and glanced around. He soon spotted Chui and walked towards him excitedly. He also laughed heartily. Mr. Chu, according to your request, your car has been delivered to you. There was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I am a little late, please forgive me. Suyu was stunned, his expression somewhat stiff. Is this luxury sports car Chui's car? How is that possible? She and Chui have been together for 3 years, and they can basically be said to know each other inside out. She was also aware of Chui's family conditions and knew that he could never afford such a luxury sports car. Even if you win the lottery, you can't afford it. The first prize of the lottery is only 5 million. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The onlookers around were also stunned. Many of them started to watch the argument when Chui and Suyu were arguing. I thought it was a common story of a gold digger hooking up with a rich second-generation man and dumping her poor boyfriend. But I didn't expect to encounter such a shocking piece of news. This is a bit exciting, isn't it? A gold digger hooks up with a rich second-generation guy, but the guy who got dumped turns out to be a hidden boss? The little brother is so handsome and rich, I like him so much. 666, I'm really impressed. I've learned a lot today. Is this what they call buying the casket and returning the pearl? Having no eyes but no pearls, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Look at that woman's expression, ha ha ha, she was so arrogant just now that she was about to get on a plane like a cow, but now her face is bluer than blue and white porcelain. I called you husband first. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Shuyi's eyes lit up. It turns out that pretending to be cool can gain admiration points. The discussions of the people around her were like arrows piercing Suyu's chest, and her expression became uglier with every additional mockery. The braided man in a suit shook hands with Chu Feng enthusiastically and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Tang Yun, the manager of Jiannan City's supercar rental and sales club. This is the key to the Koenigsegg Gemera, please keep it safe." Tang Yun took out a shield-shaped key and handed it to Chui. "The relevant documents of the car are all in the car. You can see them when you get in the car." "Manager Tang, you don't have to be so polite. I still have some things to take care of here. I will consult you if I have any questions about the car later." Chui nodded slightly and said to Tang Yun. Tang Yun nodded respectfully, stood aside with his hands behind his back and did not leave. His immediate superior just sent him instructions, asking him to deliver the car to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory of Jiangbei University within 10 minutes. It also comes with the car owner's information and photos, asking him to make sure it is delivered to the owner. If he doesn't deliver it, tell him to pack up and leave. This scared him so much that his anus remained tight for 10 minutes. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise I would have no one to cry to if I lost this high-paying job. The Mr. Chu in front of him is obviously a rich young man with a powerful background. Tang Yun wanted to wait until Chui had finished dealing with the matter, and then take the opportunity to introduce the sports car to see if he could add a contact number. Chui didn't think about Tang Yun's extra thoughts and simply exchanged a few polite words with him. After taking the key, he played with it in his hand for a few seconds. He found that this key was like a full-screen mobile phone, and he could open the car door, lock the car, turn on the lights, etc. by simply operating it. I couldn't help but secretly praise in my heart that the luxury supercar is indeed high-end, and even the car keys are so fancy. Chui was not too surprised at Tang Yun's gift of a car. After all, they even have the system, and 999.9 billion can be spent at will, which shows that the system's capabilities are definitely beyond common sense. Therefore, it is easy for the system to arrange for the supercar manager to deliver the car. The tasks issued by the system have not been completed yet, and it seems that they have not met the system's standards. Chui thought about it, walked to the side of the Koenigsegg Gemera, and slapped the hood vigorously with his hand, which frightened the onlookers. This is a supercar worth 20 million. This person is so careless and doesn't care at all. If they could own this car, they would want to carry it around with them on their backs. We wipe it carefully every day and worship it as if it were our ancestor. We ask every passenger who gets on the bus to be careful and not to dirty their beloved car. Chui looked at Suyu, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said calmly, "I thought that 3 years of relationship would allow me to see a person's character clearly, but I didn't expect that I was wrong in the end. I hid my identity and played love games with you, but you treated me like a poor bastard. The supercar you dream of is just a toy that I can throw away at will." Chui took out his phone and operated it again, and then the phone sounded a prompt. 5,200,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. The onlookers around were so shocked that all they could say was wow, awesome, 666. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. The author has something to say. Chapter 6 Mission completed, Jian Lelay feels guilty. Although Chui was secretly happy about the ever-increasing admiration points, it did not affect his subsequent pretense at all. Looking at Suyu's face with rich expressions, he raised a teasing smile. "This 5.2 million was originally prepared for you as a 520 red envelope, but it's a pity that you seem to prefer to eat Jiang Lei's chicken for a 20,000 yuan bag. TSK, I have to say, your moves are so impressive that they make my scalp tingle. But it's good, it lets me see your true colors." After hearing Chuyi's sarcasm, Suyu felt uncomfortable and had a fierce ideological struggle. Chuyi's financial resources made her unbelievable. She had comforted herself by thinking that Chuyi's luxury car was rented. But his fearless behavior of patting the luxury car did not seem fake, and no one who rented the car would dare to do that. From this point of view, the Alipay payment notification is very likely to be true. She now really wants to bow her head and give in, and get back together with Chui. But she also felt ashamed. Thinking of her self-righteous attitude just now, her face turned red and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into and dig out the Pentagon. She had arrogantly called Chui a poor guy before, and many people around heard it. They also said that the bag Jian Lelay gave him would take several months' salary for him to afford. As a result, Chui was able to come up with 5.2 million easily, and he didn't care about the 20 million luxury car at all. This is simply a super rich second generation. Suyu had always dreamed of marrying a rich man, and her poor boyfriend who she had been with for 3 years had suddenly turned into the person she admired. It's so dreamy. Should I give in and ask for reconciliation? Suyu fell into anxiety. But soon, she made a decision. As long as she can get back together with Chui, all her dreams will come true. Luxury goods, luxury cars, and villas will no longer be far away from her. Suyu walked slowly towards Chui and looked at him pitifully. Chui, it was all my fault just now. I didn't want this to happen. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of Jiannan International Shopping Center. Done. Chuyi's face lit up with joy. Jiannan International Shopping Center was a landmark building in Jiannan City. A large commercial complex integrating shopping, leisure, entertainment, catering and office. Chui didn't know how much it was worth exactly, he only knew that he had a few more small goals. Alas, sometimes even if you have a lot of money, it seems to be just a number, Chui thought to himself. When Suyu saw Chui smile, she thought she had moved him by asking for reconciliation. She immediately struck while the iron was hot and hugged Chuyi's hand, holding it in her arms, and rubbing it with her soft body from time to time. Chui, I know I was wrong, can you please forgive me? Originally, Chui was thinking about going to the shopping mall to buy some clothes and dress himself up. Although he is a man, clothes make the man, and it is always better to dress handsomely. As a result, Suyu's hug interrupted his thoughts. The softness coming from his arm made Chui frown. It was not that he had suddenly changed his personality, but that Suyu now looked like a horse forkworm in his eyes. They just dumped me 1 second, and they come back to me for money the next. What is the difference between this and the boiled chicken sold at a fixed price? After thinking all this through, Chui suddenly felt bored and he pushed Suyu away in disgust. Get away, you disgusting money-digging chicken, stay away from me. Suyu looked at Chui in disbelief. In her impression, Chui had always been gentle, elegant, and always responsive to her requests. Chui, I've admitted my mistakes, can't you forgive me? Chui got furious after hearing these illogical words. Why should I forgive you just because you admit your mistake? Look at what a rotten shit you've done. You're planting seeds and grass on my head. I can feed a sheep on my head now. If you continue to cultivate the land for a while, the sheep villages on the green grassland will all migrate to my head. Suyu still didn't give up. She bit her lip and said, I know I was wrong. We have been together for so long. Can you give me another chance? The more Chui listened, the angrier he became. This woman could break up with him without hesitation just because he had no money. Now that he knows he's rich, he's so shameless as to ask for reconciliation. He has been really blind for the past 3 years. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places, I hope you respect yourself. I've made it very clear. Please don't bother me again. We are not from the same world. Chui repeated everything Suyu had said, and felt like he had let out a huge sigh of relief. Hearing this, Suyu stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to leave or not. She felt that she had lost something very important. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She just squatted there, covering her face and crying. Looking at this scene, Chui didn't feel pity for her at all. Instead, he felt that she deserved it. If she hadn't betrayed me, I would have taken her on a date in a supercar. Unfortunately, there is no if. Since things have already happened, Chui will definitely not be soft-hearted. It's just that there's still some anger that hasn't been vented. After all, they are a pair of bastards, and Jian Lelay hasn't settled the score with him yet. Just as Chui was about to leave, a series of car horns were heard from the outskirts of the crowd. Beep, beep, beep. The students watching from the surrounding area had to make way for the cars outside to drive in. A blue Porsche Panamera slowly stopped beside them, and a boy with a slicked back hair, wearing a white shirt and black trousers got out. It's Jian Lelay. After Jian Lelay got out of the car, he immediately saw the Koenigsegg Gemera parked nearby. He chewed gum and whistled. Wow, 520 is really lively today. I wonder which brother drove a Koenigsegg to pick up a girl. After sighing, he saw several people in the center of the venue. The person squatting on the ground and crying with her face covered seems to be Suyu. The one standing is Chui, and the one next to him. Damn, it's Brother Tang. Jian Lelay was shocked. Why did Tang Yun come here? Seeing Suyu crying there, Jian Lelay was a little angry. After all, she was the girl he wanted to date, and he had to talk to her about it since her ex-boyfriend made her cry. But when he saw Tang Yun, his heart rose to his throat. It wasn't a big deal, the main thing was that he rented his Panamera from Tang Yun. If Tang Yun mentioned this, wouldn't his image as a rich second generation be ruined? Thinking of this, Jian Lelay ignored Chui and Suyu, and walked towards Tang Yun with a smile on his face. Brother Tang, what a coincidence, how come you are in the mood to come to Jianda today? Tang Yun ate a lot of melons at the scene and is feeling a little embarrassed now. I thought it was just a trivial matter, but it turned out that Chui was scolding the gold digger. Chui must still be angry about this. For a moment he didn't know whether he should ask for contact information. As a result, Jian Lelay came over directly, which made him feel moved. He just heard what this Mr. Chu said. The man who tried to steal his girl was also called Jian Lelay. Not long after he finished speaking, Jian Lelay from the car rental company came over. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Plus Mr. Chu's expression. Tang Yun glanced at Chui inconspicuously and found that he was staring at Jian Lelay with a bad expression. He was immediately certain in his heart. This Jian Lelay is the same Jian Lelay who stole Mr. Chu's girl. Tang Yun rolled his eyes, a plan came to his mind, and he shouted to Jian Lelay, "Hey, isn't this Jian Lelay? The lease of your Panamera is about to expire, are you still going to renew it?" The author has something to say. Chapter 7, Fake Rich Second Generation, Suyu's Collapse. Jian Lelay's face changed. Why did Tang Yun bring up such irrelevant issues? If he shouts like that, wouldn't everyone around him know about it? As expected, when the people around heard Tang Yun's words, there was a lot of laughter. I know this Jian Lelay. He has always been pretending to be a rich second generation and picking up girls everywhere. He even said that the Panamera was a birthday gift from his father. Ha 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 ha. So he rented it. No wonder he didn't drive it sometimes. He only drove it occasionally during holidays to pick up girls. TSK, 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 why didn't I think of it? I am dying of laughter. Jian Lelay is going to die. Ha ha ha. He, there are so many melons today. I recorded them all and will upload them to the campus forum later to open your eyes. Hearing these words, Jian Lelay's smile seemed forced. Brother Tang, you remembered it wrongly, right? It should be my cousin who rented it from you, right? While saying this, Jian Lelay looked at Tang Yun frantically, hoping that he could understand what he meant. Tang Yun smiled secretly in his heart. As a businessman, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say. Especially for customers who rent luxury cars, the most important thing is face. But now that he had said it, he had no intention of saving face for Jian Lelay. It was him who had offended young Master Chu. So he might as well make use of him. How is that possible? I remember clearly that you stuffed 2 wrinkled cigarettes into my pocket in order to ask me to give you a discount of 1,000 yuan. This time, everyone around burst into laughter. 6666, smoke the huazi, smoke the wrinkled huazi. Is this the living standard of the rich second generation? It feels like that. Why do I feel like this Jian Lelay is a fake rich second generation? Yes, I feel the same way. It's just like what they say on the internet. The packaging is bright and beautiful, but in fact, there is not much money on hand. I've heard of it. It seems that there is such a person. The luxury car he rents is fake, and the luxury goods he wears are fake. He pretends to be a rich second generation to pick up girls, but his investment is very low, and the luxury goods he gives are also fake. Even Suyu, who was still crying, raised her head and looked at Jian Lelay with a confused look on her face. Jian Lelay's face turned pale. He felt that if he stayed any longer, his true identity would be exposed. Without even bothering to say hello to Tang Yun, he walked over to Suyu, grabbed her hand and prepared to leave. At this time, the sound of a horn was heard from the outskirts of the crowd, and a group of onlookers hurriedly made way. A police car drove in slowly and stopped next to the Panamera that Jian Lelay rented. 2 policemen got out of the car and walked towards Jian Lelay. Jian Lelay, right? We received a report from a woman named Zhang, saying that you defrauded her of 50,000 yuan. Please come with us back to the police station to assist in the investigation. Chui laughed out loud on the spot. It turned out that this bitch not only cheated on women, but also cheated on money. He originally wanted to teach Jian Lelay a lesson, but now it seems that he can only wait until he is investigated by the police. Jian Lelay panicked the moment he saw the police car. When he heard what the police said, he quickly denied it. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding here. How could I cheat people for money? Suyu, who was still being pulled by him, was also staring at the scene in a daze. What was going on? Isn't Jian Lelay's family well off? Why is he renting a car today and the police are looking for him? Is his identity as a rich second generation really fake? The onlookers around became even more excited. Today, there were one melon after another, and they were almost full. First, the gold digger dumped the poor loser, but then the poor loser turned into a super rich second generation. When the third party wielding the hoe showed up in a Porsche, they thought something good was going to happen, but it turned out that the man's car was rented. I thought Jian Lelay would leave in disgrace, but a police car came and said that someone sued him for fraud. They thought this series of events was awesome. TSK, this girl named Suyu probably has no place to cry. She thought she was hooking up with a rich second generation, but she ended up meeting a weird liar. And the ex-boyfriend she dumped is the real rich second generation. Look at Jian Lelay's expression. He seems to be very guilty. It seems that he has been convicted of cheating a woman out of her money. I thought there were very few people like this, and they only existed on the internet, but I didn't expect they were right next to us. They spend a little money to rent a luxury car, and then go and swindle people for money and sex. How shameless. The two policemen did not give Jian Lelay a chance to explain. They handcuffed him and took him away. During this process, Jian Lelay kept making excuses, but to no avail. Looking at this scene, Shui suddenly felt very boring. A lot had happened in these few short hours today, and he wanted to be quiet. His girlfriend, with whom he had been sincerely dating for 3 years, was actually stolen away by a piece of trash like Jian Lelay. I really don't know whether Jian Lelay's acting skills are superb or Suyu is just obsessed with money. But he comforted himself again. Activating the super rich system and drawing a clear line between myself and the scumbag woman can be considered a double happiness, right? As for Jian Lelay, it would be fine if he really went in, but if he didn't, he will have to be dealt with severely in the future. Although Chui has a gentle personality, it depends on what the situation is. He has been cuckolded, it's not easy to get rid of this anger. Everyone has a bottom line. The more gentle a person is, the more terrible it will be once their bottom line is touched. Just like if the honest and timid person around you gets angry, it would be very scary. If it was the Chui of the past, he might not have had any way to retaliate, but it's different now. For him who possesses the system of a super rich man, isn't it easy for him to take revenge on a fake rich second generation? After sorting out his thoughts, Chui prepared to go to Jiannan International Shopping Center and buy some clothes for himself. Now that he has money, he has arranged all the necessary things. He has no intention of abusing himself. If you have money and don't spend it, you are a cuckold. He also has to think about how to give money to his parents. If he gives too much, his parents will definitely worry about where the money comes from. What reason should I use? Alas, I didn't expect that he would experience the troubles of rich people so soon. So annoying. JPG. Seeing Chui was about to leave, Tangwen did not forget to give Suyu a finishing blow. Miss, your bag must be fake. I just bought one for my girlfriend, and yours is poorly made, it's obviously a fake. Suyu had been devastated by the series of misfortunes that had happened, and was speechless. Now that he heard that the bag was fake, he felt extremely upset. She sat up in shock from her dying illness, and found that the clown was actually herself. It turns out that Jian Lelay's identity as a rich second generation was fake, and the bag he gave her was also fake. Not only that, he is also a scumbag who cheats people for money and sex, and now he has been taken away by the police. However, Chui, who has been with her for 3 years, is a real super rich second generation. She is only one step away from passing his test and living the life she has always dreamed of. But the difference of one step is like the difference between heaven and hell. The author has something to say. Chapter 8: The Ultimate Beauty. Chen Yun. The more Suyu thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She quickly ran towards Chui, knelt down on the ground without saying a word, and hugged Chui's thighs. Chui, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Jian Lelay and I have never had sex. I am still clean. I have not cheated on you. I can't lose you. Chui was relieved to hear that Suyu had not really cheated on him. At least my head is still noble and elegant black, instead of sad and forgiving green. However, although Suyu did not cheat physically, she was mentally prepared. So the more Chui looked at her, the more disgusted he felt. He pushed her away with a little force and got on the Koenigsegg Gemera with big strides. Let's stop here, we have no relationship anymore. After Chui finished speaking, he started the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove away. Seeing this, Tang Yun quickly took his bodyguards and started his Mercedes to follow. He had just done those things just to gain Chuyi's appreciation. Now that it was over, he wanted to see if he could get some contact information. Although he had Chuyi's customer information and knew Chuyi's phone number. But that is completely different from leaving contact information with each other. Calling the phone number on the customer's information is called a return call. Calling the phone number left by both parties is called a greeting, which deepens the relationship. By the way, he also asked his bodyguard to drive away the Porsche Panamera that Jian Lelay left here. The lease of his car is indeed about to expire. Jian Lelay was taken away this time, and the investigation will probably take several days. Just consider it as him returning the car in advance. Watching several luxury cars drive away from the scene, Suyu fell to the ground, feeling lost. The people around were constantly recalling this farce. Some people even uploaded what happened today to the campus forum of Jiangbei University and edited a bunch of eye-catching headlines. Shocking. Gold digger hooks up with fake rich second generation, but it turns out her ex-boyfriend is actually a hidden super rich second generation. The second generation rich man hid his identity for 3 years just to test his girlfriend. He originally planned to show his true colors on Valentine's Day, but was betrayed by his girlfriend. The fake rich second generation rents luxury cars and buys fake goods just to pick up girls and cheat them of money and sex. The police are investigating. Chui knew nothing about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it to heart. He and Tang Yun had just exchanged contact information and parted ways, and now they have arrived at Jiannan International Shopping Center. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Chui sat in the car and called the person in charge of the shopping mall. When receiving rewards, the system also handles the details so that he won't be unable to find anyone when he comes here. Soon, the call was connected, and a charming female voice came from the other end. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Chen Yun, the person in charge of Jiannan International Shopping Center. Hello, Manager Chen. I'm in the underground parking lot now. Where is our office? Boss Chu, please tell me your exact location, I'll come pick you up right away. Well, I'm in B174 now. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. After ending the call, Chui checked the system mall in the car, waiting for Chen Yun to pick him up. Beginner in Sanda. 1,000 worship points, Master of Sanda. 5,000 worship points, Swimming Champion. 5,000 worship points, Tank Driving Experience. 500 worship points, there's even Kato Ying's Golden Finger? Only 100 worship points, damn, that's cheap. Chui looked at the items in the mall and sighed from time to time. Unfortunately, his current admiration value was too low and he couldn't exchange anything. Without keeping him waiting for long, Chen Yun soon came to the Koenigsegg Gemera in high heels, bent down and knocked on the window. Chui turned his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. The woman in front of me was about 1.7 meters tall, with black hair tied up behind her head. She had charming facial features and was wearing a professional suit. She had a plump figure and her black stockings were particularly attractive. She looked like a ripe peach. At this time, she bent over and knocked on the car window, and her plump body tightly wrapped in a white shirt appeared in front of Chui, which had a strong visual impact. Chui lowered the car window and smiled at her. Chen Yun? Chen Yun smiled gently, her eyebrows curved. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be so young. He is really young and promising. Chui laughed dryly and did not give a direct response. He is not a young and promising man, he just had good luck to activate the system. Chen Yun was surprised. She really didn't expect her boss to be so young. He looked only a few years younger than her. And she is also very good looking, she can definitely make her debut directly. It seems that he should be the young master of a big family. Ordinary people do not have the ability to take over Jiannan International Shopping Center. Chui got out of the car and shook hands with Chen Yun, but they parted immediately. Manager Chen, please take me to the mall first, I'll go to the office later. Chen Yun smiled and said, what's the matter, Mr. Chu wants to date me. Chui admitted openly, yes, I plan to buy some clothes to change my outfit. If there is a beautiful woman to accompany me, it will definitely feel great. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Chui gave her a good impression. He was not as overbearing as other rich second generations and was very respectful during conversations. Moreover, she was aware of her own charm. Normal men would want to keep their eyes on her, but Chui was not like that. His calm behavior aroused her interest. So Chen Yun readily agreed to Chuyi's request. The two of them walked together. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a perfect match. Soon, they arrived at a Gucci clothing store. The tall female clerk came up to us warmly. "Do you two need to see some men's clothing?" The female clerk had a sharp eye. Although Chuyu's clothes were ordinary, even a little cheap, Chen Yun beside him invisibly raised his value. Moreover, Chen Yun seemed to be somewhat concerned with Chuy being the leader, so the female clerk did not look down on Chuy. Chuy nodded and started looking at men's clothing in the store. Chen Yun was also there to help choose the right outfit, taking a look at Chuyu's figure from time to time, and then giving him advice based on her own aesthetic. However, because it was summer, Chuy didn't have many choices. After picking and choosing, he found only t-shirts or polo shirts. So he followed the advice provided by Chen Yun, picked out a few sets of clothes and went to check out. The short-sleeve tops in this Gucci clothing store are not expensive, about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan each, while the pants are a little more expensive, ranging from 7,000 to over 10,000 yuan a pair. Chuy bought 5 sets in total, spending 78,000 yuan, but this is just a small amount of money for him now and is not worth mentioning. Next, Chen Yun acted as a guide and took Chuy to various luxury stores to shop. Some store managers also recognized Chen Yun and greeted him politely. Soon, the two of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands, buying basically everything they could, from clothes to shoes, from sunglasses to perfume. Now all they needed was a watch. There happened to be a Patek Philippe store in Jiannan International Shopping Center, so the two of them headed towards that store. But when Chen Yun arrived at the store, she found an acquaintance, but he was a bit annoying. "Chen Yun, didn't you say that you had an important meeting today? How come you have time to go shopping? Who is this pretty boy next to you? The author has something to say." Chapter 9, Mission, Slap the Sissy. Chuy frowned as he listened. What pretty boy? This guy is a bit arrogant. The person who was speaking was a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face. He looked okay, but he had makeup on his face, which made him look a bit feminine. Chen Yun was a little angry and quickly defended Chuy. "Bai Peng, what nonsense are you talking about? I think you look like a gigolo." The customers in the store heard the quarrel and looked sideways, sized up and down by Peng's attire and sneered. "This guy is really funny. A grown man wearing makeup and looking like a gigolo. He even has the nerve to call the other man's male companion a gigolo. Is he gay? Normal men don't wear makeup. Celebrities only wear makeup when they are on TV shows. In my opinion, this guy in makeup has a stronger white-faced temperament." Bai Peng was one of Chen Yun's suitors. Because his family's company had business dealings with Jiannan International, he would sometimes be asked to discuss cooperation, so they got to know each other naturally. From the first time he saw Chen Yun, he felt that he had fallen for her. It was more like lust at first sight than love at first sight. Chen Yun's voluptuous body attracted him deeply. Her big breasts, slim waist and perky butt, coupled with her gentle and charming facial features, made him want to fall into it and be unable to extricate himself. So he began a crazy pursuit and added her on WeChat by taking advantage of their business partnership. In addition to greeting her every day, he also often invited Chen Yun out. As an old hand at picking up girls, he knows very well that chatting on the internet is useless. Chatting for a month is not as good as making an appointment for one night. As long as the girl agrees to his invitation, he is sure to win her over. Unfortunately, Chen Yun has always been cold towards him and often refuses him with one sentence: "Mr. Bai, we are just business partners, please don't interfere in my private life." So Bai Peng wanted to take the initiative and came to the Patek Philippe counter today just to buy a watch for Chen Yun, but he didn't expect to meet Chen Yun dating another man. In a rage, he no longer cared about his usual pretense of demeanor and just yelled out in anger. The result was counterproductive and a casual remark became a laughingstock of others, which made him feel humiliated. "Humph, a bunch of poor bastards, all you can do is bark helplessly beside us." Bai Peng has a wealthy family and knows almost all the prominent people in Jiannan City. There are no familiar faces among these onlookers, so he speaks without restraint. "Looking at your shabby looks, I guess you can't even afford a Patek Philippe watch. I don't know where you got the courage to laugh at me." As he spoke, Bai Peng slightly lifted up the sleeve of his left hand, revealing a gorgeous and exquisite watch. Someone who knew the value of the watch recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. "Patek Philippe blue dial with square diamonds and rose gold. Damn, this watch must cost nearly $400,000. Fuck, there's a BMW 3 Series on my hand? What a bad idea. This sissy is so rich. Hearing the exclamations of the people around him, Bai Peng smiled slightly. What a bunch of losers. He looked at Chu Yi and Chen Yun, trying to see the expression he wanted on their faces. It's a pity that Chu Yi and Chen Yun were talking in low voices and ignored Bai Peng, which made the smile on Bai Peng's face a little stiff. He had tried so hard to show off, but was ignored by the goddess he had been pursuing? Chen Yun was explaining Bai Peng's identity to Chu Yi. While Chu Yi was feeling the fragrant breath beside his ears and looking at the new tasks released by the system, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ding! The host was provoked by a sissy, now issuing a task, slapped the sissy in the face. Reward for accepting and completing the task, a set of Huajing Junting Villa. No punishment if not accepted. Chu Yi sighed in his heart. In fact, he really didn't want to show off, but the system always tempted him to do so. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. In this case, he can only accept the task reluctantly. Hey, that sissy, are you Bai Peng or Bai Peng? Chu Yi first said something implied, but before Bai Peng could react, laughter was heard from all around. Ha, I have a friend named Li Peng. Later, he was kicked in the testicles by accident and went to the hospital for surgery. Now he has changed his name to Li Peng. Ah, this brother is really humorous. I think it's good to have one less bird. This sissy's outfit looks very suitable for fencing. But I can't avoid going to the anorectal department more often. Originally, Chen Yun didn't understand what Chu Yi was saying. Now, after hearing what the people around her said, a blush appeared on her face and she spat. Bai Peng gnashed his teeth in anger. Since he grew up, no one dared to mock him with the word bird for a long time. Who do you think you are? You're just a gigolo. Yes, in his opinion Chu Yi was just a gigolo. He knew Chen Yun's conditions and personality very well. If she wanted to hook up with a rich second generation, she would have been with him long ago. No wonder his pursuit during this period did not arouse Chen Yun's interest at all. It turns out that she is just that kind of person. Chu Yi smiled faintly, stretched out his hand to hug Chen Yun around the waist, and she moaned, feeling the soft touch pressing against his chest. Chen Yun was still trying to struggle, but Chu Yi leaned close to her ear and said, "Cooperate, I'm really annoyed by this sissy." The heat coming from her ears made Chen Yun's body go limp, and she collapsed in Chu Yi's arms. Her ears were her most sensitive part, and the slightest stimulation would make her feel limp all over. In addition, she also wanted to get rid of Bai Peng's entanglement, so she nodded shyly and let Chu Yi hug her. I heard that you have been flattering my Xiao Yun. I didn't want to pay any attention to you, a clown, but I didn't expect to meet you today. In that case, I'll make it clear to you today. Xiao Yun is my woman. Stay away from her in the future. If you get lonely, you can find someone to play the man-on-man game with. Chu Yi naturally put himself into the role of Chen Yun's boyfriend. Although he had a faint smile on his face, his tone was very domineering. Chu Yi had excellent conditions to begin with a school idol level appearance and a height of 185 centimeters. Coupled with the luxury clothing that Chen Yun carefully selected, he gives people the feeling of a handsome young man. Coupled with his domineering words and actions, all the girls around him immediately became crazy about him. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The domineering president is in love with me. I really want to switch places with that woman, so that I can collapse in the arms of this little brother. It would be such a happy feeling. Ah, mine. Don't covet my husband, he's mine. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Bai Peng looked grim, and there seemed to be fire in his eyes. The goddess whom he licked in his dreams is now in the arms of another man. Looking at Chen Yun's blushing face, she seems to be enjoying it. No wonder Chen Yun has been so cold to me all along, maybe she has been with this guy for a long time. When Bai Peng thought of Chen Yun's gentle and comfortable appearance under the sky, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He strode forward, raised his fist and wanted to teach Chu Yi a lesson. But Chu Yishan was tall and strong, so he didn't have to exert much effort. He hugged Chen Yun with one hand and pushed the guy with the other hand, making him retreat repeatedly and almost fall to the ground. What? You, a skinny guy like you, want to hit me? That's all you've got, you little licker. Chu Yi sneered. This guy really gets angry easily. He gets excited after just 2 words. Bai Peng was slightly sobered up by Chu Yi's push. He knew that he would not gain any advantage if he fought back. But he was unwilling to leave in such disgrace. Suddenly he had an idea. He was a rich second generation. Even if he had nothing else, he still had money. This gigolo guy definitely can't afford a Patek Philippe watch, and those Gucci clothes he wears must have been bought for him by Chen Yun. Right. In order to save face, Bai Peng decided to use his financial power to crush Chui. He wanted to let everyone present know that he, Bai Peng, was the real domineering president. Chui is just a gigolo. Humph, I think you, a gigolo, should be begging Chen Yun to buy you a watch, right? It's a shame for men to let women pay for it. Chen Yun? Chui smiled. He didn't expect that he would inexplicably play the role of a gigolo today. I looked down at Chen Yun in my arms. She is indeed very soft. Seeing that Chui did not react and lowered his head in shame, Bai Peng could not help but feel even more proud. He waved to the salesgirl proudly and said, "Help me pick out a women's watch worth about 300,000 yuan. I'll give it to someone as a gift." The salesgirl stood by and watched this farce silently for a long time. When she saw that it was finally over, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't dare to offend either party in the quarrel. One party was the general manager of Jian International, and the other was a wealthy second generation with great wealth. Now it looks like this is the end. The salesgirl put on a professional smile and skillfully introduced to Bai Peng the differences between various types of women's watches. "Hello, sir, this..." Before she could say a few words, she was interrupted by Bai Peng. "I've already told you to pick me a $300,000 women's watch. Do I need to repeat it again?" The salesgirl felt a little aggrieved, but she was often bullied by customers in this line of work, so she quickly adjusted herself and was about to pick out a watch for Bai Peng when a voice from the side interrupted her. "Wait a minute, I'll buy all the watches in your store." Chui said the most pretentious words in an extremely calm manner. The author has something to say. Chapter 10, the whole audience was silent. There is no way. The tasks issued by the system have not been completed so far. So Chui simply bought all the watches in the Patek Philippe store. "Aren't you, Bai Peng, so cocky that you want to show off by buying watches? Then I will buy all the watches and see how you can pretend." The crowd was stunned. Was this guy serious? He was going to buy a Patek Philippe watch? You have to know that Patek Philippe is a top watch brand, and the cheapest watch starts at more than 200,000. It costs hundreds of millions. Although this store probably won't have watches priced at tens of millions, it should still have watches worth several million. How much would it cost to buy all the watches in this store? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions? Is this person trying to be brave? He actually said something like this. Did we go to the wrong set? Is this the filming location for Kuaishou? I thought he was handsome and suitable to be a husband, but I didn't expect him to be such a boaster. Listening to the gossip, Chen Yun pulled Chuyi's clothes with some concern. Although others don't know Chuyi's identity, she knows a little about it. Apart from anything else, the identity of the boss of Jian International alone is enough to scare people, not to mention that Chuyi is obviously more than that. But buying all the Patek Philippe watches just for the sake of pride would cost a lot of money. "Mr. Chu, why don't you just forget it? There's no need to bother with this guy Bai Peng. Your money didn't come from the wind." Chen Yun stood on tiptoe and whispered into Chuyi's ear. Chui smiled and whispered into Chen Yun's ear, "Don't worry, I can still afford this little money." With more than 900 billion in liquid funds, this amount of money is really a small amount for Chui. Moreover, Patek Philippe watches are all top quality products. You can give them as gifts after buying them, and they won't depreciate too much if left unused. You can also sell them to get a profit if you don't want them anymore. To be honest, Chui didn't lose anything. He could earn a top-notch villa worth tens of millions by showing off successfully. Why not do it? The two of them were whispering to each other, and others seemed to be very affectionate with each other, which made others envious. Bai Peng felt sore after watching this. He couldn't wait to see Chui make a fool of himself. "Ha, this is hilarious. Do you think this is your store? You can just buy a bag when you say so? This is Patek Philippe. Even if I sell you, I can't even buy the cheapest watch. I, Bai Peng, am putting this statement here. If you can buy all the watches in this store, I will take your last name." Chui glanced at him and said lightly, "I don't have an unfilial descendant like you." Bai Peng was so angry that he jumped up and down again. Then he walked towards the salesgirl and said politely, "Please count the cost of all the watches." "Thank you for your help." The salesgirl was stunned. Chuyi's gentle and refined attitude was completely different from Bai Peng's arrogance, but it made her feel respected. Because of this, even though what Chewy said sounded like fantasy, the salesgirl still cooperated and called other colleagues to start calculating the total price of all the watches. Seeing this, Bai Peng became even more arrogant and kept making sarcastic remarks. "Wow, you're so bold. I'll see how you'll justify it when the price comes out. I'm telling you, a pretty boy like you should just lick the rich woman. Why would you bother competing with a real rich person? My daily income is enough for you to lick a rich woman for a month. I don't know where you get the courage to compete with me." Chewy just felt like there was a fly buzzing in his ear, which was very annoying. Frogs like to use their own limited knowledge to judge the world. "Oh, no, you are still a hybrid of a toad and a dog." In order to stimulate Bai Peng, Chewy put his arm around Chen Yun and let it move up and down her waist, while hugging her tighter. This made Chen Yun suffer. Her legs were weak and she had no strength to stand up straight. She could only rely on Chewy. Bai Peng was about to retort, but the salesgirl had already calculated the price. "Hello, sir. The price is calculated. The total is 58.2 million yuan. We can round off the amount for you and charge you the full 58 million yuan. Among them, 5 models are priced over 4 million, namely the Geneva Starry Sky Edition, the Black Dial and White Gold Full Diamond Nautilus Edition, the Rose Gold Original Full Diamond Edition, the White Gold and Diamond Commemorative Edition, and the White Gold and Diamond Dynamic Storage Moonphase Edition. The rest are various products ranging from 200,000 to over 1 million. This is the total list, please take a look." The salesgirl proudly introduced several higher-priced watches, and then handed a list to Chewy. Chewy reached out to take it, took a quick glance at it, then took out a savings card he had previously applied for and handed it to the salesgirl. "Thank you very much, I'll swipe my card." Bai Peng glanced at the card and saw that it was just an ordinary savings card, and couldn't help but look mocking. "Hey, swipe a card, a normal savings card, haha, you must be making fun of me, the daily limit for this kind of card is only this much, it's not even enough for a small transaction like this." The salesgirl was also a little hesitant. She had hoped that what Chewy said was true, but she didn't expect that he actually handed her an ordinary savings card, which made her feel a little bit stuck. "I asked other colleagues to help with the statistics, but it turned out to be a joke. It was so embarrassing." Seeing the salesgirl hesitate, Chewy urged her again, "Don't worry, my card can be used for transactions, just swipe it." Seeing Chewy's confident look, the salesgirl couldn't refuse. She inserted the card into the POS machine and handed it to Chewy after some operations. "Sir, please enter the password." Chewy took the POS machine and entered the password. Bai Peng still didn't believe that Chewy could really buy all the Patek Philippe watches, and he kept nagging in a mean way. "You're pretending to be a good person. If you can pay successfully, I'll be your son. Saleswoman, remember to call security to get this guy out of here so he doesn't make a fool of himself." Not only Bai Peng, but from the moment Chewy took out an ordinary savings card, the people around him also didn't believe that Chewy could succeed in the transaction. "Hey, I thought he could take out a black card or something, but he just took out an ordinary bank card. How could the transaction be successful with such a large amount?" That's right. It seems the result is obvious. This guy is just a boaster. Funny, this is too funny. Chewy stood aside calmly. The system said that no matter whether it was a bank card payment or a mobile phone payment, the more than 900 billion yuan would be automatically deducted. I believe that with the system's capabilities, it should not be difficult to solve a quota problem. Ding, it is detected that the host is using a bank card to make a purchase. The purchase is successful. Sure enough, the payment was successful. Then the POS machine swiped out a long list. Looking at the list, the whole audience fell silent. Only the ever-increasing admiration value allowed Chewy to see how shocked these people were. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Worship value plus 99. Chapter 11 I Don't Have a Son Like You. Chewy received a large amount of admiration points and smiled without saying anything. The long list on the POS machine was like a slap in the face, slapping everyone who questioned Chewy. A few minutes ago, they had concluded that Chewy could not have made the payment successfully, but he actually spent 58 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. A slap in the face. Quite a slap in the face. They just feel their faces are hot now, and they know without even looking that they are blushing. It's so embarrassing. However, the person with the ugliest expression on the face was probably Bai Peng. He was now staring blankly at the transaction order with his mouth wide open. Thinking of the words he had just said, they now echoed in his mind like a devilish voice. The more arrogant you were just now, the more regretful you are now. I didn't expect Chewy to actually be a big shot. He had just been mocking Chewy as a gigolo and looked down on him, thinking that he was just trying to be brave and putting on a show. But I didn't expect that they always told the truth, they really wanted to buy it and the money was really a small amount. He himself was like a monkey, constantly making harsh taunts, and eventually became a funny character. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that he has offended Chewy to death. A man who can easily come up with more than 50 million in liquid funds is not just a gigolo. He can be the young master of a big family, right? What's more, they didn't spend the 50 million yuan on investment, but on buying a lot of luxury watches. This background is simply unimaginable. Where did he come from? Bai Peng was a little panicked. He felt that he had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Chen Yun, who is he? Bai Peng spoke unsteadily and stammered as he asked about Chewy's identity. Chen Yun now looked at Chewy with a strange look in her beautiful eyes. She felt that her boss was so domineering. Young, handsome, and rich. He is gentle, respectful, and polite to others. If he encounters a disgusting guy who provokes him, he will use facts to shut him up. It's so charming. Compared with him, Bai Peng is so much worse. Hearing Bai Peng's question, Chen Yun said calmly, "This is Mr. Chu, the owner of Jiannan International Shopping Center, and also my immediate superior." Boom! Bai Peng only felt a buzzing in his head. He didn't expect that the pretty boy he thought was actually the boss of Jiannan International. His actions just now have seriously offended Mr. Chu. The company run by my father is also cooperating with Jiannan International. If Mr. Chu gets unhappy and directly cuts off all cooperation, wouldn't he be hung on the wall and beaten by his father? As one of the landmark buildings in Jiannan City, Jiannan International Shopping Center is in no way lacking in partners. All the companies cooperating with Jiannan International are making a lot of money by eating meat and drinking wine. Compared with the profits earned from the cooperation, the penalty for breach of contract is simply insignificant. It's over. Bai Peng's face was pale, and his cheeks, which were already covered with foundation, looked even paler. He quickly apologized to Chewy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I was blind and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive my ignorance." Chewy looked at the list the salesgirl handed him slowly. Well, what else? Bai Peng was delighted, it seemed there was still hope for recovery. "Boss Chu, I admit defeat. From now on, I will be called Chu Peng. I will follow your lead in everything. You call me Chu Peng, but I will never dare to be Chu Peng." Bai Peng's current appearance is as humble as possible, his whole body curled up because of fear, which is completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Chewy was still looking at the list and nodded calmly. "I don't have a son like you." Yes, Mr. Chu is right." Bai Peng agreed repeatedly with a flattering look on his face. "You have to know that all his financial resources come from his father. If he offends Chewy and causes his father's company to suffer losses, then his hard days will come. He had experienced the days when his financial resources were cut off, and he never wanted to live that kind of poor life again. Now, as long as Chewy can calm down, it doesn't matter how humble he is. After all, few people present knew him, so it was okay to be a little timid." "Okay, go away, I don't want to see you again." Chewy said this lightly, and Bai Peng felt as if he had been pardoned. He bowed respectfully and quickly fled from this shameful place. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning a Huajing Junting villa. The villa address is Villa Number 1, the property certificate and all documents have been placed in the master bedroom. Huajing Junting is the top villa area in Jiannan City. The starting price of the most ordinary villa is 50 million, and the area of the villa ranges from 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. The people who live there are either rich or noble. Without a certain status, it is impossible to buy a house in Huajing Junting. After completing the task assigned by the system and obtaining a villa worth tens of millions, Chewy was naturally in a good mood. However, this does not mean that Chewy would let Bai Peng go so easily. "Chen Yun, you just said that Bai Peng's father's company has cooperation with Jiannan International?" Chen Yun nodded, then said with a blush on her cheeks, "Yes, Mr. Chu, but can you let me go first?" Looking at Chen Yun with a seductive look on her face, Chewy sighed in his heart. This woman is really top-notch, no wonder Bai Peng looks like a dog to boot. However, he did not continue to take advantage of her and let go of Chen Yun readily. After all, there was a reason why I hugged him for most of the day. Now that the annoying guys are gone, it would be unreasonable to take advantage of him again. After escaping from Chuyi's arms, Chen Yun hurriedly straightened her clothes and smoothed out the wrinkles on her body. As she pulled, the fullness of her chest trembled. Chuyi felt that the pressure from the buttons on his shirt was a bit too great. Boss Chu, Bai Peng's Bai Group does have some cooperation with Jian International. What do you mean? Chuyi raised a wicked smile, and with one word, he decided Bai Peng's miserable life in the future. Of course, cancel all cooperation projects. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll do it when I return to work. Chuyi nodded and said to the salesgirl beside him, please pack the 5 most expensive watches. I will pick them up later. Pack the remaining watches and send them to Villa number 1 of Huajing Junting. Thank you. There is no way. There are too many watches in the entire Patek Philippe store, and it is not very convenient to carry them around. It just so happened that the system sent a villa to me, so I asked the staff to help deliver it. Anyway, this kind of luxury store should have delivery services. The salesgirl was shocked. It turned out to be Huajing Junting, a famous gathering place for wealthy people in Jiannan City. But then she thought about how Chuyi paid for all the watches, and she felt relieved. The money he spent on the watch alone was enough to buy a villa in Huajing Junting, so it was not surprising for him to live there. The salesgirl quickly packed the 6 watches Chuyi wanted, handed them to him respectfully, and enthusiastically escorted them to the door. From Chuyi's spending in the store today, she could earn tens or even hundreds of millions in commission, making her a small wealthy woman. To her, Chuyi was like God the Father, and it was never too much to be respectful to him. Didn't you see that the other colleagues looked at her with envy, jealousy, and hatred? Not to mention the look he gave Chuyi. Whether it was the Patek Philippe staff or other onlookers, the way they looked at Chuyi now was completely different from before. This kind of rich man is the envy of everyone. Oh my god, he casually spent more than 50 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film this, right? I'm so jealous. We are the same age, why is he so rich? Love it, love it. This is my standard for finding a husband. That's awesome. He's actually the boss of Jian International. I'll never be able to achieve this level even if I work hard all my life. Ah, he's handsome, rich, and has such a good personality. I love him so much. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chapter 12, Women's hearts are as deep as the sea. Looking at the ever-increasing admiration value, Chuyi felt delighted. At this rate, he would be able to redeem more expensive skills soon. Now it is possible to exchange for skills with 500 worship points, but Chuyi wants to do it in one go and save more points to buy mastery skills directly. Next, Chuyi and Chen Yun put the things they bought in the car and picked out a women's watch to wear. Then, under the guidance of Chen Yun, they walked to the office on the top floor. Jiannan International has a total of 6 floors, and the 6th floor is all office area. When Chen Yun and Chuyi passed by the office area of ordinary employees, they attracted a lot of attention. Many employees were gossiping among themselves. Mr. Chen actually brought a handsome guy back today. Could it be that he has a boyfriend? Wow, this little brother is so handsome. He is a perfect match for Mr. Chen. Oh, so Mr. Chen likes this. It seems I have no chance. The goddess has been seduced. I must drink heavily tonight and not leave until I am drunk. It's your treat. +1. +1. Although she was misunderstood by her employees, Chen Yun did not feel disgusted for some reason. However, in order to maintain her image as the general manager, she still introduced him with a serious face. This is the new boss of our Jiannan International Shopping Center, Chuyi. Everyone remember to call him President Chu when you see him in the future. Chuyi smiled and greeted the employees in the office area. Everyone, you are welcome. You can call me Brother Chu or Mr. Chu, but you can't call me Brother Chu. In the future, everyone will still perform their duties, and there won't be any major changes in the job positions. Anyway, I don't really understand it. The originally serious atmosphere became somewhat joyful under the influence of Chuyi's words, and a group of employees laughed out loud. Ha, Mr. Chu is really humorous and funny. We should be easy to get along with. Wow, I feel like Brother Chu is really approachable. Not only is he young and rich, but he's also so gentle. I'm falling for him. You're calling me Brother Chu so soon? Then hurry up and call me sister-in-law. I was worried that I would lose my job if I changed my boss, but now it seems that won't happen. In the president's office of Jiannan International, Chuyi was drinking the Dahongpo tea that Chen Yun had just brewed. Looking at Chen Yun, who was boiling water, Jiu smiled and teased, "Chen Yun, are you feeling better now?" Chen Yun was a little confused. Mr. Chu, what are you talking about? What I mean is, your legs aren't weak anymore, are they? Shui looked like a big bad wolf with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yun thought back to the feeling of leaning in Shui's arms just now, and her heart began to beat like a deer. A blush rose on her face, which had just returned to normal, and she replied in a low voice, "Boss Chu, please stop teasing me." Shui laughed out loud after hearing this. I thought that Chen Yun, who was dressed like a mature queen, should have a personality similar to that of a queen, but I didn't expect that she was as shy as a little girl. Chen Yun, you should be a few years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. From now on, I will call you Sister Yun. Don't call me Mr. Chu all the time, just call me by my name. Chen Yun? Is there any direct connection between a woman 3 years older than you and having a fortune and you calling me Sister Yun? But since the boss had spoken, it was difficult for her to refuse. Okay, Chewy. Chewy smiled and nodded, well, that's good. Seeing Chen Yun's face getting even redder, Chewy quickly said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Here, this is for you. Chewy took out the platinum and diamond-studded commemorative women's watch from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yun. Chen Yun waved her hands as soon as she saw it. No, this is too expensive, I can't take it. She remembered this watch. The Patek Philippe salesgirl just said that this watch was worth more than 4 million. How could she dare to accept such a gift? 4 million. You can buy a house with that amount. Even though she is the general manager of Jiannan International Shopping Center, her annual salary after tax is only 1.2 million. If she wants to buy this watch, she will have to go without food and drink for 4 years to be able to afford it. It doesn't matter whether it's valuable or not. It's just a small thing to me. You cooperated with me just now, so this is a reward for you. Shui looked indifferent. After all, he bought so many watches and there was no point in him keeping them. Chen Yun shook her head and wanted to refuse. Shui's face turned serious, and he said fiercely, hurry up and take it, this is the boss's order. Since you are working for me, you have to be presentable, just think of this watch as given to you by the company. After hearing this, Chen Yun looked a little aggrieved and said softly, oh. Then he immediately took the watch handed to him by Shui and placed it on the desk very carefully. But in my heart, I kept muttering, Chen Yun, you are a strong woman. How come you become like this in front of him? Another thought came to mind with absolute dominance, why is he so fierce? But he looks so handsome like this. I like him so much, meow. The inner monologue of a cat like queen. Shui had no idea about Chen Yun's wild thoughts. When he saw her take the watch, he smiled happily. If you take my watch, you have to have dinner with me tonight. Happy 520. Hearing this, Chen Yun's hands shook and she almost lost the watch worth more than 4 million. Shui, I'm going to the bathroom. After Chen Yun finished speaking, she fled from the office. She had to wash her face and calm down. Shui looked at Chen Yun's hurriedly fleeing back and grinned. He didn't expect that this woman was so cute. In fact, the reason why he asked Chen Yun to have dinner with him was because he had just ordered Japanese food. He found it troublesome to get a refund, but it would be a waste not to eat, so he simply asked a girl to go out with him. Chen Yun is just the right person. She has a gentle and pleasant appearance and a plump and full figure. Having a meal with her can make up for my empty Valentine's Day. Well, nice. After all, no man would not like a beautiful woman with amazing breasts. Soon, Chen Yun returned from the bathroom. After washing her face, she was no longer as shy as before. Instead, she was as confident as when we first met, and her royal sister's charm was fully exuded. Shui, since you want to invite me to dinner tonight, I will respectfully obey your order. Shui was stunned. Could this be the legendary woman's heart as deep as the sea? She was so shy and cute just now, but now she has turned into a charming big sister. It's really great. Shui stared at Chen Yun's cheek and smiled, if that's the case, then it's a deal. I have something else to do, I'll contact you in the evening. Chen Yun nodded and said with a smile, okay. This is my first date with a man, you can't stand me up. Don't worry, there's no way I would let a beautiful lady send a pigeon. Shui looked happy. He stopped Chen Yun from sending her off and strode out of the office. It wasn't until Shui left that Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out and patted her cheek, muttering to herself, Chen Yun, what's wrong with you? Cheer up and don't lose your composure in front of Chewy. As she spoke, she shrugged her nose and muttered, "Isn't he just a little more handsome, a little warmer in my arms, and a little more gentle in his words? What's so great about that? Humph." Then she remembered the task assigned by Chewy, and quickly picked up the landline and called the chairman of Bai Group. At this time, she turned into a strong woman, full of confidence and pride. Chapter 13. Come and recognize our father. Chewy came to the basement, started the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove towards Huajing Junting. He went to see the house given by the system. Soon, Chewy arrived at villa number 1 of Huajing Junting. Thump, 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 thump. I had just parked the car when the WeChat voice call rang. Chewy took a look and saw that it was his roommate Chen Yun calling. This guy is the famous little prince of learning materials. Basically, you can go to him whenever you need something. "Hey, what's wrong, son?" Nowadays, the purest friendship between boys is the father-son relationship. Basically, every boy wants to be the daddy of the entire dormitory. "Hey, brothery, I heard that you and Suyu broke up. Now everyone in the student group is saying that you are actually a rich second generation. What have you done?" Chen Yun's tone sounded somewhat concerned. "Son, let me tell you the truth. I am really a second-generation rich man. The reason I hid my identity and lived an ordinary life was because I wanted to find true love, but I failed. So I have no choice but to go back to living the boring life of a rich man." Chewy said these words in a calm and confident tone. "Brothery, I call you brothery because I want to comfort you because you broke up. Don't get addicted to calling me son all the time." Chen Yun almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Could it be that Chewy was upset because of the breakup? "I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just send me a video call." Chewy smiled and said nothing more. "Okay, you said it." Chen Yun hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and then a video call came in. Chewy pressed the connect button and pointed the camera directly at the steering wheel of the supercar. "Fuck! What kind of car is this?" Chen Yun exclaimed. From the background, it can be seen that he is still in the dormitory and has not left. Hearing his exclamation, Chewy smiled secretly in his heart, and without saying much, he pointed the camera at the car door and opened the swinging scissor door at the same time. "What the hell? Brothery, how much did you spend on renting this car?" Chen Yun's first reaction was that the car was rented. After all, he had lived with his buddy for 3 years and knew basically everything about his family conditions. "Hey, my son Ashin, you'd better watch carefully." Chewy placed the car's driving license in front of the camera, with all the information clearly written on it. "Fuck, Dad!" Chen Yun shouted, and a noisy sound came from the other end of the video. "Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Then a duck-like voice like a eunuch announcing an imperial decree was heard, "Guzi, Adan. Come and recognize our father." Soon, 2 more heads appeared in the video call. After they saw the driving license clearly, they shouted in unison, "Fuck, Dad, Dad. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. The corners of Chuyu's mouth were about to turn into the same as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's when he smiled. "My son, please stand up. There is no need to perform such a grand ceremony." After a while of playing around, things in the dormitory finally quieted down, and the 3 roommates started talking about questions. "Brothery, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. You've made it so hard for us to keep it a secret." "Yeah, brothery, your car is not cheap, is it? Compared with Ferrari, is it awesome or a little worse? Brothery, so the news in the group that you are a rich second generation is true?" Chu Feng was overwhelmed by these questions and quickly said, "Brothers, it's hard to answer now. I will treat you to a meal when I return to school tomorrow, and then I will slowly answer these questions." It's not that Chewy doesn't want to answer, it's that he can't come up with a suitable reason for the time being, so he should give himself some time to think about a more reasonable explanation. Okay, brothery, I want to eat barbecue." "What's so good about barbecue?" "Brothery, I want to eat hot pot." "Both of you are no match for me. A real man should eat bullwhips and oysters as well as kidneys. After eating them, my penis will be erect and even the Dinghai Shenzhen will have to avoid my edge." "Right, brothery. Yes. Chewy agreed readily, and then quickly hung up the video call. If he continued talking, who knows what vicious words these animals would say. Originally, Chen Yun called to comfort him, but it ended up being a call for him to treat him to dinner. What a loss. He was the one who broke up with them, so he should let them treat him. Suyu was thinking about strange things and walked to the door of Villa number 1. Villa number 1 covers a large area of about 3,000 square meters. It is surrounded by a circle of walls, forming an independent courtyard. At the entrance of the gate is a smart lock that uses facial recognition. Suyu walked forward and scanned his face, and the iron gate opened. The yard was filled with beautifully trimmed green plants. Walking along a cobblestone path, Suyu arrived at the door of the villa and opened the floor-to-ceiling glass door by scanning his face. Entering the house, Suyu was very satisfied with the modern minimalist style of decoration. But the minimalist style does not mean simple. The luxury of the entire villa has not been lost at all. The villa has 5 floors in total, including the basement, and has its own elevator. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the 10-meter-high entrance hall, which is very spacious. The floor tiles are made using water jet mosaic technology, which can be said to be a benchmark for luxury homes. The living room, dining room, and kitchen are all on the first floor. Both walls of the living room are covered with floor-to-ceiling windows, through which you can directly see the backyard view, where green trees and the private infinity pool complement each other, providing a great view. The kitchen is set up with both Chinese and Western kitchens, meeting the dual needs of customers. The restaurant has floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, which provide excellent lighting, and the main direction is the infinity pool. Suyu felt that he would have the opportunity to watch girls swimming while eating in the future. The 2nd to 4th floors are all bedroom suites, with 4 suites on each floor. A total of 12 beauties can be housed in the Golden House. Suyu feels very satisfied. However, the greatness of a luxury villa always lies in the details. The toilets are all smart toilets that will open automatically as soon as you approach them. What shocked Suyu the most was that there was a TV installed opposite the toilet in every bathroom. Is this convenient for watching while pulling? The basement is the villa's own entertainment facilities, including a billiard table, bar, wine cellar, steam room, Thai spa, gym, audiovisual room, KTV, and a sunken garden. After walking around, Suyu sighed in his heart, are all rich people's lives so happy? His heart was filled with joy, but Suyu kept telling himself, you are a rich man now, calm down. Ah, I can't calm down. This house is too luxurious. Suyu was talking to himself while taking a shower in the bathroom. It's no wonder that he is so excited. Although he has obtained the super rich system, which gives him money and cars, as well as companies and villas for completing tasks. But before that he was just an ordinary person. He felt like he was in a dream from the moment he first acquired the system. It was not until now, when he was alone, that he was able to fully vent his extreme excitement. After taking a shower, Suyu lay on the large round bed with a diameter of 4 meters, thinking about serious issues. Well, should I tell my parents that I won the lottery, or should I tell them that I made money by buying funds? Chapter 14, Xiao AI, are you there? In addition, Suyu was also considering how much money to transfer to his parents. If I turn it too much, I'm afraid of scaring them, but if I turn it too little, it feels like it's not enough. After much thought, Suyu decided to pretend that he had won the lottery and make a phone call to see the situation. Soon, Suyu Bian called his father Chu Wenhong. Beep, beep. I am looking far away, above the moon, how many dreams are flying freely? The familiar ringtone rang, and not long after, Chu Wenhong answered the call. Hey, son. Dad, I have something I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Suyu wanted to say it all in one breath, but he didn't know how to start halfway through. Although winning the lottery was the reason he had thought of, the amount of the lottery prize was a bit too much for his parents. He wondered if his father could accept it. Hey, kid, tell me what bad things you have done right now. If the Empress Dowager finds out, I won't be able to do anything about it. Chu Wenhong thought that his son was in trouble, so he changed his tone to a relaxed one, trying to ease Chuyu's mood. Dad, would you believe me if I told you I won the lottery? Suyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to stick to his original plan. You actually won the lottery. How come? Judging from your tone, the amount is quite large, a few thousand yuan? Or tens of thousands of yuan? Chu Wenhong breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just winning the lottery. It was nothing. Xiaoyi, wow, lady worker, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you win the lottery or not, the important thing is not to get scammed. There are a lot of scams online now, any game, online gambling, nude chat can all scam you out of money. Do you remember the old man Lee next door? He went online to chat naked with someone and was defrauded of 5,000 yuan. He didn't believe it and went online to find the internet police, but was defrauded of another 2,000 yuan. He still didn't give up and consulted a lawyer online, but was defrauded of another 300 yuan in consulting fees. The world is going downhill. Chu Wenhong spoke earnestly, and before he knew it he became eloquent. Shui quickly interrupted his father's lecture. Dad, listen to me, I won 10 million. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, like a duck with its neck strangled. Silence for a while. Then there was a loud shout from Chu Wenhong. Damn it! Shui was scammed. After a while, it was my mother Yi Xiaoping who called from the other end of the phone. Shui, your father said that you were cheated? What happened? Talk to mom. Yi Xiaoping tried to make her tone sound gentler. Shu Yi felt helpless. He didn't expect that his parents didn't believe him before he even finished speaking. I don't know how they will react if I transfer the money to their account later. Shui thought about it and decided to just go all out and transfer the money directly to his parents and then explain the rest later. So Shui turned on the speakerphone on his phone, and while chatting with his mother, he used mobile banking to transfer money to his father. A total of 7 million was transferred to his father's card. Ding! It was detected that the host was transferring money using mobile banking. The transfer was successful. Not long after the transfer was successful, Shui turned on the speakerphone and heard his father shouting. Fuck you! Oh my god! I got 7 million in my bank account. Yi Xiaoping was also shocked. What's going on? Could it be that someone transferred the money to the wrong account? Let me take a look. Mom, that was transferred to Dad. I really won the lottery. Shui spoke quickly. Shui, did you really win the lottery? Although Yi Xiaoping's voice still sounded a little doubtful, she believed it more than before. Yes, Mom, I really won. I won 10 million. After I received the prize, 20% tax was deducted, and I got 8 million. So I transferred 7 million to you and kept 1 million for myself. Seeing that his mother seemed to believe it, Shui quickly spoke. In order to make it seem more real, he pretended to have kept 1 million. In fact, he also knew that winning the lottery was not a very good excuse, but he was rich now and didn't want his parents to work too hard. What he doesn't want to see is his parents still working hard because of fear. Now that I have money, I should let my family live a good life. Shui felt a great sense of accomplishment when he thought that he could finally honor his parents. On the other end of the line came a conversation between my parents. Old Chu, Xiaoyi really won the lottery. Yi Xiaoping's tone was full of excitement. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. It's really a 7-digit number, 7 million. He. Chu Wenhong counted and smiled foolishly. Look how happy you are. Now that our family is rich, let's quickly arrange a blind date for Xiaoyi. I think the girl from Old Lu's family is very good, so you should contact her as soon as possible. I'm waiting to hold my grandson. Yi Xiaoping changed the subject and started worrying about Chu Yi's marriage. Yes, hug your grandson, hug your grandson. Chu Wenhong said happily. Shui was very upset after hearing this. He was only a junior in college, but his parents were so impatient to have a grandchild? However, seeing that his parents did not ask any further questions and quickly accepted it, Shui was relieved. Dad, Mom, this money is my filial piety to you, you two can spend it however you want. As for my marriage, it's still too early, so you two don't need to worry about it. Shui advised his parents earnestly. Hey, kid, young people should get married and have children early. You will have a lot more ease when the children grow up. Your parents are still young and can take care of your children. In a few years, that won't be the case anymore. Yi Xiaoping advised earnestly. Shui wanted to explain himself, but Yi Xiaoping deliberately changed the subject. Old Chu, today is 520, let's celebrate with a candlelight dinner tonight. I will obey the queen's order. Xiaoyi, let's leave it at that for now. Once everything is arranged, we'll notify you to come back for the blind date. Yi Xiaoping hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Shui lay on the bed with a confused look on his face. Why didn't the script follow the routine? Shouldn't you have to persuade your parents into believing that you won the lottery, and then persuade them to quit their jobs and enjoy a peaceful life, and then you should be so smug that you want to hang up the phone? Why did a blind date suddenly appear out of nowhere? Groundhog calling.jpg. Forget it, I might as well make the best of it. It's just a blind date anyway, and there are many reasons to refuse. Shuyi thought about it and decided not to worry about this issue anymore. I casually took a photo of a luxurious bedroom and posted it to my moments, with the caption, "Today my dad suddenly told me that my grandpa suddenly told him that our family is actually very rich. Now I am alone in the bedroom where even my words echo. I am so scared. #Doge. Use the blocking option to block your parents so that you don't have to explain your jokes." Then Shuyi started to check his moments, but from time to time someone would leave a comment. High school Gaohan, "Wow, this house is nice, where did you steal the picture?" High school Wang Meili, "Shuyi, you're doing well recently. Do you have a girlfriend?" Cousin Li Iran, "Wow cousin, you were so boastful, aren't you afraid that your uncle will beat you?" Senior Lin Mingting, "I didn't expect that you, Junior Shuyi, are so humorous." Shuyi laughed secretly as he looked at these comments. He now felt like a peerless master, standing on the top of a mountain and overlooking all living beings. There's nothing you can do about it, the life of rich people is just so boring. Lying on the luxurious big bed, Shuyi felt sleepy gradually coming over him. When he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with Chen Yun for dinner in the evening, so Shuyi called out, "Xiao Ai classmate. You are so disrespectful and 1T agree with me? Xiao Ai-san? Are you there? No response yet? If this doesn't work, just change your phone. Xiao Ai-san? What are you doing? I am here. You are finally here. Call me at 6 in the evening. Okay, I've set the alarm for you at 6 p.m. After taking some effort to set the alarm, Shuyi lay down on the bed and took a nap. Chapter 15, Artificial respiration is still needed, please call me. At 6 o'clock in the evening, thanks to the alarm clock, Shuyi woke up on time. After getting dressed and washing up briefly, Shuyi drove out in the Koenigsegg Gemera. Chen Yun should have just got off work at this time. Shuyi thought about it and called her. "Hello, Shuyi." Chen Yun quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Sister Yun, where are you now?" Shuyi asked. "I just got off work and was about to go home to change my clothes." Chen Yun replied. "Wait for me for a moment, I'll come pick you up." Shuyi said. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the side of the road." Chen Yun agreed readily. Shuyi waited for Chen Yun to agree before hanging up the phone. With a sudden step on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg Gemera made a roaring sound and sped towards Jiannan International Shopping Center. 10 minutes later, Shuyi arrived at Jiannan International. From a distance, he saw Chen Yun standing on the side of the road. Chen Yun's good looks and voluptuous figure, coupled with her professional suit and stockings, are absolutely eye-catching and will definitely attract a lot of attention. Since Shuyi was looking from the side, Chen Yun's hot and plump figure was perfectly presented in front of him. Well, having dinner with such a stunning beauty, today's 520 is not a loss at all. The sports car stopped steadily in front of Chen Yun. Shuyi lowered the window and shouted, "Get in, Sister Yun." After getting in the car, Chen Yun narrowed her beautiful crescent eyes and said with a smile, "You made me wait for so long, you have to make it up to me tonight." Shuyi raised his eyebrows, not knowing whether this little devil was hinting at him. However, he couldn't just give in when a girl challenged him in person. "Don't worry, Sister Yun, no matter what kind of compensation you want, I will satisfy you." Shuyi nodded solemnly and said seriously. "Ah, hooligan." Chen Yun spat and turned to look out the window. "Damn it. I wanted to get back on top, but I ended up being at a disadvantage again." Chen Yun muttered to herself. "Sister Yun, you haven't told me your home address yet." Shuyi scratched his head and said. My home is in Junyu Garden." "Okay." Shuyi responded, and then shouted into the phone, "Xiao Ai. Help me navigate to Junyu Garden Community." Seeing the sudden silence in the air, Chen Yun turned her head to look at Shuyi, only to find that Shuyi had a constipated look on his face, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha, Shuyi, what's wrong with you? You look so embarrassed." Shuyi's face turned pale, and he became more determined to change his phone. Without saying a word, he manually selected the navigation. "Sister Yun, hold on tight, the driver is about to start the car." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun quickly grabbed the handrail. The Koenigsegg Gemera shoots out like an arrow from a bow. Junyu Garden is also a high-end residential area, with housing prices of around 30,000 yuan per square meter. When Shuyi drove his supercar into the community, the security guard diligently asked Shuyi to register. The car drove to the underground parking lot. Shui watched Chen Yun go upstairs, and then waited for her in the car while playing with his mobile phone. At this time, WeChat received a message. Shui opened WeChat and found that it was sent by Xiang Lan. Xiang Lan's profile picture is a photo of herself, but not the twin ponytail style she has today. However, it should be quite comfortable to hold twin ponytails, right? Shui coughed twice, retracted his secret thoughts, and checked the messages. Shui, Jian Yun has woken up, thank you so much. Rose. The doctor said that it was fortunate that artificial respiration was given in time, otherwise even if he was saved, he would have been a vegetable. Shui looked at this sincere gratitude and curled his lips. In fact, if you really think about it, he should thank Chen Yun. After all, it was because he saved her that he activated the godly rich system. After thinking for a while, Shui typed out a line of words with a smile on his face. You're welcome. If you need artificial respiration next time, please remember to call me. In the private ward of Jiannan First Hospital, Xiang Lan stared blankly at the message on the mobile phone screen, and then laughed out loud. Chen Yun, who was still lying on the hospital bed receiving info, was a little curious and asked, Lan, what are you laughing at? Xiang Lan handed the phone to Chen Yun with a smile. Hey, take a look for yourself. When Chen Yun took the phone and looked at it, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks, which was very beautiful. Chen Yun felt extremely embarrassed when she thought of the scene in which a boy gave her artificial respiration after she fainted. She had never held a boy's hand in her life, but today she lost her first kiss. And Xiang Lan also told her that later, because she needed to use an AED, she had to take off her bra. And during the use of the AED, it was still the boy named Shui who performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on him. In this way, wouldn't my rabbit be touched all over by him? The more Chen Yun thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. If it were presented in the form of a comic, his head would probably be smoking right now. Seeing her best friend so shy, Xiang Lan said with a smile, by the way, Yun, the brother who saved you is so handsome. Chen Yun was so angry that he stretched out his hand to scratch the soft flesh on Xiang Lan's waist. You little slut, if you say that again. Believe it or not, I will make you beg for mercy. Xiang Lan quickly dodged Chen Yun's attack, with a sly smile on her face, and continued, really, that little brother is so handsome, if it weren't for you, I would want to chase him. Chen Yun wrinkled her nose and said, what does it have to do with me? If you want to chase her, go ahead. Xiang Lan suddenly became serious. Yun, are you serious? Am I really going after that little brother? Seeing her best friend suddenly become serious, Chen Yun was a little uncomfortable and looked at Xiang Lan with a strange expression. Could it be that this little girl really fell in love with the little brother who saved her? But do you really want her to chase him? The image of a little brother performing artificial respiration on him emerged in Chen Yun's mind again. Although she was in a coma at the time, she didn't know what Shui, who saved her, looked like. But that didn't stop her from fantasizing. In the picture in her mind, Shui's appearance was shrouded in light and looked very hazy, but that strange feeling made her feel that she liked him a little. Chen Yun shook her head, like a hen protecting her calves. No, he's mine. Xiang Lan smiled even more happily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our Yun would finally fall in love. It's not easy. Don't worry, even though that little brother is very handsome, I won't snatch him from you. Chen Yun felt relieved when he heard Xiang Lan say this. When Xiang Lan said she was going to chase Shui just now, her heart suddenly tightened, as if her favorite toy was about to be taken away by someone. Suddenly, Chen Yun seemed to have thought of something, and asked Lan in a panic, by the way, Lan, you didn't tell my parents that I fainted and was hospitalized, right? Xiang Lan nodded, patted Chen Yun's hand and said, don't worry, I didn't tell your parents. Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily her parents didn't know. Her parents are honest farmers who work as farmers in their hometown of Guicheng. If I knew that she had fainted and was hospitalized, I would definitely rush to Jiannan in a panic. But my family conditions were not good to begin with, and my parents had already done their best to support me in going to college. If I have to spend a lot of money on the trip to Jiannan, I will probably be even more frugal. What's more, I have a growing sister at home, so I can't spend money indiscriminately. Chen Yun felt a little inferior when she thought about the situation at home. She looked at her best friend with an apologetic look. Lan, I'm so sorry. We were supposed to work part-time together today, but I fainted and wasted your whole day. I will pay you back as soon as possible for the medical expenses you paid for me. Xiang Lan waved his hand carelessly. We are no strangers. If you treat me as a sister, don't mention the medical expenses. You must be hungry. This is the porridge I just bought downstairs. Eat some first. Chen Yun nodded, her eyes moist. Good. Chapter 16, Gaining Charm Points by Having a Meal? Shui made an appointment with Xian Lan on WeChat and planned to go to the hospital to visit Chen Yun tomorrow. Although tomorrow is Monday, Shui has good grades and a good relationship with his counselor, so he just needs to ask for leave. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. Chen Yun, who had changed her clothes, was already sitting in the car, with a light perfume sprayed on her body, which smelled very nice. At this time, Chen Yun was wearing a black dress with a one-shoulder design that revealed her snow-white shoulders. The slender waist can be grasped in the hand, and the fleshy buttocks form an extremely attractive waist-to-hip ratio. The beautiful legs are wrapped in ultra-thin stockings, and the straight legs are tightly together. Shui turned his head and looked him up and down, then nodded vigorously. Affirmation from LSP. Chen Yun felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Shui, and said in a tender voice, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shui looked at her without moving his eyes away. "I don't want to either, it's mainly because you are too beautiful, I can't help it." Shameless. Chen Yun rolled her eyes seductively. "It's almost 7 o'clock, let's go have dinner." Shui nodded, started the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove towards the Japanese restaurant he had booked in advance. While driving, Chen Yun suddenly asked in a low voice, "Does it really look good on me in this outfit?" Shui smiled and said seriously, "Of course it looks good. Why do you ask such an idiotic question?" Chen Yun replied quietly, "This is the first time I wear this dress." Shui was a little surprised and asked, "So how do you usually dress?" Chen Yun counted on her fingers, "Well, I usually wear jeans, sweatpants, t-shirts, shirts." Shui suddenly felt that Chen Yun was a little cute. If he wasn't driving, he would have wanted to rub her head. The car drove very fast and arrived at the Japanese restaurant after more than 10 minutes. This restaurant is called Takema Japanese Cuisine, and the decoration style inside is quite nice. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two came to the seat that had been reserved in advance. "Hello sir, can we serve the food now?" Shui nodded and replied with a smile, "Well, the food can be served. Thank you for your help." The waitress smiled and nodded, "You're welcome. I'll serve you the food right away." "Okay, thanks." Shui looked at Chen Yun and asked casually, "Want a drink?" When it comes to drinking, Chen Yun nodded happily, "Okay." This surprised Shui a little, but he didn't say anything. This shop has Japanese-style sake, and the alcohol content of sake is generally not high, so it's not a big problem to drink a little. As for driving, it is easy to solve. Koenigsegg Gemera is a 4-seater supercar, and they can call a designated driver to take them home later. After the dishes came, Shui ate them with great relish, and even picked up some food for Chen Yun from time to time. "Come here, this shrimp sashimi is delicious. Come and try it. The seal rice is also good, it tastes better the more you eat it. Well, the scallop soup is just so-so." Chen Yun found it funny to look at Shui, who was a foodie. He is obviously a wealthy man, but he seems to have never eaten Japanese food. "Shui, today is Valentine's Day, why do you want me to have dinner with you?" Chen Yun couldn't help but feel confused and asked curiously. Shui swallowed the food in his mouth, took a sip of sake, and sighed, "If I tell you that I was just dumped today, would you believe it?" Chen Yun shook his head and said seriously, "I don't believe it." "Why?" Shui asked. Chen Yun stared at Shui's cheek for a while before slowly saying, "You are so handsome, have a gentle personality, and come from a good family. How could you be dumped? Unless..." Seeing Chen Yun suddenly lengthen her tone, Shui asked curiously, "Unless what?" "Unless you are actually a pervert, the girl can't accept it and then dumps you." Ha ha ha. Chen Yun saw Shui took the bait and laughed so hard that her body shook. Shui didn't care at all, instead he nodded in agreement, "So you have to be careful, the pervert Shui is targeting you now." He. Chen Yun rolled her eyes at him and quickly changed the subject, "Why did you give me such an expensive watch?" "Hey, isn't it because I was dumped, so there is no one to give me a gift? In order to make Valentine's Day less shabby, I can only give it to you," Shui said casually. Chen Yun nodded somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, is that so? Who made you look so much like my long-lost wife?" Shui gave a wicked smile and added, "Pfft, you hooligan." Chen Yun, who was originally feeling a little disappointed, felt a little shy when she heard this, but she couldn't help but laugh. There is no woman who doesn't like to be praised, especially when the praise comes from the opposite sex who is better in all aspects. The two chatted back and forth, and Shui made some humorous jokes from time to time, making Chen Yun laugh. She hadn't expected dating a boy to be so much fun. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them looked a little flushed. What Shui didn't expect was that although the alcohol content of sake was not high, it seemed to have a strong aftertaste. He feels a little drunk now. At this time, Chen Yun's face was flushed. She sat opposite Shui, holding her cheeks with both hands and said, "Shui, you are such a weird person." Although Shui's mind was a little shaky, he was still clear-headed. After hearing Chen Yun say that she was weird, Shui asked, "Why am I weird?" Chen Yun giggled, You were wearing cheap clothes when we first met. I thought you were just a rich second generation who likes to keep a low profile. Then you asked me to go shopping with you for clothes, and you bought a lot of expensive clothes. I was thinking at the time, you are such a contradictory person. But not long after, you spent more than 50 million to buy all the Patek Philippe watches. You know, I was shocked. Then when I got back to the office, you actually gave me a watch worth more than 4 million. Do you know what I was thinking at the time? Shui smiled and asked with interest, "What were you thinking about at that time?" Chen Yun took a sip of sake and looked straight at Shui with her beautiful eyes. "I was thinking, are you trying to support me?" Shui laughed, "Is 4 million enough to support you?" Chen Yun burped, stretched out 4 fingers in a daze, and counted with his other hand, 4 million. Ugh, not enough. But since you're quite handsome, I'll be merciful and give you a discount. That's enough. He. Shui was stunned, looking at the drunken appearance of the most beautiful woman in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. But after all, we have only known each other for 1 day, so we can't rush into such things. Sister Yun, you're drunk. Let's go, I'll take you home. Shui felt that they had eaten enough for the day, and both of them were full, so it was time to go home and sleep. Chen Yun nodded slowly. "Well, I'm a little drunk, it's time to go to bed." Seeing this, Shui couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I was quite excited at first when I mentioned drinking, but it turns out I have a very poor alcohol tolerance. Is this what it means to love both food and drinks? After Shui paid the bill, he helped Chen Yun out of the Japanese restaurant and called a designated driver on his cell phone. While sitting in the car waiting for the designated driver, a prompt came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host is enjoying delicious food with a top-notch beauty for the first time, and the charm value is rewarded plus 10. As a man chosen by the system, charm is a must-have option, please don't refuse. There's such a good thing? Shui didn't expect that he could get a reward just for having a meal with a beautiful woman, and judging from the system's meaning, it was afraid that he would refuse? Host, please keep up the good work, explore life, and unlock more rewards. System, you are so awesome. Come on, give me a bow. Mooah. Don't worry, I will continue to work hard and eat with many beautiful girls in the future. Is this all you pursue? Can you be a little more awesome? Hey, there's no need to tell you the rest, you know it. Not long after, the designated driver arrived. Shui and Chen Yun sat in the back seat of the Koenigsegg Gemera. First, she asked the designated driver to drive to Junyu Garden to send Chen Yun home, and then asked him to take her back to the villa in Huajing Junting. After returning home, Shui took a comfortable bath and then fell into a deep sleep on the soft big bed. At night, he had a very erotic dream. There were many female fairies dressed in sexy clothes, walking towards him with seductive looks, including Chen Yun, Xianlan, Tao Li, and Shen Yun. Chapter 17, Is Modeling Profitable? In the early morning, Shui slowly woke up under the sunlight outside the window. Yesterday's dream was so real. Quickly throw the sheets and quilt covers into the washing machine for washing. Then Shui went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash up. Shui exclaimed when he caught a glimpse of himself in the bathroom mirror. Fuck, who is this handsome guy? I saw myself in the mirror, with the same straight eyebrows, eyes like stars, and facial features that had not changed much. But the feeling it gives people is that he is a level more handsome than before. Shui put his face in front of the mirror, pinching his nose and pulling his face. Is the effect of the system adding 10 points of charm to me so powerful? It seems, I can live off my face? Shui has a good appearance to begin with, and now he has become a handsome guy that everyone loves. After appreciating his own appearance, Shui stopped being narcissistic. There is a saying that goes, a beautiful woman does not admire herself. There is no point in being narcissistic. When we get back to school later, I'll make my sons look handsome with lemon juice on their faces. While taking a shower, Shui's mind was empty and he was thinking about all sorts of things. After the battle in his dream, the devastated battlefield made him realize that he couldn't clean such a big house by himself. I feel it is necessary to find a maid, a housekeeping lady. Well, there's a chance to look for it. The basic condition is that the mountain looks like a ridge when viewed from the front and a peak when viewed from the side, and the heights look different depending on the distance. Other requirements can be relaxed if there is a good morning wake-up service. Cough cough cough, that couldn't be better. After taking a shower, Shui called his counselor. Hey, brotherly. Hello, Shui, what's the matter with you calling me so early in the morning? Brotherly, I have something to do. I want to take half a day off. Why call for such a small matter? Just send a message directly. Thank you, brotherly. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Okay, bye. Because he had to go to the hospital to visit Chen Yun today, Shui asked Counselor Li Xiaofeng for leave. Li Xiaofeng is a straightforward person and Shui has a good relationship with him. They call each other brothers in private and go out for drinks together from time to time. Sometimes when Shui returned home, he would bring some local specialties to give to him. After all, Li Xiaofeng was his counselor and had taken good care of him in the past, so it was only right for Shui to return the favor. Interpersonal relationships are actually just like this. You help me a little, I give you something in return, and slowly our relationship deepens. After getting dressed, Shui drove out. He first bought a fruit basket before heading to Jiannan First Hospital. After all, he was going to visit a patient, and it would not be nice to go empty-handed. Half an hour later, Shui arrived at the hospital entrance, but the parking space was full sign, so he had to find another one. After searching for a long time, he finally found a temporary parking space outside. After parking the car, Shui walked towards the hospital carrying the flower basket. After calling Xiang Lan to ask for the ward number, Shui soon arrived at Chen Yun's ward. I knocked on the door and Xiang Lan's voice came from inside, "Come in." Shui pushed the door open and walked in. But he found that two young and beautiful girls were staring at him with wide eyes. It seems, I seem to have come at the wrong time? Shui was stunned and said. Xiang Lan pursed her lips and smiled slightly. No, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you. But why do I feel that you are more handsome than yesterday? Xiang Lan changed her outfit today and wore a JK uniform. Yesterday's white tights were replaced with black stockings. The twin ponytails were also replaced with shoulder-length hair, which looks quite unique. Chen Yun was wearing a hospital gown and lying on the hospital bed receiving info. But his complexion is much better than when he was unconscious yesterday, giving people a feeling of pity. Even being sick in bed cannot conceal her elegant and graceful beauty. One can only say that the school belle is worthy of being the school belle. Shui smiled without saying anything, knowing that it was because of the increase in his charm value. He brought the fruit basket to the bedside. Xiang Lan quickly stood up and took the fruit basket, saying with a hint of blame, Shui, it's good that you're here. Why did you bring a gift? It's too formal. You saved our Yun's life. If it were in ancient times, she would have married you. You said so, Yun. Xiang Lan said, and winked at Chen Yun. Chen Yun's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her eyes were flustered and she didn't know what to say. When Shui heard this, he waved his hand nonchalantly. You're wrong. Since my wife has decided to marry me, as her husband, I should be concerned about her nutrition. Chen Yun's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this, and even her neck turned a little pink. Xiang Lan laughed out loud like a goose, 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 you are still the best. I admit defeat. Shui smiled and said to Chen Yun, who was very shy on the bed, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Shui. Nice to meet you. Chen Yun raised his head and glanced at Shui, and found that he was looking at him straight in the eye. He quickly avoided his gaze and whispered, Shui, thank you for saving me. Speaking of Shui saving him, strange images appeared in Chen Yun's mind again, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Shui looked at the shy and lovely Chen Yun and laughed in his heart. This girl is so cute. She is so easily shy. Xiang Lan quickly came to liven up the atmosphere. Shui, don't take it too seriously. Yun is just like that. She's easily shy. She'll be much better when you get to know her better. Shui smiled and nodded to show his understanding. Then he asked, did the doctor say what caused it? Xiang Lan sat beside the bed, looked at Chen Yun and sighed, hey, it's nothing, I'm just tired. Chen Yun quickly pulled the corner of her clothes and called softly, Lan Lan. Xiang Lan rolled her eyes at Chen Yun and said angrily, what's the matter? Are you embarrassed now? I told you to take a good rest before, but you refused and insisted on working so hard. Shui became curious after hearing this. It seemed that Chen Yun fainted because he didn't get enough rest, and there seemed to be other reasons? Well, if it's not convenient to say it, forget it. Seeing Chen Yun looking a little embarrassed, Shui added. Xianlan patted Chen Yun's hand to comfort her, and then continued, it's not something shameful, it's not inconvenient. Yun and I often go out to work part-time together just to earn some pocket money. Yun's family is not well off, so in addition to her part-time job, she also draws for others on her computer in her dormitory at night to supplement her family income. I heard from her roommate that sometimes she was so engrossed in painting that she didn't care how late it was. She didn't want to disturb others, so she would just move a small table and chair and paint in the corridor. I often go to bed at 2 or 3 a.m. and don't pay attention to nutritional supplements. Over time, my body becomes weaker. That's why I fainted yesterday. Xianlan seemed to have finally found someone to talk to, and he spoke out his true feelings all at once, with a strong sense of dissatisfaction in his voice as he spoke. Chen Yun's failure to take care of her body made her feel like a waste of talent. Chen Yun lowered his head with a sense of inferiority. Shuyi's heart moved. He didn't expect that Chen Yun, such a beautiful and elegant girl, had such a poor family background. She even had to do odd jobs to supplement the family income. It just so happened that my villa needed a young lady to do the daily cleaning, and Chen Yun was a perfect fit. However, seeing Chen Yun's embarrassed look, Shui felt that he needed to ease the atmosphere first. After thinking for a while, Shui said in surprise, Yun, you can also draw? Chen Yun raised his head slightly, and seeing that Shui did not look disdainful of him, the inferiority complex in his heart subsided slightly, and he said softly, well, I have learned it. Then do you know any teachers at the Academy of Fine Arts? Shui continued to ask. Yes, what's the matter? Do you want to learn painting too? Chen Yun said, blinking her big eyes. Shui shook his head and said, that's not the case. I just want to work part-time recently. I heard that being a model at an art academy can make a lot of money. You want to be a sketching model? You have to keep the same pose for a long time, which is so tiring. Chen Yun was a little surprised. This kind of part-time job is not something that ordinary people can do. Yes, look at how much I can earn in an hour if I become a nude model. Shui had a great expression as if he was ready to devote himself to art at any time. Ah! Chen Yun was stunned. Xianlan was also dumbfounded. I just heard you mention part-time jobs. I also want to earn some pocket money. For someone as handsome as me, being a nude model should be very profitable. Shui asked, pretending to be very curious. Poochie, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Xianlan laughed like a goose again. Chen Yun also covered her mouth with her hand and laughed secretly. She didn't notice at all that her inferiority complex had disappeared after being interrupted by Shui. Chapter 18, 2,000 a day salary, what for? After chatting for a while, the three of them gradually became familiar with each other. Shuyi's occasional jokes could make the two campus beauties burst into laughter. Seeing that it was almost done, Shui put forward his own idea. Yun, I have a pretty good part-time job here, are you interested? Speaking of part-time jobs, Chen Yun nodded with interest. What part-time job? Am I suitable? Shui smiled and nodded, of course it's appropriate, it just depends on whether you are willing to do it. Xianlan said with a vigilant look on his face, Shui, you are not trying to be a pimp, are you? My Yun would never do that kind of thing. Lan, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yun was so embarrassed that she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Lan's waist. Ahem, Xianlan, do you think I am that kind of person? Shui was a little amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by pimp? If I have to pull someone, I'd pull your twin ponytails. But he would never say such things in front of the two women. Well, not really. Then tell me what kind of part-time job it is and I'll help Yun check it out. Xianlan said as she squinted her eyes and looked Shui up and down. My house is a bit large and I can't clean it myself, so I need someone to help me with the cleaning. The salary is definitely higher than the highest market price, and the entertainment facilities in the house, such as the infinity pool, gym, Thai spa, and KTV, are all available for you to enjoy. Can you guys see it? Shui asked sincerely. After hearing what he said, Chen Yun and Xianlan looked at each other, both a little surprised. I didn't expect Shui to be a rich second generation? Then, Xian Lan looked at Shui with sparkling eyes and said, "Then how much salary can you offer?" Shui thought about it. He had seen on his phone that a relatively good housekeeper had a monthly income of 35,000 yuan. On average, I make over 1,000 yuan a day, so it shouldn't be too much to charge myself 2,000 yuan a day. If it's a part-time job, how about 2,000 yuan a day? Just come and help me clean on Saturdays and Sundays. Shui said with a smile. What? 2,000 yuan? Xiang Lan and Chen Yun exclaimed at the same time. Shui nodded calmly, yes. Why? Xiang Lan. Damn. Our Yun agreed. Xiang Lan agreed directly on behalf of Chen Yun. Then she asked expectantly, Shui, is your house still in need of a nanny? Can I work part-time as well? Shui laughed secretly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He stroked his chin with his hand and looked Xiang Lan up and down. The deliberately prolonged tone made Xiang Lan feel uneasy. A job that pays 2,000 yuan a day is simply too tempting for college students like them who haven't graduated yet. Even if you only go 2 days a week, or 8 days a month, you can still earn 16,000 yuan. Just by helping Shui clean the house, you can earn so much salary. It's so attractive. Not to mention them, everyone would be tempted by such treatment. After whetting Xiang Lan's appetite, Shui slowly said, if you want to work part-time, it's not impossible, but you have to wear a maid outfit. Xiang Lan was struck by lightning and stared at Shui blankly. Huh? Why? Shui said jokingly with a smile on his face, who told you to say that I was a pimp just now? Shui. Brother E. Don't be so stingy. I know I was wrong. Xiang Lan apologized hurriedly, and in order to win Shui's favor, she even started to act like a spoiled brat. But Shui is very principled. Once he said he wanted her to wear a maid outfit, he would not change his mind. He shook his head and refused righteously, no. Xiang Lan was in a dilemma. Did she really have to wear a maid outfit to work? Chen Yun covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She didn't expect that Lan could be so cute. Xiang Lan raised her eyes to look at Shui and found that he was still very serious and didn't seem to be joking with her. She took a deep breath and wore it for a daily wage of 2,000 yuan. Isn't it just a maid costume? Just treat it as cosplay. But, seeing Chen Yun laughing at the side, Xiang Lan showed a sly smile on his face and said loudly to Shui, Boss, I think you can't favor one over the other. Yun has to wear a maid outfit too. Chen Yun panicked. Asking her to wear a maid outfit would be too embarrassing. No, why are you dragging me into this? Shui's mind flashed with the shy look of Chen Yun in a maid outfit, and he nodded in agreement. Xiang Lan, you are right, we really can't favor one over the other. In that case, you should all wear maid costumes to work then. Shui had a somewhat smug expression on his face. He didn't expect that when he came to visit Chen Yun today, he would actually meet 2 young ladies in maid costumes. When Shui thought of the 2 charming young ladies busying around in his villa, a bright smile appeared on his face. It's great to have money. Chen Yun looked at Xiang Lan with resentment. It was all Lan's fault. She didn't have to wear it. Xiang Lan felt no guilt at all about dragging her best friend into this. She even felt a little happy. Good friends share happiness and hardships together. That's settled then. Yun, let's add each other on WeChat. Remember to contact me when you are discharged from the hospital. Shui said. Chen Yun nodded slightly, took out his cell phone and added Shui on WeChat. Then Shui said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan for Chen Yun. After learning that Chen Yun's family conditions were poor, Shui felt sympathy for her. After all, I have taken advantage of her a lot without her knowing, so I'd better help her if I can. After all, she is my little maid. If she develops well, she might be able to advance to become a maid who can provide morning wake-up service. After returning to Jiangbei University, Shui parked his sports car in the parking lot and walked to the classroom. When he came back, it was just time for get out of class to end. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he heard a group of boys talking loudly. Why don't you believe me? Brother E is really a rich second generation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Guzi and Adan. Chen Xian's voice sounded particularly loud. Guzi's original name was Godi, and Adan's original name was Ling Linlin. The origin of the nickname is also very simple. The homonym of Godi's surname is Dog. People call him Gaudi, and his roommates affectionately call him Guzi. It's just that he always wanted to be a dog brother. Ling Linlin was chosen because his name sounds like the Arabic numeral 000. Coupled with his well-developed muscles, the male hormones from 2 testicles of a normal man are difficult to support, so he is called Brother 3 Eggs. He is affectionately called Adan by his roommates. The boys around him obviously didn't believe what Chen Xian said. Even with Godi and Ling Linlin's testimony, they couldn't prove the truth of the matter. Everyone knows that they are in the same dormitory, so everyone can brag. Chen Sanjin, stop bragging. I've also read the posts on the campus forum, and the credibility of that is almost zero. Yeah, although Chui has a good relationship with everyone, if you say he is a rich second generation, I really don't believe it. If Chui was a second generation rich man, how could he be dumped by Suyu? Do you believe the excuse of hiding your identity to seek true love? No one would believe it. That's right. If I were a rich second generation, would I still need true love? There are so many beautiful girls in our school. I can't even meet one every day during my 4 years in college. What is true love? Can you eat it? Chen Xian's face flushed as he defended himself. I was telling the truth. Brothery even showed me his driving license. That supercar is his. You can't fake it. Cody pushed up his glasses and chimed in, yes. I saw it too. And someone on the campus forum recorded the whole process of Igu being dumped. I checked the official website of Jiannan Supercar Rental and Sales Club, and the photo of the person who delivered the car that day was posted on the official website. It was indeed the general manager. Ling Linlin shouted at the top of his voice, "What's the matter? Do you look down on my brother E? Is there a problem with my brother E being a rich second generation?" Stared at by the big and burly Ling Linlin, the other boys were a little scared and shut their mouths. Seeing this, Ling Linlin grinned. He was still thinking about Brother Yi's bull whip, oysters, and kidney dinner. If Brother Yi wasn't a rich second generation, then all his plans would have been ruined, right? Therefore, the doubts of others are obstacles to his feast, and only Chui has the final say on whether it is successful or not. Just then, Chen Xian saw Chui who had just walked in, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Brother Yi is here. Chapter 19, Showdown, I am a rich second generation. Fuck, Brother Yi, why have you become so handsome? Chen Xian stared at Chui with eyes wide open, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. The other students also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chui, how come you became so handsome after breaking up? I suddenly want to try breaking up too. It feels like Chui hasn't changed at all, but it also feels like everything has changed. Did she go for microplastic surgery? Hey, Chui, can you recommend me a plastic surgery hospital? I want to try it too. Come on, with your condition, even the doctors would cry. Maybe in the next life. The female classmates in the class looked at Chui with stars in their eyes. Wow, Chui, you are more handsome than those idols now. Ah, Chui is single again, sisters, we have a chance. Chui is so handsome, I've made up my mind. From now on, Chui will be my new male god. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chui has a gentle personality and is sometimes very humorous. In addition, he has been willing to help others over the past 3 years, so he has a good relationship with his classmates. Both boys and girls have a good impression of him. He has outstanding appearance, friendly personality, and is kind-hearted to others. No one would dislike such a classmate. Seeing another wave of admiration points coming in, Xu Yao couldn't stop smiling. He didn't expect that becoming handsome could also gain him admiration. System prompt, worship value is everywhere, please explore carefully. System, you are such a caring little cotton padded jacket. Shui was in a good mood and smiled at his classmates. I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say this. When I was with Suyu before, I didn't care much about my image. After we broke up, I realized the importance of image. So yesterday I decided to turn over a new leaf and buy some clothes to dress up. This might be why you think I'd become more handsome. The students nodded, not quite understanding. They knew the principle that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. But they have also studied dressing techniques a lot, so why can't they dress like Chui? I really don't understand why. Chen Xian just woke up from his handsomeness at this time, thinking about the issue that everyone was discussing just now. He said indignantly, Brothery, I told them that you are a rich second generation, but they didn't believe it. Come and prove that I am not bragging. Ling Linlin scratched his back with great effort and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, brothery, we just had a debate with the heroes, but they just didn't believe it." The male classmates around him looked at Ling Linlin's exaggerated muscles and muttered in their hearts, "Even though you have big muscles, you can't talk nonsense." Godi pushed his glasses, glanced at the logo on Shuyi's clothes and said, "Brothery, your clothes are not cheap, right?" Shuyi looked down at his clothes and said with a smile, "Oh, you mean this, Gucci's new summer men's clothing, the clothes and pants only cost about 10,000 yuan." Hiss. Everyone gasped. Is this human language? The clothes and pants only cost about 10,000 yuan. Did anyone say that? Holy crap, is this true? This price is enough for my living expenses for several months. Is Chewy really a rich second generation? No way, if Chewy is a rich second generation, then he's too perfect, right? Handsome, good personality, and rich. He's simply the perfect man. Shocking. My classmate hid for 3 years and turned out to be a rich second generation. The students talked about it at once, but most of them remained skeptical. Godi's small eyes were like an infrared scanner, looking Chewy up and down. After seeing the watch on Chewy's hand, Godi frowned. It's not that he discovered something, but he didn't recognize this watch. But it was not a big problem, and Godi quickly came up with a solution. He took out his cell phone and took a picture of Chewy's watch, then searched it on Taobao. The next second, Godi opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god! Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch. Tens of millions, 4,800,000. Brothery, your watch is so awesome. Chewy raised his left hand and glanced at his watch, then said calmly, "Oh, this is what I bought at Jiannan International yesterday. I don't know exactly how much it cost." Boom! The students were immediately blown away. Is this human language? I don't even know the exact price of a multi-million watch, and when I buy fruit I have to choose the one that costs 10 yuan for 3 kilograms. Chewy, tell me honestly, are you bragging? I'm starting to get jealous. Tell me this isn't true. I searched and found that Patek Philippe really has this watch, and it's really 4.8 million. Ah, Godi, please support me. I can do everything. Inan God chose me, I have big breasts, so I can develop more ways to play. Flat chest is the way to go, male god, look at me. I have a lot of uniforms. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Not only the boys, but the girls were also excited and spoke wild and dirty words. But most of them are the typical type who are very flirty and will ask you to get lost in private chats. Of course, if it was Chewy, another situation might have occurred. The most excited person is Ling Linlin. He has already imagined the scene of himself eating kidneys until he gets sick of it. This time he was so fed up that he couldn't eat meat for a week, no, a month. Brothery, when are we going to eat kidney and bullwhip? Ling Linlin's eyes glowed green and his Adam's apple moved. Chewy smiled and said, "Let's do it tonight. Let's just have something to eat at noon." Ling Linlin's chest muscles were shaking with joy, and he kept shouting "Oligay." Chewy patted his shoulder and signaled him to stay calm. Looking at the classmates in front of him, he coughed twice to clear his throat, and prepared to say a few more words to get some free admiration points. Classmates, what Chen Xin just said was not bragging. In fact, I am really a rich second generation. It's just that I haven't wanted to reveal my identity in the past 3 years, just to live a normal life. But because of what happened yesterday, I changed my mind. It seems that the life of ordinary people is not as good as I imagined. After careful consideration, I decided not to hide my identity anymore. It's not something to be ashamed of anyway. Hearing Chewy being so serious, many students believed it. After all, there is no benefit for Chewy to pretend to be a rich second generation, and it is not so easy to pretend to be a rich second generation, and he will be exposed if he is not careful. The news that Jian Lelay was taken away by the police for investigation after pretending to be a rich second generation and defrauding people of money and sex has now spread like wildfire in the school. Basically, it can be declared socially dead. At this time, there was no need for Chewy to pretend to be a rich second generation. Chen Xin said proudly, "See, I told you that brothery is a rich second generation, why don't you believe it? My brothery is handsome, suave, and charming. He is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever he goes. Why can't he be called a rich second generation?" That's what you said, brothery. Chen Xin raised his eyebrows at Chewy with a wretched look. Chewy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't he realize before that Chen Xin had the attributes of a lackey? Chapter 20 Temper System. I didn't expect you, Shui, to be such a person. You've made it so hard for us to hide it. That's right. We were classmates for 3 years, and you lied to us for 3 years. Woohoo, I'm so sad. No, your behavior is too bad, you must treat me to a meal. Yes. We must treat everyone to a meal in order to heal the wounds in our hearts. Shui didn't mind this at all. He had a good relationship with his classmates, so he just treated them to a meal and sprinkled water on the table. What's more, this is a good opportunity to get admiration points for free. Classmates, it's totally fine to treat us to a meal. How about this, let's gather at Dongfeng Hotel this Saturday. I'll treat everyone to a meal, and then we can sing a song together. How do you think? As soon as Shui finished speaking, his admiration value began to increase. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. I've heard of Dongfeng Hotel. It seems to be a 5-star hotel, right? Yes. A relative of mine got married there before, and I heard that ordering a table of food costs at least 8,888 yuan. There are nearly 40 people in our class. We need 4 tables for 10 people each, which will cost more than 30,000 yuan. Brother E is so heroic. E Nan is so heroic. E Nanshan is so handsome. Class monitor Wang Xiaoyu felt that this was not a good idea, so he walked over to Shui and whispered, Shui, this is too much of a waste for you, why don't you change places? Shui was a little surprised. The other students all looked expectant, but the class monitor was more thoughtful and couldn't help but look at him differently. A class monitor is a class monitor and will consider his classmates. However, this expense is nothing to Shui. The admiration value is more important to him. And after all, they have been classmates for 3 years and have a good relationship with each other. Now that Shui has become rich, it's nothing to just treat everyone to a meal. Monitor, it's okay. I'll treat everyone to a meal and treat it as a team-building activity for the class. Shui thought about it, took out his mobile phone and showed Wang Xiaoyu the balance on Alipay. Wang Xiaoyu was a little dazzled by the string of zeros on it. Look, this is the pocket money my mom gave me to spend as I please, so you don't have to worry about me spending a lot of money. It's just small change. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Shui with a complicated expression, nodded and said, okay, you win. Then he quietly returned to his seat and thought about life. Shui scratched his head. Why was there no admiration value this time? If Wang Xiaoyu knew what Shui was thinking, he would definitely curse out loud. Damn, I've become autistic because of your pocket money, so how can I admire you? Autism value or not? Soon, the break was over and everyone started class. As usual, Shui sat in the last row of the classroom. Although the students in the classroom seemed the same as usual, the occasional smell of sour lemon made Shui a little uneasy. Chen Xian sat on Shui's left, muttering to himself, lemons on the lemon tree, you and me under the lemon tree. From time to time he would giggle, he, brother E is awesome. Shui laughed at this. This guy. Godi sat on Shui's right, looking conflicted. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Shui reached out and touched his dog's head and said, son, tell daddy if you have anything to say, don't hide it. Although Shui's words were joking in the way he addressed him, he was serious in other aspects. He gets along very well with his 3 roommates and has deep relationships with them. Seeing Gozi's appearance, he must be in trouble, so Shui decided to help him. Godi slapped Shui's hand away and said unhappily, brother E, I'm worried about you, but you still want to be my father. Shui was stunned. He was fine. What was there to worry about? Chen Xian and Ling Linlin, who was sitting behind Shui, were also attracted by what Godi said, and they all leaned over. Dog, what are you worried about? Brother E has already taken off, there is nothing to worry about. Yeah, are you worried that Brother E won't be able to spend all his money? Godi silently took out his cell phone and placed it in front of them. Look at the comments under this video. What was displayed on the phone was a picture of Shui giving Chen Yun artificial respiration. Chen Xian's eyes lit up, and he said obscenely, fuck, Brother E, you are so lucky. You got to taste the mouth of the campus beauty of Shin University, hiss. Tell me how it feels. I'm going to go to the fields deep in the mountains to see those ever beautiful flowers. And by the way, I'll fire up my anti-aircraft guns. Shui and Ling Linlin looked at the comments very seriously. Yang, who is this guy? How dare he kiss my goddess? 18 Dashishang, I know, this is Chu Yi from the 18th Literature Department. He's a nice guy. It turns out that he was the one who saved Chen Yun. Yang, this is unforgivable. I will teach him a lesson. Wolf Warrior, it's funny, who do you think you are, teaching others a lesson, rubbish. Yang, I'm a member of the fighting club, Gao Yang. Wolf Warrior, the fighting club is useless. We are now living in a society ruled by law, scumbag. Yang, be careful, don't let me find out who you are. Seeing that the faces of the people were different, Godi put away his phone and said, I know this Gao Yang. I heard that he is very good at Sanda. He even said before that he wanted to pursue Chen Yun, but he never did. Ling Linlin scratched his head and muttered, damn it, if we were to fight, I really wouldn't be able to beat him. Chen Xian glanced at Ling Linlin and said with a smile, Adon, you have such strong muscles, are you afraid that you can't beat others? Ling Linlin rolled his eyes and said unhappily, what do you know? Every profession has its own specialty. People who train their muscles definitely have an advantage over ordinary people, but when they meet professional fighters, there's nothing they can do. Professional fighters are very familiar with the weaknesses of the human body. In addition, their resistance to blows, physical fitness, flexibility, and explosive power are all ahead of ordinary people. If we really fight, I may not be able to win. But if I hold him, I can let him experience what it means to be a strong man and lock a man. Ling Linlin grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. He is 1.9 meters tall and weighs an astonishing 120 kilograms. If he could control someone who weighs much less than him, he could indeed force a man to stay in his position. Chen Xian shuddered, thinking of the fear he once felt when he was dominated by Brother Sandan, and suddenly fell silent. Shui had a smile on his face because the system was giving out benefits again. Ding! Someone is detected wanting to challenge the host, now issuing a task, rule the fighting club, starting from Gao Yang. Accepting the mission reward, top-level mixed martial arts skills. No punishment if not accepted. Complete the task to unlock the next round. The system is really my dad's little cotton-padded jacket, I can't bear it even for a moment. If someone provokes you, you must fight back. The temper is quite explosive. Gao Yang, who was still in class, suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed. Confused, he scratched his head and continued with the class. Shui gladly accepted the task issued by the system. Host accepts the mission, rewards are being distributed. Top mixed martial arts skills are being instilled. Chapter 21 Top Mixed Martial Arts Skills. Mixed martial arts, also known as mixed martial arts, is known as the decathlon of fighting. It includes a wide variety of fighting skills, such as common boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, grappling, Sanda, Taekwondo, kickboxing, Aikido, Jeet Kune Do, Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and Kyokushin karate. Some less popular fighting techniques are also included: Sistema, Capoeira, Kuroken, Greco-Roman wrestling, and kicking. The top-level mixed martial arts skills rewarded by the system not only include fighting techniques from all these schools, but also make Chui directly become a god-level fighter. Apart from his weak physical fitness, his experience and proficiency in techniques can be said to be at perfection. Even though he now has the physique of an ordinary college student, if a real fight breaks out, many provincial champions may not be his match. If his physical fitness could keep up, he would be a world-class top fighter. Shui just felt itchy all over and wanted to find a place to stretch his muscles. He is now like an ordinary person who suddenly learned martial arts from a peerless hero, and can't wait to try out how powerful his skills are. I really want to vent something. But there is a saying that goes, knights use force to break the law, and Confucian scholars use literature to disrupt the law. Shui didn't dare to challenge anyone casually. After all, ordinary people's ability to withstand blows was very poor. If their hands shook, it might cost someone's life. Fighters' physical fitness and ability to withstand blows far exceed those of ordinary people. Even the more powerful martial arts students can get a powerful whip kick to the waist that is enough to burst the liver. He had seen a news story before, where a retired fighting athlete got into a conflict with someone because he was drunk, and in a fit of rage, he threw an uppercut and killed the person. But right now there is an excellent candidate, Gao Yang. Shui chuckled and asked Godi with interest, Dog, do you know where Gao Yang usually moves? Godi was a little confused. Brothery, why are you asking this? Chen Xian quickly answered, you don't understand this, right? Is there a saying that I can't afford to offend someone, but I can afford to avoid him? Brothery must want to know his range of activities in advance and try to avoid him. He, am I right, brothery? Ling Linlin frowned, you coward, I think this is what you think. Shui laughed and scolded, "Why did I give birth to a son like you who has no balls? Did Dan take your balls out?" Chen Xian felt a little aggrieved. "Isn't this good? If we meet Gao Yang, that dog, and he deliberately provokes us, wouldn't it be more embarrassing if we didn't fight back?" Shui gave a wicked smile. "No, I'm going to cause trouble for him." "Ah? What? Ha?" The three roommates were all dumbfounded. Every member of Jiangbei University's fighting club is a good fighter, and Gao Yang is the best among them. Shui suddenly said that he wanted to cause trouble for Gao Yang, which seemed like a brain seizure to them. Although Shui is tall and strong, and not skinny, he is no match for Gao Yang. Even Ling Linlin, a muscular man with a height of 1.9 meters, was not confident against Gao Yang, let alone Shui. As for Chen Xian and Godi, there is no need to mention them. Chen Xian is only 1.7 meters tall. In Shuyi's words, he read too many study materials without restraint, and thus lost the essence of growing taller. Godi is better, he is 178 centimeters tall, but he is weak and frail, so Ling Linlin can beat two of them with one hand. But if Shui wants to cause trouble, they, the good brothers in the dormitory, cannot stand idly by. This makes them very troubled. Ling Linlin was the first to express his opinion. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "What the hell is that damn Gao Yang? Fuck him." But he forgot that it was still class time. The students in the front row were attracted by his roar and turned around to salute him. Shui and the other two immediately acted like good students, sitting upright, and turned to look at Ling Linlin in the back row. But I was already laughing like thunder in my heart. The teacher who was giving the lecture pushed up his glasses, looked at Ling Linlin and said, "Student Dan, who are you going to kill?" Ling Linlin immediately backed off and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, teacher, a cockroach just crawled onto my desk and I was so excited that I reached out and slapped it to death." "Oh, pay more attention next time. Let's continue the class." The teacher nodded and didn't care anymore. Seeing the teacher continue teaching, Shui and the other two laughed so hard that their shoulders were shaking. It took them a while to stop laughing at Adan. Ling Linlin was a little anxious, and stretched out his hand to poke Godi and Chen Xian. "Hey, both of you hurry up and tell me whether you will help Brother E or not." Chen Xian nodded and said to Shui, "Don't worry, Brother E, I will definitely help you. I called you Dad yesterday. Now that you are in trouble, call me Dad." Godi had a conflicted look on his face. Although he was a little scared, he couldn't care less for the sake of his brothers. "Help! Brother E, I'll help you too. But I have a detailed plan. If we follow it, we should be able to succeed." Shui was very pleased. He felt that his eldest son could share the hardship with him. This was what his eldest son should be like. Although he didn't need the so-called plan, it wouldn't hurt to listen to it. "Guzi, tell me, let's see how your plan goes." Chen Xian and Ling Linlin pricked up their ears, waiting for Godi to speak. Godi glanced around a few times, then moved closer to the crowd and whispered, "In terms of combat power, we definitely can't beat that bastard Gao Yang in a head-on fight. So we have to attack from the side. Since we can't do it alone, let's team up. Let me first find out Gao Yang's play patterns, then we'll pick a dark and windy night and wait for him on the path he must pass. Just put on a sack and beat them up. Then transfer the anger to Li Mingliang and let them fight each other until they are all covered in fur." Li Mingliang is also a suitor of Chen Yun. He is tall, rich, and handsome. He often takes female classmates out to play, and basically dumps them after playing. All the boys know what kind of person he is. Chen Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Good fellow, Guzi, you are such a pervert. But I think your plan can be supplemented. I think we can shift our focus to that wolf warrior in the campus forum. That way, Gao Yang won't be able to find his enemy and will die without any evidence." Ling Linlin was stunned after hearing what he heard. These two guys were more sinister than the other, but luckily they were his own people. Shui felt that if Godi traveled into a novel about villains, he would definitely be the villain boss who could torture the protagonists to death. Chen Xian too, a pervert. However, Shui did not need such a sinister plan. He now has enough strength to crush Gao Yang, he just needs to find an opportunity to challenge him. Achoo! Achoo! Gao Yang, who was sitting in the classroom, sneezed wildly. He silently glanced at the sky outside the classroom. The sun was shining brightly. What is going on? Why do I keep sneezing today? Could it be that some evil people want to harm me? How can it be repaired? If I find out who he is, I will make him taste the flavor of Hoyujin. Chapter 22, The Fighting Club Starts With You. At noon, Shuyi and his 3 sons, Go Xindan, went to the cafeteria in a mighty procession. In the hot summer, he just wanted to eat something casually and then go back to the dormitory to have a good nap. After finishing the dishes, Shuyi walked towards a seat with the tray. At this time, someone passed by and Shuyi quickly dodged, but the person followed him again. "Good man, do you really want to hit me?" Shuyi raised his right foot and stomped hard on the tip of the person's shoe. "Ah! You fucking stepped on me, AJ." A loud shout attracted the students who were eating in the cafeteria. Shuyi also turned to look at the person who came and found that it was a strange face that he did not recognize. However, Godi behind him whispered, "Brothery, this guy is Gao Yang." "Oh, just when I was thinking about practicing, here comes the sandbag." Shuyi looked at Gao Yan leisurely, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There were discussions among students all around. "Who is that person? It's just someone stepped on your shoe, right? Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Hey, you don't know, that guy is from the fighting club. He always bullies people by relying on his fighting skills." "This is great. I'm planning to buy a car. If I can get a beating, I can just pay the full price and get the car." "What do you know? They just don't hit you hard on purpose, relying on their agility to tease you. You can't hit them, and you get kicked in the butt from time to time, just to embarrass you. Even if you go for a medical examination, it won't be considered a minor injury." "Fuck, this is so disgusting, this bitch is really good. Yeah, this guy is probably going to be in trouble." Gao Yang first looked down at his shoes, then shouted at Shuyi fiercely, "Don't you have eyes? How dare you step on my AJ?" Shuyi curled his lips in disdain. "What kind of rubbish brand is it that you treat as a treasure? Don't you know that this brand insults the dragon?" Godi echoed beside Shuyi, "That's right, a trash brand is still considered a treasure." Gao Yang became even angrier. He put down his plate and came over to push Shuyi. Shuyi held the dinner plate in one hand and grabbed Gao Yang's outstretched finger with the other hand, twisted it slightly, and pushed it hard. Gao Yang's finger was twisted and he screamed immediately, and was forced to take a few steps back. Shuyi said calmly, "I heard that you were bragging loudly on the campus forum and wanted to teach me a lesson. I'll give you a chance today. After lunch I'll go to the fighting club to challenge them. I'll start with you. Although your club is not a martial arts school, if someone comes to your door, you should not be afraid to fight, right?" Gao Yang shook his fingers, his face full of anger. "You are worthy? No one else needs to help, I can beat you to a pulp by myself." Shuyi was unmoved and said to himself, "You'd better prepare a waiver agreement, so that I won't have to pay for medical expenses if you get injured during sparring. Of course, I am not unable to pay it back. It is not impossible to treat it as a way to get rid of the beggars." Gao Yan looked gloomy, looked at Shuyi and said, "I hope you can still be so arrogant later." After saying this, Gao Yang picked up his plate, found a random table and started eating. Although the actual combat will begin soon, it is best not to eat at this time. But in Gao Yang's opinion, Shuyi is just a scumbag and he doesn't need to take him too seriously. Gao Yang, who practices Sanda diligently, is very confident in his body movements and has a strong dodging ability, which is not something that ordinary people can achieve. A familiar classmate came over to ask Gao Yang about the details, but Gao Yang just shook his head without explaining. He just wanted to beat Shuyi up to vent his anger and warn him not to get close to Chen Yun again. Gao Yang was furious when he thought about the goddess he had been pursuing being taken advantage of by Shuyi. The food on the plate tasted like wax. Shuyi also found a table with his roommates and ate happily. From time to time, they made fun of each other because of some jokes, and Chen Xian's duck laughter could be heard all the time. The other onlookers were somewhat excited, because they heard what Shuyi just said. After lunch he's going to the fighting club to challenge the opponent. This is big news. The fighting club often represents Jiangbei University in competitions, and their opponents are all fighting masters from other schools. Since the founding of Jiangbei University, there has never been a case of students challenging the fighting club. Amid the whispers of many gossipers, the news that Shuyi was going to challenge the fighting club spread like wildfire. And with the powerful influence of the internet, it spreads more and more widely. Someone else posted on the campus forum. Big news. Fighting club's Gao Yang AJ was stepped on and started to curse, but was provoked by the other party. Threatened to challenge the fighting club. A group of onlookers commented on the post. Wolf Warrior, this Gao Yang is just a licking dog, and he treats a dragon insulting broken AJ as a treasure. What an idiot. I'm so happy, that guy who challenged the club is awesome. Those guys in the fighting club are all really good fighters. Soy sauce rice, I also heard that they are going to draft a liability exemption agreement. This matter must be a bit serious. Eat an apple without spitting out the core. I'll go to the scene and see the specific situation first. Pink Cloud, I heard the guy who challenged me seems to be super handsome. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Juju is not a pig. There's a handsome guy? I want to go watch the fight. While eating, Go-D was not idle either. He took out his cell phone, opened the class chat group privately formed by his classmates, edited a message and sent it out. At everyone, brothers and sisters, Brother E is going to challenge the fighting club in a while. Is there anyone to support him? Muscle. Fuck. Brother E is so fierce, oh my god. Brother E has been very kind to us, we must support him this time. +1. Plus 10,086. Girls, the male god E is going to challenge the fighting club. Everyone, please cheer for him. Me, I want it. I also want to cheer for God E. Take me with you. Should I wear a short skirt or hot pants? Shui had no idea about these situations. He was still eating quietly, occasionally watching Douyin and having a good time. It was as if the challenge had nothing to do with him. Go, Xin, and the other two were so worried that they couldn't eat. Chen Xin glanced at Shui, who was watching TikTok and laughing foolishly, and whispered to Go-D and Ling Lin, hey, could it be that Brother E has become arrogant because of his sudden wealth? He actually challenged the fighting club directly. Go-D pushed his glasses and nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so, but we just need to support Brother E. If Brother E loses, we will ask the boys in the class to rush up and rescue him. Save Brother E. Ling Lin held a different view. What do you think? Brother E is also very skilled, but he is just hiding his identity as a rich second generation and has not revealed it. Wow, according to what you said, Brother E is a bit like the young master of a secluded family in novels. Chen Xin said in an exaggerated manner. Okay, let's eat first. We have to arrange the cheerleading team and other things later, and the school doctor must be notified in time. Although Go-D is a gentle and polite old bastard, he also considers things comprehensively. Yeah. Eat. If Chewie knew the painstaking efforts of his silly sons, he would definitely be stunned. I haven't even started the fight yet, and you're already making plans to recruit people? Even the school doctor has been contacted for me? Ga. Chapter 23, Ice Hammer Gao Yang. Half an hour later, at Jianbei University Fighting Club. At this time, the fighting club was unusually crowded with people, and was squeezed into 3 layers by many students. Because Gao Yang felt that he could defeat Chewie by himself. Therefore, the news that Chewie was going to challenge the club was not told to the other members. Many members who were unaware of the situation were confused. Is today the day for recruiting members? Why are there so many people? And this number of people is too popular, right? Why are there so many sexy girls in there? Gao Yang took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, and did warm-up exercises in just a pair of shorts. Ligament stretching, high leg lifts, frog jumps, crocodile crawls. He would occasionally throw a few empty attacks, appearing to be very vigorous. He was just waiting for Chewie to come in, and then he would give Chewie a severe lesson. He was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy. Then he told him condescendingly to stay away from Chen Yun. At this time, Chewie took his roommates to buy ice cream at a leisurely pace. After all, it's summer now, how can you not eat some ice cream to cool down? After buying the ice cream, the 4 of them licked it while heading towards the fighting club. When Chewie arrived at the fighting club, he found that the place was completely blocked, which made him a little confused. What is going on? Why are there so many people in the fighting club? How long will it take to pick all of them? However, Chewi's question was soon answered. Xia Ziqing, the cheerleading goddess in the class, noticed Chewie. Her eyes lit up and she trotted over. Chewie, you are finally here. Most of the girls in our class are here to cheer you on. Xia Ziqing has a hot body and is a member of the school cheerleading team. Although she is not yet a school belle, she is still a beauty at the department level. Wearing a sexy cheerleader uniform, she looks even more youthful and attractive. Ponytail plus belly-bearing top plus tight hot pants, the abs and strong and tight legs are extremely eye-catching, but the Pikachu on the chest is a bit big. Chewie licked the ice cream subconsciously, then nodded with a smile. Why are you here? I didn't expect the news of my challenge to the fighting club to spread so xiaoqing Ziqing blinked her big eyes and said, "Don't you know yet? There are posts on the campus forum saying that you challenged the fighting club, but your name was not written." It was only after Godi sent a message to mobilize the students in our class that we found out that it was you who challenged the fighting club. Shui nodded and found that Godi was making faces with a smug look on his face. I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. This guy is always doing fancy things. Ziqing looked at Shui expectantly and said, "My dearie, what do you think of our cheerleading uniforms?" As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, as if she was showing off. Shui took a look and said, "This dress is very big. Pikachu is also white." "Very good, thank you." Shui replied with a smile. Ziqing said with a smile, "Hee, I borrowed this from my cheerleading teammates. Look, the girls in our class are all over there." Shui looked in the direction of her finger and found a group of Pikachus in belly-bearing clothes smiling at him. He nodded quickly and returned a polite smile. There are quite a few good-looking girls in the class, and they look really pleasing to the eye in cheerleading uniforms. Some girls who were not confident about their figures did not change into sexy cheerleading uniforms, but they all came to the fighting club to cheer for Chui. Gao Yang, who was warming up, saw Chui coming and an arrogant smile appeared on his face. "I thought you didn't dare to come. You took so long to get here. Hurry up and sign the waiver agreement. I can't wait to beat you up." After Gao Yang finished speaking, a boy wearing fighting club uniform handed 2 copies of the waiver agreement to Chui. Chui took a look and saw Gao Yang's name and a handprint on it. So he signed his name and put his fingerprint on it without wasting time. He licked the ice cream again, then handed it to Godi and strode towards where Gao Yang was. "Hey, brothery, this ice cream melts very quickly. Why don't you finish eating it first before going?" Godi shouted to Chui. Chui waved his hand without even turning his head, and said lightly, "Don't worry, in ancient times, Huashong was killed with warm wine, and now Gao Yang is hammered with ice." "Woohoo, brothery is awesome!" Chen Xin shouted in a hoarse voice. "Brothery is awesome!" Godi raised his hands, holding 2 ice creams high up, and shouted loudly. "Brother E is invincible! Let's eat bull whip tonight!" Ling Linlin shouted with his hands around his mouth. The boys in the class also started to cheer wildly. "Brother E is awesome! Brother E is invincible! Brother E is awesome! Brother E is invincible! Brother E's bullwhip, Brother E is invincible!" Chui turned around and laughed. "That's too much. Don't bring me up with the bullwhip." Then Chui came to the fighting arena. The fighting club has all kinds of venues, including wrestling arenas, boxing rings, and octagonal cages. The venue for the fight between the 2 sides was an octagonal cage, which was specially chosen by Gao Yang in order to beat Chui up. Seeing this, Godi secretly thought that this was not good. If Brothery lost in the PK in the octagonal cage, it would be difficult for them to snatch him away. However, the incident happened suddenly, and he could only take it 1 step at a time. The referees are members of the fighting club. Under the guidance of the referee, both sides put on protective gear. It includes boxing gloves, head guards, mouth guards, groin guards, shin guards, and instep guards. After all, it is a competition between students, so necessary protective measures must be taken. The rules are also very simple, just following the rules of Sanda. The scoring areas are head, torso, thighs, and calves. However, Chui was not here to score points. What he wanted was to defeat Gao Yang, that is, to make him lose his ability to move. This kid is too arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. There are many prohibited items. It is forbidden to hit the back of the opponent's head, crotch, or neck. It is forbidden to attack the opponent with the head, elbow, and joint locking movements, and it is forbidden to turn around and kick to attack the opponent's head. It is prohibited to use a throw that forces the opponent to hit the ground head first or to intentionally crush the opponent. When one party falls to the ground, the other party cannot use his feet to attack the other party's head. These are the most basic to prevent accidents. After explaining the rules, the referee announced the start of the game. Gao Yang's steps were full of aggressiveness, and he would reach out from time to time to test the distance. Chui adopted a slightly relaxed fighting stance, not taking Gao Yang seriously at all. Gao Yang seemed extremely calm when he entered combat state. Even though Chui, the outsider, did not take him seriously, he did not take it lightly. After a brief probing and finding a sufficient distance, Gao Yang decided to launch an attack. He threw a tentative straight punch at Chui, but he dodged it easily. Immediately afterwards, Shui swung out a left hook at an extremely fast speed, hitting Gao Yang's teeth. Gao Yang's head was buzzing from the powerful blow. If it weren't for the protective gear, his teeth would probably have become loose. There were exclamations coming from outside the octagonal cage. Wow! Brother E is awesome, Brother E is invincible. God E Nan is awesome. Come on, God E Nan. After discovering how vigorous Shui was, not only the girls, but even the boys in the class became his cheerleaders, waving flags and cheering for him. Many students who heard the news and rushed over to watch were also stunned. They didn't expect that the guy who challenged the fighting club was so capable. However, they also enjoyed watching Gao Yang being taught a lesson by Shui. It's because Gao Yang has a bad reputation and often bullies people. Now I've finally been taught a lesson. Some students who were bullied by Gao Yang took photos or posted them on their moments. Call your friends and ask people you know to come and watch the game, even if they can't come for the time being, send them the video. In a nutshell, it's very satisfying. Chapter 24 Easily Defeat. How dare you be so arrogant with your level? Have you ever heard of the saying that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things that are better than you? Shui not only hit people, but also slapped them in the face. What's more, he even mocked them. He never shows mercy to people he hates. The gentle side is only reserved for one's own people. Gao Yang shook his head, looking unconvinced. Come again. He didn't think he couldn't beat Shui, everything that happened just now was just a mistake. But this time he became more cautious and slowly moved closer to Shui. Then he feinted a punch, but actually kicked out with a low whip kick with his right leg. Shui was calm and unhurried. He kicked Gao Yang in the chest and easily broke the attack. Gao Yang only felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by chest tightness and difficulty breathing. The cheerleaders outside the octagonal cage exclaimed again, "E Nanshan is so handsome. Brother E is so strong, I like him so much. Come on, Brother E. I love God E so much." In addition, many students who did not know Shui but had been bullied by Gao Yang also spontaneously joined the camp of cheering. Shui's fan club has grown again. Gao Yang just felt ashamed. As a senior member of the fighting club, he couldn't beat an unknown guy. What's more, there are so many people watching nearby. If he loses, he will become a laughing stock. Come again. After adjusting his breathing, Gao Yang gritted his teeth and said, "You only have one last chance." Shui said lightly. "Just you?" Gao Yang was filled with rage and launched several combinations of punches, but they were all easily dodged by Shui. "Yes, I can do it." Shui could still respond easily while dodging. The degree of humiliation was self-evident. As soon as he finished speaking, a hook punch hit Gao Yang's abdomen hard. Ugh! Gao Yang felt his stomach churning and the sour water had already reached his throat. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. Why did he have to eat lunch before the actual combat? Even if he forced himself to endure it, how could he endure the physiological reaction caused by the heavy blow to the abdomen? What followed was Chuyi's fierce shoulder throw. Puff! The food residue was spat out in an arc as Gao Yang's body turned over. After landing, Gao Yang had lost his ability to fight and was covered in his own vomit. Shui quickly dodged to avoid being splashed. Ding! Mission completed, new mission released, dominate the fighting club. Host, please defeat all those who disobey in the fighting club. Accept the task and complete it, reward 10 points of physical fitness. No punishment if not accepted. Shui decisively chose to accept it, and he enjoyed the happiness of his charm value. Things like physique should be very powerful. The referee quickly announced Shui as the winner, and cheers rang out all around. Woohoo, Brother E is awesome. So strong. He defeated Gao Yang so easily. It's more than just a defeat. Didn't you see Gao Yang vomited directly? I didn't expect Brother E to be such a good fighter besides being a rich second generation with a hidden identity. Yeah, you lied to us for 3 years. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Shui walked out of the octagonal cage and waved with a smile to his classmates who were cheering him on. Thank you for your support, but this is just the beginning. I said, I'm going to challenge the fighting club today, so those fighting club members who are stronger than Gao Yang are also my challenge targets. Godi ran to Shui holding 2 ice creams and quickly handed him his. Brother E, it's about to drip, lick it quickly. Shui glanced at Godi with a strange expression, Why did these words sound wrong? But he still took his ice cream and started eating it. Because Gao Yang was dealt with quickly, none of the ice cream dripped onto the ground. Gao Yang lay on the ground and vomited for a long time before he recovered. Seeing this, the fighting club member who served as the referee quickly helped him up. The severe pain in his abdomen forced Gao Yang to hunch his back. There was anger but also fear in his eyes as he looked at Chuyi. He could see that Chuyi's strength far exceeded his, and it would only take a few minutes for him to lose his fighting ability. I just beat him until he vomited, and that was already holding back. But Gao Yang just couldn't swallow this humiliation. His goddess was molested by Chuyi, and he was beaten by Chuyi until he fell to the ground and vomited in front of a group of students. I've lost all my face. He felt so miserable when he thought that if he told his name in the future, others would say it was Gao Yang who vomited after being beaten by Chuyi. Gao Yang became angrier and angrier, and shouted directly at Chuyi, "Chuyi, don't be so arrogant, there are many people in the fighting club who are stronger than me. It's nothing if you beat me, beating our president is awesome." Gao Yang really had no other choice but to call out his own president. The president of the fighting club is named Pei Yunxian. He was born into a family of martial arts. His idol since childhood was Bruce Lee, so he began rigorous martial arts training under the guidance of his father. Also because of his idol, Pei Yunxian specialized in Jeet Kune Do, and no one in the entire fighting club could be his opponent. Gao Yang brought him out at this time just to dampen Chuyi's prestige. But after he said this, Chuyi's eyes lit up. Chuyi had never seen Pei Yunxian, but he had heard of his name. Among the many rumors, Pei Yunxian gave people the impression that he was not only extremely powerful and handsome, but also that his family was very wealthy, and he was a rich second generation. However, the reason why Chuyi was excited was not because Pei Yunxian was rich or handsome, but mainly because he was a good fighter. What Chuyi has to do now is to defeat the entire fighting club and then receive the reward from the system. As Pei Yunxian is the president and strongest person in the fighting club, as long as Chuyi defeats him, all the members of the fighting club will naturally surrender. In this way, the system task is naturally completed. Chuyi is looking forward to those 10 points of physical fitness. His fighting skills are now impeccable, and the profound foundation brought by the top mixed martial arts skills is quite awesome. However, his slightly weak physical fitness is his shortcoming. As long as his physical fitness can catch up, Chuyi can be said to be invincible in close combat in this peaceful era. He got a little excited when he thought of this. Every man fantasizes about possessing powerful military force. This is an instinct engraved in his DNA. It's just that in modern society, people are chasing after money and material things, and the importance of force is gradually becoming weaker. But it is undeniable that strong fighting ability is still what many men pursue. The most important thing is, if Pei Yunxian is more handsome than me, I will punch him in the face a few more times. Yeah, let us do it. Then please call Pei Yunxian over. Just tell him that I, Chuyi, want to challenge him. Chuyi crossed his arms and said to Gao Yang in a deliberately arrogant manner, "Humph, I hope you can still be so arrogant when the president comes." Gao Yang was secretly delighted, and after saying something harsh, he walked towards the rest area. He wanted to get his cell phone to contact Pei Yunxian. Chapter 25 Fighting Club President Pei Yunxian. Gao Yang walked to the rest area, took out his cell phone and called Pei Yunxian. The call was quickly connected, and heavy breathing came from the other end. What's the matter? This was accompanied by a constant sound of popping. Gao Yang was shocked. Oops, this call seemed to be made at a wrong time. On the other end of the phone, Pei Yunxian, wearing only shorts and holding boxing gloves, punched the sandbag in front of him. A lot of sweat was shed on the practice field, with a cell phone on speakerphone at the side. Gao Yang was silent for a while before he said cautiously, "Brother Pei, are you busy?" Pei Yunxian did not stop the action of his hands, still hitting the sandbag, and replied in a rough voice, "Well, if you have something to say, tell me quickly, ha. Brother Pei, how about we wait until you're done?" Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Pei actually answered the phone while he was doing his job. "Okay, I'll call you back in 2 minutes." Pei Yunxian said and ignored him, concentrating on hitting the sandbag. Gao Yang looked strange as he heard the snapping sounds coming from the phone becoming more frequent and louder. The battle can be over in 2 minutes, is Brother Pei so fast? No, since Brother Pei trusts me so much, I have to help him keep the secret. Brother Pei's secret must not be leaked out. Gao Yang made up his mind and continued to wait in the rest area for Pei Yunxian's call back. Soon, Pei Yunxian called. "Hello, Gao Yang, what did you call about just now?" "Brother Pei, this is what happened. Someone wants to challenge the fighting club. I am no match for him. Now that person is challenging you by name. Gao Yang told the truth. Pei Yunxian frowned after hearing this. He didn't expect that someone would challenge the fighting club? And Gao Yang couldn't even beat the opponent. It seems that he has to go, otherwise the reputation of the fighting club will be ruined. If the president doesn't dare to fight when challenged, the fighting club will become a laughingstock of Jianbei University. Is that person from Jianbei University? Yes, Brother Pei, I just finished fighting with him. I was no match for him at all. Now he is waiting for you in the fighting gym. Look. Okay, tell him to wait, I'll be there soon. Gao Yang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Pei, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you were busy. You just finished your work, why don't you take a shower first? Pei Yunxian waved his hand indifferently, hey, sweat is a symbol of hard work, there is no need to wash it off, not to mention that you will have to wash it off after the actual battle. I won't say more, I'll come over now. Gao Yang felt even more embarrassed and quickly said, Brother Pei, please apologize to my sister-in-law and me. I will treat you to a meal next time. Then he hung up the phone, fearing he would be scolded. Pei Yunxian was a little confused. What sister-in-law? Why did she invite him to dinner? But he didn't think too much about it. He wiped the sweat with a towel, put on a short-sleeved shirt, and hurried out to the fighting club of Jianbei University. Shui didn't have to wait too long. Pei Yunxian arrived at the fighting club just as he finished his ice cream. Gao Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, went over happily. Brother Pei, you're here. Pei Yunxian nodded casually, yeah. Where is the person who wants to challenge me? Gao Yang pointed his finger and said through gritted teeth, Brother Pei, that's the guy. He's a tough guy. He knocked me down before I even touched him. Pei Yunxian nodded and strode towards Shui. Shui had a bright smile on his face. In his opinion, Pei Yunxian in front of him was a moving attribute value. 10 points of physical fitness are slowly approaching you. Hey, are you the one who wants to challenge our fighting club? Pei Yunxian said arrogantly with his arms folded across his chest. Shui then took a look at Pei Yunxian. This guy was about the same height as himself. Wearing a vest and shorts, his muscular body shows that he has been training a lot. He has a good-looking face with strong features, and looks like a sunny and handsome guy. But compared to how handsome I am, he is far inferior. His looks are not worth my taking action. Pei Yunxuan's anus tightened when he was looked at by Chui. He looked at Chui with a vigilant face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen handsome guys before? Are you gay? What? You're the fucking gay. Come on, let's get on the ring, I'll beat you to tears. Shui looked unhappy. I was in a good mood because I was almost completing the task, but this guy called me gay. How can I tolerate this? Didn't you notice that the look in the cheerleader's eyes changed when she looked at you? Damn it, I'll punch this guy in the face a few more times later. Shui walked into the octagonal cage with a serious face. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian didn't say much. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. He then took off his vest and strode into the octagon. As the two were preparing to enter the venue, the onlookers around them began to discuss the situation. It's Pei Yunxian. I feel like Brother E is in danger. What's Pei Yunxian? Didn't you see how Gotti made Gao Yang vomit in just a few hits? The same situation would happen to anyone else. Yes. Gotti is the most handsome. No objection. Sister, I'm not trying to boost his morale or destroy Brother Yi's prestige. Pei Yunxian is no ordinary guy. He comes from a martial arts family, has practiced martial arts since he was a child, has led the fighting club to win glory for the school many times, and is also the strongest in the fighting club. Although Brother E is very strong, I don't know if I can beat him. No matter. God E is the strongest, God E is the most handsome. Yes. Sisters, let's cheer for God E. Following Xie Ziqing's call, the cheerleaders shouted in unison. Come on, E Nanshan. E Nanshan is the most handsome. Yeah. Come on, E Nanshan. E Nanshan is the most handsome. Yeah. Chen Xian's eyes widened as he hugged Ling Linlin, who was standing beside him, and said, Adun, look at those long white legs. They are just as good as the girls in my study materials. Ling Linlin pushed Chen Xian away with disdain. Stay away, all you do every day is practice the ancestral craft, can't you have some ambition? Gowdy looked towards the octagonal cage, pushed up his glasses, and shouted to his two roommates, "Stop messing around, the fight is about to begin." The two funny guys immediately stopped playing and looked towards where Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian were. Both sides still used the rules of Sanda. Although Pei Yunxian was good at Jeet Kune Do, he was also proficient in Sanda. Chu-yi had no objection. As long as he completed the task, it didn't matter what rules or playing methods were used. At this time, Chu-yi and Pei Yunxian had already started fighting under the referee's announcement. Chu-yi first punched Pei Yunxian twice, then quickly approached Pei Yunxian. "Now that you have decided to teach this guy a lesson, take the initiative." Pei Yunxian had no intention of adopting a defensive approach, as he had never been defeated by anyone in a head-on confrontation. However, the battle had just begun, and the way Chu-yi approached gave him a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 26. Are you so weak? Powerful. Oppression. No flaws. This is how Pei Yunxian feels. He had only experienced this feeling from his father. No, the feeling Chu-yi gave him was even more oppressive than his father's. A drop of cold sweat slid into Pei Yunxian's eyes, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. It's not that he doesn't want to wipe it, but that he doesn't dare. He knew that as soon as he made any unusual movement, the guy in front of him would launch a fierce attack on him. Damn, why does Jiangbei University have such an awesome person? Chu-yi saw Pei Yunxian standing there motionless like a stone statue, and was a little curious. Why was he like a turtle? But since the mission target is right in front of him, he won't waste time. Let us defeat this guy first. Chu-yi took offensive steps and came in front of Pei Yunxian in a few steps. He took a step forward and punched the opponent in the face with a straight punch. Here we come. Pei Yunxian's tense nerves moved and he quickly moved to avoid the attack. He was waiting for the opportunity for Chu-yi to launch an attack, only then would he be able to find a flaw. But to his disappointment, Chu-yi did not reveal any flaws, or he could not find any flaws in Chu-yi. This made him very shocked. Even when attacking, there is no flaw. How can a college student have such a level? Even his father would reveal flaws when launching an attack, but his father's defense speed was so fast that he could not catch the flaw. But the Chu-yi in front of him didn't reveal any flaws. How could he defeat him? Before Pei Yunxian could recover, Chu-yi quickly threw a hook with his right hand, hitting Pei Yunxian in the cheek. Bang! A crisp hitting sound was heard, and Pei Yunxian's left cheek was hit hard by Chu-yi. Pei Yunxian did not panic even though he was hit on the left cheek. He knew that he must seize this opportunity to fight back. A long accumulated right punch was thrown towards Chu-yi's forehead, but it failed. Chu-yi stepped back slightly and dodged Pei Yunxian's long-planned attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Pei Yunxian's old strength had gone and his new strength had not yet been generated, Chu-yi kicked out with his right leg with a low whip kick, hitting Pei Yunxian's calf. Bang! Pei Yunxian suddenly lost his balance and fell down. The severe pain in his calf made it difficult for him to bear it. However, the brief fight made him realize that he was no match for Chu-yi. Where on earth did this monster come from? Chu-yi did not press on to attack. He wanted to wait for Pei Yunxian to get up before hitting him a few more times in the face. Dare to say you are gay, damn it. Pei Yunxian struggled to get up. Seeing that Chu-yi was going to continue, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Brother, I can't beat you. I give up." There was no way. Pei Yunxian found that the gap between himself and Chu-yi was not small, and he had no chance of winning at all. If you continue to hit him, you will just be beaten in vain. In his opinion, it was not shameful to bow to such a powerful opponent. The first to react were the cheerleaders. Wow! Gotti is so awesome. He made his opponent admit defeat right away. As expected of Yi Nanshan. Yi Nanshan is awesome. Sisters, let's shout slogans. Yi Nanshan is awesome. Yi Nanshan is so handsome. Yi Nanshan is so great. Yi Nanshan is so handsome. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. In addition, there were some boos from the boys around. That's it? Isn't that too bad? Hey, this is the president of the fighting club? Why is he so weak? Yeah, I didn't even see him clearly before he fell to the ground, then he got up and admitted defeat. Could it be that these two people were acting to gain attention? Didn't they say Pei Yunxian was good at fighting? Why is it just this? I don't think so. Pei Yunxian is really good at fighting. I've seen him in combat and he's very fierce. But in front of Brother E, he's as soft as a lamb. Could it be that Brother E is so powerful that he can easily beat someone of Pei Yunxuan's level? Fuck, that's awesome. Fighting 10 at once shouldn't be a problem, right? Listening to the discussions around him, Pei Yunxuan's mouth twitched and he silently reached out and wiped his face. Shui was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You're not going to fight anymore?" "I've just started." Pei Yunxian smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, "Master, please stop teasing me. I am not worthy of fighting with you at your level. If I continue to fight, I will just get beaten for nothing." Shui nodded. "What else? I haven't beaten you enough. Are you so weak? This shouldn't be the case. I heard that you have been practicing martial arts since you were a child, so you should be able to withstand blows well, right?" Pei Yunxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master, please let me go. If I have offended you in any way, please tell me and I will correct it immediately. No matter how good it is at resisting blows, it cannot be used as a punching bag. Is it bullying in this way?" XX. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of physical fitness. Do you want to take effect immediately? No. Shui didn't dare to let the physique given by the system take effect in front of everyone. What if it has some effect like cleansing the tendons and marrow or increasing height, wouldn't that be seen by the onlookers? It's better to wait until you are alone to take effect. After receiving the reward from the system, Shui no longer made things difficult for Pei Yunxian. After all, there was no hatred between the two parties, so there was no need to be ruthless. "Okay, since you, the president of the fighting club, have admitted defeat, then my challenge to the club this time is considered a success," Shui said with a smile. Pei Yunxian nodded repeatedly. "The great master is right. With your strength, no one in the entire fighting club can be your opponent. It is only natural that you can succeed in the challenge." Shui gave him a look that said, "You are a very discerning boy," and said with a smile, "You are very good." Pei Yunxian smiled repeatedly. "Thank you for your praise, master. I have an unwelcome request, I hope you can agree to it." Shui's eyes became alert. "What? I'm not gay." Pei Yunxian looked embarrassed. "Master, you misunderstood. I wanted us to add each other's contact information so that I can ask you for advice when I have the chance. You are really amazing." When talking about his hobbies, Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, like a man who had been in prison for 10 years seeing a sow. Shui had no interest in teaching a grown man how to fight, but he would be more interested in teaching a girl. "Forget it. I see that you are quite strong, just a little bit weaker than me. I can't teach you anything." Shui shook his head and prepared to leave the octagon cage. Pei Yunxian was a little anxious. If he could get guidance from such a great god, he would definitely make rapid progress. But now the great god is leaving, and he can't just watch the opportunity to improve his strength slip away. In a hurry, Pei Yunxian rushed forward and hugged Shui's thigh. "God! Please, give me a chance." Shui was sweating coldly. He looked at Pei Yunxian who was hugging his thigh and screaming, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I almost kicked him away subconsciously, luckily I stopped myself, otherwise this guy's internal organs would probably be injured." Pei Yunxian had no idea that he had just escaped a disaster, and he still shamelessly shouted, "Master, give me a chance. As long as you agree, you can ask me to do anything. Please." Shui said with a dark face, "Get up first." Pei Yunxian held Shui's thigh unmoved, with a look of willingness to die. "Master, I won't get up unless you agree." Shui's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Get up." Pei Yunxian shuddered, feeling a murderous aura coming at him, and quickly got up. Looking at Pei Yunxian who was standing obediently in front of him like a primary school student, Shui nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, my lion's roar skill is still strong." Chapter 27 Cheerleaders line up for autographs. Pei Yunxian, right? It's not impossible for me to teach you, but you have to show sincerity. There is no free lunch in the world. Shui said lightly. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Master, I can pay the tuition." Shui waved his hand and said, "I'm not bragging, I'm not interested in money." Pei Yunxian was stunned. How could it be possible? No one would not be interested in money. "Master, I can pay a lot of tuition. How about 10,000 per hour?" Pei Yunxian continued to launch a money offensive. Shui was unmoved. He might lack a lot of things now, but the thing he lacked the least was money. Money has no appeal to him. "I've already told you that I'm not interested in money. If you can't attract me in other ways, then forget it, Shu Yi said seriously. Seeing that Shu Yi really seemed to have no interest in money, Pei Yunxuan's heart moved. Could it be that the great god was also a rich second generation? But why has no one in Jian Nan's circle heard of this person? Pei Yunxuan's thoughts surged as he pondered over what Shu Yi needed. Not being interested in money means that the family is quite wealthy. What's left is beauty, power, and connections. I don't have beauty or power, but I do have some connections. I don't know if the great master would appreciate them. Pei Yunxian glanced at Shu Yi and said cautiously, Master, you should also be a rich second generation, right? Shu Yi nodded and said, I guess so. What's the matter? Master, I am basically familiar with the children of the rich and powerful in Jiannan. I have never heard of your name before, so I think you may have fewer contacts in terms of connections. My idea is that if you teach me boxing, you will be my master. I will take you to make some friends when I have the chance. It will be more convenient when you encounter problems in the future. What do you think? Pei Yunxian thought about it carefully and whispered to Shu Yi. There were many people around and there was no need to say such things out loud. It was enough for the two of them to know about it. After hearing Pei Yunxuan's words, Shu Yi fell into deep thought. What Pei Yunxian said made sense. At present, he seemed to be just a simple rich man, and at most he had the system as a plug-in. But in this society, having money alone is not enough. Sometimes relationships are more important than money. Especially when something happens, the importance of personal connections becomes apparent. When it comes to connections, Shu Yi thought of a story that someone close to him had experienced firsthand. He has a classmate who heard that if he donated blood, he would be given priority to provide blood when his immediate family members needed blood transfusions in the future, so he donated blood every school year, 400 cubic centimeters each time. Later, that classmate's father fell ill and really needed a blood transfusion. He took out a stack of blood donation certificates and gave them to the hospital, hoping that his father would be given priority in receiving blood. However, the hospital said there was no blood and he had to wait. Upon asking, I found out that there was an old man in another ward who needed blood of the same blood type, and he received the transfusion very quickly. It turned out that the man's son was the president of a company and had connections with doctors. He just called the department and the blood arrived immediately without even having to show up. Just this incident made that student become autistic. Connections are meaningless when they are not needed, but they are extremely important when they are needed. Having connections can get you a green channel everywhere. Even in a place like a hospital, no matter how much contribution you have made to other people's lives, it is not as useful as having connections. So Shu Yi was really interested in the idea proposed by Pei Yunxian. He is not short of money, but he lacks everything except money. Ding! The host has a strong understanding of personal connections. The system is very pleased. This is one of the must-haves for the super rich. Post tasks now and make connections. Please follow Pei Yunxuan's lead and make friends with the noble children of Jiannan City. Accept and complete the mission, reward a security company composed of 50 top mercenaries, 100% loyal to the host. No punishment if not accepted. Is there such a good thing? Shu Yi originally planned to agree to Pei Yunxuan's request and make some friends, which would be a good thing for him. But I didn't expect that the system would also release tasks at the same time. In that case, Marshal Chu accepted the task. Pei Yunxian saw that Shu Yi was still hesitating and did not respond, so he asked again, Master, what do you mean? Shu Yi came back to his senses and nodded, okay, I promise you. Pei Yunxian suddenly laughed happily, hee, that's great. Don't worry about you laughing at me. I think you are more capable than my father. When I learn more from you, I won't be afraid of being beaten by my father in the future. Shu Yi glanced at Pei Yunxian, who was overjoyed, and blurted out, what's the matter? You don't want to fight back against your father, do you? Pei Yunxuan's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hands to explain, no, that's not what I meant. I just want to be less miserable when I get beaten by my dad in the future. Pei Yunxian looks like he's been beaten a lot, and he's still so afraid of his father even though he's grown up like this. I tried so hard to get close to him just to avoid getting beaten so badly by his father in the future. What a loving father and filial son. Shu Yi smiled and said, in that case, let's add each other on WeChat, and then you can take me out to see the world sometime. Pei Yunxian smiled and said, hey, you're worthy of being seen by the world. It's obvious that you don't come from an ordinary family. Maybe we will have to rely on you in the future. It's better to do it today than tonight? Shu Yi shook his head, how about tomorrow? I plan to treat my roommates to dinner tonight, so I guess I won't be free. Pei Yunxian nodded and said, no problem. The master said tomorrow, so tomorrow, I can just contact a few friends I'm close to. Let's have a good time then. The two walked out of the octagonal cage chatting. Pei Yunxian ran to the side to get his cell phone, and Gao Yang followed him happily. Shu Yi's roommates gathered around him, along with the cheerleaders. Chen Xian said enthusiastically, Brother-y, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Even Pei Yunxian was defeated by you in just a few moves. Can you teach me? Shui glanced at Chen Xian with an unfathomable look on his face. You have too many lutubes, and your body is weak, so I guess you can't learn it. Chen Xian was still unwilling to give up, and continued, then can I quit? From now on, I will become a sage and focus on learning martial arts. Godi said with disdain, forget about it. You want to transform yourself into a sage? Are you willing to give up Mr. Hata, Mr. Fukata, Mr. Ozawa, and Mr. Raijima? Besides, you have already lost too much of your vital energy, so you will definitely not be able to achieve anything great, brother-y, don't you think so? Shui suppressed his smile and nodded seriously, well, Guzi's words make sense, and you probably can't bear the hardship of boxing, so don't mess around. Chen Xian suddenly fell into autism, squatting aside and covering his face with his hands, thinking. Ling Linlin gave Chui a thumbs up, revealing his big white teeth, enough of small talk, brother-y is awesome. Double the bullwhip. Shui rolled his eyes at him and said, you only know how to eat bullwhips. Eating so many bullwhips doesn't mean you can brag anymore. Ling Linlin scratched his head and laughed, eating bullwhips and bragging, what's the connection between them? Xia Ziqing, who was standing by, trotted over and interrupted Ling Linlin who was about to speak. She took out a marker pen from somewhere and handed it to Chui. Chui, can you sign for us? Chui took a look and was surprised to see a group of cheerleaders looking at him eagerly. Do you all want autographs? The young ladies all nodded and spoke in a sweet voice. Please give me an autograph. Ladies, you are so polite. Just call me by my name. It's just an autograph, no big deal. Shui smiled, took the marker from Xia Ziqing, and prepared to sign for the girls one by one. As a result, Xia Ziqing pulled up the material of her clothes in front of her chest with a ruddy face, and said shyly, Shui, please sign here. Shui, huh? Chapter 28 Master, I'm going to throw away AJ now. Shui said, you are making things difficult for me, fat tiger. But he didn't refuse. The girl doesn't mind, so if a grown man like him doesn't give her face, where will the girl put her face? Okay, since you've cheered me on, I'll do as you say. Shui smiled helplessly and signed his name quickly. Xia Ziqing looked down at the signature on her chest and seemed a little excited. Hee, that's great. Shui, you were so handsome just now. Why didn't I realize that you are a treasure boy before? Shui joked, hey, isn't it because I don't want to show off my handsomeness everywhere? Xia Ziqing nodded in agreement, well, if you had shown your handsomeness earlier, you would have definitely gained priority in choosing a spouse at Jiangbei University. This way, so you won't break up with you. Shui said that he was shot even when he was lying down. How come the conversation ended up involving Suyu? Ahem, let's not talk about this. Let me sign autographs for other female classmates first. As soon as Suyu was mentioned, Shui lost interest in continuing the conversation. He asked Xia Ziqing to stay aside while he signed autographs for the young ladies. Xia Ziqing looked at Chuyi's busy figure, pouted a little unhappily, but didn't say anything. Getting autographs for the cheerleaders was not an easy task. Some girls even stretched out their thighs for Chuyi to sign. This made Chuyi feel a little embarrassed. But considering that they were all young ladies supporting him, Chuyi had no choice but to swallow the benefit that was delivered to his door with reluctance. It took more than 10 minutes to finish the signing, and the students who were there to watch the fun had not yet dispersed and were all staring eagerly. After all, the real owners are still there, and they want to see what the final outcome of this matter will be. At this time, Pei Yunxian saw Chuyi finish the work at hand and hurried over. Following behind him was the timid Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang was like a student waiting for criticism from his head teacher. He was very obedient and there was no trace of his previous arrogance. Master, I have understood the whole story. It turns out that Gao Yang deliberately provoked you. I will make him apologize to you right now. Pei Yunxian said, raising his foot and gently kicking Gao Yang, and winking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked up at Pei Yunxian with a sad face. Seeing Pei Yunxian's serious expression and glaring at him, Gao Yang had no choice but to apologize even though he was reluctant. Although he is arrogant, he admires people who are stronger than himself. What's more, Pei Yunxian often teaches him boxing, so he can be said to be both a teacher and a friend. Now that the master has spoken, there is no reason for him to refuse. I'm sorry, Shui, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have picked a fight on purpose. Please forgive me. Gao Yang bowed his head and apologized to Chui. Although his voice was a little weak, he made clear what he wanted to say. Gao Yang continued to express his position. By the way, there is also Chen Yun. I promise that I will never harass her again. Master, although Gao Yang is a bit naughty, he is not a bad person. Please forgive him. Pei Yunxian hurriedly assisted. Shui glanced at Pei Yunxian and saw that he was looking forward to it and blinking at him frantically. After thinking about it, he accepted Gao Yang's apology. Okay, for Pei Yunxian's sake, I won't bother about it. By the way, throw away the AJ insulting dragon on your feet as soon as possible. As a member of the dragon country, don't buy this kind of rubbish brand in the future. Pei Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Shui agreed not to pursue the matter further. After all, Gao Yang is his younger brother and apprentice. If he can finally gain Shuyi's forgiveness, then naturally everyone will be happy. Pei Yunxian glanced at Gao Yang's AJ and glared at him. Didn't you hear what Master Chu said? Hurry up and throw away these broken shoes. If you dare to wear a brand that insults the dragon again, I will beat you until you smoke. Gao Yang shrank his neck and quickly agreed. Okay, brother Pei, I'll throw it away right away. After saying that, Gao Yang took off his shoes right where he was and threw them into the trash can nearby. After dealing with Gao Yang and Shuyi's matters, Pei Yunxian and Shui added each other on WeChat and left their phone numbers. Hey, master, please give me more guidance in the future. Gao Yang is my apprentice. From now on, you are my master, and Gao Yang is your apprentice's grandson. I don't want to be the ancestor so soon. Shui waved his hand and continued to say to Pei Yunxian, okay, you don't have to call me God or master or anything like that, just call me by my name. Pei Yunxian shook his head, that won't do. My father told me that we must have enough respect for the strong and we must have a respectful title. If you don't let me call you God, then I will call you master. Anyway, there must be one. Shui was confused. Then your father is better than you, do you have a respectful title for him? Pei Yunxian nodded and said, yes, I call him father. Shui was stunned for a moment. What? Speaking of this, Pei Yunxian was a little proud. Don't you think it's weird? Shui nodded. Yes, a little. Pei Yunxian said arrogantly, he, I call my dad the emperor, so I am the prince. Shui's face was filled with black lines when he heard this. The Qing dynasty died long ago, and you still want to be the crown prince? Is there an heir to the throne in your family? Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course not, my father likes to play cosplay the most, and often plays the emperor. I even have a dragon throne at home. Master, if I have the chance, I will take you to my house. My father's dragon chair is so comfortable to sit on. Shui had a look of confusion on his face. If you were to steal the throne in ancient times, you would be punished by killing all your clans. Isn't this the modern era? I can just sit on it. They're just props anyway. Even if my dad finds out, I'll just get a beating at most. Pei Yunxian scratched his head and said with a smile. Okay, now that it's over, I'm ready to leave. I'll teach you how to box when I'm free. Shui didn't want to talk to Pei Yunxian anymore. This guy's brain circuit was a little different from that of normal people. He was afraid that talking too much would lower his IQ. Pei Yunxian nodded, bowed slightly, and saluted Shui. Yes, master. Shui ignored this guy, waved to his roommates, and shouted, brothers, return to the capital. Chen Xian reacted the fastest, and responded in a hoarse voice, ha. This scene was captured by some enthusiastic onlookers and uploaded to the campus forum. Shocked. The mysterious man known as Yi Nanshan successfully challenged the master, and Pei Yunxian actually called him master. Don't stop, Melon. Gao Yang bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and lost his beloved AJ. Could this be the legendary hidden master? Gao Yang kicked the titanium alloy steel plate. All posts related to challenging the club were instantly pushed to the top of the list. The comments section was filled with people discussing Chuyi's identity. Soy sauce rice, this person seems to be the one who saved Chen Yun by artificial respiration. He is so awesome. Wolf warrior from Mother's Burden, this Gao Yang really makes me laugh to death. He took the initiative to cause trouble for others, and ended up getting beaten up and losing all his shoes. Really fragrant fried rice, before PK who the hell is stepping on my AJ? After PK Master, I'm going to throw away AJ right now. Ha 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 ha. Juju is not a pig. I was watching the game at the scene, and the male Gotti was really handsome. It was a pity that I didn't muster up the courage to ask for his autograph. I saw many cheerleaders asked for his autograph. Not all milk is called papaya milk. I heard that even Pei Yunshin couldn't hold on for a few hits and was knocked down. After he got up, he hugged his thighs and shouted that he wanted to be his disciple. Damn, so powerful? This guy is really something. Pei Yunshin can be regarded as the ceiling of Jiangbei University's combat power, but he was killed in seconds. 18 hands of the dragon subduing. Oh my god, could this guy be the heir of the legendary hidden family? Imagine the universe. I feel like the veil of the other world is gradually being pulled back in front of us. It's over, it's over. Will it be sealed? Secret Department of Guala Country, you know too much. Immediately transfer 50 yuan to this account to avoid being silenced. XXXX, it is Postal Bank. Chapter 29, Just the Master's Mission. After leaving the fighting club, it was almost time for afternoon classes. So Chui took his roommate to the classroom for class. What he didn't know was that although the incident of challenging the fighting club was over, the rumors on the campus forum were becoming more and more outrageous. Coupled with the constant exaggeration by some students who were watching the game, Chui was described as a master with explosive combat power. The onlookers on the forum started to imagine things like crazy. Some say Chui is a hidden master who has come down from the mountains after completing his studies, some say Chui is a descendant of a hidden family, and some say Chui is a reborn immortal cultivator. In addition, someone recorded a video of Chuyi's actual combat in the fighting club, and his handsome and decisive posture attracted many young fans. Now the forum is divided into three major factions, namely Chuyi's fans, those who question Chuyi's identity, and the black fans. The three parties started a fierce argument. Fans supported Chui, black fans kept typing away on their keyboards, and the crowd who questioned his identity started a debate. Chui also gained a lot of admiration points because of this. During the last class, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of Chui. Ding! It is detected that the host has gained a lot of worship points on the internet, which has now reached 3,000 points. Do you want to withdraw cash? Chui was stunned at first, then he was delighted. It turns out that being famous on the internet can also earn you admiration. This is awesome. Chui quickly cashed out the 3,000 points of admiration. He had already gained a lot of admiration points, and now with these 3,000 points, he could almost redeem them for mastery level items. 5,000 points of worship are required to exchange for mastery. Chui made up his mind to find an opportunity to show off when he invited his roommates to dinner tonight. In this way, the worship value should be enough. I am such a fucking little genius at pretending to be awesome. At this time, Chui received a message from Chen Yun. Chen Yun, transfer 9,600 yuan to you. Chen Yun, Chui, I'm out of the hospital. The nurse said someone paid 10,000 yuan in advance for my medical expenses. It should be you, right? Cute. Chen Yun, I spent 1,000 yuan on medical expenses, and I got 9,000 back. Because I only have 700 yuan on me now, I have to pay you 9,600 yuan first. Can I pay you the rest next month? Cold sweat. Chui, there are still about 10 days left until next month. How can you spend only 100 yuan? Chen Yun, I still have some money in my meal card, and I don't eat much normally, so this money is enough to last until next month, naughty. Chui, 9,600 yuan has been refunded. Chui, take this money first, and think of it as an advance payment to you in Xianglan. When the time comes, you can take Xianglan with you to buy 2 sets of expensive maid outfits as work clothes. If the quality is not good, I will reduce your salary. Knocking. Chui, okay, I'm still in class, let's talk next time if there's anything. Looking at the chat history on his phone, Chui couldn't help but sigh. This girl is so stupid that it makes people feel sorry for her. The first thing he did after he was discharged from the hospital was to refund the medical expenses he had paid. He clearly only had 700 yuan for living expenses, but he had to take out 600 yuan to pay back the debt, leaving only 100 yuan for himself for food. Judging from her tone, the financial pressure will not be relieved until next month, but 100 yuan has to last for 10 days. How can she get by? Boiled water and steamed buns? Vegetables and rice? Or instant noodles every meal? A bucket of instant noodles costs 4 yuan now, and eating 3 buckets a day for 10 days will cost 120 yuan. Not to mention delicate girls, even a grown man wouldn't be able to bear eating like this. Nowadays, many college students spend more than $100 on a meal when they go out on a date. Seeing that Chen Yun's words didn't seem forced, Shui found it hard to imagine the hard times she had endured. What kind of family situation made this girl suffer so much? Shui thought again of his close contact with Chen Yun yesterday, and he felt that he should do something for this girl. At least don't let her suffer the sufferings of the world anymore. Such a beautiful girl should be protected by LSP, she should be protected by the male Gadi. The main entrance of Jiannan First Hospital. Chen Yun and Xiang Lan were squatting on the street. Lan, he returned the money to me, saying it was an advance on our salary, and asked us to buy a more expensive maid outfit. If the quality is not good, he will reduce our salary. Chen Yun bit her lip lightly, handed the phone to Xiang Lan, and motioned for her to look at the chat history. Xiang Lan took the phone and looked at it, then nodded with a smile. See, I told him he definitely wouldn't want it, but you still didn't believe me and insisted that I lend you money to pay him back. Also, I have spent a lot of living expenses to pay for your medical expenses. Now I have advanced your salary. Pay me back quickly. Xiang Lan looked like he was obsessed with money. He stretched out his index finger and thumb and rubbed them together. Chen Yun nodded. Okay, Lan, I'll pay you back right away, you can calculate how much it is. Xiang Lan counted on his fingers and muttered, well, it cost 150 to call an ambulance, 1,200 for medical expenses, and you just lent me another 400 to pay Chui back, so the total is 1,750 yuan. Chen Yun smiled and began to calculate. Well, Chui gave us an advance of 10,000 yuan, half of which is 5,000 yuan each, and I will give you another 1,750, a total of 6,750. Xiang Lan frowned. Why is it 10,000? Isn't it 9,000? Chen Yun pursed her lips and smiled. Lan, you forgot, Chui paid 10,000 yuan for my medical expenses, and I have already spent 1,000 yuan. Xiang Lan shook his head like a rattle and said softly, No, that 1,000 yuan you spent doesn't count. That's what you owe Chui, so based on the 9,000 yuan advance salary, you only need to give me 6,250 yuan. Hurry, transfer the money. 6,250. Xiang Lan's eyes were full of stars, just like a little hamster seeing food. Chen Yun couldn't help laughing. Okay, then let's do as you said, 6,250. It's almost time to go back to school now, how about we go buy some maid costumes? Xiang Lan hugged Chen Yun's waist and smiled mischievously. What's the matter? You've gotten into the role of a little maid so quickly? You're going to buy a maid outfit right after you're discharged from the hospital. Chen Yun reached out and gently flicked Xiang Lan's forehead, saying coquettishly, What are you talking about? If we don't do as Chui asks, our wages will be deducted. Xiang Lan was hit on the forehead and cried out in pain. She immediately fought back. She reached out and hugged Chen Yun, tickling her non-stop. I never thought that my Yun would blow my brains out for a man. Let me show you how I will teach you a lesson. Chen Yun smiled sweetly and begged for mercy. I was wrong, Lan, please forgive me. It's so itchy. Xiang Lan then stopped his attack, clapped his hands and said with a smile, Hey, since you sincerely admit your mistake, I will forgive you. Chen Yun tidied up her clothes, put her arm around Xiang Lan's and said to her, Lan, let's go buy a maid outfit. Xiang Lan smiled helplessly and could only agree, Okay, it's just the master's task. Chen Yun was not familiar with jokes, so he didn't understand what the female driver said. He just rolled his eyes at her and said nothing. The two found a shared electric motorcycle on the roadside and went to the mall together. Chapter 30 What's wrong? Did you die early? The day's classes ended quickly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chui prepared to take his 3 older sons out for a good meal. The 4 of them arrived at the parking lot and immediately saw Chuyi's Koenigsegg Gemera. The streamlined shape is highly recognizable, like a crane standing out among chickens, and it is hard not to notice it. Chen Xian enthusiastically hugged Chuyi's arm, imitating the way a girl does, and took the initiative to rub his chest against Chuyi's arm, and said in a gay way, Brothery, your car is so cool, can you let me sit in your passenger seat? Chui frowned, stretched out a finger and poked Chen Xian's waist hard. Ah! Yammeat! Chen Xian cried out in pain and quickly let go, looking at Chui with resentment. Brothery, you are too cruel. Hiss! It's all red. Chen Xian lifted up his clothes and saw that the place where Chui had poked him had turned slightly red. He took a breath. If you continue to act like a homosexual, I'll use the egg-crushing dragon claw hand next time. Shuyi said with a look of disgust. Hee, don't throw away the crushed eggs, coat them in flour and fry them until golden brown. The classmates next door are crying with greed. Ling Linlin echoed with a strange laugh. After hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but turn his legs inward and quickly clamped his balls worth 4 million yuan. Godi took out some toilet paper to wipe his sweat and urged, "Let's get in the car, it's so hot." "Come on, get in the car. Each of you will have at least 3 skewers of kidney tonight. Anything you can't finish is a soft egg." Shuyi waved his hand and got into the Koenigsegg Gemera with his 3 roommates. "Ah. No way, I think 1 string is enough, 3 strings are so disgusting." Chen Xian held his waist and shouted. "Instead of worrying about being bored to death, I'd rather worry about not being able to sleep at night." Cody seemed to have thought of something, with a painful look on his face. "Hey, if you can't finish it, leave it to me. I just need to stimulate my testicles, so just do it." Ling Linlin was quite heroic. His eyes lit up when he thought about the delicious food he was going to eat next. "Let's go," Chewy called out, started the sports car and drove towards the food city not far from the school. Fuxing Food City. After Chewy parked the car, he took his 3 roommates and walked towards a barbecue restaurant in the food city where they occasionally ate. "The reason why I only come here occasionally is because the prices at this barbecue restaurant are a bit high. The 4 of us in the dormitory would only come together to eat on special holidays or to celebrate birthdays. But the taste is impeccable and the service attitude is also very good, which is why Chewy decided to eat in this restaurant. As soon as we sat down in the restaurant, the waiter brought us the menu and served us tea enthusiastically. Chewy drank tea and asked his roommates to order their favorite food. Brothery said that each person should have 3 skewers of kidney, so let's start with 12 skewers. The ones you can't finish can be left to me." Ling Linlin was the first to order the kidneys he had been longing for, and at the same time, he patted his chest with a proud look on his face, saying that he would take care of the remaining kidneys. Then he ordered oysters, bull whip, and some meat skewers and handed the menu to Chen Xian. Chen Xian looked at the menu and found that there was a lot of meat, so he ordered some vegetables, eggplants, etc. Finally, Gaudi ordered some drinks. Because Chewy had to drive soon, everyone tacitly agreed not to order any drinks. It's impossible for the 3 of them to drink and leave Chewy alone to drink a beverage, right? After ordering the dishes, Chen Xian came close to Chewy again and asked curiously, "Brothery, when did you learn that kung fu? It's really awesome." Chewy took a sip of the drink and said with a smile, "Actually, I am the heir of an ancient martial arts family. I have been hiding my identity because the family has given me a test. Now that the 3-year period has expired, there is no need for me to hide my identity." "Oh. I didn't expect you to be so awesome." Chen Xian opened his mouth wide and nodded thoughtfully. "Fuck, Brothery is awesome." Godi didn't doubt it too much and just shouted 666 from the side. "Brothery, do you think my physique is suitable for martial arts training?" Ling Linlin raised his hands, posed in Arnold's classic pose, flexed his huge biceps, and asked Chewy. Chewy laughed secretly in his heart, his sons were so naive. But on the surface, he still looked at Ling Linlin seriously, then shook his head and said, "Adan, let me tell you, martial arts training should be started from childhood. It will be difficult to achieve anything if you practice it when you grow up. At most, you will be a little stronger than ordinary people." Ling Linlin nodded without any disappointment on his face. He was just asking casually. From what he knew, ancient martial arts families or secluded families would have strict rules. Even if he could practice martial arts, Brothery would not be able to teach him. When Chen Xian heard this, he suddenly rolled his eyes, then leaned close to Chewy's ear with a flattering look and whispered, "Brothery, I want to ask if there is any kung fu similar to Iron Crotch Kung Fu in your family." Chewy pretended to be surprised and looked at Chen Xian and said, "Why are you asking this?" "Sho, Brothery, keep your voice down. The guests from other tables will be looking over here soon." Chen Xian smiled shyly and continued to whisper, "Brothery, I've always been envious of those male porn actors who can hold on for a long time. I've always suspected that they took drugs to shoot. Now that you've mentioned this, martial artists should have methods to train for that aspect, right?" Chewy said with a strange look on his face, "What's wrong? Are you having premature ejaculation?" Chewy still did not lower his voice when he said this. Godi and Ling Linlin, who were eating side dishes and drinking drinks, heard it. They immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Chen Xian in unison with intriguing smiles on their faces. He 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 he. He 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 he. Chen Xian's face changed, and he quickly explained, brothers, I'm not suffering from premature ejaculation, I just want to ask brothery if he has any methods to exercise that aspect. Godi and Ling Linlin looked at each other and laughed, we understand, we all understand. Ling Linlin sat down next to Chen Xian, patted his shoulder, and said in a loud voice, don't worry, brother, we will definitely not tell anyone about your premature ejaculation. Shuyi and Godi burst out laughing. Now, all the diners around them saluted in their direction. Chen Xian also noticed this, and said with a red face, Adan, keep your voice down. Ling Linlin uttered a hum and continued in his voice, what? Not only do you have premature ejaculation, you also have impotence? Shuyi and Godi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some girls at other tables heard what Ling Linlin said, looked at Chen Xian, and chuckled with their hands covering their mouths. Chen Xian had a sad face and quickly lowered his voice and said, Brother Dan, no, Brother Ling, I was wrong, please stop messing with me. Ling Linlin grinned and said, call me daddy. Chen Xian's expression changed and he called out dad in a faint voice. Ling Linlin chuckled and finally stopped teasing Chen Xian. Shuyi was so amused watching this. Chen Xian and Ling Linlin always loved and hated each other. He remembered the last time Adan accidentally spilled milk on his pants. Chen Xian yelled at Adan for masturbating in class. Now the situation has changed and Chen Xian has finally gotten his comeuppance. Chapter 31 Arrogant Thugs. At this time, a few customers wearing vests came to the next table, and their exposed arms were tattooed with strange patterns. The leader was a fat man with a dark complexion. As soon as he sat down, he took off his vest, revealing his back full of tattoos. The waitress handed over the menu and politely reminded, hello sir, this is a public place, please put on your clothes. A skinny monkey sitting next to the fat man glared and cursed, don't you have eyes? Don't you see that brother who was sweating profusely? Your air conditioner is not cool at all, and you still have the nerve to ask guests to put on clothes? The waitress felt a little aggrieved, but seeing how aggressive this group of people were, she didn't dare to say anything more. I could only stand aside with an unhappy look on my face and wait for them to order their dishes before leaving. Before leaving, Shouho shouted to the waiter, bring the drinks first, 2 plates of peanuts, and serve the food quickly. Don't keep us waiting too long. The waiter nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Godi muttered to himself, a bunch of people who think they are so awesome. Chen Xian also echoed in a low voice, this kind of uneducated people are the most annoying, they act like they are worth 2.5 million. Shuyi poured drinks for everyone and said with a smile, why bother with so much? Let's eat our food. Ling Linlin nodded and said, yeah, let's eat our own food and ignore the ones around us. The 4 of them were clinking cups and toasting each other. Although they were drinking beverages, the atmosphere was still very good. From time to time, when they talked about interesting things or recognized beauties, they laughed in unison. During this time, Godi drank too much and got up to go to the bathroom. Just as Godi left, the lamb kidneys that Ling Linlin had been craving for were finally ready. The waiter brought a large plate and placed 12 skewers of lamb kidneys on the table. This scene happened to be seen by the skinny monkey who was drinking and his cheeks were red. He slammed the table and yelled at the waiter, waiter, why are you taking so long to serve the food? We also ordered lamb kidneys, why did they serve it first? The waitress was startled by the sudden yelling, her eyes were a little red, but she still explained, the guests at this table ordered first. Shuyi frowned and turned to look at the next table. What kind of person is this? He thinks he is the boss just for a meal. The skinny monkey was already drunk. Seeing Shuyi turning his head to look at him, he immediately felt provoked. He threw the wineglass to the ground, stood up and shouted at Shuyi. What the hell are you looking at? The waitress was a little flustered, it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Seeing that the skinny monkey was picking a fight, Ling Linlin also slammed the table and stood up. He looked at the skinny monkey fiercely and said, who the hell are you yelling at? When the skinny monkey saw Ling Linlin's physique, he felt a little uneasy, but there were people watching nearby and he couldn't lose face. He picked up the beer bottle and walked towards Ling Linlin, stop complaining to me. If I don't give you a beating today, I'll be wasting my time. The other 5 companions of Skinny Monkey also stood up in unison, looking like they were about to cause trouble. Shuyi naturally did not back down when he saw this. If this group of people really dared to cause trouble, he would let them know what a fatherly love blow was. What's more, he was a little angry. He came out to eat happily but met this group of people. Anyone would be angry. Chen Xian also stood up and stood on the same side as his roommates. The owner of the store was a fat, bald middle-aged man. When he saw the tense situation, he quickly brought other waiters over to mediate. "Hey, isn't this Brother Zwa? You didn't even tell me you were coming." Brother Zwa, who was called Skinny Monkey, cursed and said, "Old Wu, get the hell out of my way. I'm going to beat this kid up today." Ling Linlin was not someone who could be easily defeated. He glared at me and said arrogantly, "I can lift 3 skinny guys like you by the neck with one hand, and you dare to challenge me? If you don't believe me, come and try." The skinny guy Zwa was filled with anger and reached out to push the store owner who was blocking his way. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough to push someone of the store owner's size. "Hey, Brother Zwa, calm down. The expenses for your table tonight will be on me. Eat and drink as much as you want. Have fun." Boss Wu smiled and continued to persuade them to stop fighting politely. When Zwa heard that the boss was giving him a free meal, his expression eased and he staggered back to the table with the bottle of wine in his hand. "Since old Wu has said so, I will give you a favor and not bother with these guys. Come on, Brother Wu, please sit down, and brothers, sit down too." Originally, today's meal was supposed to be my treat, but it was old Wu who treated it instead, so the next meal should be mine. Zwa stretched out his hand and invited the brothers to sit down. A few gangsters glared at Ling Linlin, cursed him a few times, and then sat back in their seats. From time to time, they glanced towards Chui, showing their ferocity. Seeing that the hooligans had finally calmed down, Boss Wu said to Ling Linlin in a friendly manner, "My dear little brother, your table's bill is waived. Please give me some face. I'm really sorry for scaring you." Although Ling Linlin was still angry, as the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, especially since the other person was the boss who came to mediate in a friendly manner. He nodded politely to Boss Wu and sat back in his seat. "Boss, there's no need to waive the bill. Just pay what you owe. We're sorry for causing you trouble this time," Shui said to Boss Wu with a grateful smile. Although he could beat that group of people down if they dared to cause trouble, the shop owner did help them, so he had to thank him out of both moral and legal reasons. Boss Wu said with a smile, "What are you talking about, little brother? Since you have encountered such a thing while eating in my restaurant, I must compensate you. I won't say more. This meal is mine. Have a good meal and have fun." When Shui heard Boss Wu say this, he smiled and did not refute further. He planned to pay the money before leaving. At this time, Godi, who had just finished using the toilet, happened to pass by Shoho's table. A thug who was bloated but wearing tight clothes and loafers seemed to spat casually, and the spit landed on Gaudi's clothes. "Fuck, why are you spitting everywhere?" Godi exclaimed and quickly took paper to wipe the thick sputum off his clothes. "What do you mean I'm spitting? Why the hell did you pass by when I was spitting?" The bloated young man tilted his head, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said to Godi, "I think you did it on purpose." After wiping the thick phlegm off his body, Godi felt nauseous. Shui and the other two noticed the situation here and quickly stood up and walked towards Godi. They had just had a conflict and Godi was not aware of it. If the other party took action, they would probably get hit a few times if they came to support Godi. The bloated young man remained unmoved. He spit a puff of smoke at Godi, then deliberately coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and spat it at Godi. But this time, Godi reacted faster and dodged quickly. The skinny monkey next to him was already drunk. When he saw Gaudy avoiding the spit of the puffy young man, he yelled nervously, "How dare you hide?" The skinny monkey picked up the bottle and threw it at Godi without saying a word. Chapter 32 Master, I'll be there soon. Shui noticed the movement nearby, and quickly picked up the can on the table and threw it at the beer bottle thrown by the skinny monkey. Bang! The can hit the flying wine bottle directly, causing it to deviate from its original trajectory and fall to the ground. The gang of thugs were stunned at first. Brother Hu was shirtless, frowned and looked at Shui in surprise and suspicion. This trick with the can doesn't seem like something a young boy can do. "Xiao Mao, call Brother Long and tell him we've run into a tough guy." Brother Hu quickly asked his younger brothers to call for help, and he planned to observe the others. Xiao Mao, who had dyed white hair, nodded, took out his cell phone and called Brother Long. The skinny monkey finally reacted at this time. He stood up and walked towards Chui with an angry look on his face. "You little bastard, you dare to stop me from throwing a bottle?" The skinny monkey cursed and pointed at Chui. Chui ignored him and shouted to Godi, "Guzi, come here first." Gaudy nodded and returned to his roommates. Seeing this, Chuizai glanced at the arrogant monkey and said calmly, "You are a wild monkey, as thin as a stick. I don't know which zoo you ran from. Who gave you the courage to provoke people everywhere? The customers around burst into laughter and some whistled. Ha ha ha, this little brother is really interesting. It would be a pity if he didn't do crosstalk. Didn't they say that spirits were not allowed after the founding of the country? Why did a monkey spirit come to the barbecue restaurant today? If this were my son, I would definitely hang him up and beat him. I would whip him with vinegar and salt until he becomes a better man. The skinny monkey felt insulted, his eyes widened, and he cursed, "How dare you, a little bastard, act so rude in front of your brother monkey?" As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny monkey clenched his fist and hit Chewy in the face. Careful! Go D on the side shouted loudly. However, Chuy's reaction was faster. He stretched out his right hand to hold the skinny monkey's soft fist and twisted it hard. Crack! The crisp sound of muscles and bones being twisted was heard, followed by the skinny monkey's scream. Ah! Let go! You little bastard, let go now! The skinny monkey yelled angrily. Ha! Who's the little bunny? Chewy ignored the skinny monkey's curses and increased the strength in his hands again. The skinny monkey's screams became even more shrill, and his already disharmonious facial features looked even more distorted. My dear brother, this is a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother who stood up and said to Chewy with a smile on his face. Misunderstanding? That fat pig spitting at my brother was a misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that this wild monkey smashed the wine bottle at my brother? Then I broke this guy's wrist, so it can be said to be a misunderstanding, right? Shu Yishan's cold words were filled with anger, and his 3 consecutive questions had a domineering aura that left brother who dumbfounded. Hey, little brother, let's talk it over nicely. There's no need to twist your wrist. We live in a society ruled by law now. Violence can't solve the problem. Look, the monkey has realized his mistake. How about we both take a step back and let it go? Brother who still had a smile on his face and spoke politely. It's not that he is like that, but he is in a difficult situation now. When he meets ordinary college students in normal times, his attitude is more arrogant than anyone else. I originally thought that these young boys today were just ordinary students, so I just let them arrogance and provoke me. But he didn't expect that there were martial artists among them. If a fight really came to a head, those good-for-nothings under his command might not be his match. Plus, each of them has a criminal record, so if a conflict arises and the police are called, they'll probably have to wait in jail again. Brother who saw that Chewy didn't say anything and seemed to be moved by his words, so he couldn't help but continue to persuade him. We brothers live nearby, and I'm also friends with Brother Long who's in charge of this area. As the saying goes, leave a way out for each other so that we can meet again in the future. What do you think, little brother? There was something else behind Brother whose words, and his seemingly calm tone contained a threat. He said he lived nearby, but what he meant was that they might run into each other in the future, and he also brought up a backer, Brother Long. Normal students who don't want to get into trouble will generally just give up when they hear this. But Chewy didn't want to let it go. His brother was being bullied, so he had to stand up for him. You reminded me of this. We are now living in a society ruled by law. What your fat little brother just did has caused serious mental damage to my brother. He must compensate for the medical expenses, mental damages, lost wages, and resettlement expenses. Also, that white-haired guy just called to recruit people, right? Don't worry, I'll take in all the people who come. Let's see who has the stronger backing. After Chewy finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Pei Yunxian. I just accepted this disciple today. Judging from his tone, he should have a good background. It's no surprise that he happened to encounter these thugs and I let him deal with them. Brother who was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt a little uneasy. Could this guy really have called over some powerful person? Xiao Mao, did you get through to Brother Long on the phone? Brother who walked over to his table, leaned over to Xiao Mao and whispered. Xiao Mao shook his head and frowned, saying, Brother Long is usually busy right now. I called him several times just now but couldn't get through. I guess he's busy. Brother who felt even more uneasy and wanted to just slip away, but when he looked at the skinny monkey whose wrist was still pinched by Chewy, he sighed helplessly. This skinny guy is really causing trouble for him, but as the big brother he can't just ignore him. Now it seems that we can only wait for the person called by the other party to arrive before we can discuss how to solve the problem. Pei Yunxian was currently fighting with his friends in the ring of a high-end fighting club. Just as Pei Yunxian dodged his friend's punch and was about to counterattack, the ringing of the phone nearby slowed him down. Bang! Ah! The opponent threw a straight punch at Pei Yunxuan's right eye, and a dark panda eye quickly formed. Fuck, little Leo, your punch was so accurate. You made me a first-class protected animal. Pei Yunxian made a pause gesture, rubbed his eyes and said with a wry smile. Little Leo was a young man with a crew cut, about the same age as Pei Yunxian. Seeing Pei Yunxuan's panda eyes being hit by him, he couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it because you can't control your strength? You stopped too suddenly just now. By the way, Brother Pei, don't you usually put your phone in the locker? Why did you bring it out today? When this was mentioned, Pei Yunxian smiled mysteriously without explaining. In the past, whenever Pei Yunxian came to the club, he would put his cell phone in the lockers prepared by the club for members to avoid affecting his boxing. Otherwise, he would be distracted by calls from his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend from time to time. Is this good? This is bad. In his opinion, if you want to practice boxing, you must be serious about it, so that you can make further progress. However, ever since he was easily defeated by Chui this afternoon, in order not to miss any calls from this great master, he kept his cell phone within 5 meters of himself. After all, the master said that he would teach him when he had time. What if the master is free and ready to teach me, but I miss it because I didn't answer the call? Wouldn't it be too late to regret? Pei Yunxian turned over and walked out of the ring. When he looked at the caller ID on his phone, he saw that it was Chui. He was overjoyed and quickly answered the call. Hey, master. What? Someone actually dared to trouble you. Master, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. The author has something to say. Chapter 33. Oops, I hit a wall. Not long after, Pei Yunxian rushed into the barbecue restaurant with a group of people, and his voice arrived before he even showed up. Who the hell dares to cause trouble for my master? The corners of Chuyi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the group of big men who rushed into the barbecue restaurant. These people were sweating profusely, and no one knew what kind of exercise they were doing. Some of them were even shirtless, which was really indecent. Chen Xian, Go Di and Ling Linlin were all a little nervous. Although they were tough, they would not be able to defeat the enemy if there were too many people. Don't worry, these are our own people. Chui smiled at them and asked them to relax. Chen Xian and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chui with some admiration. Although they knew that their roommate's family background seemed to be quite impressive, they didn't expect that reinforcements would arrive shortly after they made the call. I have to say, Brother E is awesome. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chui was a little confused by this sudden admiration. Looking at his roommate's admiring eyes, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that he is some awesome young master in my imagination? Brother Hu looked Pei Yunxian and others up and down, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh my god, are these thugs coming? He looked at his younger brothers who were looking at him eagerly behind him, and then looked at the skinny monkey who was still being pinched by Chui but no longer had the strength to howl. Brother Hu gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and asked as if he didn't understand. My dear little brother, I wonder who the master you are talking about is. Pei Yunxian glanced at Brother Hu, said nothing, and walked straight to Chuyi's table. Brother Hu looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to get angry because the big men brought by Pei Yunxian were still eyeing him covetously. Master, I just received your call and drove here immediately. Am I not late? Pei Yunxian walked up to Chui and said respectfully. Chui smiled and said, I'm not late, but what's wrong with your panda eyes? I just accidentally fell and hit my eye socket. It's okay, this little injury will heal quickly. Pei Yunxuan's smile was a little forced. Chui didn't plan to ask too much. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with this group of thugs who were causing trouble. Chui narrowed his eyes slightly after taking a look at the stains on Godi's clothes. That's good. My brother was bullied just now, and I called you over to ask if you can solve this problem? The skinny monkey, whose wrist was still being pinched by Chui, suddenly said, Humph, you twisted my wrist like this. If you can't come up with 500,000, be prepared to wait in line. Chui said nothing and increased the strength of the hand that was pinching the skinny monkey's wrist. Ah! You wait! The skinny monkey screamed in pain with a distorted face. Pei Yunxian glanced at the skinny monkey coldly and asked Chui, Master, is this guy the one who bullied your brother? Chui nodded and said, well, he counts as one. Just leave him to me, I will handle things properly. Pei Yunxian said, and then took the skinny monkey from Chui, holding the skinny monkey's arms as if he was holding a chicken. Brothers, take this guy aside and give him a good muscle spasm. Wait until he's subdued before continuing for 5 minutes. Be careful when you do this, it should be painful but not cause any injury. I'll arrange for you guys to have a young model from the club when I'm done with this. After Pei Yunxian finished speaking, he picked up the skinny monkey and threw it hard, directly towards the group of people he brought with him. Okay, Brother Pei, let's do it right away. Hiss, it's arranged by Brother Pei, the quality is top-notch. I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. Hee, I haven't hit a sandbag in a while, so my technique is a little rusty. This guy is skinny and doesn't look like he can take a beating. Brothers, be careful when you attack. The big men, led by Leo, dragged the skinny guy to a dark corner in the barbecue restaurant and started beating and kicking him without saying a word. Ah! It hurts so much. Don't hit someone in the face. The skinny monkey's screams echoed in the barbecue restaurant, and the onlookers saw that the situation was not good and quickly slipped away. Even the customers who were brave enough before were afraid that they would be affected by this scene, so they quickly finished the skewers in their hands and retreated. Boss Wu of the barbecue restaurant noticed that there was another conflict in the store and came over with a bitter face to smooth things over. Oh, my dear brothers, please be kind and let my small business go. Because of your disturbance, all my customers have left my shop and they haven't even paid their bills yet. Pei Yunxian smiled apologetically and said, Boss, don't worry, the bills of those customers will be on my head. I will compensate you at double the price. Let me take care of the things at hand now. Boss Wu took a look at Pei Yunxian and found that the shoes and watch he was wearing were both big brands. From this point of view, what this young man said should be somewhat credible. So Boss Wu stopped talking and stood aside, listening silently to Skinny Monkey's concert. Ah, I'll remember you. Ah, it hurts. Don't. You can't fight there. Ah, yam eaty. Ah. I was wrong. Brothers, please let me go. Listening to the skinny monkey's screams echoing in the barbecue restaurant, it formed a weird BGM. Shui saw all of Pei Yunxuan's actions, and seeing that he had indeed arranged everything properly, he couldn't help but nod secretly. It's worth having this apprentice. I will definitely teach him boxing next time. Pei Yunxian, that fat guy in tights and moccasins just spit at my brother. Let him also feel the happiness of the skinny monkey. Shui pointed at the bloated young man and said with a smile. Hee, master, just call me Xiao Pei. I'll arrange a set of strongman's SPA for this fat guy right now. Pei Yunxian smiled and strode towards the bloated young man. Brother, who took 2 steps forward, stopped in front of Pei Yunxian and said politely, My brother, we have a friendship with Brother Long. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Skinny Monkey has also received the punishment he deserves. How about we call it a day today? Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows, looked at Brother Hu with a puzzled look and said, The Brother Long you are talking about is the one near Jianbei University? Brother Tiger nodded proudly and said, Yes, it's Brother Long who was famous in this area. Pei Yunxian glanced at Brother Tiger with a strange expression, then turned to Little Leo who was attacking Skinny Monkey madly and shouted, Little Leo, come here. Hey, good Pei brother. Little Leo kicked the Skinny Monkey again, then ran to Pei Yunxian happily. Call Aaron and tell him that I'm waiting for him at the barbecue restaurant and ask him to come over quickly. Pei Yunxian looked at Brother Hu with a playful expression and said to Little Leo slowly. When Brother Hu heard Pei Yunxian say the word along, his face changed. Then he saw Pei Yunxuan's playful expression and his anus tightened. Oops, I hit a wall. Chapter 34 Hey, isn't this Mr. Pei? Brother Hu screamed in his heart, What the hell, this is such a coincidence. The young man in front of him seemed to know Brother Long, and it was not just a simple acquaintance. He also directly called him Long, just like calling him a younger brother's name. No, I have to run away quickly. Brother Hu glanced at the Skinny Monkey who was still howling miserably and said sorry silently. Oh, the barbecue in this restaurant seems a bit stale. My stomach is growling all the time. I have to go to the bathroom. Brother Hu held his stomach and moved towards the door. In order to comfort Pei Yunxian, he even shouted to his younger brothers, Brothers, wait for me here for a while, I will be back after using the toilet. Pei Yunxian moved his feet to stop Brother Hu, and said with a fake smile, Hey, before the matter is resolved, don't even think about going anywhere. If you can't hold it in, just do it here. Puff. Brother Hu held his stomach and contracted his intestines so hard that he forced a fart to pass out. Hey, little brother, I really didn't lie to you. My brothers are all here. I definitely won't sneak away, don't worry. Let me go to the bathroom quickly, or I'll burst out. Oh. I have never seen anyone urinating or defecating anywhere in my life. It seems I will be lucky today. Pei Yunxian did not give in and would not let Brother Hu leave no matter what he said. Brother Hu looked embarrassed and could only pretend to find a seat and sit down, holding his stomach as if he was taking it very seriously. Seeing that no one was trying to stop him, Pei Yunxian grinned and walked towards the bloated young man. The bloated young man felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but the remaining 3 thugs distanced themselves from him without leaving a trace. They are not fools. They don't know why Brother Hu has given in. It is even less likely that they will stand up to help Fatty. What's more, at this time they were quite resentful towards the skinny monkey and the fat man, the 2 troublemakers. Originally, I just wanted to have a barbecue and have fun. But these 2 guys just had to find trouble to provoke others, and ended up provoking a bunch of big guys who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Now they are really helpless. Hey, come here and get you. Pei Yunxian walked up to the bloated young man and reached out to grab him. Get away, stay away from me. The puffy young man stretched out his hand to push, but Pei Yunxian easily grabbed his arm. He felt as if his arm was clamped by an iron clamp and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Ah! Let go of me, you son of a bitch. You dare to call me a son of a bitch? Let me see if you can still be so arrogant later. Pei Yunxian repeated his previous behavior. He carried the puffy young man like a fat chicken, and yelled at the strong men who were doing the skinny monkey, this fat pig will also be given a set of muscle spa. After he surrenders, we'll do it for another 10 minutes. Do you understand? Clear. Hearing the response, Pei Yunxian threw the bloated young man he was holding towards the muscle spa scene. The bloated young man fell to the ground and was dragged to the side of the skinny monkey by a group of big men while screaming in pain. Soon, the sharp squeals of pigs filled the entire venue, forming an unpleasant symphony with the screams of the skinny monkey. Looking at the remaining 3 thugs sitting upright, Pei Yunxian smiled and nodded. You're honest. I won't bother you anymore. The 3 thugs expressed their thanks as if they had been pardoned. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. After doing all this, Pei Yunxian ran to Chui and said with a smile. Master, how about this operation? How many stars can I get? Chui smiled and said, isn't this the first step? My brother's clothes were soiled and bottles were thrown at him, and the compensation hasn't been paid yet. Besides, these guys don't look like good people. Do you have any acquaintances in the police station? It's best to check the background of these guys. Master is really considerate. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you and your brothers. Pei Yunxian looked like a lackey and took out his cell phone to make another call. Hey, uncle, I just ran into a few hooligans at the Dongzi barbecue restaurant in Fuxing Food City. A rough male voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Do those hooligans from Jiannan dare to mess with you? Pei Yunxian smiled and waved his hands, saying, No, it's my friend who was bullied. Those hooligans not only spit at him, but also threw beer bottles at him. Now my friend is seriously injured. Chui glanced at the unharmed Godi with a strange expression, and silently gave Pei Yunxian a thumbs up. Xinjier can brag. What? In this day and age, there are still people who dare to cause trouble in the streets. Just wait, I'll send my police officers over right away. It should be here in about 15 minutes, just wait a moment. Okay, I got it, thank you uncle. Pei Yunxian hung up the phone with a smile. At this time, a few more people walked in from outside the barbecue restaurant. The leader was a man in a vest with dyed yellow hair. He first glanced at the situation in the barbecue restaurant and was a little confused. Then he spotted Brother Hu sitting next to him with an embarrassed look on his face, and saw Pei Yunxian with a joking look on his face, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Hey, isn't this Mr. Pei? As soon as I received your call, I dropped what I was doing and rushed here immediately. The yellow-haired man in the vest ignored Brother Hu, who quickly stood up and was about to greet him, and said to Pei Yunxian with a flattering look. Hey, Brother Long, you're finally here. Not only did these people beat up my brother, they also said they were related to the famous Brother Long nearby, so I should be careful. I was so scared that I asked Xiao Lizi to call my brother Long and ask him to come over and settle the matter. Pei Yunxian still had a playful smile on his face as he spoke slowly. Although he looked respectful in front of Chui, it didn't mean that he was like that. In Jiannan, Pei Yunxian is also a top figure in the circle of power and wealth. The reason he knew Along was simply because he happened to be studying at Zhangbei University, and Along was a well-connected person in the neighborhood. If some foolish kids cause trouble, Aaron can be asked to deal with it. I didn't expect to meet him today. What are you talking about, Master Pei? These people dared to touch your brothers. They are my enemies. I will deal with them however you say. Along patted his chest to show his loyalty, and sold out Brother Hu and others without saying a word. Brother Hu quickly clarified the relationship. Mr. Pei, Brother Long, it was the skinny monkey and the fat guy who started it just now. It has nothing to do with me. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Aaron was not so polite to Brother Hu, and immediately put on a fierce look. Brother Hu had no choice but to shut his mouth in disappointment. He glanced at the skinny guy and the fat guy who were still being treated with muscle spa, and Brother Hu was so angry that his teeth were itching. It was all the fault of these two idiots. He didn't even know if he would be implicated. Judging from Brother Long's temper, he will probably get into trouble soon. Chapter 35, 150,000 Compensation. Master, everything is up to you. I'll handle it however you say. Pei Yunxian nodded at Chu Yi and said with a smile. Chu Yi nodded, stretched out his hand to pull Godi over, pointed at the stain on his clothes and said, "This is the clothes I gave my brother on his birthday. Now it's stained by that fat guy. For this spit, just pay 50,000 yuan. Also, that skinny guy just threw a beer bottle at him. He hasn't recovered yet and has suffered serious mental damage. I'll give him another 100,000 yuan for all the damages. Just pay 150,000 in total, don't you think, Guzi?" Godi was stunned after hearing what Chu Yi said. Although he was very angry because of the spit on by the fat guy, he didn't expect Chu Yi to be so cruel and asked for 150,000 right away. As for the beer bottle, to be honest, he didn't even react. Duon, it flashed before his eyes and disappeared, so how could there be any mental loss? Chen Xin and Ling Linlin also looked at each other in bewilderment. They could make a net profit of 150,000 just by being spat on and having a beer bottle thrown at them? They seemed to see a path to wealth emerging. They wanted to run to the group of big men, pull out the skinny guy and the fat young man, and let them make arrangements for themselves. Seeing that Godi didn't say anything, Chu Yi continued to say to Aaron, "Okay, my brother has agreed, so let's do it." "Well, you have no objection?" Aaron broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. How could he not have an objection? But Master Pei was right in front of him. How could Aaron dare to say a word of disagreement? Aaron was so hateful. Even if he took out 150,000 yuan at once, it would still hurt. How could those skinny guys come up with that much money? The remaining ones still have to be made up by him. As for not paying the money to sever ties, it's not that easy. When Master Pei called him to come over, he was destined to be unable to deny this relationship. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. Instead of going back to cheat their dad, these bastards come to cheat him, their big brother. No matter what, they must pay back the money. If you can't pay it back, just catch her and make her your gigolo. There will always be rich women who like this. At that time he can collect more interest, hee. After making up his mind, Aaron didn't seem to feel too bad. He nodded with a bright smile and said to Chu Yi, "Brother is right. Those guys were blind and provoked your brother. They must pay the compensation they deserve. Hey, did you guys hear me? Hurry up and collect the compensation. If you can't, you know the consequences." Aaron called out to Brother Hu and the others, then walked over to collect the money. Pei Yunxian gave Chu Yi a thumbs up and said with admiration, "Master, you are really good. Can you take me with you to the barbecue next time? I want to be spit on too." Chu Yi's face darkened when he heard this, and he rolled his eyes at Pei Yunxian. "You guys, do you think this little money is worth it?" When this was mentioned, Pei Yunxian forced out a sad face and said aggrievedly, "Master, you don't know this. Although my family background is not bad, and everyone calls me Master Pei, my father only gives me tens of thousands of pocket money every month. Life is so hard. Compared to those playboys who pick up girls everywhere and change one every day, I am like a child from a poor family. Don't even mention how miserable I am." After hearing this, Chu Yi laughed and scolded, "Listen to what you said, are you talking like a human being?" Pei Yunxian said seriously, "I'm serious about what I said." Chu Yi put away his smile, looked at Pei Yunxian seriously and said, "Since you said so, I will take you to the barbecue next time." Pei Yunxian's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Master, does this mean you agree?" Chu Yi nodded and said, "Well, remember to bring a few more clothes when the time comes, so that you can earn more in one night." Pei Yunxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Chewie, and he wouldn't like being spit on. Aaron first searched the pockets of Brother Hu and others. Then he ran to the group of big men who were executing the skinny monkey and the bloated young man, and finally persuaded them to stop for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Along squeezed a lot of compensation from the pockets of the skinny guy and the fat young man, and then ran towards Chewie happily. After Aaron left, the symphony of wailing of the skinny monkey and the fat young man started again. Ah! Ah! It hurts! Ah! Ah! No, no, no! Brother, please take out the payment code and I will transfer the compensation to you right away. Along said to Chewie with a flattering smile. Chewie nudged Go-D with his elbow and said to him, Guzzi, take out the payment code. Go-D was a little hesitant, he felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate to do so. Don't worry about it, hurry up. You look scared. When the mental damage compensation is paid, remember to invite us to the bath center to heal the wounds in your heart together. Seeing that Go-D was a little hesitant, Chewie made a joke to let him relax. Brothery, isn't it a bad idea to do this? Go-D still found it hard to accept. For a college student like him, 150,000 yuan is something he has never had in his hands since he was a child. Chewie patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Dog, let me tell you this. If I wasn't here today and you were bullied by those thugs, there would be only two outcomes. Either you swallow your anger, or you can't bear it and start fighting. In the end, you will be detained and taken to the police station. You might even have a criminal record. If the school finds out, you will be punished for gang fighting with idle people in society, or even expelled. So part of this money is to comfort your wounded heart, and most of it is to teach those arrogant hooligans a lesson. You understand? Ling Linlin also said, Guzzi, although I also think it's not a good idea to do this, but when I think of the arrogant look of those hooligans just now, I am very angry, so I will use this method to punish them. Chen Xian nodded in agreement and said, Yes, if you feel uneasy keeping the money, let's change clothes and I'll keep the money for you. Sanjin, you are still as shameless as ever. Go-D said with a smile, then took out his mobile phone, opened the payment code and handed it to Chewie. Brothery, everyone in our dormitory will get a share of this money. I won't feel comfortable holding it all by myself. Let's just pretend we robbed a bank tonight. Chewie heard this, smiled and said to Go-D, Okay, since you said so, then everyone who sees it will get a share. Hey, there's me too. I can be considered a witness too, right? Pei Yunxian raised his hand and shouted. You are considered a foreign aid, not a witness. Chewie laughed and handed the payment code to Along. Along took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 150,000 yuan into it, then showed the transfer information to Chewie. Big brother, I have transferred the compensation. Is that okay with you? Aaron said cautiously. Chewie nodded and said, Okay, you go first. Upon hearing this, Aaron looked at Pei Yunxian again. You go now. The matter with these people is not over yet, so stay here for now. Pei Yunxian waved his hand and said. Aaron was as if pardoned, and fled from the barbecue restaurant with his men. The reason why he left so quickly and neatly was because the money just squeezed out of Brother whose group of unlucky brothers exceeded 150,000. He also made a lot of profit, so naturally he didn't need to wait for them to pay him back. Not long after Aaron left, a team of 5 police officers entered the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 36, Prepare to add points. Pei Yunxian quickly asked the big men he brought with him to stop. There were not many people in the store before, so there was no problem in teaching the skinny guy and the fat young man a lesson in private. But now that a team of police officers has arrived, we certainly can't be so casual anymore. The skinny guy and the fat young man were like delicate girls who had been ravaged for hours. Their bodies were weak and their eyes were staring at the ceiling blankly. They were torn apart by the big men. When Brother Hu and the other thugs saw the police officers coming in, their faces tensed and they looked around and wanted to sneak away. But there were 2 police officers standing at the door of the store, so there was no chance to escape. Seeing this, the thugs including Brother Hu looked as if they had accepted their fate and their faces looked deathly pale. If we were to say who Brother Hu hates the most right now, it would definitely be the skinny monkey and the fat young man. These 2 idiots are naturally troublemakers. They feel provoked when others look at them and start swearing at the slightest provocation. If he met someone who dared to curse back, he would fight back, and he was sent to the detention center many times. I had a barbecue today, but it was a hit or miss. What a disaster. brother who made up his mind that he must stay away from these two troublemakers in the future. It was too much suffering for them. Seeing the police officers coming in, Pei Yunxian greeted them with a smile. Uncle Zhang, you still have to lead the team this time. Pei Yunxian greeted the middle-aged police officer who was in the lead and nodded to the other 4 police officers. Officer Zhang smiled and said, every time you get into trouble, the director sends me here. I've had to work overtime for nothing over the years. Uncle Zhang, what you said is not my fault today. Pei Yunxian smiled awkwardly and continued. My friends went out for a barbecue today, but a group of hooligans came to cause trouble for them, and then they contacted me. Don't I think that we live in a society ruled by law now? If we have any problems, we can go to the police. I believe that the police will give us justice. Pei Yunxian said righteously. Officer Zhang said with a smile on his face, don't I know what kind of person you are? It's good enough that those hooligans don't get into trouble. Okay, since you called us here, let's follow the procedure. Let's go to the police station first to make a statement. Those who are injured will be examined and those who should be compensated will be compensated. Then I will check the criminal records of those thugs. If there are any problems, arrest them and lock them up. Pei Yunxian nodded, then ran to Chui and said, Master, we just need to go to the bureau with Uncle Zhang to go through the formalities. Okay, wait a moment, I will transfer the money lost by this store to Boss Wu first. After Chui finished speaking, he walked towards Boss Wu who was standing aside. Hey, Master, why do you need to pay? I just said that I will pay for the losses of this store. Pei Yunxian hurriedly stopped Chui and said. Chui waved his hand and rejected Pei Yunxian's willingness to pay. You only have that little pocket money a month, so you should keep it for yourself. This amount of money is nothing to me. He definitely couldn't let Pei Yunxian pay. Although the incident was caused by the provocation of the gangsters, he was the one who called Pei Yunxian over to help, so how could he ask him to pay compensation? You must understand the most basic principles of being a human being. Godi suddenly interrupted and said, Brothery, why don't you use the 150,000 yuan to compensate? The incident was instigated by those gangsters, so it is reasonable to use their money to compensate. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chui couldn't help but look at Godi with a higher opinion. 150,000 yuan is a large sum of money for an ordinary college student. The money had just been received and was not even warm in his hands, but he was willing to take it out to compensate Boss Wu. That 150,000 is a share for all of us. Are we just going to lose it just like that? Chui said with a smile while looking at Godi. I believe that you guys should all agree with this decision, right? Although it's a lot of money, I won't feel at ease holding it. If there is any surplus after compensating Boss Wu for his losses, we can just divide it up. Godi pushed his glasses and smiled. I think this is a good idea, I agree. Ling Linlin agreed. Is this the feeling of heartache? I didn't expect that my first heartache was not caused by love, but by money. Chen Xian covered his chest with his hands with a painful look on his face, and stretched out his other hand towards Godi, as if he wanted to grab the 150,000. Cough cough cough. Ling Linlin coughed, which was the precasting motion for his strongman locking man spell. Hearing the familiar cough, the pain on Chen Xian's face disappeared and he gave Godi a thumbs up. I agree too. Okay, since everyone agrees, I'll go transfer the money to Boss Wu. Godi walked towards Boss Wu with his cell phone and came back soon. I thought the 150,000 yuan would be gone before I could even warm it up, but I only lost 10,000 yuan. Chen Xian instantly perked up after hearing this. The sadness of losing Xiao Chanxian was swept away, and he said in a mean way. That's great. After we divide the spoils, I can add chicken fillet to my pancakes. What do you mean by arrogant? This is arrogant. Then I'll go get a haircut from Mr. Tony and buy some cool clothes. I believe my first spring will be here soon. Chui interrupted Chen Xian's YY and said, okay, now that the compensation has been paid, let's go to the police station to make a statement. Seeing that Chui had finished the job, Pei Yunxian said a few words to Officer Zhang. A group of people followed Officer Zhang and headed to the police station in a mighty procession. Because of their relationship with Pei Yunxian, Chui and others will be treated better and can drive their own cars behind the police car. Those gangsters were in a more miserable situation. They were put on silver bracelets like criminals and stuffed into police cars. Half an hour later, Chui and others who had finished taking their statements had arrived outside the police station. Pei Yunxian dismissed the big men he brought with him and said that he would treat them to a big meal next time. Shui was somewhat curious about the situation of those thugs. "Xiao Pei, what did those hooligans say?" Pei Yunxian chuckled and said, "Master, those hooligans have a lot of criminal records. I guess they will be in jail for a while. But it's good, they provide food." "That's good, it saves you from harming people in society." Shui nodded, and then asked, "You just had Skinny Monkey and Fatty beaten for such a long time, do you want to pay for their medical expenses?" "I would like to give it, but those guys don't dare to accept it. They just signed the letter of understanding without saying a word," Pei Yunxian said. Shui glanced at him and saw the anticipation on his face, and couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know what Pei Yunxian was thinking? "Your lead punch is too weak. Go back and practice your lead hook and elbow strikes more. We can talk about the rest next time." Shui pointed out one of Pei Yunxuan's weaknesses and said to him. Pei Yunxuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took a stance and threw a few empty punches. Then he said happily, "Thank you, master. You are indeed a god-level existence. Just a few words have benefited me a lot. I will go back to practice boxing now." Pei Yunxian said goodbye to Chui and left in a hurry. After Chui watched him leave, he said to his roommates, "Brothers, let's leave it at that for today. I'm going to go back to the house outside. It's not too late now, so you can all take a taxi back together. Hey, brother E, don't be anxious. We haven't divided the loot yet." Chen Xin said impatiently with golden light in his eyes. "You guys do the math and just transfer my share to me." Shui smiled. He actually didn't care about the money. But I couldn't refuse to accept it. My 3 roommates would definitely not agree, so I just agreed. "Okay, then brother E, drive slowly. Drive carefully. Okay, see you tomorrow." After saying goodbye to his roommates, Shui drove back to Huajing Junting's villa. After taking a shower, Shui returned to the bedroom to prepare some food. He is still thinking about the 10 points of physical fitness he gained today. Chapter 37, Shai Chen Yun. "System, I want to add some." Shui muttered to himself. Ding! 10 points of physical fitness have taken effect, please check it. Shui only felt a warm current surging out of his body, followed by a series of crackling sounds from his muscles and bones. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "I got out of bed and moved around a bit, and found that my muscle strength, flexibility and agility were much stronger than before." If Chui had not gained 10 points of physical fitness, his fighting power would have been slightly stronger than that of the provincial fighting champion due to his top-level mixed martial arts skills. Now that he has been strengthened, he is no less powerful than the top fighters in Dragon Country, and may even be stronger. Cool. It's just that some black and greasy stains on the body still need to be cleaned. While taking a shower, Shui discovered that his body shape had changed a lot. He used to be of average build, but now he looks different. The chest and abdominal muscles are clearly outlined, the arm lines look very strong, and if you raise your arms slightly, you can see the clear shark muscles between the ribs. When turning around, there is a perfect inverted triangle. After narcissistically striking a few sexy poses and looking at his handsome face for a while, Shui smacked his lips before starting to take a shower. So cool. A template that suits both beautiful young women and beautiful girls. Oh, my damn charm. After cleaning, Shui lay on the bed and played with his phone boredly. It turned out that there were many messages on WeChat that I had not replied to. Chen Yun and Tao Li both sent him messages. There was also someone he least wanted to see who sent a message, and that was Suyu. Shui clicked on the message sent by Suyu. "Suyu, Shui, can we get back together? Suyu, Shui, I miss you so much. I find that I feel really bad without you. Suyu, Shui, why don't you reply to me?" Shui frowned, clicked the upper right corner, and chose to delete the friend. This woman is so shameless, she openly cheated on her husband and shamelessly begged for reconciliation. I clicked on the message sent by Chen Yun and found that she had sent me several photos. Those were her selfies wearing different styles of maid outfits. Her beautiful face coupled with the maid outfits that had a slightly uniform vibe made Shui couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Nice. There is also a sentence attached at the end. Chen Yun, Shui, Lan, and I went to pick out maid outfits, but we didn't know which one would be more suitable, so we tried them all. You decide which one is more suitable, and we'll buy that one when the time comes. V. Shui chuckled and typed a reply. Shui, I think it's all okay, but I have to see it live to know for sure. What Shui didn't expect was that Chen Yun actually replied immediately. Chen Yun, how about we go shopping together tomorrow? Shui, okay, then you can try it on and show it to me. Chen Yun, yeah, okay. By the way, I made some sushi rolls for you. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Omega. Shui, wow, our Shin University campus beauty actually made sushi rolls for me. If other animals saw me, I would be killed by their eyes. Chen Yun, what? I just want to thank you for saving my life. Shui, although I saved you, I feel like I didn't lose anything, I even gained something. Chen Yun, hate, carrot. Chen Yun, I won't talk to you anymore. See you tomorrow. Shui, okay, see you tomorrow. In the girls' dormitory, Chen Yun was lying on the bed, looking at the screen of her mobile phone with red cheeks. Shui is so mean, what does it mean that it is not only not a loss but also a profit? Although there is some close contact when doing artificial respiration, you can't always talk about it. Inexplicably, Chen Yun's mind flashed with the image of Shui performing artificial respiration on him and pressing his chest. Oh, how embarrassing. The next day, Shui went out to class as usual. Just after the first class, a timid voice came from the classroom door. Excuse me, is classmate Shui here? Shui looked up and saw Chen Yun standing at the door with a nervous look on his face, holding a lunchbox in his hand. Today, Chen Yun tied her hair into a high ponytail and wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. Her plain clothes could not hide her natural beauty. Still looks so beautiful. Coupled with the timid expression, it gives people a feeling of pity. The deliberately elongated cries of animals were heard in the class. Oh, I'm here to see Shui. The campus beauty of Shin University is here to see Brother E. He, you are indeed Brother E, you are so charming. This is a lunch delivery. Hearing these teasing, Chen Yun's cheeks turned slightly red, but she still mustered up the courage to scan the classroom, trying to find Shui. Shui stood up, waved, and walked towards her. Yun, why are you here? Chen Yun lowered his head and handed the lunchbox in his hand to Shui, saying softly, did you forget? Yesterday I said I would bring you sushi rolls. Shui slapped his forehead and said with a smile, look at my memory. I was so busy thinking about going shopping with you that I forgot about the sushi rolls. Chen Yun became even more shy after hearing this. The blush on her cheeks dyed her ears red. She whispered, what shopping? I just went to buy a maid outfit. Yes, it's about buying maid costumes, not shopping. Shui looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Many students in the classroom were listening attentively. Although the two were talking quietly, some students with sharp hearing caught the words maid costume and shouted immediately. Wow! Maid outfit. Brother E wants to take school beautician to buy a maid outfit. Oh shit, I can see the picture. Did Brother E take my goddess away just like that? Ah, is God E already taken? I also want to wear a maid outfit in front of God E. Forget about the maid outfit. If the male God E likes me, I'm fine with bikinis, gym clothes, school swimsuits, and uniforms. Chen Yun heard the discussions in the classroom, blushed, and said goodbye to Shui. After making an appointment to go shopping for women's clothing together in the afternoon, she left in a hurry. Shui looked at Chen Yun's back and laughed. This girl was too easily shy. But it feels pretty good. Chapter 38 Limited time worship value doubled. There are elective classes in the afternoon, and you can go or not. Shui said that elective classes are not as important as a date with the school beauty. I definitely want to go. Make an appointment with Chen Yun and drive directly to Jiannan International Shopping Center. In the car, Chen Yun was cautious and looked a little nervous. In order to make her relax a little, Shui chatted with her. Yun, the sushi rolls you made are delicious. Ah? What? Chen Yun asked blankly, as if he was awakened. I say, the sushi rolls you made are delicious, I like them very much. Shui repeated. Chen Yun smiled and said softly, if you like it, I will make it for you tomorrow. You said it, so keep your word. Shui chuckled. Well, I'll keep my word. Chen Yun nodded seriously. In that case, as a reward, I'll treat you to a meal after I buy the maid outfit. Shui smiled and expressed his long-planned idea. He remembered that the last time he had dinner with Chen Yun, he received a reward of 10 charm points. He wondered what reward he would get if he had dinner with Chen Yun. Chen Yun was a little flustered, and quickly waved his hands and said, "Ah, no. No need, I still owe you a favor, how can I let you treat me to a meal again?" Looking at Chuyi's profile as he drove seriously, Chen Yun's heartbeat quickened slightly. From childhood to adulthood, she has never eaten alone with a boy. But when she thought about having dinner with the boy in front of her, she didn't reject it and even had some anticipation. Is it because he saved her? Or is it because he is so handsome? Ah, Chen Yun, what are you thinking about? Chuyi kept his eyes on the road and did not notice anything unusual about Chen Yun. But he knew that girls were generally more reserved. It's just a meal, and we're not doing anything else. If you invite him a few more times, he will definitely agree. Yun, don't keep mentioning that I saved you. Let's get back to the point. You buy me a sushi roll, I buy you a meal, it's only fair. If you don't want to eat with me, then I'm embarrassed to eat the sushi rolls you made. When Chen Yun heard what Chuyi said, he thought for a moment and agreed. Okay then. I'll listen to you. Thinking that she would be having dinner with Chuyi soon, Chen Yun's heart beat faster. Having never been in love, she didn't know what it felt like, she only knew that she liked it this way. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Jiannan International Shopping Center. After Chuyi parked the car, he quickly walked to the passenger side and helped Chen Yun open the revolving door. However, the experience of getting in and out of a sports car is not very good. Seeing Chen Yun getting off the car in a slightly embarrassed state, Chuyi said apologetically. The door design of this car is a bit inconvenient. Next time I will buy a more comfortable one. Chen Yun said embarrassedly, no, this car is good. The main reason is that I am too stupid and can't even get out of the car. No, it's this broken car's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Chuyi resolutely put the blame on the Koenigsegg Gemera. If the Koenigsegg Gemera had its own consciousness, it would probably shout, damn, so ruthless. Let's go. We'll take the elevator to the 3rd floor. I've made some plans in advance. There's a shop on the 3rd floor that specializes in custom-made clothing. There should also be samples of made outfits. Chuyi said, and walked towards the elevator first. Chen Yun hurriedly followed Chuyi closely, looking like a little follower. The two of them got on the elevator one after the other. When the elevator reached the 1st floor, a large group of people poured in. Chuyi subconsciously protected Chen Yun behind him. His strong physique created a spacious space for Chen Yun in the narrow elevator. Chen Yun looked at Chuyi's back and felt a little touched. It was the first time she felt protected by a boy. Seeing some beads of sweat on the back of Chuyi's neck, Chen Yun took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and took out one to wipe the sweat off Chuyi. Chuyi felt Chen Yun's little movement, smiled slightly and said nothing, but just bent his knee slightly to allow her to wipe it easier. Ding! It is detected that the host has had a sweet interaction with a top beauty for the first time, and the reward of limited time worship value is doubled. In the next hour, the host's admiration points for showing off will double. You can show off in front of girls and earn admiration points at the same time, why not do it? Chuyi was stunned. He didn't expect that this could trigger the system reward. This is too sudden. To be honest, he really doesn't want to show off. Ding! Detected that the host does not want to show off, the worship value gained in the next hour will be x 3 times. Damn it, system, you are forcing me to show off. Triple the worship value. It seems like I have to keep pretending. As long as he pretends to be so cool, he can unlock new skills. During the confrontation between Chuyi and the system, the elevator reached the 3rd floor, and Chuyi's good time ended. Chuyi was thinking about how to show off, and took Chen Yun to the custom clothing store. Chen Yun entered the store, feeling a little restrained, and followed Chuyi closely. The female shopping guide in a tight skirt recognized the sponsor at a glance and came up to greet him enthusiastically. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Luofan Clothing Customization. Sir, are you here to customize or rent clothing? Chuyi coughed twice to clear his throat, then asked with a smile, hello, do you have any ready-made costumes? The female shopping guide was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted and introduced with a smile, yes, we have a total of 12 styles of made costumes in our store. Okay, take me to see it. Chuyi nodded and said. Okay, this way please. The female shopping guide led the way, but her mind was thinking about other things. Young people nowadays are really extravagant. Two young lovers of similar age actually came to buy made outfits. Is the uniform temptation? However, those who can come to their store to buy clothes are all successful people with strength. This handsome boy is so handsome and rich, it would be great if I could get closer to him. Thinking of this, the female shopping guide deliberately increased the amplitude of her hip twisting when walking, hoping to attract Chuyi's attention. However, Chuyi was racking his brains over how to look more attractive within an hour, and he did not notice the female shopping guide's efforts to twist her beautiful buttocks. When they arrived at the place where the maid costumes were displayed, the female shopping guide saw Chuyi thinking about something with a thoughtful look on his face, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She felt as if she had lost her charm, as the male customers who entered the store usually looked at her with lustful expressions. Why does this boy act like he didn't see it? Chapter 39 Lanlan's is older than mine. However, she was still very professional in introducing the maid outfit to Chuyi. Sir, all 12 styles of maid outfits in our store are here. You can pick out the ones you like. These 12 styles are Victorian afternoon style, Victorian pre-forenoon style, sexy miniskirt style, and slightly erotic French style. For example, the French style maid outfit has a low-cut design. I think you will like it more. Other styles include classical, swimwear, dragon country style, Japanese style, military style, electronic style, steampunk style, and horror style. Each model has several colors to choose from. Chuyi listened to the female shopping guide's explanation very carefully, nodding his head from time to time to show his agreement. When the female shopping guide mentioned that the French style maid outfit had a low-cut design, Chuyi's eyes lit up. This one must be arranged. Chen Yun's cheeks turned red. If Chuyi asked her to wear such a sexy maid outfit to clean the house, wouldn't he see everything? While the female shopping guide continued to introduce, she walked to Chuyi, bent down with her back to Chuyi, and pulled the wrinkles of the maid outfit's skirt. Because she was wearing a short skirt that covered her hips, she looked very shocking. Chuyi felt that the butt in front of him made him want to reach out and slap it. Instantly, the blood in my body surged up and I felt my nasal cavity was a little hot. Damn it! Don't force me to unsheath my sword. Cough cough cough. Chen Yun heard Chuyi coughing and asked worriedly, Chuyi, what's wrong with you? Chuyi shook his head awkwardly, indicating that it was okay, and then said to the female shopping guide, hello, this horror style, Victoria's morning and afternoon, and the classical style. The female shopping guide felt a little proud when she saw Chuyi looked a little embarrassed. What a young boy he is. Sir, do you want these? The styles of these pieces are quite conservative. Besides, the clothes in our store are quite expensive. A set of ready-made clothes will cost several thousand yuan. If they are customized, the price will be even higher. The female shopping guide took over Chuyi's words in a coquettish voice. Chuyi smiled faintly. No, you misunderstood. I mean, I don't want these, but I want the rest. The female shopping guide was a little surprised. So many styles of clothes would cost tens of thousands in total. Chuyi pulled Chen Yun over and continued, measure her body dimensions and make 2 sets of each according to her body type. Sir, if you order custom-made clothes in our store, the starting price for a set is 10,000 yuan. Excluding the 4 styles you mentioned, the remaining 8 styles, 2 sets each, would cost at least 160,000 yuan. The female shopping guide thought Chuyi was not very clear about the prices here, so she told him again. After all, why would a normal person spend 160,000 to buy a bunch of maid outfits? If you spend a little more money, you can even buy BBAS entry-level models. Oh, it's only 160,000, quite cheap. Chuyi nodded nonchalantly, took out his bank card and handed it to the female shopping guide. Please pay the money first, then measure her body dimensions and send it to me when it's done. I'm in a hurry. Only 160,000? It would be fine if you bought some luxury goods, but the problem is that you spent 160,000 yuan to order a lot of maid outfits, and then you said it was only 160,000 yuan? This is not like going to the market to buy some vegetables and then casually saying that it's only 16 yuan. This is 160,000. The female shopping guide was filled with shock and could only say one sentence in the end. Young people really know how to have fun. Worship value plus 100, x3. Worship value plus 100, x3. Worship value plus 100, x3. Chuyi instantly gained 900 points of admiration, and he felt refreshed. It's triple the fun to show off today. The female shopping guide took the bank card woodenly and went to the counter to swipe it. She didn't move her butt anymore and didn't act coquettishly anymore. This kind of person who can spend 160,000 to buy a maid outfit for his girlfriend must have deep feelings for her. How could it be her turn? Chen Yun was shocked when she heard the price of the maid costume. Shui, this maid costume is too expensive. It doesn't look much better than the one Lan and I picked before. Why don't we just go and not buy anything from this store? Chen Yun was about to pull Shui away as she spoke. 160,000 was an astronomical figure for her. If she bought those clothes, she would be heartbroken. Shui took her hand and pulled her back, saying with a smile, "It's okay, these are what I bought for you to wear as work clothes, they are not your clothes. If you and Xianglan quit in the future, you must return the clothes to me. I have to keep them for the maids who come to apply for the job later." After hearing this, Chen Yun gave up. Since Shui bought them as work clothes for the maid in his villa, let him do as he pleases. But when Chen Yun heard him say that the maid outfit would be given to other girls, she felt a little uncomfortable. If there were other girls working as Shui's maids, would they chase after him because he was handsome? Thinking of this, Chen Yun's mood became inexplicably depressed. In Chen Yun's opinion, Shui first saved her by performing artificial respiration without asking for anything in return. Then when he came to visit her in the hospital, he offered her a part-time job with a good salary. Before leaving, he quietly paid the medical expenses without asking for anything in return. During that period, the two of them only added each other on WeChat and had no other interactions. And Shui was not like those boys who pursued her. He kept inviting her out to eat, drink, and watch movies. The reason we went out together today was just to buy maid outfits. All of the above made Chen Yun feel very favorable towards Shui. Coupled with Shui's already outstanding appearance, Chen Yun found him even more attractive. Don't think that only boys like beautiful girls. Girls also like handsome guys. Even when girls meet a handsome guy they like, they are much more enthusiastic than boys. However, the poor conditions of her family since childhood made her develop an extremely inferiority complex. Even though she had feelings for Shui, she didn't dare to show it, because she felt that she was not worthy of the excellent Shui. Shui's appearance was like a ray of warm sunshine that suddenly appeared in her gray world, illuminating her empty heart. But she didn't dare to reach out to touch the sunlight, let alone take the initiative to approach the warm sun. She was afraid that she was too fragile and would be burned by the sun. I am also afraid that because of my recklessness, Muan Yang will leave my gray world. Perhaps, it is enough as long as the warm sunshine can continue to shine on the dark world in her heart. Thinking of this, Chen Yun comforted himself in his heart. Chen Yun, why do you think so much? Don't be too greedy. It's already a great fortune to be Shui's maid, don't let your imagination run wild. Seeing Chen Yun standing there in a daze, Shui couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Yun, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Chen Yun came back to her senses and took Shui's hand away with a blushing face. Nothing, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Oh, that's good. Shui nodded. By the way, do you know Xianglan's body dimensions? I think you two have similar body shapes. Shui thought of Xianglan, who also wanted to buy a maid outfit. If Chen Yun knew her body shape, he could just order one for her. Lanlan's breasts are bigger than mine. Chen Yun said in a low voice, feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 40, Xianglan with a great figure. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly? Shui really didn't hear clearly. The voice of Chen Yun just now was almost as loud as a mosquito. Chen Yun looked around and found that the female shopping guide had come over with the card, feeling even more embarrassed. She waved at Shui, motioning him to come closer. Shui did as he was told, leaned forward a little, and put his head close to Chen Yun's mouth. Along with the heat, Chen Yun's voice came to my ears. I said, Lanlan's breasts are bigger than mine. Shui widened his eyes and looked at Chen Yun in shock, his gaze involuntarily falling to Chen Yun's chest. When LSB's eyes scanned the scene, a three-dimensional rendering suddenly appeared in his mind. Wow, is Xianglan that talented? Chen Yun felt Shui's burning gaze and didn't know what to do. She could only continue to lower her head and act like an ostrich, holding her right wrist with her left hand and placing it in front of her body, like a wronged young wife. Seeing her like this, Shui's heart moved, and he leaned close to her ear and replied, Okay, I know Xianglan is older than you. The feeling of hot air blowing against her ears made Chen Yun close her eyes tightly and she was about to cry. But I think you are cuter than Xianglan. Shu Feng continued with a smirk. Chen Yun's heart moved. Hey, he praised me for being cute? Besides, I think your soft and weak personality makes people want to protect you. Chen Yun's heart was moved again. Hey. He said that I make people want to protect me. The joy in her heart dispelled her shyness. Chen Yun opened her beautiful big eyes and looked at Shui. Seeing his smirk, she couldn't help stamping her feet and pouted and said, "Hateful." Shui laughed loudly, walked to the side and said to the female shopping guide who had just swiped her card, "Hello, in addition to the ones I just paid, can you please help me swipe another 160,000? I also want to order a batch of maid outfits of the same style. I'll give you the size later. After your store finishes making it, please send it to my home. I'll also send you the address and the size later." The female shopping guide was shocked again. She had to spend another 160,000 to buy the same style but different size of maid outfit? Oh my god, is there another maid? Taking another look at Chen Yun's exquisite beauty, the female shopping guide muttered to herself, could the other maid be so beautiful as well? She looked down at her seductive long legs wrapped in black stockings, then subconsciously straightened her chest and took her bank card to the counter to continue swiping it. In fact, she really wanted to ask, "Brother, are you still in need of a maid?" Seeing the female shopping guide swiping her card, Shui said to Chen Yun, "Ask Xianglan for her body size. If you can get it today, this batch of maid outfits should be ready on the same day." "Okay, I'll go ask her right now." Chen Yun nodded, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xianglan. By the time the female shopping guide had swiped the card, Xianglan had not yet responded. So Shui simply added the female shopping guide as WeChat. He planned to wait for Xianglan's reply before sending the sizes to the female shopping guide, and also send her his home address for easy mailing. After doing all this, Shui and Chen Yun left Luofan clothing customization. The female shopping guide said in a sweet voice, "Please take care, welcome to visit next time." Hearing this, Shui couldn't help but recall the shocking scene just now, and he suddenly felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. Hiss! Damn the demon! My demon suppressing stick can no longer suppress it. Shui shook his head, took Chen Yun's soft and boneless little hand and walked away. Chen Yun blushed and let Shui hold her hand. Not long after they walked away, Chen Yun's cell phone rang. "Hey, Shui," Lan replied to me. Chen Yun opened the chat interface and handed the phone to Shui. When Shui saw it, he exclaimed, "Awesome." The measurements that Xianglan sent over were comparable to the voluptuous figure in the comics. They are 94, 60, 96 respectively. This. The best chubby girl in the eyes of boys. Because both times I saw Xianglan, she was wearing loose clothes, the first time was a Lolita, and the second time was a JK uniform. Even as an experienced person like him, he could only see that Xianglan was a girl with a broad mind, but he didn't expect that her figure would be so explosive. Shui felt that he needed to find an excuse to arrange some tight work clothes for Xianglan. Well, it must be pleasing to the eyes. Xianglan, who was attending class at her school, couldn't help but sneeze, which made her look around in surprise. It was a hot summer day and other students looked like they were sweltering, so why did she suddenly sneeze? Could it be that I caught a cold from sleeping naked last night? Alas, it seems I won't be able to sleep happily tonight. Shui took out his cell phone and sent his home address and Xianglan's body size to the female shopping guide. Then he glanced at Chen Yun's cell phone, stretched out his hands and clapped his palms. Well, I suddenly thought of something. If you work for me, you must have a work phone. Come on, Yun, I'll take you to buy a phone. The reason why Shui said this was because Chen Yun's phone was indeed a bit old. I am still using Mi 6, which is a phone from several years ago. Besides, he just spent about 10 minutes at Luofan clothing customization. If he made good use of his time, he could go to a few more stores to show off. It's not often that the admiration value triples, so he wants to take this opportunity to earn a little more. After all, he is so poor now that only money is left. Oh, how annoying. Chen Yun quickly pulled Shui and asked in confusion, "I can understand what you mean by work clothes, but what about this work machine? A maid's job is to clean, cook, etc., right? She doesn't need a work machine, right? In fact, I want a maid who has things to do and a maid who has nothing to do." Shui glanced at Chen Yun and explained seriously, "Look, your phone is a bit old. What if your phone runs out of battery while you are at work and I can't contact you? Doesn't that mean you haven't done your job well? If I give you a work phone, you will have two mobile phones, so it will basically be possible for me, your employer, to not be able to contact you, right?" Listening to Chuyi's explanation, although Chen Yun disagreed, she herself couldn't refute it. That seems to make sense. Okay then. I'll listen to you. Chen Yun nodded and agreed to Chuyi. Shui chuckled and quickly pulled Chen Yun to run towards the mobile phone store. He looked so hurried that people who didn't know him would think he was going to the supermarket to buy things at a discount. The author has something to say. Chapter 41 Let's Play Escape Room. Not far away on the third floor is a Longwa domestic machine specialty store. In the past few years, the country's technological strength was relatively weak, and domestic mobile phones could not compare with foreign fruit phones, but now it is different. Domestic mobile phones have gradually become powerful, and are no worse than Apple phones, and in some aspects they are even stronger. Chen Yun bought a mobile phone with Hongwan operating system. He heard that it can automatically translate subtitles when reading learning materials. When Suyu heard this, he exclaimed in amazement. This is the power of technology. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. When he arrived at the mobile phone store, Suyu bought 3 of the latest flagship phones, 1 blue and 2 pink. Suyu uses the blue one himself, and the 2 pink ones are given to Chen Yun and Xianglan. Since they are work machines, we certainly can't favor one over the other. Unfortunately, he didn't gain any admiration points in the mobile phone store, which made Suyu a little disappointed. But this is also normal. It is not uncommon to buy 3 mobile phones at a time, and it doesn't cost much money. So Suyu decided to start shopping and buy more clothes and other things to give to his parents who were still in his hometown. Although he transferred 7 million to his parents, given their personalities, they might not be willing to spend the money. At most, you can replace the old appliances at home and eat better every day. So in the remaining time, Suyu took Chen Yun to frantically sweep through brand stores, buying a lot of men's and women's clothing, shoes and bags. Both of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands. In the end, he successfully gained more than 3,000 points of admiration, and together with what Suyu originally had, the total amount reached more than 8,000 points. Suyu, why do you suddenly become happy? Chen Yun asked curiously, blinking his eyes. Although Suyu was in a good mood just now, he was not happy. How could he be so happy after buying some things? Really? Am I very happy? Suyu asked back. Yeah, look at how excited you are now, just like Lanlan's expression when she made money. Chen Yun nodded and said. Well, they both look like little hamsters when they are happy. That's right. I think spending money is a kind of enjoyment. Spending money makes me happy. Suyu smiled, turned his head to look at Chen Yun and continued, what's more, I have a beautiful woman like you to spend money with me, which makes me even happier. Suyu spoke these words from the bottom of his heart. He felt really comfortable getting along with Chen Yun. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also gentle and well-behaved. This kind of girl is suitable to be married home as a wife. You're so smooth talking. I can tell at a glance that you flirt with girls all the time. Chen Yun rolled his eyes at Suyu and muttered. It's unfair. You don't know how honest I am. I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend a few days ago. Suyu said with a look of grievance. Is it true? Chen Yun asked with blinking eyes. Although Suyu was quite popular on the campus forum, Chen Yun didn't usually go to the forum, so he was not aware of it. Now that she heard that Suyu had just been dumped, she felt inexplicably excited. How could this be false? If you don't believe me, go to the campus forum and see that my breakup process was secretly filmed and uploaded. When it comes to this, Suyu doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. I never thought that one day I would become the male protagonist in a popular short video. Okay, I'll go check it out. Chen Yun took out his newly bought mobile phone and logged into the Zhongbei University campus forum. She easily found the video of Chuyu's breakup, thanks to his popularity during this period. Whether it was the breakup, the fight club, or the video of saving Chen Yun, they were all ranked at the top. When Chen Yun glanced at the video of Chuyi saving her, her cheeks turned red and she quickly watched the video of Chuyi breaking up with her. She finished reading it quickly. How about it, do you believe it this time? Chuyi asked. He didn't expect Chen Yun to be so serious. It seems that he can't make some jokes in the future. For example, I don't move around when I sleep, and I can't get in. Chen Yun smiled and said, I didn't expect that you had been pretending that your family was not well off. The girl who broke up with you must be crying with anger. Am I pretending? I am really poor. Alas, there is no way. I once wanted to find a true love, but the reality gave me a severe beating. Chuyu's mood suddenly became depressed, and he said with some sadness. Although he had no attachment to Suyu, the scumbag, Chuyu's feelings for her were real, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed when he mentioned this now. But the most important thing is to do it for Chen Yun to see. Otherwise, if he acts as if nothing happened just a few days after the breakup, wouldn't that make him seem like a scumbag? What if Chen Yun's favor towards him decreases because of this? How can he still seduce her? Hey, Suyu, don't be sad. You are so outstanding. Are you afraid of not being able to find a girlfriend? Seeing Suyu like this, Chen Yun was at a loss and secretly blamed himself in his heart. It's all her fault. Suyu had just broken up, and she mentioned his sad story. Isn't this just rubbing salt into his wounds? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being so tactless and making you think of sad things. Chen Yun looked guilty and bowed his head to apologize. Suyu naturally reached out and touched her lowered little head. It's okay, it's okay. This is a good thing for me. If it hadn't happened, I would probably still be in a daze now. Suyu did see many things clearly under the influence of Suyu's breakup. If Suyu had not mentioned breaking up at that time, he would probably still be a humble bootlicker who would do whatever his girlfriend asked. But compared to ordinary bootlickers, his identity is more prominent. He is a rich and handsome bootlicker. In the past 2 days, he has also reflected on his behavior when getting along with Suyu. He used to be confused as he was involved in the matter, but now after the breakup, he is a bystander and can see things clearly. In his current opinion, he was a person without a stance at that time. As long as Suyu had a request, he would meet it and would do his best to satisfy her even if he couldn't do it. Isn't he just a dog licker? So in general, breaking up has more benefits than disadvantages for Suyu. What's more, isn't there Chen Yun right in front of us who is better, more beautiful, and more well-behaved than Suyu? Really? Chen Yun still felt a little guilty. She felt that what she had just done was very bad and made her savior sad. Of course it's true. I never lie. However, although it's a small matter, seeing that you feel so guilty, I will be merciful and let you compensate me. Suyu suddenly said with a smirk. Seeing him like this, Chen Yun became alert. What compensation do you want? I won't agree to anything too much. It's not too much, let's go play escape room. Suyu said with a grin. Ah? Chen Yun was dumbfounded. Chapter 42 Close Contact. After Chuyu's righteous persuasion, Chen Yun agreed to play the escape room, also known as the haunted house, together. Although she has always been afraid of this kind of thing, but thinking that Suyu would accompany her, she plucked up the courage to agree. The reason why Suyu wanted to play the escape room game was, firstly, because it was still early and not time for dinner, and secondly, he felt that this kind of game with a slightly scary atmosphere could quickly enhance the relationship between men and women. The same goes for taking a girl to see a horror movie. If you go to see a horror movie with a girl who likes you, when the scary scenes appear, you can just hug her naturally. In this way, invisible reminders of favorability +1 will continue to appear in the air. The prerequisite is that you have to be brave enough. Suyu drove Chen Yun to an escape room themed store not far from Jiannan International Shopping Center. I learned about it based on the introduction at the door before entering the store. The name of the horror theme is 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and it has NPCs, so the playability and horror atmosphere will be better. When you walk into the store, you can see the specially decorated horror elements, coupled with the faint eerie music. It looks pretty good overall. At least Suyu felt something. At the same time, there were 3 other men and 1 woman at the front desk, and they seemed to be guests who were also ready to experience it. The 3 boys were dressed fashionably, all of them were fair and thin. The girl had short hair, and wore a black belly-bearing top and denim shorts. Her looks were about 80 points, but unfortunately she was an A. The group of people looked young, probably college students. At this time, the short-haired girl was blowing bubblegum. When she saw Suyu coming in, she was a little stunned. The bubble in her mouth became bigger and bigger, and it burst with a boom, sticking to her mouth in a messy way. The short-haired girl looked embarrassed and quickly turned around and licked the bubblegum back into her mouth, but she was sighing in her heart. This boy is so handsome. When the other boys saw Suyu and the other 2 coming in, a boy with a tin foil curl came over, smiled friendly and said, "Are you guys here to play the escape room too?" "Yes." Suyu nodded and said, "That's great. This escape room game requires 6 people to play together. How about we form a team?" The boy with tinfoil curls said enthusiastically. Suyu glanced at Chen Yun, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Originally it was planned for the 2 of them to play, but it didn't expect that it would take 6 people. Chen Yun was frightened by the scary atmosphere in the store, and her face turned pale. However, when she saw Suyu looking at her, she forced herself to nod, indicating that it was okay. Seeing this, Chewie also agreed to the boy's request to have his hair permed with tin foil. Then let's play together. The boy with a perm on his face smiled and said impatiently, let's go buy tickets now. Okay. Chewie responded. Seeing that Chen Yun next to him looked a little unnatural, he took her hand and walked towards the front desk. Chen Yun also obediently let Chewie lead her and followed him obediently. After buying the tickets, the 6 people entered the venue together. As soon as they entered, they saw a small room with a white-haired female NPC wearing ancient costume standing inside. The dim lighting, odd shape, and the dark red light shining on her face from below made this female NPC look a little scary. After everyone looked at it for a while, the female NPC spoke. It was a pre-recorded sound effect, and a hoarse female voice came out slowly. Welcome to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. I am Mangpa. You will search for your past life memories here. Those who successfully find the memories will be eligible for reincarnation. Those who fail will fall into hell forever. Eerie music began to play from the speakers hanging on the surrounding walls, and Chen Yun couldn't help but tighten her grip on Chewi's hand. Chewi's lips curled up slightly, and he tightened his hands, while giving Chen Yun a reassuring look. It's right to be afraid, this is the effect he wants. If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't want to play this boring game. After NPC Mengpa finished speaking, a door opened behind her and the light shining on her face dimmed. In this way, the group knew it was time to move on. Chewie glanced at the 4 college students, and they all seemed a little afraid to move forward. Shaking his head helplessly, he took Chen Yun's hand and walked forward carelessly. The girl with short hair quickly followed behind, and the other 3 boys looked at each other and walked forward together. The boy with tinfoil perm looked at the short-haired girl's back, gritted his teeth, plucked up the courage to walk to her side, and walked side by side with her without saying a word. The remaining 2 boys were at the end of the team. I have to say that this horror-themed escape room really creates a scary atmosphere. The combination of many lights, sound effects, and props makes people scream from time to time. It felt okay for Chewie. Thanks to the physique rewarded by the system, his visibility was still very high in this dim environment. This also meant that the horror atmosphere deliberately created in the secret room had little effect on him. Seeing the big reactions of these guys who were playing together, he even wanted to laugh. After passing several small levels, Chen Yun had already hugged Chewi's arm tightly, not daring to let go. Ding! Intimate contact between the host and the most beautiful woman has been detected, and the reward is 2,000 points of worship value. Please continue to work hard and develop further. I didn't expect to be rewarded with 2,000 points of admiration just for close contact. This is such a great deal. Chewie just worked hard for an hour shopping and only earned a little over 3,000 yuan. In comparison, it seems that picking up girls is easier. Now Chewi's admiration value has directly exceeded 1W, and can be exchanged for 2 mastery-level skills. Smelling the faint fragrance on Chen Yun's body and feeling the softness on his arm, Chewie said that this wave was worth it. The girl with short hair unconsciously snuggled up to the boy with permed hair, and they walked slowly forward side by side. The last 2 boys also put their arms around each other's shoulders and waists pitifully, looking around carefully. You know, the NPC's Haven Tea appeared yet. Guided by props and prompts, the group came to a small room. There is a well sealed with wooden boards in the middle of the room. Apart from the door, there are 3 tables in the room. Each table is attached to a wall, and there are 2 books on each table. So the 6 of them were still divided into 2-person teams according to the default arrangement during the exploration, sitting 2 people at each table and checking the books on the table. Chen Yun was so frightened that he almost hung on Chewie. How could he dare to look through the unknown books in there? So Chewie was flipping through 2 books by himself. There were no clues in the first few pages, but when he turned to the middle, he found a slightly scary photo. The scene in the photo is also this room. The difference is that the sealed well in the photo has become open, and a figure with disheveled hair and white clothes climbs out of the well. At this moment, a scream came from behind. Suddenly, Chewie felt Chen Yun holding his arms tighter. Turning around, he saw that the wooden board covering the wellhead had been pushed aside. In the photo, a figure in white clothes with disheveled hair has crawled out and is pouncing towards the short-haired girl, making scary noises. The 2 boys in the other group were obviously frightened and stood there at a loss as to what to do. The boy with tinfoil perm had a face full of fear, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of the girl with short hair. Chapter 43 Woohoo, he touched my bear. The NPC was relentless and quickly went around the boy with the perm and pounced on the girl with short hair. The short-haired girl dodged and screamed continuously, but she still couldn't escape the NPC's hungry pounce. The boy with tinfoil perm got angry, and bravely pushed her away, then protected the girl with short hair in a corner to prevent the NPC from getting close. The NPC couldn't find an opportunity, but didn't leave. He stood in front of the two without moving. To Chuyui's surprise, there was an NPC in the well climbing out, and it was obvious from the direction he was heading towards him. Chen Yun also saw it and was too scared to say a word. She changed the way she hugged Chuyui and hugged his waist tightly from behind. Chuyui stretched out a hand and patted Chen Yun's arm, hoping to make her relax a little, but he didn't expect that this pat made her more nervous. He cried out "woo" and closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at the horror. The psychological trauma she suffered from when she was a child was domestic horror films. Now that she encountered a similar scene again, she was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. Hearing the girl's call, the NPC quickened his pace and ran straight towards Chen Yun. Chuyui was thinking about playing games and didn't intend to make things difficult for the NPC. After all, they were all workers and it wasn't easy for them. He protected Chen Yun behind him, ready to stop the NPC when he approached. However, with Chuyui's sharp eyesight, he saw that the NPC's dirty hands were actually heading towards Chen Yun's butt. This made his eyes turn slightly cold, and he pushed the NPC away with a little force. The disheveled NPC was pushed back repeatedly by Chuyui, but after recovering, he continued his previous actions, still howling. This time it's even more excessive. His hands are in claw shape, as if he wants to eat the white rabbit tofu. At the same time, a short-haired girl cried out from the other side, "Wow, he touched my breasts." After hearing this, Chuyui finally understood. It seemed that these NPCs had taken advantage of female tourists in their daily role-playing jobs. Now he actually wants to put his dirty hands on the woman he likes. This is something that his aunt can tolerate, but Chuyui cannot. Seeing the NPC attacking again, Chuyui raised his foot and kicked him hard in the stomach. The NPC who was kicked screamed and fell to the ground. "Ah, someone is hitting someone." The NPC who fell to the ground and held his stomach screamed in pain, attracting everyone present. Except for the boy with tinfoil perm who was still comforting the girl with short hair, everyone else looked at the NPC lying on the ground. Chen Yun also opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the scene with some fear, but more of confusion. "I just acted like a little ostrich and had no idea what was going on." Chuyui grabbed the collar of the fallen NPC and lifted him up, then strode to another NPC and restrained him in the same way, saying in a cold voice, "You dare to molest the female tourists who come to play, a beating is the least of your punishment. I want to see what your store manager has to say." The two NPCs were held in Chuyui's hands and struggled constantly, but unfortunately it was of no use. Let go. Put me down." Chuyui ignored the two guys and said to Chen Yun, "Let's go." Chen Yun was a little nervous and ran to Chuyui in small steps. Chuyui carried the two struggling NPCs, Chen Yun followed behind him, and the two returned the same way, one in front and one behind. The boy with the perm also helped the short-haired girl up, gritting his teeth and saying, "You son of a bitch, you dared to take advantage of Xiaoman, let's go and seek justice together." One of the guys with a crew cut was also very angry and said, "I will secretly record the video with my phone later. If the management of this store shirks their responsibility, I will post the video online." Another boy with a middle-parted hair took out his cell phone and called the police. "I called the police and will let them handle this matter soon." Soon, everyone returned to the front desk. The staff had already noticed from the surveillance footage that something was not right and immediately notified the store manager. The store manager, a fat man with a kind face, had already come out. Seeing Chuyui holding two NPCs in each hand, the store manager was secretly shocked. "This guy is so strong." He quickly smiled and said, Hello. My last name is Jiang, and I'm the manager of this store. I wonder if there's any misunderstanding? It's not good to keep carrying someone like this. Can you put him down first?" Chuyui exerted a little force with his hands and threw the two disheveled NPCs to the ground, and two more screams were heard. "Manager Jiang, right? The NPCs in your store are really bold. They actually dare to molest the girls who come to play?" Manager Jiang naturally knew what kind of people these two guys were. They often took advantage of female customers. But since they were his relatives and nothing serious happened, he just let it go. "I didn't expect that after causing trouble today, he would have to clean up the mess." "Manager, we didn't mean to do that. We were just following the work process." The two NPCs got up from the ground, rubbed their sore spots, and said with a look of grievance. Manager Jiang scolded Chuyui with a stern face, then said to him with a smile, Sir, please calm down. First of all, I am deeply sorry for affecting your gaming experience. However, I think this is probably a misunderstanding. We hire people to play NPCs in escape rooms mainly to make the game more exciting and immersive. It's normal for NPCs to have some physical contact with customers. I guess they accidentally touched your female companion, and the girl was timid in the terrifying atmosphere, so she cried in desperation. As for molestation, that shouldn't be possible, right? Manager Jian used his usual excuses, intending to ease the mood of Chu-yi and the others first. Generally, those who were easy to talk to could be sent away after a few more chats. If all else fails, the store can give them a discount or rebate, or give them some small gifts, which can basically calm the customer's anger. Most people really can't see the specific situation clearly in a dim environment, and after hearing what Manager Jiang said, they would also doubt whether it was an accident. Unfortunately, Manager Jiang was wrong this time. The person he met was Chu-yi, and even in a dim environment, it was still as bright as day to him. He was 100% sure that everything that happened just now was not a coincidence, but was done intentionally by the NPC. Chu-yi waved to the boy with tinfoil perm and asked him to help the girl with short hair over. The short-haired girl was still sobbing at this time, and there were several handprints with white dust on the chest of her black top, which were particularly obvious. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? When I'm interacting with an NPC, my hand just happens to reach out to someone's chest? You're telling me it's a coincidence? Manager Jiang continued to smile and said, I'm sorry, our employees were definitely wrong, but I can guarantee that they definitely did it unintentionally. It's impossible for them to deliberately touch the body of a female customer. After a pause, Manager Jiang said, how about this? As compensation, I'll give you a 50% discount on your purchase this time, and then give each of you a 50% discount card, so you can still get a 50% discount on your next purchase. As a store manager, he is quite experienced in handling such matters. When encountering something, the first thing to do is to have the right attitude, let the customer calm down first, and then compensate the customer. As long as the customer is satisfied, there is basically no problem. Even if these customers will not come back again because of the bad experience, they may still pass the 50% off cards on to friends or other people. This is another disguised form of drainage, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 44 Exchange. Super Hacker. It seems that Manager Jiang has been trying to shirk responsibility and protect his employees in a roundabout way. Chu-yi sneered and said, I don't need compensation. Let's talk about the facts. You said they didn't do it on purpose, so let me go to the monitoring room and check the surveillance and I'll know. He just saw it clearly. That NPC stretched out his dirty hands toward Chen Yun. If he hadn't stood in front, Chen Yun would have been taken advantage of. In addition, the short-haired girl on the other side was also molested by the NPC. Chu-yi was 100% sure that these two guys did it on purpose. Seeing that Chu-yi was so difficult to deal with, Manager Jiang frowned, put his left hand behind his back and gestured to the front desk. The receptionist understood what he meant and took out his cell phone to send a message to his colleague in the monitoring room, asking him to delete the surveillance video. The other party replied with an OK and then began to delete the evidence. Sir, although we are deeply sorry for what happened to your female companion, we apologized in a friendly manner and made compensation measures. You still want to check the surveillance? Generally, the surveillance in the store cannot be adjusted for customers to see. On the one hand, it is to protect the privacy of other customers. On the other hand, the layout design of the escape room is also a commercial secret. So I can't agree to your request. Manager Jian talked eloquently and continued to use his tricks. At this time, two policemen, one tall and one short, came in from the door. Who called the police just now? Manager Jian's face changed. He didn't expect that these customers today would be so difficult to deal with. It seemed that they had even called the police in advance. Seeing the police arrive, the two NPCs looked a little flustered, but their messy hair concealed their expressions. The boy with middle-parted hair raised his hand and said, I sign up. Xu Feng smiled. He had met these two policemen once before. They were also present at the barbecue restaurant yesterday when Officer Zhang led the team. The two policemen also saw Chu-yi and nodded to him in a friendly manner. They knew that Pei Yunxuan's uncle was the director, and that Pei Yunxian had helped this man in yesterday's incident, so the two seemed to have a close relationship. The two of them were just ordinary policemen. Not to mention having a good relationship with Chu-yi, at least they couldn't offend him, otherwise they would probably suffer in the police station in the future. Who is the manager here? asked the taller officer. Manager Jian quickly said, "Hey, police comrade, it's me. We received a report that an employee of this store molested a woman, so we came here to investigate. Please cooperate." The police officer continued. Okay, we will definitely cooperate." Manager Jiang looked as if he was obeying the instructions. As the saying goes, the people do not fight with the officials, and the rich do not compete with the officials. Manager Jiang naturally knows this truth well. Plus, the surveillance footage should have been deleted by now, so there should be no problem in cooperating with the investigation. Anyway, the only evidence at the moment is the slap mark on the girl's chest, which cannot be a decisive factor. He could have easily said the employee was careless. "Officer, I saw it clearly when I was in there. The employees of this store deliberately molested female customers. We have just negotiated with each other. The truth will be revealed as long as we check the surveillance footage," Suyu said to the police who came to investigate. It was the first time Chen Yun saw this scene and felt a little uneasy, but she still stayed obediently beside Suyu, though there was a hint of worry in her eyes. "I thought it was just a simple outing, but ended up getting into trouble." The shorter police officer said politely, "In that case, let's check the surveillance. Manager, please lead the way." Manager Jian looked unhappy on the surface, but he was secretly proud in his heart. "You're still a little naive. Isn't it just checking surveillance? How can you check it without any records? I'll just make up an excuse and say the data is lost." Manager Jiang led everyone to the monitoring room. Except for the boy with tinfoil perm who remained there comforting the girl with short hair, everyone else followed. The boy with a buzz cut had been secretly recording the incident with his cell phone. In order to follow up on the results of the investigation, he also followed. Everyone came to the monitoring room and opened the door. Sitting inside was a young man with a mushroom head and wearing glasses. Seeing so many people, including the police, mushroom-headed man stood up nervously. Manager Jian walked over and patted the mushroom-headed boy on the shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. He then said, "Shaolin, pull up the surveillance footage from Xinjing district. The police want to watch the surveillance footage for investigation." Shaolin nodded and then shook his head, saying with an unpleasant expression, "Manager, the power in the monitoring room just went out for a while, and all the surveillance videos for today are lost." As soon as he received the information from the front desk, he immediately started to take action. He did not simply delete the surveillance video, but overwrote the surveillance video. And it is overwritten more than 3 times in a row, so no one can recover the data. According to past experience, every time he did something like this, Manager Jiang would give him some bonus as a reward afterwards, so Shaolin was still very happy. The two officers looked at each other. The surveillance video was lost and they would not restore it. The boy with the middle part said indignantly, "You must have deleted the surveillance in advance, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence that the surveillance was gone when the accident happened?" Manager Jiang said with a fake smile, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say anything you want. The monitoring room in our store often has power outages, and it's not been a day or two since we lost the surveillance footage." Shuyu's heart moved, and he opened the system mall and started searching inside. Since the surveillance video has been deleted, there should be a way to restore it. I just don't know if the skills in the system mall are powerful enough. Found it. Master hacking techniques. System, I want to exchange for hacker technical proficiency. Ding. Exchange successful, consuming 5,000 points of worship. Suyu only felt a huge flow of information surging in his mind, but it was quickly digested and absorbed by his brain. Although it is a lot of knowledge, it is not bloated. It was as if he had gained knowledge bit by bit through continuous learning and practice. Suyu has mastered all computer programming languages. Countless character codes were jumping in Shuyu's mind, as active as elves. In a blink of an eye, Suyu went from being a computer novice to a super hacker. It turns out that products produced by the system must be high quality. Although he is only proficient in hacking techniques, Shuyu's hacking level has now reached world-class level. Even if it's not one of the top ones, it's not much different. Staring at the computer screen in the monitoring room, Suyu smiled and said, "We'll know if the surveillance video was lost due to a power outage." Chapter 45. Manager Jiang panicked. Manager Jiang calmly made a gesture of invitation and said, "Since this gentleman doesn't believe it, then do as you wish." Shaolin muttered, "I told you the surveillance records were lost. Do you think you can recover them?" "Yes, I can recover." Suyu walked forward, sat in front of the computer, and said with a smile. There was a crackling sound, and under the gaze of everyone, Chuyi's fingers tapped the keyboard at a very fast speed, making people a little dazzled. A pop-up window full of codes appeared on the computer screen, giving everyone a feeling of awe. Manager Jiang was a little nervous and gave Xiaolin a questioning look. If the surveillance footage is really restored, their store will have no way to defend itself. Xiaolin smiled, his expression as steady as an old dog. The surveillance video has been overwritten more than 3 times, how could it be restored by anyone? It's useless even if the guy in front of me types on the keyboard very fast. Keyboard warriors may have very fast typing speed, but that doesn't mean they are awesome. 2 officers, I don't think this gentleman will be able to finish his work in a short while. Why don't he sit down and take a rest? Manager Jiang took out cigarettes from his pocket and shared them with the 2 officers. The 2 police officers refused outright. Although this was a common way of communication among the people of Dragon Country, they certainly could not accept it while enforcing the law. Manager Jiang was not surprised, nor did he look embarrassed. He continued, I'll ask the staff to bring a few stools over. It's better for everyone to sit and wait than to stand. Besides, it's hot in the summer, and you should all be thirsty. Have a drink. Manager Jiang asked the 2 NPCs to move stools and get drinks, and his attitude was very enthusiastic. In his opinion, his side had already secured victory, and the matter could be easily resolved as long as the surveillance was not restored. But he didn't notice that Xiaolin's face beside him had changed. Xiaolin stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself in disbelief, how is this possible? How is this possible? Under Chuyi's operation, many videos that were played in reverse appeared on the monitoring page, and the date of the video was today. Chuyi successfully found and restored the surveillance video of the area where they had just encountered the NPC, and stopped operating. He said jokingly, TSK, Manager Jiang is really good at this. He actually destroyed the evidence and overwrote the surveillance video several times. If I hadn't worked as a network administrator in an internet cafe, I would have suffered a loss today. Xiaolin was confused. Is this technology something a network administrator can learn? I don't believe you. This old man is very evil. If there were such an internet cafe, he wouldn't even bother with salary. No, I'll do it even if it costs me money. Manager Jian looked at the picture displayed on the computer screen and was also stunned. He mechanically turned his head to look at Xiaolin, but found that Xiaolin's current expression was very similar to his own. Stupid fruits on the stupid tree, you and me under the stupid tree, we are talking about them. When Xiaolin saw Manager Jiang looking at him, he forced out an awkward yet polite smile. Manager, it's not that I'm not strong enough, but the enemy is too powerful. With what he just did, even if a professional organization were to take action, it might not be possible to restore the surveillance video. But no one expected that this ordinary-looking college student restored the surveillance video in just a few minutes. 2 police comrades, I have pulled up the video of the conflict just now. Please take a look and see whether the 2 shop assistants touched the girl's breasts accidentally or on purpose. Not just the 2 police officers, everyone gathered in front of the screen. Except for the police officer who was investigating, everyone had different ideas. The boy with a middle-parted hair and the boy with a buzz cut were very excited and wanted to see the evidence. The boy with a buzz cut even pointed his phone camera at the surveillance video. The store manager had his own ulterior motives and prayed silently in his heart that the video Chuyi restored was not the one from that time. Chuyi opened the surveillance video of the attack and started slow motion. The scene just now in the small room was reproduced on the computer screen. To facilitate observation, there are 3 surveillance cameras in the deep well area, facing 3 tables respectively. The video being played now shows the girl with short hair and the boy with tinfoil curls in the scene. Recorded by a camera with night vision function, the surveillance footage appears very clear. The NPC with disheveled hair and white clothes pounced on the girl with short hair, but was stopped by the boy with tinfoil perm. The NPC was relentless and changed its angle to pounce on the short-haired girl. While hugging her with open arms, he also moved his hands to the short-haired girl's chest. In the slow-motion footage, the scene of the NPC taking advantage of someone with his dirty hands appeared very clearly in front of everyone. The store's surveillance video was recorded, and at this time, the short-haired girl's crying scream was heard, but the NPC's hand was still holding it and kneading it, and he didn't let go. Manager Jiang looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was speechless. Chuyi then played another video, which showed him, Chen Yun, and another NPC. In the video, Chen Yun had her eyes closed, hiding behind Chuyi and hugging him tightly. Chuyi looked relaxed as he faced the NPC that was rushing towards him. It can be clearly seen from the picture that the NPC is heading towards Chen Yun behind Shui. Shui first pushed away the NPC that was rushing towards him. The NPC was pushed back repeatedly and then rushed towards him again. This time his body movements were more obvious, and he directly made claws with his hands and grabbed Chen Yun. Just at this moment, the scream of a short-haired girl was heard. In the picture, Shuyi's face darkened, and he raised his leg and kicked the NPC. Then he grabbed the fallen NPC and picked up another one after a while. The man returns along the original path, carrying 2 NPCs in each hand, and the scene ends there. 2 officers, the evidence is conclusive, Shui said. The 2 police officers looked at each other and said to Manager Jiang seriously, "Manager Jiang, please bring the employee involved with you and follow us back to the police station for interrogation." Manager Jiang smiled bitterly, but he knew there was no other way and could only cooperate with the police officers' procedures. As a manager, Manager Jiang also knows a little about the law, especially when he has dishonest employees under him. For this purpose, he also specifically checked the laws and regulations in this regard. It's okay if one of the 2 relatives didn't get it, but the other one who already got it is probably in trouble. He can no longer cover up the case even if he wants to, and what he has to do is to clear himself of the charge of shielding the suspect. If the other party pursues this indecent assault, it will be a very serious matter. Molesting women in public places can result in a prison sentence of more than 5 years. And once it becomes a criminal case, the fact that he, Kobayashi, and the front desk destroyed evidence and shielded their colleagues is no small matter. Manager Jiang was sweating profusely. He thought it was a small matter that could be easily solved, but he didn't expect that he would get caught up in it. Chapter 46, Chen Yun's First Love. After preserving the evidence, the 2 police officers prepared to leave the monitoring room with the parties involved and return to the police station to take a statement. At this time, the 2 NPCs came back carrying plastic stools and drinks, and happened to run into the group of people who were about to go out. "Hey, officers, you finished so quickly. Why don't you stay and have a drink?" The NPC who was touching the short-haired girl greeted her with a smile on his face. The tall police officer took out handcuffs and handcuffed him directly, saying sternly, "No need, why don't you come back to the police station with me and have a cup of tea?" The short police officer also handcuffed another NPC and escorted him out. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you handcuffing us?" "Officer, is there some misunderstanding here?" The 2 NPCs were dumbfounded and quickly started to make excuses. "What on earth happened? Didn't they say that the surveillance video is gone? How come they were handcuffed while they were moving a stool to get a drink, and were taken back to the police station for tea? Are you still trying to quibble? You know exactly what you did just now. Wait for the punishment of the law," said the boy with a middle-parted hair with an angry face. The 2 NPCs' hearts skipped a beat and they took one look at the unhappy-looking Manager Jiang before they realized something was wrong. So it seems that what they did was exposed? The NPC who failed to succeed glanced at his companions inconspicuously and said something silently in his heart. No, it was his affair that was exposed. He is now very glad that he did not touch that girl, otherwise he would have been doomed. The escape room theme store is temporarily closed, and other employees who were not involved in the incident are temporarily off duty. Those who were to be taken to the police station included Manager Jiang, 2 NPCs, Shaolin from the control room, and the girl at the front desk, a total of 5 people. Originally, no one knew that the girl at the front desk cooperated with Manager Jiang to tip off Shaolin and asked him to delete the surveillance footage. However, in order to reduce the punishment, Kobayashi, adhering to the idea of leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist, righteously reported the girl at the front desk. So she was also taken away with a sad face. The short-haired girl has calmed down after being comforted by the boy with the tinfoil curl. The 4 of them also came in one car, so they drove to the police station by themselves. The 2 police officers only had 1 police car, which couldn't accommodate the 5 people from the theme store. I had to contact my colleagues who were patrolling nearby and called another police car. In this way, there were 2 police cars, which were just enough to accommodate the 3 police officers and the 5 people involved. Shui brought Chen Yun to the parking lot, got into the Koenigsegg Gemera, and prepared to go to the police station. He found that it was really troublesome to have to deal with the police all the time during this period. If I go there a few more times, the security guard at the police station will probably be familiar with me. It would be great if I could have my own legal department like those domineering CEOs in TV dramas. For example, Nanshan Pizza Hut is very good and powerful. Ding! The host realizes the importance of power. The system is very pleased, and now issues a task: establish a company to prepare for the establishment of a strong legal team. Reward for accepting and completing the task: a top lawyer. No punishment if not accepted. Looking at the task that suddenly appeared, Shui clicked his tongue. The system was still as generous as ever. Whenever he realizes that he is lacking something, the system is always the first to jump out and give him benefits. The system truly understands me. Little cotton padded jacket, Daddy loves you. System. Shui calculated that there were already 2 tasks waiting for him to complete. The first thing is to go to the party organized by Pei Yunxian, meet some of the powerful children in Jiannan City, and expand his own network. Having money but no power is the most fatal thing. If you have money and connections, then you can get ahead. The second is the current new task, which is to establish a new company and prepare for the establishment of a legal department. The reward given by the system is actually a top lawyer. I wonder if he is a man or a woman. Does it look good? Is her figure hot? Is the sound nice? Chen Yun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was tilting his head and silently looking at Chuyi's profile. She thought of the scene she had just seen in the monitoring room. She actually hugged Chuyi tightly because of fear. How embarrassing. But when she thought of how Chuyi tried to protect her, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Very nice. Chen Yun's parents are both honest farmers. Since she was a child, the thing I said to her the most was not to get into conflict with others when she was out. Be patient when encountering problems, and don't get into trouble if your family is financially difficult. Under the influence of this kind of education for a long time, Chen Yun became very introverted and a homebody. He is also very wary of strangers, like a frightened bird, afraid that he will get into trouble and make his already poor family even worse. In addition to supplementing the family income, she also works part-time to earn money and participates in school activities as a host. In her other free time, she would hide in the dormitory alone. I either read books or study online. Apart from that, I have no other social circles or entertainment activities. On the one hand, she has no money, and on the other hand, she actively closes her heart and does not want to develop new social relationships with strangers. Therefore, in the eyes of Jiangbei University students, Chen Yun has always been a cool and aloof school beauty goddess. She is just socially phobic. The only person who can be called a good friend is Xiang Lan, whom I met while working part-time. Of course, her roommates are pretty nice too. Now she seems to have a new relationship, that is Chu Feng. Everything Chu Yi did for her was full of attraction to her. From saving her life, to hiring her, paying her medical bills, taking her shopping for clothes and mobile phones, to teaching the employees of the theme store a lesson in order to protect her. In Chen Yun's opinion, perhaps these things might be insignificant and a piece of cake for Chu Yi. But everything touched her deeply because it was something she had never experienced before. The little bud of love in her heart gradually sprouted without her knowledge, but her inner inferiority turned into a thick fog, covering this emotion. She couldn't face her own heart and could only stare at Chuyi silently in the dark corner. Chen Yun felt that this was enough. As for becoming a lover with Chuyi, that was something she didn't even dare to think about. Chuyi started the Koenigsegg Gemera, but felt the burning gaze of the co-pilot, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chen Yun. What's wrong, Yun? Is there something on my face? Chen Yun blushed, turned her head and looked out the window, and whispered, No. No, I just think your collar seems a little messy. Chuyi looked at Chen Yun's slightly red earlobes, smiled slightly, and leaned towards the co-pilot. Chen Yun's face turned even redder. Why did he suddenly get so close to her? Oh my god. Could he have noticed that I was peeking at him? It's over, what is he going to do? His heart was pounding, and Chen Yun stood there at a loss, frozen in place. Remember to fasten your seatbelt next time you get in the car. Chuyi reached out to fasten the passenger seatbelt, and whispered in Chen Yun's ear. Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be because of fastening the seatbelt. That was a close call. She thought she would be kissed like in the TV dramas. Chapter 47. May the beauty of the world be linked to you. Chuyi brought Chen Yun to the police station and unexpectedly met Pei Yunxian, who was walking out. Hey, master, why are you here? Pei Yunxian was a little surprised. He glanced at Chen Yun beside Chuyi and continued, Wow, this is master's wife. I didn't expect that master's wife is the campus beauty of our school, Shinde. She and master are really a perfect match. As a prominent figure in Jiangbei University, Pei Yunxian naturally knew the school belle. Hearing Pei Yunxuan's teasing, Chen Yun's little face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes. Shui gave Pei Yunxian an appreciative look. "You are very smart, kid." Then he said with a straight face, "Can you speak, kid?" "What master's wife?" "This is my friend." "Oh, so you are a friend. I understand. I'm so sorry. Look at my mouth, I can't speak." Pei Yunxian deliberately lengthened the tone of O and said with a smile. After saying hello, Shui also explained the whole story. "It's like this, we just went to play the escape room, but we encountered an NPC who molested a girl, and then another group of customers who were playing with us called the police, so we went to the police station to make a statement." He had originally thought of asking Pei Yunxian for help, and now that he met him directly, it saved him a lot of trouble. "What? This is outrageous. Did my master's wife suffer any loss?" Pei Yunxian said angrily. "It's a friend." Chen Yun, who was feeling shy, heard Pei Yunxian still calling her master's wife, so she raised her head and said in a low voice, "Oh, it's a friend." Pei Yunxian said, patting his forehead. "Do you think that if she suffered a loss, those people would still be able to come to the police station to drink tea so comfortably?" Shui said lightly, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Pei Yunxian happened to catch the cold light in Shui's eyes and couldn't help but shudder, thinking of the scene where he was abused by Shui yesterday. He never wants to experience that kind of oppressive feeling again. "Master, leave this matter to me. I will make sure they receive the most severe punishment. Not only the people involved, but also the store will be shut down for rectification. I guarantee you will be satisfied," Pei Yunxian said, patting his chest. He just helped his master deal with those thugs yesterday, and he received a lot of guidance, which can be said to be a great gain. Now Pei Yunxian wished that Shui would get into trouble every day so that he could handle it. "This way you can get free advice." "Okay, I feel relieved when you say that." Shui nodded and said, "Hey, master, let's follow the procedure first. You two just need to make a statement, and I'll take care of the rest. Let's go, master's wife. Please come this way." Pei Yunxian looked like a servant and bowed and made a gesture of invitation. "We are friends now." Chen Yun blushed and spoke in a slightly louder voice than before. Oh, it's a friend. I was born with a poor brain, please forgive me, master's wife." Pei Yunxian smiled and called master's wife again. Shui almost laughed out loud. Pei Yunxian is such a talented guy. Good, he can talk. It's worth having this disciple. Seeing the look Shui gave him, Pei Yunxian grinned. As expected, if there was a pretty girl around his master in the future, it would be right to just call him master's wife. Chen Yun was completely silent. "Say whatever you want. She likes this name anyway." Chen Yun glanced at Shui secretly again, and seeing that he was not looking at her, she quickly retracted her gaze. Pei Yunxian led the way and took Shui and Chen Yun to take statements. Because Shui and Chen Yun were not the direct victims of the violation, and he also had a relationship with Pei Yunxian. So they simply made a statement at the police station and then left. Before leaving, Shui and Pei Yunxian agreed on a time for a gathering tonight. Because he has to have dinner with Chen Yun in the evening, he might be a little late. Pei Yunxian agreed readily and watched the two leave with a smile. After the two of them left, Pei Yunxian glanced around to see that there was no one around. He jumped up on the spot and made a yeah gesture to himself. "Yeah, my performance just now was really outstanding. He. The other 4 college students stayed. Whether to sue the NPC who molested the short-haired girl or choose to settle the matter privately depends on her own wishes. Next, it's dinner time. Shui is going to have a meal with Chen Yun. He wonders what reward he can get. Shui was somewhat looking forward to it. This afternoon, he and Chen Yun first bought a lot of things in the shopping mall, and then went to escape the secret room. Now they have just left the police station, and it is already 6 o'clock in the evening. Both of them were a little hungry. "Yun, let's go have dinner. I'll take you back to the dormitory after dinner," Shui suggested. Chen Yun nodded and said softly, "Well, I'll listen to you. What do you like to eat? Hot pot? Barbecue? Steak, or Western food?" Shui asked with a smile. Chen Yun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with some inferiority, "I have never eaten these things, I don't know." Shui was very surprised. Although his family conditions were very ordinary, he had no problem eating out in some affordable restaurants. The average consumption per person at some buffets is only a few dozen yuan, so basically everyone can afford it. But he didn't expect that Chen Yun had never eaten these. This was something Chewy had never considered. Such a beautiful and lovely girl, her family conditions are so difficult. Chewy felt that there was one more thing he needed to do. "Pa, I've decided." Chewy suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I will take you to eat all these things in the future." As Boss Chu's personal maid, how can you miss out on the delicacies of the world? Chen Yun raised her head and looked at Chewy with a sunny smile on his face, and her heart skipped a beat. He didn't dislike me. And you said you would take me to taste the world's delicacies? Looking at the gentle boy with a bright smile in front of him, Chen Yun suddenly thought of a line of lyrics. May all the beautiful things in the world be connected with you. Yeah, okay. Chen Yun nodded vigorously and responded with a smile on his face. Chewy reached out and rubbed Chen Yun's little head, and said with a smile, "Okay, in that case, our goal today is to eat hot pot until we are full. The food tasting plan starts with beef hot pot." Okay. Chen Yun smiled sweetly, and the surrounding street scene seemed to become more beautiful. Chapter 48, The Spear Moves and the White Dragon Roars. Chewy felt his heartbeat speed up. Is this the goddess? So beautiful. Next, the two came to a beef hot pot restaurant while chatting and laughing, but Chewy was talking most of the time, with Chen Yun responding in a low voice from time to time. The name of this restaurant is Nyo Hot Pot. It is very famous in Jiannan City and has a very good reputation. The beef is fresh and delicious, and the large portions are enough to fill you up, which is their specialty. The average consumption per person is not high, and a set meal for two costs only more than 300 yuan. Chewy did not take Chen Yun to a place with high consumption for dinner. For a girl who has never eaten hot pot or barbecue, places with too high prices may be a little unacceptable. What's more, although he has more than 100 million yuan now, he is not particular about things like eating. It is true that you get what you pay for the ingredients in expensive star-rated hotels, but most of them are priced higher simply because of their so-called grade. It's not that you can't eat cheap food, and having money doesn't mean you can only eat expensive food. It's just that he has more choices. Chewy can now eat the delicacies that he couldn't afford before, and he still loves to eat the food that he could afford before. To be honest, some of the expensive food is not even as delicious as my favorite hot pot and barbecue. Led by the waiter, the two found a spacious seat and sat down. Seeing that Chen Yun was a little restrained, Chewy took the menu and started ordering. However, he did not order a set meal, but planned to order some of his favorite dishes. There are always some items in the set meal that he doesn't like to eat, which inevitably leads to waste. Yun, do you want anything to eat? Chewy asked. Chen Yun smiled, waved his hand and said, "Chewy, just order, I'll listen to you." How about this, I'll order what I want to eat first, and then you order 3 parts of meat and choose a drink. Since we're out for a meal, I definitely can't order alone. Chewy said with a smile. Chen Yun was like a kitten that had come to a strange environment, and he looked quite inferior. This was not acceptable. He had to find a way to make her more confident, so that she would smile more often. Chewy has no other hobbies, he just likes girls who love to laugh. Make Chen Yun smile more, start with ordering food. Ah, okay then, I'll listen to you. Chen Yun was a little embarrassed at first, but seeing Chewy's expectant eyes, she nodded and agreed to Chewy's request. For a girl, it is really hard to refuse when a boy she likes looks at her expectantly. Chen Yun doesn't like spicy food, so Chewy ordered a shabu hot pot. Because it is hot pot, the food is served very quickly. While waiting for the pot to boil, Chewy asked Chen Yun about her taste preferences and went to the seasoning area to prepare the dipping sauce for her. After the bottom of the pot boiled, Chewy picked up the colander beside him and started to blanch the meat. When the beef was cooked, he immediately passed it to Chen Yun. Although Chen Yun repeatedly asked to come, he could not resist Chewy's initiative and could only enjoy the food obediently. For the first time, Chen Yun felt that eating could be so happy. Someone picked up food for her, prepared dipping sauce for her, and poured drinks for her. When Chen Yun was eating beef balls, because it was her first time and she had no experience, the juice splashed on the corners of her mouth. Chewy considerately took out a tissue to help her wipe it. If this were a love game, favorability +1 would be floating in the air. Half an hour later, Chewy and Chen Yun ended their pleasant dinner. After paying the money, Chewy took Chen Yun back to the car. Now he was going to send her back to the school dormitory and then rush to the next show. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shui scratched his head. Why did he feel so busy since he became rich? Is this the miserable daily life of the super rich? It's so sad. By the way, why hasn't the system reward arrived yet? Was the reward triggered by having dinner with Chen Yun last time just a coincidence? Ding! Detected that the host had dinner with a top beauty, rewarded with passive skill, golden gun. As an outstanding rich man, you will definitely attract the attention of many beautiful women, so it is necessary to have a strong and powerful body. Host, please keep up the good work, carry forward the fine tradition of the godly rich, and try various distances of contact with more top beauties. System, why do I feel like you are insulting me? I am invincible now. Shui muttered to himself, does he need this kind of skill? No, he doesn't need it. His line was when the spear moves, the white dragon roars. But since the system gave it to him, he would accept it reluctantly. It's always good to have many skills. It is not yet 7 o'clock and there are still many people downstairs in the girls' dormitory. When Shui drove the Koenigsegg Gemera to the bottom of the girls' dormitory, it caused another round of exclamations. Wow! This car is so cool. I wonder who caught a rich son-in-law. I'm so envious. How great it would be if I was in the passenger seat. If I can be favored by a boy like this, I would be willing to lose 20 pounds. You are so fat, but you still think so beautifully. You are so optimistic. There were also girls with stars in their eyes, asking their boyfriends who were in passionate love with them in an intimate tone. Honey, which car is more expensive, this one or your BMW? The boy's eyes twitched slightly. How could he not ask such an idiotic question? His BMW 3 Series was probably not as expensive as one of his wheels. But in order to show off in front of the girl, he still said shamelessly, of course this car is not as expensive as a BMW, otherwise why would girls like to ride in a BMW? Feeling his girlfriend's fiery gaze, the boy smiled inwardly, thinking that it was so easy for her to pretend, all thanks to her not knowing anything about cars. But his girlfriend's next words made him panic. Why don't you sell your car and buy this one instead? I think it's much cooler than a BMW. The boy's expression froze instantly. This pretense, the price he paid was quite high. Ignored the onlookers around. Before Chen Yun got out of the car, Shui ran to the passenger seat first, opened the door very gentlemanly, and stretched out his hand to Chen Yun. Be careful, don't trip. This sports car looks good, but it's not very convenient to get in and out of it. Chen Yun smiled sweetly at Shui, mustered up her courage, and for the first time took the initiative to reach out her hand and put it on his hand. After helping Chen Yun get out of the car, Shui took out several sets of women's clothing, shoes and bags that had been placed together in the back seat and handed them to Chen Yun. Here, these are for you, Shui said with a smile. While shopping in the mall, he specifically asked Chen Yun to try these things on, under the pretext of helping her mother try them on. Actually, I was thinking of giving it to Chen Yun. His mother is a slightly plump middle-aged woman. Chen Yun tried on a fitted dress and his mother couldn't wear it at all. As a gentleman, how can you go on a date with a girl without giving her a gift? These things are too valuable, I can't accept them. What's more, you've invited me to dinner tonight. Chen Yun pushed back the packaging bag that Shui handed over, shaking her little head like a rattle. Don't rush to refuse. I forgot to tell you that I plan to set up a company. I haven't decided what to do specifically, but I have thought about the benefits of the employees. Shui held her hand and said with a smile. First of all, the salary is definitely the highest in the industry, and then there are things like food and accommodation, 6 insurances and 1 housing fund, paid vacations, and quarterly travel. Of course, the most important point is that when you go shopping with your boss, you can get random gifts based on his mood. How about this benefit, isn't it great? My little maid. You are my employee now. As an employee, you have to listen to your boss. Shui used chicken feathers as a token of authority to block Chen Yun's words of refusal. But what he didn't expect was that this time Chen Yun refused to agree no matter what he said. Chapter 49, In my eyes, you are an angel. Maid outfits are work clothes, and the new phone is a work phone. I can understand all of that, but I really can't accept such expensive clothes and shoes from you. I feel like this will put a lot of pressure on me. I won't dare go shopping with you anymore. Chen Yun folded his hands in front of him, lowered his head as he spoke, and his tone sounded a little nervous and depressed. The first time they went shopping together, Shui gave her such a valuable item. For a girl like her who came from a rural background and had never seen the world, the shock was really too great. Shui was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Yun to think so. He just felt that Chen Yun's clothes were a bit plain, and one could even clearly see that the clothes were old. That's why I thought of buying some clothes for her, but I didn't expect that doing so would cause so much pressure on her. Yun, I'm sorry, I was rude. Shui apologized softly. After hearing Shui's apology, Chen Yun became even more at a loss. Shui, you don't need to apologize, it's my own problem. Shui smiled, put all the clothes and shoes in the car, then took Chen Yun's hand and placed it in his palm. You are not wrong, it is this world that is wrong. In my opinion, you are an angel who has fallen into the mortal world. It's just that you have experienced some setbacks, which have made you less confident. But now that you've met me, a handsome man like me, your destiny should be to save angels. I will change the world for you. Shui smiled, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the beauty in front of him. In the past, he might have only regarded these words as sweet talk to pick up girls, but now, he believes that he has the ability to do it. Right, System Dad? System. Chen Yun had no experience of being flirted with by a boy. When she heard Shui say such touching words, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat and actually burst into tears. Woo-woo, Shui. Why are you saying these things? Shui didn't expect that Chen Yun would cry because of what he said. He exclaimed that it was a wrong decision. Chen Yun's tear point was so low. However, you should continue to comfort them. This is a great time to increase your feelings. Shui hugged Chen Yun into his arms, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Okay, crying will turn you into a pig. Although I know that those words just now were very provocative, I really didn't expect that after I said them, even an angel would be moved to tears. Put. Shame on you. Chen Yun suddenly burst into laughter, gently hit Shui's chest with her hand, and then her cheeks turned red. Feeling Shui's warm embrace, Chen Yun was a little fascinated, but reason overcame emotion and she soon came to her senses. Although she was still a little reluctant, she still forced herself to struggle to leave Shui's chest. Have you always been so good at flirting with girls? Chen Yun had just stopped crying, but her voice still had a slightly crying tone, which made her sound endearing. Oh, you misunderstood me. Actually, these words are practiced by me and my roommates. You know, boys are always gay and it's normal to say sweet words to each other. This is the first time I say such words to a girl. 4. Shui stretched out 4 fingers and said seriously. You, pohaha. The scene of Shui saying sweet words to other boys appeared in Chen Yun's mind. She couldn't help but laughed out loud. Shui smiled and did not interrupt, waiting quietly for Chen Yun to release his emotions. After that, Chen Yun stopped smiling. Seeing this, Shui continued, How are you? Are you feeling better? Chen Yun rolled her eyes at Shui and said in a complaining and coquettish tone, My stomach is sore from laughing, how can I be in a bad mood? Shui's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, What? Your stomach is sore from laughing. Let me rub it for you. After saying that, he pretended to stretch out his dirty hands to touch Chen Yun's lower abdomen. Oh, no! Chen Yun grabbed Shui's dirty hands with a shy look on her face. Shui restrained his playful smile and said with a straight face, Then, you should accept the things I gave you. Because these things can't be returned. If you don't accept them, I can only throw them away. However, in order to prevent you from having too much psychological burden, I will make another suggestion. Hearing Shui say that those things could not be returned and he could just throw them away if he didn't want them anymore, Chen Yun couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He spent so much money on them, and just throwing them away like that, it was such a waste. However, after releasing her emotions after being made to cry and laugh by Shui just now, she was not as nervous as before, so she decided to listen to Shui's advice. Well, tell me. Shui smiled and said, My suggestion is that if we go shopping together again in the future, you should wear the clothes and shoes I gave you, and carry the bag. Then I'll give you these things as a reward for accompanying me shopping. How about that? Besides, if you dress up beautifully, I will be more proud. Seeing Chen Yun was a little confused, Shui continued, I knew that your little head couldn't figure it out. When we go out shopping, people will definitely think we are a couple. If you can wear the clothes I gave you, won't you look better? This way, other people will be jealous of me for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Doesn't it sound very prestigious? Chen Yun nodded thoughtfully, and then her cheeks turned red again. So, were she and Shui misunderstood when they were shopping this afternoon? Ah. So embarrassing. In the end, under Chuyi's sweet talk, Chen Yun accepted Chuyi's gift. It was not until this moment, as if the seal had been lifted, that the voices of the onlookers' discussions reached their ears. Wow! This little brother is so good at flirting. He's so handsome, he's simply a male god. Ah! Wei is dead. That girl seems to be Chen Yun? I didn't expect that she also found a rich second-generation guy. I thought she would remain aloof until she graduated from college. Those things seem to be luxury goods. They are so expensive. Wow! Louis Vuitton, Prada, Hermes, Chanel. So many luxury brands, that guy is so generous. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Chuyi was a little puzzled. He didn't expect that sending Chen Yun back to the dormitory would also earn him admiration points. Although it wasn't much, a small amount of money is still neat. It seems I can send her back to the dormitory more often in the future. After watching Chen Yun enter the dormitory building, Shui got in the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove away. It was almost time, and he had to go to the party organized by Pei Yunxian. Chapter 50. It doesn't matter whether she is beautiful or not. Chen Yun returned to the dormitory carrying a lot of bags. As soon as I walked in, I was surrounded by 3 roommates. Wow, Yun, I didn't expect you to receive so many gifts without any notice. Are they from your boyfriend? Asked a girl with freckles on her face with a gossipy look on her face. Oh, no, this was given to me by the boy who saved me last time. I said no, but he insisted that I accept it, otherwise he would. Chen Yun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she closed her mouth when she said this. Otherwise he would touch me. Shui is so bad. Wow. The sequel to the story of a hero saving a beauty. Tell us what you did today. Another chubby girl took out a small notebook with a sly smile on her face, and the pen in her hand was ready. Oh, don't ask so many questions, we didn't do anything. Chen Yun became shy when asked and shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to elaborate. She and Chu Feng didn't really do anything. They just went shopping together, played an escape room game together, and then had dinner. If I count them all, it seems like there are a lot of things we did together. Wow, Yun, that boy actually gave you such an expensive gift. Louis Vuitton bags, Hermes perfumes, Chanel, Prada. So many luxury items must cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Yun, this little brother is too cunning, you can't handle it, give me his contact information, let me do it. A girl with slightly curly hair's eyes lit up, and she listed the names of the luxury brands one by one, then said jokingly. Impossible. Chen Yun rolled his eyes at the curly-haired girl, then said with a serene smile, he's a very nice guy, there's no trick there. Ah. The 3 roommates all stretched out their voices, and the expressions on their faces were obvious. Do we look like fools to you? How could such a generous and high-quality man be just a nice person? The routine must be quite deep. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yun, you are so beautiful, you will definitely be able to win him over. Come on. You can do it. Yes. From now on, our Yun will also be taken. Although they envied Chen Yun, they were still sincerely happy for her. After being roommates for 3 years, they saw how much Chen Yun had to endure. Even if they wanted to help Chen Yun, she would reject them. So all they could do was to share some snacks and fruits with Chen Yun from time to time to make her diet less monotonous. Chen Yun fell into shyness again. She had no idea how to respond to her roommate's words. What beautiful girl has a boyfriend? She doesn't have one yet. Yun, I want to ask you for a favor, said the curly-haired girl with a smile. Wei, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. Chen Yun nodded and said seriously. Her roommates are all very nice to her, and if there is anything she can do to help, she will definitely not sit idly by. When you are with this boy, please ask him if he minds having another girlfriend. If he doesn't mind, then ask him if I am okay with it. After the curly-haired girl said this, she looked at Chen Yun's embarrassed expression and laughed like a goose. Geese. Hateful. Chen Yun stomped her feet coquettishly. The other 2 girls also laughed when they saw her like this. The atmosphere in the whole dormitory was very cheerful. The place where Pei Yunxian held the party was one of his private estates. Shui couldn't find it using the navigation, and he had to call to ask for detailed directions before he figured out how to get there. It takes about 30 minutes to drive from Jiangbei University to Pei Yunxian South Private Estate. When Shui drove to the scene, the security guard at the door opened the gate of the manor, bowed very respectfully, and made a gesture of invitation. It seems that Pei Yunxian has already greeted the security. Shui felt that Pei Yunxian was a really good person. His way of treating people made people feel comfortable. He was worthy of being from a big family. Entering the manor, there is a 4-lane road leading directly to the residence, with streetlights lined up on the side. Shui drove for more than 2 minutes before arriving at the residence. This residence is a modern mansion covering a huge area. In front of the door is a semicircular parking lot, which is now parked with many luxury cars. In addition to various sports cars, most of them are super luxury brands such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. From this alone, we can see that Pei Yunxian's connections are not just awesome, but extremely awesome. Pei Yunxian had been waiting at the door early, probably because he had received a notification from security. Shui had just parked the car when Pei Yunxian trotted to the outside of his car and took the initiative to open the door for him. "Master, you are finally here. I will definitely let you have a great time tonight," Pei Yunxian said with a wink. "Having fun? I've never seen the world, don't try to scare me," Shui said seriously. Pei Yunxian didn't believe what Shui said at all. "Hey master, you don't even believe what you said. Come on, let's go in first." Pei Yunxian grabbed Shuyi's wrist and pulled him towards the villa. Shui pulled his hand back with a look of disgust. "Can you not be so enthusiastic? I'm getting goosebumps." Pei Yunxian looked closely and saw that Shui actually had goosebumps on his arms. "Ah ha ha ha. Master, am I not too excited? Don't worry, I will never give you goosebumps next time." "Then thank you so much," Shui said with a helpless smile. Pei Yunxian led the way and introduced Shui. "Master, there are many interesting things in my manor. Swimming pool, bar, KTV, hot spring, everything is available. Of course, boxing and other things are no problem." At this point, Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Master, do you understand what I mean?" Shui looked around, nodded leisurely, and whistled. "What? What did you say? I don't understand?" "Ahem, but tonight I am mainly hosting a charity auction party among business tycoons in the name of my father, and I have also invited my friends. I will take you to meet them in a while. And there are a lot of beautiful women tonight." Pei Yunxian gave a smile that all men understand, and chuckled. "Ahem, it doesn't matter whether she's beautiful or not. What matters most is that I want to meet some of the business bigwigs in Jiannan City. It just so happens that I'm planning to start a company recently." Shui coughed twice and said seriously. Yes, the main thing is to make more friends. More friends mean more paths." Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Chapter 51. Xian Lan has cramps. The two walked into the first floor lobby side by side. The hall is very large, with a small stage in the center, which is probably the venue for the auction. Many exquisite tables and chairs were placed in various corners of the hall, with people sitting here and there, and melodious music echoing in the air. A group of well-dressed successful people and ladies in evening gowns were walking back and forth, talking in low voices in twos and threes. There were also many servants carrying trays and walking among the crowd. The appearance of Shui and Pei Yunxian attracted a lot of attention, and many people nodded respectfully and greeted Pei Yunxian. However, what made them even more curious was Shui, who was beside Pei Yunxian. The eldest son of the Pei family actually acted like he was just accompanying someone. What was the origin of this person? Many ladies cast their alluring gazes on Shui, and some even bit their lips. "This man is so charming. If he doesn't mind, we can spend a pleasant night together." Shui not only has top-notch looks and figure, but what attracts ladies even more is his calm and confident self-confidence. Temperament is something that cannot be faked. However, when it comes to temperament, Shui is truly invincible. Even though those present are elites from various industries, when it comes to net worth, Shui can easily defeat them with one hand. "Money is a man's courage," this sentence still makes sense. Pei Yunxian responded to the courtesy and greetings of others skillfully, and then whispered to Shui, "Master, I have prepared a brand new suit for you. I will take you to the second floor to change first. I was planning on telling you later, but I forgot." Shui was frowning and looking at the surrounding environment. He just saw a familiar figure, but when Pei Yunxian interrupted him, the figure disappeared. Okay, I'll go change my clothes first. After searching for a long time without finding it, Chewie shook his head and stopped worrying about it. Maybe he had seen it wrong. Xianglan squatted at a corner of the table, watching Chewie walking upstairs, and let out a long sigh. It was a close call, he almost found out. But she was a little confused. Why did Chewie come to this charity dinner? Didn't her father say that this party was organized by the eldest young master of the Pei family? Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so reckless in such an occasion? Get up quickly. Xiang Guoqiang on the side said with a serious face. Dad, I just had a cramp in my leg, so I squatted down to relieve it. Xianglan thought for a moment and made up an excuse. Hearing Xianglan say that he had cramps, Xiang Guoqiang changed his serious expression and asked with concern. Your leg is cramping? Does it still hurt? It seems like you don't drink enough milk, which is a sign of calcium deficiency. Today's charity gala is hosted by the eldest son of the Pei family. Xiang Guoqiang heard that many business elites would come to participate. So he also planned to come here to make some connections and take his daughter to see the world. But I didn't expect that my daughter would have cramps in such a situation. It was a bit embarrassing. It's okay, Dad. I'm fine now. I think the cramps might be caused by the strong cold air from the air conditioner in this position. Can we sit over there? Xianglan said, pointing to a position closer to the corner. Looking in the direction of Xianglan's finger, Xiang Guoqiang frowned. The corner was a bit off and there was a pillar blocking it. If he sat there, it would be a little troublesome for him to talk to others. But seeing Xianglan's pleading expression, Xiang Guoqiang had no choice but to nod in agreement. Forget it, there is no big deal about sitting there, at most I'll just have to walk a few more steps. The father and daughter moved from a location closer to the center to a slightly remote corner. Xianglan deliberately sat closer to the pillar so that it would be convenient for her to avoid Chewie for a while. She always pretended to be a girl from an ordinary family in front of Jian Yun, and in order to become good friends with her, she even went out to work part-time together. Last time in the hospital, when she heard that Chewie was looking for a housekeeper to do cleaning, she pretended to be a money grubber just to be with Jian Yun. If Chewie found out that her family conditions were not ordinary and that she was actually very rich, then wouldn't she be unable to work part-time with Jian Yun? The most terrifying thing is, if Jian Yun finds out that I have been deceiving her all along, will she break up with me? Xianglan felt terrified just thinking about it. She clenched her fists, glanced at the place where Chewie left, and secretly made up her mind that she must not let Chewie find her. But this one glance almost made her explode. Chewie was slowly walking down the stairs from the second floor. Xianglan quickly moved the stool and hid in the corner behind the pillar. Xiang Guoqiang was already holding a glass of wine and going to the venue to make friends. I just went to the second floor with Pei Yunxian and changed into a suit that is more suitable for this occasion. Chewie returned to the first floor lobby again. This suit is indeed brand new. There are many new suits of different styles and sizes in the closet on the second floor. Because Chewie had a very standard figure, he could just pick up a one-size-fits-all outfit and put it on, as if it had been specially selected. After changing into a neat dark blue suit, Chewie became even more charming. Now he is like an extremely attractive aphrodisiac to the beautiful ladies walking around the field. Even just a sneak peek at him will make them blush and their hearts beat faster. Hey, master, look at the way those beauties are looking at you. They seem to want to strip you naked on the spot. Pei Yunxian poked Chewie with his elbow and said with a smile. Chewie sighed helplessly, alas, there is nothing I can do. I have always been so attractive to women since I was a child. Now I am really tired, both mentally and physically. Master, do you want lemon juice? I'll squeeze it with my mouth. Pei Yunxian looked sour. Roll. After laughing and joking for a while, Pei Yunxian brought Chewie to a central position in the venue. There are only 3 people sitting in the seats now, all of them are relatively young men from wealthy families, and they are also the friends that Pei Yunxian plans to introduce to Chewie. Pei Yunxian took Chewie to their seats and casually opened a bottle of wine. He poured a glass for Chewie first, then poured himself half a glass. Then he raised his glass and said to the other 3 people, brothers, this is my master, Chewie, whom I mentioned to you before. The 3 young men stood up politely and raised their glasses with both hands to toast Chewie. Nice to meet you. As the saying goes, courtesy comes first, and Chewie did not put on airs. He clinked glasses with the 3 of them in the same way, and even placed the mouth of his glass lower on purpose to show his politeness. Everyone, please don't be polite. Although Pei Yunxian insists on recognizing me as his master, we are actually still friends as peers. Shui said with a smile. Chapter 52, Sissy, stay away from me. Pei Yunxian grinned and introduced the three people to Shui one by one. Master, the guy sitting on the far left with slicked back hair is called Guan Yan. He is the eldest son of Jian Nan's housekeeper. At the same time, if you have any industrial and commercial issues in Jiannan City, just contact him. He will make sure everything is arranged properly. Guan Yan stood up and shook hands with Shui, saying with a smile, Brother Yi is really amazing. He actually made Pei Yunxian surrender. You know, he has always relied on his powerful force and is not afraid of anything. The only person he is afraid of may be his father. No, I only won by a small margin. If we fight a few more times, I might fail sometimes. I still recognize Pei Yunxuan's strength. Shui said modestly. After all, this is Pei Yunxuan's home court, and he has to give him the face he deserves. Master, you are too modest. These three are my best friends since childhood. They brag about each other and expose each other's shortcomings every day. You can pretend to be cool as much as you want. You don't have to give me any face. Pei Yunxian picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile. Shui was a little amused and helpless. This guy, you are not happy even though I gave you face. Are you saying that you are the kind of person who can be knocked down by 3 punches? Brother Yi, if you encounter any problems in business in the future, be sure to come to me. We are all friends. I have elders in my family who are in charge of this area, and basically most problems can be solved. Guan Yan mentioned it again with a smile, then sat back in his original seat. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely come to you if I need any help. I happen to be planning to start a company in the near future. Shui nodded and said with a smile. Master, this playboy with a warrior hairstyle is Qi Juanhe, the young master of the Qi family in Jiannan. His family owns a mine and he knows a lot of girls. If you need investment or feel lonely, you can look for him. Pei Yunxian continued his nonsensical introduction. Qi Juanhe laughed and scolded, although my family really has a mine, can't you introduce it in a more impressive way? If you change the name to a rare resource mining site, wouldn't it sound more impressive? That's fine. If you're lonely, come to me. I'm straight. Qi Juanhe exaggeratedly covered his chest with both hands, making everyone at the table laugh. Shui also smiled and took the initiative to stand up and shake hands. I see, cherish the resource mining points and the beauty resource concentration points, right? If I need this in the future, I will definitely find you, so don't refuse it then. Qi Juanhe immediately put away his smile, shook hands with Shui seriously, and said, Brother Yi, please excuse me if you have anything to do. If you don't have anything to do, you can also come and play with me. I will make sure everything is arranged. Thank you. Shui thanked politely. Master, this cold and domineering president is called Chen Shuaiqi. As his name suggests, he is quite handsome. He is the second young master of the Jiannan Chen family. Some of his elders are in business and politics. If you encounter problems at school that involve the education department, you can trouble him. Pei Yunxian introduced the last friend. Hello, nice to meet you. Chen Shui also stood up and shook hands with Shui. His cold personality made him not say much, or rather, that was already too much. Shui didn't mind. He shook hands with Chen Shui, drank a glass together and then sat down. Ding! The host has successfully made friends with the children of the powerful in Jiannan City. Mission accomplished. The security company will contact the host within 3 days, please keep your phone open. As a super rich man, you must have a power hidden in the dark. Please continue to work hard and eventually grow into a qualified super rich man. Mission accomplished. Shui remembered that the security company awarded for this mission was composed of 50 top mercenaries. In this way, in the future, if there are things that are not convenient to do openly, the security company can be asked to take action. It can be seen that Pei Yunxian really wants to bring Shui to make friends with him. The reason why these 3 people were so enthusiastic was probably because Pei Yunxian had greeted them in advance. Otherwise, these wealthy young men with a hint of arrogance would not take Shui so seriously. When he just entered the hall a few minutes ago, Shui's first glance was towards the table where he was currently sitting. It was not because of any other reason, but mainly because the location was too conspicuous. Obviously, this table is the center of attention tonight. In addition, other guests coming and going looked at this table from time to time, with hesitation and expectation on their faces. It's like someone who wants to climb up the ladder but is somewhat daunted. The few who came over to toast were all middle-aged men, and judging by their attire, they all looked wealthy. Even so, Pei Yunxuan's friends just nodded lightly, raised their glasses to signal, and took a sip. Those wealthy people would be overjoyed if they could accept their business cards. The rest of the time, they just sat at the table, chatting leisurely among themselves, and did not socialize around with glasses of wine like the others. There is only one reason why they behave like this. That is, they think that socializing on the field is meaningless and they look down on it. In other words, in their opinion, everyone present, except Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, is trash. Not worthy of their enthusiastic treatment. Sure enough, in this kind of place where interests are exchanged, identity, status and strength determine everything. Although they all looked funny in front of Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, and made jokes casually, they were just like ordinary friends. But in front of those people they look down upon, they act differently. After all, they are all the top second generation in Jiannan City, so it is natural for them to greet everyone with a smile. Only those who are valuable enough will be taken seriously. This is actually the so-called circle. It is quite difficult for people with insufficient status to squeeze into this circle of top second generation people. Even if you have money, it's useless. Money is only part of strength. If other aspects don't keep up, it won't work. Of course, those who have too much money are another matter. However, Pei Yunxian paved the way for Chu Yi in advance and directly brought him into his own circle. Chu Yi looked at Pei Yunxian, who was laughing and joking with his best friend, and nodded secretly in his heart. Although this guy is a little silly, he is worth making friends with. Get out of here, you damn bitch. Stay away from me. At this moment, a delicate cry suddenly came from the field, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time, there was a horrifying scream coming from a man. Chu Yi was also attracted by the voice. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Xianglan. He was right just now, Xianglan also came to attend the party. Pei Yunxian said that only businessmen with a certain amount of capital or industry elites could attend this party. Since Xianglan is here too, it seems that she also has a wealthy family. But why did she and Chen Yun apply for the housekeeping job together when she was in the hospital last time? As a result, Chu Yi still thought that she was a girl from an ordinary family. Pei Yunxian frowned. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the party he hosted. He must be so impatient to live. Master, wait for me for a moment, I will get it done right away. Pei Yunxian finished speaking and was about to stand up, but was stopped by Chu Yi. Wait a minute, that girl is my friend, I'll go with you to see what happened. Seeing Chu Yi say this, Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Seeing that his three best friends were also trying to get up, he quickly held them down and said, Stay put, eat and drink. This is my place, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. After we have settled this matter, the auction should be almost ready to start. In Pei Yunxuan's opinion, although the brothers are all good friends, their relationship is very close. But after all, it was a formal occasion, and I was the one who invited them, so there was no reason to let the guests laugh at me. He was a little angry now and just wanted to teach the troublemaker a lesson. Chapter 53, The Little Maid Must Be Trained Well. When Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian walked to where Xianglan was, he found another acquaintance. No, it should be said that it was Bai Peng who wanted to be his son. At this time, Bai Peng was curled up on the ground, covering his vital parts with his hands, his face full of pain. The reason why I didn't see it just now was because he was lying on the ground and was blocked by the tablecloth. Seeing this, Pei Yunxian picked up his phone and called the security of his own manor. He planned to ask the security to carry the fallen guy away first to avoid affecting the atmosphere of the party. As for who caused the trouble, it is very easy to deduce. Anyway, it's certain that the Master's friend's 1T caused trouble. Since it's not the Master's friend who was causing trouble, then it must be this guy lying on the ground. She actually dared not to give Pei Yunxian face and openly screamed when she was kicked in the balls during the charity auction party he hosted. How disgraceful. I'll ask the security to prepare a meat-filled meal for him first, and the other meal plans are to be determined later. Pei Yunxian thought silently. Xianglan, long time no see. Chu Yi ignored Bai Peng, who was screaming, and greeted Xianglan with a smile. Today, Xianglan was wearing a little makeup, with her long hair tied behind her head, and a conservative black evening dress. She looked more mature than the previous 2 times they met. The only thing that remained unchanged was that the evening dress she wore today highlighted her hot body, with a protruding front and a curved back. She wore a pair of high heels, which made the curves of her beautiful legs even longer. In general, Xiang Lan was extremely eye-catching today. At least Shui relied on his strong willpower to not admire her too much. Ah, Shui, you are here too. Long time no see. Ha ha. Xiang Lan replied somewhat embarrassedly. But I was mumbling in my heart, what is going on? We just met a few days ago. Shui pointed at Bai Peng, who was still lying on the ground, and asked Xiang Lan, what's wrong with this guy? Did he provoke you? When Bai Peng was mentioned, Xiang Lan frowned violently, crossed his arms and said, this damn sissy just wanted my contact information. I refused several times, but he still pestered me, so I couldn't help but kick him. Shui looked Xiang Lan up and down as if he was meeting her for the first time. I didn't expect that she not only has a strong body, but also has such a strong personality. However, Xiao Pengpeng was kicked by Xiang Lan's high heels. Bai Peng really needs to change his name to Bai Peng. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I just kick him? Xiang Lan stomped his feet and said. Nothing, I just think you played very well, I'm very satisfied. Shui said with a smile. Shui indeed thought so, and he would also like to give it a few kicks if he had the chance. But what Shui is more curious about now is that since Xiang Lan is worth a lot of money, why does she become friends with Chen Yun? And they often go out together to do part-time jobs to earn money, which is unreasonable. Do rich girls need to go out to work and earn money? Are you bored because you've eaten too much? As far as he knew, Xiang Lan was not a student of Jiangbei University. Therefore, the possibility that she and Chen Yun gradually became good friends because of their daily interactions was ruled out. The only possibility is that Xiang Lan approached Chen Yun with some purpose. In Shui's opinion, Chen Yun is completely a blank sheet of paper, and he will not allow anyone to have any plans against her. He wants to find out Xiang Lan's purpose. Are you coming to this party alone today? Shui asked. No, my dad brought me here. Xiang Lan shook his head and said a little depressed. She originally wanted to hide in the corner to avoid being discovered by Shui, but she didn't expect to encounter a clinging fly and was forced to expose herself. It was all that sissy's fault. Now that Shui had discovered her identity, she wouldn't know what to say if asked. What's more, she also hid her identity from Nian Yun. If Shui told Nian Yun, would she feel deceived and ignore him in the future? Xiang Lan became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She gritted her teeth as she looked at Bai Peng, who was still screaming. She wished she could kick him a couple more times. At this time, Xiang Guoqiang, who had just finished using the bathroom, returned to the hall and was also attracted by the noise here. He was shocked, wondering if his daughter was in trouble again. Xiang Guoqiang trotted to Xiang Lan, and seeing that she was safe and sound, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Then he looked at Bai Peng on the ground and his heart tightened. How come someone got injured at such a nice charity gala? Xiaolan, what's the situation here? What happened just now? Xiang Guoqiang asked with concern. Xiang Lan pouted and said nothing. Shui smiled and extended his hand to Xiang Guoqiang to say hello. This should be Uncle Xiang, right? Hello, Uncle Xiang, my name is Shui. Xiang Guoqiang was stunned for a moment, and seeing that Shui was well dressed and very polite, he also politely shook hands with Shui. Hello, Xiao Chu, do you know Xiaolan? Shui glanced at the angry Xiang Lan, smiled slightly and said, yes, uncle, I know Xiang Lan, and we have a pretty good relationship. Not only is she pretty good, Xiang Lan has already been reserved as his maid. If they get along well for some time, Xiang Lan might be able to master many powerful skills. However, this little maid had her own plans and actually had plots against the little angel Chen Yun. You must give him a beating when you have the chance. If he doesn't obey, you will have to use some training. Xiang Guoqiang was a little surprised. He knew that his daughter was arrogant and usually disdained to make friends with the opposite sex. Instead, she got along better with girls. However, as a father, he is not old-fashioned and does not interfere with his daughter's interpersonal relationships. Anyway, as long as his daughter is happy, isn't the reason he makes money to make his family happy? But what exactly happened here? Xiao Chu, do you know what happened here just now? Seeing that his daughter was still angry and silent, Xiang Guoqiang had to ask Shui. Uncle, this is what happened. This guy just wanted Lan Lan's contact information, but Lan Lan didn't want to give it to him, so he kept pestering her. Lan Lan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she had to let me act as a shield. As a result, we had an argument, and I couldn't help but kick him. Shui took the blame on himself with a smile and winked at Xiang Lan secretly. Xiang Lan looked at Shui in surprise. She had already prepared herself mentally to be scolded by her father. I didn't expect Shuyi to say that. Is he taking care of her? But what's the use of this? When that sissy recovers and starts to argue, won't her father also know what happened? But since Shuyi had started lying, he would certainly do it perfectly. Mr. Pei, please ask the security to help this gentleman go to the infirmary to rest first. We will discuss the compensation issue after the party is over. Shuyi waved to Pei Yunxian and said. He also deliberately emphasized the word compensation. Pei Yunxian cooperated and agreed, and asked the 4 security guards who rushed over after hearing the news to carry Bai Ping to the infirmary. Not only that, Pei Yunxian also whispered to the security guard to tell the family doctor not to give Bai Ping pain relief. At the same time, tie up Bai Ping and beat him up after he recovers. Thank you for your hard work. Please take good care of this guest. Each of you will receive a bonus of 3,000 yuan after the task is completed. Pei Yunxian said with a smile as he patted the leading security guard on the shoulder. The 4 security guards excitedly took the order, lifted up the still screaming Bai Ping and left the hall. Chapter 54 Selling Daughter to Guoqiang. Xianglan opened her mouth slightly, very surprised. She didn't expect that Shuyi would make Bai Ping disappear from the scene so easily. She heard from her father that today's party was hosted by the young master of a large family in Jiannan City, and only well-known figures could attend. Before coming here, her father had specifically warned her not to get into conflict with others, otherwise it would be easy to get into trouble. Just now she really couldn't stand Bai Ping's excessive advances. If she didn't fight back, that sissy would come after her. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Ugh. Xiang Guoqiang was also stunned watching from the side. He attended the charity auction party tonight, so naturally he knew Pei Yunxian. I just heard that the young master of the Pei family has always been arrogant, but I didn't expect that he would respond to Chuyi's every request. You know, even if he wanted to get to know Pei Yunxian, it would be difficult. However, his daughter's friend seemed to be of the same level as the young master of the Pei family. This made Xiang Guoqiang overjoyed. He felt that it was not in vain that he brought his precious daughter out tonight. With Chuyi's relationship, his goal of making more connections can be easily achieved. Seeing the surprised expressions of the father and daughter, Chuyi smiled slightly. Uncle, I have some private matters to ask Lan Lan, so I want to take her to sit at my table. Is that okay with you? This is Chuyi's main purpose. He wants to find out why Xian Lan is close to Chen Yun and why she wants to be a maid together. This kind of thing cannot be asked in front of Xiang Guoqiang, and Chuyi does not want to wait for another time, so he just takes this opportunity tonight to ask clearly. Ah, this is not good. Xiang Lan was a little flustered. How could she not know what Chuyi wanted to ask? But it's hard to talk about this kind of thing. Xiang Guoqiang was also a little hesitant. He was actually not very willing to let his precious daughter sit at the same table with Chuyi. What if my sweet little girl is snatched away by this kid? Seeing this, Chuyi came close to Pei Yunxian and said in a low voice, Xiaopei, take this Uncle Xiang to our table and introduce him to your brothers. Then make a big noise so that everyone present can see it. Pei Yunxian looked at Chuyi in surprise. His master's actions were intended to increase the influence of his Uncle Xiang. He could already imagine that after doing what his master said, Uncle Xiang would become a hot commodity in the eyes of successful people in the field. Who wouldn't want to meet this kind of person who can interact with the young masters of Jiannan? However, when he saw Xianglan standing aside, Pei Yunxian showed a look of sudden enlightenment and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master, I understand. Just leave it to me. Pei Yunxian raised his eyebrows at Chuyi, then smiled brightly and said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, since we all know each other, why don't you go to my table and have a drink? There are some good friends of mine there, it would be nice for us to get to know each other. Xiang Guoqiang's eyes lit up. Pei Yunchuan's words directly hit the nail on the head. He came here today to expand his network so that his business can be more successful. If I could directly get to know the most powerful young masters in this scene, then at the following dinner, his efforts to make connections will go smoothly. Mr. Pei, you are too polite. Since you said so, I must give you this face. Xiang Guoqiang nodded with a smile, then smiled gratefully at Chuyi. Xiao Chu, since you young people have some private topics to discuss, then uncle won't stop you. But my only request is that Xiao Lan not drink, otherwise I won't be able to explain to her mother when I go back. Xiang Guoqiang knew that what Pei Yunxian said was definitely not groundless. The only person who could make Pei Yunxian do this was Chuyi, who knew his daughter. Since Chuyi has helped him so much, he must return the favor. It's just chatting anyway, it won't hurt you, so it's no big deal. Xiang Guoqiang sold his daughter easily and felt very happy. Dad. Xiang Lan looked reluctant, pulling Xiang Guoqiang's arm and said coquettishly, "You said you were just bringing me out to see the world, why did you let me sit at the same table with my friends?" "Okay, Lan, I think Xiao Chu is a handsome man with good manners and is an outstanding young man. You should learn more from him and change your temper." Xiang Guoqiang patted the back of Xiang Lan's hand and comforted her. "Xiao Chu, let's go over there. To be honest, if it weren't for your relationship, it would have been difficult for me to get to know these young masters of the big families in Jiannan City," Xiang Guoqiang said with a straightforward smile. Although this was the case, to Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian, it was actually a compliment to them, or to put it bluntly, it was invisible flattery. It has to be said that most people who make it to the elite class have pretty good emotional intelligence. Of course, except for Bai Peng. Bai Peng, who was being beaten up in the infirmary, suddenly sneezed, spraying the security guard in front of him in the face. Suddenly, Bai Peng and the security guard looked at each other affectionately. In less than a second, Bai Peng's screams were heard again in the infirmary. "Ah!" Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian brought Xiang Guoqiang to the C-position table where they were, and Xiang Lan followed behind with a wronged look on her face. Seeing the two men returning and bringing back two more people, Guan Yan and the other two became a little curious. Pei Yunxian winked at them, then picked up the wine and poured it into a goblet. He politely toasted Xiang Guoqiang and said loudly, "Uncle Xiang, have fun here tonight. If you are not satisfied with anything, just tell me and I will make changes immediately." Pei Yunxian deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of the guests. When they found out that he was toasting a middle-aged man, everyone was wondering who this middle-aged man was that Pei Xiao was so polite to toast. Xiang Guoqiang was a little flattered. Although he was currently worth over 100 million yuan, it was really nothing in front of the top families in Jiannan City. As the next generation seat of the Pei family, one of the top families in Jiannan City, Pei Yunxian was so honored to be so politely toasted to him at the party he hosted. The way the guests around him looked at him had changed. There are also some people who ignored me just now, but now they are looking at me with stars in their eyes. This is the influence of the top powerful class. Xiang Guoqiang sighed in his heart, but he also put in some superficial effort. He and Pei Yunxian happily finished the wine in the glass. Guan Yan, Shi Juana, and Chen Shuiqi saw Pei Yunxuan's eyes and saw his exaggerated toast. As close friends who grew up together, how could they not understand what he meant? After Pei Yunxian finished his toast, the three of them also held up their wine glasses and stood up one by one to toast Xiang Guoqiang, giving him enough face. This was completely different from how they had just treated other wealthy people. Chapter 55, This guy, what is he doing here? The polite toasts from the four young masters not only made Xiang Guoqiang blush, but also made the guests present curious about Xiang Guoqiang's identity. Many guests began to discuss in low voices. Who is this man that the young masters call Uncle Xiang? Why are they so respectful to him? Yes, I saw several tycoons toasting him before, but those young masters just raised their glasses and didn't even move. But they were so respectful to Uncle Xiang. It would be great if they had a chance to meet him. I don't know where this person comes from, but I just talked to Mr. Xiang. He runs a physical business in Jiannan City, and we even exchanged business cards. Brother, I heard that you seem to be doing business in the internet field? It just so happens that I have resources in this area. Why don't we take some time to discuss cooperation matters? It would be great if you could introduce Mr. Xiang to me. No problem. Damn it. Mr. Xiang just toasted me and wanted to chat with me, but I turned him away. The biggest gain of the night is gone. The last time I went to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, I heard from the abbot that I would meet a noble person today. It seems that Mr. Xiang is my noble person. If I can really get to know Mr. Xiang, I will donate another 1 million incense money next time I go to the temple. Ba, may Buddha bless you. At this time, Xiang Guoqiang had become a distinguished person in the eyes of the guests. In their opinion, since it was difficult to get to know those young masters, it would be the same to get to know Mr. Xiang. After all, connections are like a line that connects people together. So even if I don't have the opportunity to meet some young masters, getting to know Mr. Xiang will have a similar effect. This way, if there is something that requires the young master's help in the future, it would be good to have someone who can have a say. Under Chu Yi's instructions, Pei Yunxian brought 3 young masters to help Xiang Guoqiang gain a lot of face. Xiang Guoqiang, with a rosy face, no longer cared about Xiang Lan, who had a gloomy face. He walked around the venue with a champagne in hand, making friends with business partners. This time, Xiang Guoqiang felt unusually relaxed. Many entrepreneurs who had ignored him took the initiative to hand over their business cards, and even looked like they were begging for his business card. This treatment is so great. And all this was thanks to Chu Yi's words. Xiang Guoqiang walked around the venue, glancing at Chu Yi from time to time, just like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he admired him. If he had a son-in-law like this, he would be very proud. Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang? An entrepreneur next to him called softly. Xiang Guoqiang then retracted his gaze and said apologetically, "Sorry, I drank a little too much and was distracted just now." What you just said was, "Mr. Xiang, please drink less. Just take a sip to show your appreciation. I just wanted to ask if I could have your business card so that we can contact each other in the future." The entrepreneur waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, Oh, look at my memory." Xiang Guoqiang reached into the lining pocket of his suit, only to find that he had already distributed all the business cards. Seeing this, the entrepreneur took out his mobile phone and said with a smile, "It seems that you have distributed all your business cards. How about we add each other on WeChat?" "Okay. No problem." Xiang Guoqiang smiled readily and took out his mobile phone to add the other party as a friend. Seeing her father so rarely happy, although Xiang Lan was very angry about his behavior of selling his daughter, she did not blame him. "My father has given so much for this family. Since he is so happy today, it was worth it for me to be sold. It won't be a big deal to me anyway." But what is Chu Yi's identity? Why can a few words make the young master of aristocratic family, who is difficult for my father to make friends with, put down his status and praise my father? Xiang Lan quietly looked at Chu Yi beside her, only to find that Chu Yi was putting the wine glass to his lips and looking at her with a playful look. Chu Yi's look frightened Xiang Lan so much that his heart jumped and he quickly withdrew his gaze. Chu Yi laughed and was not in a hurry to interrogate Xiang Lan. After all, the piece of meat was right in front of him and it couldn't run away. Eat food when it's time to eat food, and drink wine when it's time to drink wine. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, Ji Juanha asked with a smile, "Brother Yi, who is this?" Chu Yi put down the chopsticks in his hand, rubbed Xiang Lan's head with a smile and said, "Her name is Xiang Lan, she is my new maid." Shi Juanha clapped his hands, gave Chu Yi a thumbs up with admiration, and said, "Brother Yi, I understand, but it's the meat silk poulet, the fun is there." Guan Yan picked up the wine glass on the table and toasted Chu Yi, and said with a smile, "Brother Yi is awesome, please teach me some tips on picking up girls in the future, I've been single for a long time." Hearing this, Chen Shui, who was picking up food, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said lightly, "Well, it's been a long time, almost the third day." Pei Yunxian drank a little wine and watched his brothers teasing each other, smiling without saying a word. If these guys knew that he had another master's wife who was as beautiful as a fairy, would they be shocked? Seeing these people teasing him, Xiang Lan became angry and wanted to argue, but when he caught a glimpse of his father, his expression relaxed. "Oh, forget it, it's no big deal to be teased by these guys. It's a rare day that Dad is happy, so as his daughter, I will sell my soul in exchange for his happiness. I have given so much for this family." Epsilon. Seeing that Xiang Lan looked cute when she was angry, Chu Yi couldn't help but want to tease her. "Hey, Xiang Lan, do you know what's redder than a monkey's butt?" Xiang Lan crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Chu Yi, indicating that he didn't want to talk. "Humph, if you want to tease me, forget it. Hee, can't you just give me some face?" Chu Yi was puzzled when he saw that Xiang Lan didn't take the bait. Xiang Lan continued to keep a straight face and said nothing. "Humph, it's better to spend this party like this. It saves Chu Yi from asking questions." Chu Yi felt a little bored when he saw Xiang Lan not talking. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Xiang Lan about his purpose of approaching Chen Yun first. But this needs to be done step by step, slowly asking questions. Chu Yi did it as he thought. He moved his stool towards Xiang Lan's position, and the two people's stools were put together. When several people including Pei Yunxian saw this scene, they looked at each other, smiled and said nothing. When Xiang Lan saw Chu Yi moving the stool towards her, she hurriedly moved the stool away from Chu Yi. "Ah, this guy, what are you doing coming over here? Go away, go away. Go away." The more Xiang Lan moved, the more Chu Yi wanted her not to stay away from him. He simply reached out and grabbed the back of the chair where Xiang Lan was sitting and pulled it towards himself. "Ah!" Xiang Lan let out a cry and fell towards Chu Yi unexpectedly. Chapter 56 Xiang Lan, the Proud Kitten. Shui enjoyed the warmth and softness of Xiang Lan in his arms. After all, Xiang Lan's comic-like figure was quite rare. What is the feeling of holding someone in his arms? Just one word, wonderful. Xiang Lan struggled to get up, and Shui did not stop her. Although he felt that the touch of her flesh was great, they were not close enough, and being too presumptuous would backfire. As a hunter with strong capital, you only need to set numerous traps and lure the prey into the bait. By then, you can also tame the aggressive prey into a pet that will snuggle in your arms and act coquettishly. It would be so boring if I took out a shotgun and shot him to death. Ahem, Pei Yunshan, you see that girl in low-cut clothes over there? She's pretty, and her best friend also has a big butt. Why don't we go get to know them? Seeing that Shui and Xiang Lan had serious business to do, Qi Juanhe coughed twice, pulled Pei Yunshan up and prepared to go for a walk on the field. Where? I like big butts. Pei Yunshan's eyes lit up, and his eyes instantly turned into radars, his gaze shooting in the direction Qi Juanhe pointed. See, Gui. You still have a vicious gaze, old man. Come on, the big butt girl is mine, and you can do whatever you want with her bestie. Okay, I won't compete with you for it. Qi Juanhe nodded with a smile. Pei Yunshan and Qi Juanhe got up and left in a hurry. Before leaving, they smiled at each other tacitly and gave Shui a subtle look of encouragement. How could Shui not know what they were thinking, but he really had no intention of doing anything to Xiang Lan. Although she left a deep impression with her twin ponytails last time, he really wanted to hold her hand to try the feel. Although Shui was very fond of her comic book figure and wanted to try her voluptuous figure. But we are in a public place now, is it appropriate to do this? It's not suitable. So why are you looking at me like that? And you guys? Guan Yan. Chen Shuiqi. Yes, as soon as Pei Yunshan and the other two left, Chen Shuiqi also stood up with a blank face, pulled Guan Yan and left without saying a word. Guan Yan even gave Shui an encouraging gesture, with the smile on his face as bright as it could be. At this moment, the guests in the venue became even more excited. The target they wanted to get acquainted with began to wander around the venue. Xiang Lan felt like a little white rabbit caught in the mouth of a big bad wolf. Now her cheeks are red. Although she was impatient and sometimes hot-tempered, this was the first time she was hugged by a boy. Moreover, he was a handsome man like Shui who had a great figure and good looks. Xiang Lan felt her legs were a little weak. Fortunately, she is sitting on a chair now, otherwise she would really make a fool of herself. Ah, Xiang Lan, what are you thinking about? Now you and Shui are enemies. No matter what he asks next, you can't tell him the truth. Shui found Xiang Lan's red face and silence quite interesting. I didn't see her being so shy when I kicked Bai Peng just now, she kept calling me old lady. Xiang Lan, tell me, how did you and Chen Yun know each other? Shui asked with a smile. Since we want to find out Xiang Lan's purpose of approaching Chen Yun, let's start from when they first met. I hope it's not what I imagined. Why are you asking so many questions? I won't tell you. And don't you know that as a boy, it's not good to pry into the secrets between girls? Xiang Lan said angrily. Alalan will never bow to evil forces. Justice will prevail over evil. Humph. Carrot. Oh, okay, since you don't want to say it, then I have to ask Chen Yun. Why don't you give her a call? It's not too late now, she should not be asleep yet. Shui nodded with some disappointment, then took out his mobile phone. Hey, why did you call Chen Yun to ask this? Don't you think it's weird? Xiang Lan was shocked and quickly stopped Shui's behavior. If Shui called and asked some weird questions, how would she get along with Chen Yun in the future? The evil forces are so sinister that Alalan finds it difficult to resist. What should I do? No, aren't these just some normal questions? And as an employer, I have the right to conduct background checks on the two newly hired maids. Shui said with a smile, and he emphasized the word maid. Xiang Lan's face turned bitter. Maid, you only know how to say this every day. Miss Ben and Chen Yun are such lovely girls working as your maids, and you keep using this as a bargaining chip to threaten us. It's really abominable. Justice Ararat failed. It's not that Alan didn't work hard, but that evil is too powerful. Woo. Then I will only tell you how we met, and you are not allowed to ask anything else. Xiang Lan said depressedly. Well, it's not impossible. Shui groaned, whetting Xiang Lan's appetite, and then nodded to agree to her request. As long as you are willing to speak up, it will be fine. You've already done it the first time, so why should you be afraid of difficulties the second or third time? Moreover, Shuyi is very interested in training a girl with a tsundere personality like Xianglan. Just think about it, it would be such a great sense of accomplishment to train a tsundere girl into a well-behaved and cute little maid. Xianglan was irritated by Chuyi's evil eyes, and pretended to be fierce and said, "Don't look at me like that." Woo! Alalan is so panicked. Chuyi said nothing and just looked at Xianglan steadily. He waited until Xianglan felt a little uncomfortable, then he stretched out his hand and said, "Don't move, there's something on your face." Ah? What is that? Xianglan asked blankly when she heard Chuyi say that there was something on his face. Chuyi stretched out his hand and pinched the baby fat on Xianglan's face, then said with a triumphant smile, "A little cute." What a cheesy love talk. Xianglan pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Chuyi. She also reached out and rubbed the tender flesh on her cheek that Chuyi had pinched, as if she wanted to rub it clean. Ha ha ha, okay, tell me how you met Jian Yun, just think of it as telling a story. Chuyi said with a smile. He thought the girl was so cute, like a tsundere little kitten. But it doesn't matter, Chuyi just likes to pet cats. Hiss. The joy of petting cats is quite wonderful. Oh. Xianglan responded quietly and began to explain how the two of them knew each other. It turned out that one time when Chen Yun was working part-time, he went to her family's cafe to work as a waiter. She happened to be in the store that day, drinking coffee idly. Somehow, I noticed Chen Yun, the new waiter. It may be because of her beauty, or it may be because of her careful and serious attitude towards work. Even Xianglan, who is also a girl, thought that Chen Yun was so fairy-like when she saw her for the first time. Out of curiosity, Xianglan began to pay attention to Chen Yun's every move. Chapter 57, The head is well rested, comfort is essential. Later, in order to get to know Jian Yun better, I pretended to apply for a part-time temporary job, and after a while we became familiar with each other. After telling the general process of how she and Chen Yun met, Xianglan added dryly. Is that it? Shuyi looked at Xianglan with confusion. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, what kind of story do you think there can be? This is not a TV series. Xianglan said righteously, with his hands on his hips. That's it, I won't tell you anything else even if you ask me again. Stinky Chuyi. Well, okay, you have big breasts so you have the final say. Chuyi nodded and said. You. Hooligan. Xianglan's cheeks turned red and he quickly put his hands over his chest. However, Chuyi ignored her and started eating the food by himself, giving his comments from time to time. This dish is delicious. This dish is also good, sour, spicy, and refreshing. Well, this one works too. Xianglan stared blankly at Chuyi, who was leisurely eating his food. She was a little confused. Didn't he just look like he wanted to get to the bottom of this? Why didn't you ask a question? The sudden change made her a little hard to adapt and a little uncomfortable. It feels like being fully prepared in a war to resist the siege of enemy soldiers. She was confident that she could block the opponent's full-strength attack, but she found that the opponent retreated after just one attack. The feeling of punching cotton made Xianglan very uncomfortable. She bit her lip, looked at Chuyi, who kept picking up food and eating, and asked hesitantly, "Chuyi, is the food delicious?" It's delicious. Let me tell you, I've never eaten anything so delicious since I was a child. Come on, try it. Chuyi swallowed the food he was chewing in his mouth, and smiled as he picked up several of his favorite dishes for Xianglan. Xianglan looked at the food on his plate and sighed, his expression conflicted, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. No, Chuyi, I mean. Oh, I understand. You want to eat that big lamb leg, right? No problem, I'll get it to you right away. Before Xianglan could finish speaking, Chuyi looked as if he had realized something. He turned the turntable on the dining table and placed a huge leg of lamb in front of Xianglan. Here, eat quickly. I know that a girl like you with a great figure must be very concerned about the nutritional intake in daily life, so it should be no problem for you to finish this leg of lamb by yourself, right? Chuyi said with a smile. Xianglan felt like she was going crazy. She clearly just wanted to continue the previous topic with Chuyi. But why did Chuyi keep asking her to eat? Besides, I agree that she has a great figure, but how can she finish off the leg of lamb by herself? Is this huge roasted leg of lamb something a fairy with a cherry mouth like me can eat? Blind Chuyi. Open your eyes and see clearly. I have a cherry mouth. Xiang Lan's inner figure was going crazy. In his mind, he had already grabbed Shuyi and smashed him with the chaos cloak hammer technique. But on the surface, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Just eat it. I'm not very hungry." Shuyi looked at Xiang Lan with a smile. "Hee, little guy, I didn't want to say it just now. After a little bit of playing hard to get, you couldn't help but speak yourself. Sundara girls are really cute. As punishment, you just have to suffer. The first step to tame a Sundara little kitten is to keep you on the edge of your seat." As for understanding Xiang Lan's purpose of approaching Chen Yun, he still has plenty of time and opportunities. For example, when the two of them come to my house to do housework. When it comes to housekeeping, Shuyi thinks of those different styles of maid outfits. Well, Xiang Lan has to wear something tight, so her loose maid outfit will be confiscated. Nice. Shuyi was thinking about the source of his happiness with great interest, but Xiang Lan couldn't hold back. "Shuyi, weren't you very curious about the story between Jian Yun and me just now? Why don't you ask now?" Xiang Lan asked the doubts in his heart. "Oh, that's what you are talking about. I saw that you looked reluctant, so I didn't ask," Shuyi said with a smile. "Hee, you can't help it. TSK, I was also very reluctant at first, but you didn't ask," Xiang Lan said with a pouting look on his face in disbelief. "Oh, there's nothing I can do. I'm just more tolerant of cute girls." Shuyi shook his glass and continued with a smile. "At first I didn't notice the cuteness on your face, but now I do, so I don't want you to feel forced." Who is cute? I'm not a cute girl," Xiang Lan said fiercely, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "I am not cute. This lady is heroic and valiant. You have no say." Snort. "Hey, so you're not a cute girl, then why do you still wear Lolita clothes?" Shuyi asked with a puzzled look. "Who says you can't wear Lolita if you don't want to go for the cute style?" Xiang Lan crossed her arms and said to Shuyi with a sidelong glance. "Oh, how dare you, little girl, look at me like that. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will become arrogant." Shuyi finished the wine in the glass, looked at Xiang Lan steadily, suddenly shook his head, then held his head with his hands, and said in a low voice, I seem to be a little drunk." After saying that, he fell towards Xiang Lan. In order to prevent Xiang Lan from moving the chair and running away, Shuyi silently reached out and grabbed the backrest of Xiang Lan's chair. Sure enough, Xiang Lan saw that the situation was not good and wanted to move the chair away, but found that the chair did not move at all. He looked down and found that it was held tightly by Shuyi. Then a smell of alcohol hit him, and Xiang Lan felt a weight on his chest, as if there was an extra head. "Ah, Shuyi, what are you doing?" Xiang Lan pushed Shuyi in panic, trying to get him to sit up. Shuyi's action was intentional, so how could he fulfill her wish? He relaxed his body and leaned completely on Xiang Lan. "Well, I should be drunk, sorry. Sometimes I tend to feel weak all over after drinking." Shuyi squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. "My body is feeling Xiang Lan's soft body. It must be very comfortable to sleep with her in my arms. She is worthy of being a rich girl, and it is nutritious. From now on, your child won't have to worry about having no milk to drink. If you choose the right wife, the father and son will not be hungry." Xiang Lan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was fine just now, how come he suddenly lay down? Is this what all drunk men look like? Fortunately, she didn't drink any alcohol. If she had gotten drunk and fallen down like Shuyi, where would she have fallen? Oh, why is he moving around? Xiang Lan felt Shuyi moving around in her arms, and quickly reached out to hold him down. After this press, he became silent again, and I didn't know whether he was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. "Shuyi, are you still awake?" Xiang Lan stretched out his hand and shook Shuyi's body. "If you are sober, please wake up. This is so embarrassing." Shuyi's mouth corners slightly raised, but he still responded dazedly, "Well, I feel dizzy, but it's so comfortable lying like this." Xiang Lan's face turned red to her ears. "Isn't this nonsense? The position of your head resting on the pillow is so coincidental, it must be comfortable." "Ah. I was taken advantage of by this bad guy Shuyi." Chapter 58, Top Cooking Skills, 10x Rebate Card. Xiang Lan felt like crying but had no tears. Shuyi, the shameless guy, was lying in her arms, moving around from time to time. She wanted to push Shuyi away, but Shuyi was too heavy and she couldn't push him away at all. "Shuyi, get up quickly. My dad is coming." Suddenly, Xiang Lan caught a glimpse of his father, who was socializing not far away, walking towards the table and hurriedly spoke. Shui was startled. His father-in-law was coming over? He quickly broke free from the gentle embrace and stood up from Xiang Lan's arms. Xiang Lan was stunned by the agile speed. Turns out you have been pretending to be drunk. But before Xiang Lan could open her mouth to question him, Xiang Guoqiang came back with a rosy face. Xiao Chu, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, those industry leaders wouldn't be so enthusiastic towards me. Come, uncle will toast you. Shui looked at Xiang Lan, who had a resentful look on his face but didn't dare to speak. For some reason, he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. It's the most fun to bully this kind of arrogant girl. However, Xiang Guoqiang is still in front of me. He is my future father-in-law and I cannot neglect him. Shui stood up and filled his glass with wine. He raised his glass with both hands and said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, you don't have to be so polite. Lan Lan and I are good friends. I am very happy to be able to help you today. What's more, I believe that even without my help, you can still thrive in this kind of occasion just like my uncle. They drank a glass of wine politely and Shui also said some compliments. Naturally, the flattery made Xiang Guoqiang even happier. Hey, this guy knows how to talk. He is handsome, has high emotional intelligence, and most importantly, his background should be very extraordinary. I don't know if Xiaolan can grasp this kind of high-quality young man. Xiang Guoqiang looked at his precious daughter meaningfully and sighed in his heart. Little did he know that Xiang Lan was now mumbling in his heart. If the curse in his heart could take effect, Shui would have died countless times. Damn Shui, he actually pretended to be drunk and took advantage of me. Humph, I must say bad things about you in front of Jian Yun. Expose your hypocritical true face. Pervert, big pervert. So angry. Pei Yunxian and his companions wandered around the venue for a while, exchanged contact information with many high-quality young ladies, with smiles of understanding on their faces. Seeing that Shui had temporarily ended the battle, they all came back. Master, the auction is about to begin. Pei Yunxian said to Shui, and then said to Xiang Guoqiang, Uncle Xiang, you should also sit at this table, it will be more lively this way. Xiang Guoqiang gladly accepted it. He would certainly not refuse to sit at the same table with the center seats tonight. He could already imagine it. After tonight, when the news of his acquaintance with Guoqiang and several young masters of big families spreads, there will definitely be many entrepreneurs from Jiannan coming to discuss cooperation with him. He can set any conditions he wants, even if it means not making any money or even losing money, there will always be people vying to cooperate with him. The purpose is to get in touch with him and have the opportunity to contact the top dignitaries in Jiannan City. Xiang Guoqiang's return interrupted Shui's thoughts on how to train Xiang Lan. However, Shui was not disappointed, as there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ding! The host and the top beauty are having a meal together, and will be rewarded with top cooking skills. Host, please keep up the good work and become an all-around rich man surrounded by beautiful women. The system is generous. Shui didn't expect that just by meeting Xiang Lan by chance and eating something together at the same table, he could still receive a reward from the system. Moreover, he really loves to hear what the system says. Surrounded by beauties, he becomes an almighty rich man. Surrounding is the key point, circle it to be tested. For example, what to use to surround, how long to surround. As for top-notch cooking skills, Shui didn't care much. It's just cooking. He doesn't like cooking normally, so he probably doesn't have the chance to do it very often. But now that I have acquired this skill, I will try to buy some vegetables and cook them at home sometime. Before Shui could think for long, the auction session of the evening party began. The auctioneer was a classical beauty wearing a cheongsam. Shui estimated that her height was about 1.7 meters. With her high heels on, there were many men at the scene who were shorter than her. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am tonight's auctioneer, Luya. This charity auction tonight is organized by Pei Yunxian, Master Pei of our Pei family in Jiannan City, and has also been approved by the patriarch of the Pei family. As elites in various industries, we all know that children are the future of the country. And in our country, there are still many children in poorer areas who do not have the opportunity to receive education. Therefore, all proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated to children in poor mountainous areas to help them get more educational opportunities. I hope to cultivate many pillars of talent who study for the rise of the country. Luya's moving opening speech immediately won applause from all the guests. Although there are good and bad people in this kind of occasion, there are always some entrepreneurs who have a sense of social contribution in this regard. They believe that when they have enough ability, they need to do something to give back to society. Because when wealth reaches a certain level, it is no longer just about satisfying material needs, but more about spiritual satisfaction. Shui also nodded thoughtfully. Although he became rich by relying on the system, he was not a bad person by nature. He was also a handsome young man with integrity. Except for being a bit lustful, everything else is pretty good. Well, that's manly nature, so he has no shortcomings. He has always adhered to one idea. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will pull out my tendons and skin him, mix his ashes with rice and feed him to dogs. He also has his own shining points. When Shui was young, he often fed stray cats and dogs. Because it was a rural family, stray cats and dogs were very common. Whenever Shui came across these poor little things, he would run to their house and get some leftovers to feed them. Seeing the poor little animals eating with great relish, Shui felt an unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. Maybe this is the sense of accomplishment that comes from doing good things. Maybe this is also the reason why the system chose him. Since there is this charity auction party tonight, Shui feels that he should make some contributions to this society to the best of his ability. Ding! The host has a noble character and is indeed a young man with a very positive outlook on life. I will reward you with a 10x rebate card limited to tonight's auction. Helping the weak is a virtue of human civilization. Please stick to your inner righteousness and be a great man with a noble character. Of course, if you encounter a provocateur, beat him up hard. Seeing the last sentence of the system, Shui almost burst out laughing. The system has a really bad temper. But I like it. Hee hee. There will be another chapter later. Some friends think this book is good. Please leave a review and tell me what you like, what attracts you to this book, and what you hate. I will try my best to keep the content you like. Because this is the first time I write about this topic, please forgive me if it is not well written. The reason why I posted in the article is to let all the book friends who see this here see it. Chapter 59. Let the children work hard for the rise of Dragon Country. Well, the auction officially begins now. The first auction item is a replica of Mingxi Yunchukitu. Although it is a replica, it is a masterpiece of a famous master in Longwa. The starting price is 1 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 50,000. The auction began under the chairmanship of Luya. However, the price of 1 million is still a bit high for some industry elites, so only a small number of wealthy entrepreneurs participated in the auction. 1.05 million. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. Xiang Guoqiang felt that he needed to buy an item to express his gratitude to Chui, Pei Yunxian, and others for their care tonight. After all, this auction evening was initiated by Pei Yunxian, and bidding on the items would be tantamount to giving him face. What's more, this Mingxi Yunchuki too is just a replica. But Feng Lu was a famous calligrapher and painter in Longwa. His works are of great collection value and have room for appreciation. So Xiang Guoqiang raised his placard and offered 1.3 million. Luya saw that someone at the table where Pei Yunxian and others were sitting was holding up a sign, and looked over here in surprise. Logically speaking, he shouldn't make a bid at the auction organized by the young master of the Pei family. When other entrepreneurs who were also planning to participate in the auction saw that it was Xiang Guoqiang who made the bid, they just smiled and nodded at him and stopped bidding. Seeing this, Xiang Guoqiang once again felt respected, which was different from the feeling of being respected by employees in the company. There were so many people present who were of higher status than him, and respect from those in higher positions was always the most satisfying. He felt that this was the first time in his 40 years that he felt such deep affection from the world. Is there anyone else bidding? Luya asked. There was no one bidding. Since no one is bidding, 1.3 million once, 1.3 million twice, 1.3 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully buying a replica of the Mingxi Yunchuki painting created by a master of Fenglu. Congratulations to the children in the poor mountainous areas for receiving their first charitable donation of 1.3 million yuan. Everyone present applauded and the atmosphere was very warm. Xiang Guoqiang smiled and nodded to everyone who was looking at him. Shui had originally received a 10-fold rebate card from the system, and he was thinking of buying all the auction items tonight. But since his father-in-law has taken action, he has to give him some face. Anyway, it's only 1.3 million. Even if it increases tenfold, it will only be 13 million. Compared to saving my father-in-law's face, this little money can still be given up. However, as long as Xiang Guoqiang does not make any more bids from now on, all the auction items will be his. Luya continued to introduce the second auction item, and the sound of bidding and bidding rang out in an endless stream. 500,000. 600,000. This gentleman offered 600,000. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 700,000. 700,000. Is there a higher price? Luya said excitedly. 700,000 once, 700,000 twice. Seeing that no one was bidding higher, Chui wanted to ask for a higher price, but the system gave him a warning. Although it is a 10x rebate card, the host cannot bid without limit, and the maximum bid cannot exceed twice the current bid price. Okay system, since you have seen through my little tricks, I want to make things difficult for you. Chu Feng silently raised his sign and said calmly, 1.4 million. System, good man, you are going to take advantage of the most ruthless people. When Luya heard Chuyi's bid, she looked even more excited. She didn't expect someone to offer such a high price. Although because it was a charity auction, she received a fixed salary tonight and did not receive any commission. But as an auctioneer, the higher the price of the items she handles, the greater her sense of accomplishment. Not only Luya was excited, but other guests in the venue also started whispering to each other because of Chuyi's actions. Wow, I didn't expect that handsome guy to be so powerful. 1.4 million. It's not a small amount of money. What's more, before this, the highest bid was only 700,000, and he actually offered twice the price. Ah, I'm so excited. I already thought he was handsome, and now I think he's even more handsome. I don't know where this gentleman came from, but he seems to have a very prominent background. Moreover, he has a large amount of disposable assets at a young age. He must be from a prominent family. If I can make friends with him, my company will be able to move to a higher level. I just met Mr. Xiang. It seems that they have a good relationship. Please introduce me to him if you have the chance. Shaoli, when you go back, please draft a contract for cooperation with Mr. Xiang's company. We will directly make concessions to gain Mr. Xiang's favor. I hope that we can get to know this outstanding young master of a wealthy family through Mr. Xiang. Many entrepreneurs have their own little calculations in mind. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Chuyi's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden admiration he gained. He was just busy making money from the rebate card, but forgot that this kind of occasion is the time to show off. He needs to act cool to gain admiration points. Nothing more to say, tonight's auction items will be paid for by Master Chu. Master. I didn't expect that you are not only strong in combat, but also so rich. Pei Yunxian raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Yes, 1,400,000 is just a piece of cake, and you can buy a low-end Porsche Panamera. Guan Yan smacked his lips and said, Brother E is awesome. Although my family has a mine, my monthly pocket money is only 5 million. You just spent almost 1/3 of my pocket money. Shi Juanhe poured some sour drink, took a sip and said. The corners of Chen Shuai's expressionless mouth twitched slightly, he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, without saying anything. Xiang Lan and Xiang Guoqiang looked at each other in surprise. Xiang Lan knew that Chui was rich, but she didn't expect that he seemed very, very rich. He directly bought the auction item at twice the price offered by others. Xiang Guoqiang just felt that this little Chu seemed to look more pleasing to the eye. He is handsome, speaks in gentle and elegant manners, has a strong background, and is rich. The best candidate for son-in-law. Xiaolan, you must seize the opportunity. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his daughter secretly, thinking that he would have a chance to talk to Xiaolan. In today's society, the gender ratio is seriously unbalanced. Although there are more men, only a few of them are outstanding. My daughter will have to work hard to meet such a high-quality man. Chui just smiled faintly and said lightly, I am not interested in money. I just want to help the children in the poor mountainous areas, so that more children who are eager to get an education have a chance to get out of the mountains, and let more children who can get out of the mountains work hard for the rise of our dragon country. Chapter 60, the offer is even more than a flat price. Xiang Lan blinked her big eyes and looked at Chui. She didn't expect that this pervert would have such a great idea. Brother E is awesome. Awesome. My brother E, the gardener of Dragon Country. Brother E is so arrogant. This is the correct way to be arrogant. Pei Yunxian and others said with a smile. Although what Chewy said about not being interested in money was a bit exaggerated. But not everyone is willing to just take out so much money, especially for charity. Especially Qi Juanhe, Guan Yan, and Chen Shuiqi, they all looked at Chewy with new respect. This was the first time they met Chewy tonight. Before this, Pei Yunxian had greeted them, saying that Chewy was his master and asked them to give him some face. As best friends who grew up together, I have to give him this little bit of face. Not only do you have to give, but you also have to make your childhood friend's master feel comfortable and proud. So from the moment they met Chewy, they had always been very polite. But this is only on the surface. They are all second-generation rich people in Jiannan City. Their family background, ability, vision, and all aspects are superior to ordinary people. Being so polite to Chewy, whom he met for the first time, was already a great honor. If it were someone else, they would simply not bother to pay attention unless they were of equal status or that person was valuable enough. Of course, their communication skills are very good and their emotional intelligence is very high, so they naturally know how to speak differently to different people. The reason why he gave Chewy so much face was mostly because of Pei Yunxian. If we meet again in the future, we will be just acquaintances at most. However, Chewy's decision to directly bid for the auction item at double the price did surprise them. Whether it was to show off their wealth or to do charity, this Chewy seemed really worthy of their making friends. 1.4 million once, 1.4 million twice, 1.4 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the second item in this auction at a price of 1.4 million. Congratulations to the children in the poor mountainous areas for receiving the second charity fund. Pa. The audience burst into warm applause again. Brother E, I'll toast you. Chen Shuiqi, a man with expressionless face, rarely raised his glass and said to Chewy. Chewy was also a little surprised, but he reacted quickly, clinked glasses with Chen Shui and drank it all in one gulp. Master. Let me tell you, Shui has been loving since he was young, so he must be impressed by your way of using money to show love. Pei Yunxian said with a smile. What? If I buy all the items auctioned tonight, will Shui fall in love with me? Chewy said exaggeratedly. Everyone burst into laughter, but no one took his words seriously. How much would it cost to buy all the auction items? I don't think it's possible. At most I just have a crush on you. Ha ha ha. Qi Juanhe laughed. That's it. Am I, a handsome guy who's popular among thousands of girls, going to have another fan tonight? Chewy shook his head inside, his expression looking extremely disgusted. Shui, you're disliked by Brother E. Guan Yan poked Chen Shui with his elbow and teased. Chen Shuiqi was not moved at all and just kept eating the food. Well. Seeing this, Guan Yan touched his nose in dissatisfaction, then stretched out his chopsticks and snatched the dish that Chen Shuiqi was about to pick up with lightning speed. Seeing that Chen Shui finally looked at him, Guan Yan stuffed the food into his mouth in a mean manner. Hey, delicious. Chen Shui quietly put away his chopsticks and drank in silence. Xiang Lan turned to look at Chewy beside him and asked curiously, Chewy, why did you bid twice as much as others? It's nothing. The most important thing is to donate more money. Chewy looked at Xiang Lan and said seriously. To be honest, he originally just wanted to buy a few items for charity. However, I did not intend to bid at such an outrageous price, and it was impossible for me to buy up all the auction items. Although his money was given by the system, it did not come from the wind, but from his own sister. However, the consumption rebate card that the system suddenly rewarded him with made him expand his thoughts. You can get 10 times the amount for free, make charity donations, and gain admiration points. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? Oh. Seeing that Chewy was speaking so seriously, Xiang Lan felt a little embarrassed. She felt as if Chewy really wanted to do charity, but she suspected that he had other purposes. Although Chewy was chatting with everyone, he was always paying attention to the progress of the auction. Not long after the transaction was completed, Luya moved on to auction the third item. The price of this item is slightly higher than the previous 2, and now the bidding price has reached 6 million. At this price, no one continued to bid, and Luya had already started the final 3 bids. Seeing this, Chewy did not wait any longer and directly reported a number that shocked the whole audience. 12 million. As soon as the price was announced, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the person who made the offer. It was Chewy. The young man who had just spent double the price to bid for the second item, once again bid for the third item in the same way. But it's 12 million now. Although the people present were all elites or entrepreneurs in their respective fields, there were only a few who could really come up with 12 million in liquid funds. The wealth of the vast majority of rich people consists of fixed assets. Because keeping cash in hand is too cost-effective for them. The return on investment is far less than that. What's more, the previous bidder only offered 6 million. He doubled the offer price casually. How much capital does he have to be able to squander it so recklessly? Everyone present became more curious about Chu Yi's identity. Who is he? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Ahem, can we continue the auction? Chu Yi coughed twice and asked Luya, who was in a daze. Luya looked embarrassed for a moment, then her face flushed with excitement as she continued to bid. This gentleman bids 12 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Luya glanced at Chu Yi, who was calm and composed, and was amazed. It's not that she has little experience or has never experienced big scenes, but Chu Yi's behavior is too illogical. As an auctioneer, she naturally knew the purpose of the auction. Everyone who participates in the auction just wants to get the item they like at a price slightly higher than that of others. This is normal logic. However, Chu Yi bid twice in a row, directly doubling the price, and bought it at an extremely high price compared to the auction item. The bid is even higher than the fixed price. What is this auction for? Seeing that no one bid, Luya made the final bid after 3 bids. Congratulations to this gentleman for spending 12 million yuan to win the third auction item. Thanks to this generous gentleman for making such a huge contribution to the education of children in poor mountainous areas. Let us applaud him and thank him for his selfless dedication. Pa. Ouch. Chapter 61. The system always tempts me to show off. There was warm applause again, and some guests were so excited that they cheered inappropriately. Although they couldn't do what Chu Yi did and didn't understand it, it didn't stop them from watching the fun. It is human nature to love to watch fun and gossip, no matter what one's status is. Chu Yi stood up, looked around, pressed his hands down slightly, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you everyone, but let's continue the auction is important." The guests were very considerate and stopped making noise, and many of them spoke in agreement. Yes, the auction is important, this is only the third item. Although this gentleman has taken the first 2 auction items, we will also have the opportunity to do charity later, and the collection value of these auction items is also very good. But this gentleman is really powerful. Ordinary people are not capable of such a move. Although I think this gentleman is showing off, it seems that he doesn't need to do that. He just showed off his strength a little bit. Anyway, it's all about being awesome. The auction continued amidst the laughter and conversation. After Chu Yi sat down, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely, so he couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Is it because I'm so rich that you think I'm more handsome?" Alas! The young people, including Xiang Lun, booed. Xiang Guoqiang looked at him happily. This wealthy young man was even richer than he had imagined. If this guy becomes his son-in-law, it seems like he won't have to struggle anymore. Well, my daughter is so outstanding, she can definitely do it. Xiang Guoqiang glanced at his precious daughter and said silently in his heart, "Xiaolan, the happiness of your father for the rest of his life is in your hands. It's really wonderful to live a retirement life without having to work hard. I take care of cats and birds every day, and take time to take my pet to the park to see beautiful girls, which makes me feel happy. I heard that looking at beautiful women can help you live longer." Xiang Guoqiang was caught up in the prospect of a better future. All I can say is, a man stays a boy until he dies, and his hobby of SP never changes. Master, although I know that you are also a rich second generation, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Could it be that you have inherited the family property? Pei Yunxian asked curiously. He is now very curious about the identity of his master. He originally thought that his master was just an ordinary rich kid with great fighting skills, so he specially organized this charity party. The purpose is to pave the way for Chu Yi, to make connections and expand his horizons, and it can also be regarded as a gift for becoming a disciple. After all, the two of them had agreed at the beginning that Chu Yi would teach him boxing, and in exchange, he would bring Chu Yi to make connections. But now it seems that my master is a very wealthy man. For someone with such financial resources, how bad can his connections be? Although Pei Yunxian is the eldest son of the Pei family, he has not yet graduated from university. If he is asked to come up with tens of millions of funds, he really has no way to do it. So when he put himself in his shoes, Chu Yi's position in his heart became even higher. What kind of family is this? He took out more than 10 million before he even graduated from college. It's not an investment, but a donation to poor mountainous areas. If he does that, his father's spicy noodles will hit him and make him scream. And most importantly, it feels like spending this money is just like sprinkling water on it. It feels like I didn't spend more than 10 million, but just a few dollars. I have to say, the master is the master, awesome. What Pei Yunxian didn't expect was that because of Gao Yang's stupidity, he actually got to know such an awesome person like his master. Gao Yang, well done, it was not in vain that you got beaten up that day. Gao Yang was playing King of Glory in the dormitory when the game became intense and a team fight was about to break out. He was playing Marco Polo, and his teammates directly controlled 4 people. His eyes lit up and he was about to jump into the field. It was just a sudden sneeze that caused him to use his ultimate skill in the opposite direction, killing all his teammates. Finally failed to advance to Diamond. Gao Yang felt like crying when he saw his teammates adding him as a friend and sending private messages to angrily scold the actor. What the hell did I do to offend anyone? I don't want to sneeze. Shui smiled and waved his hand and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just an ordinary person. Apart from a little money, I have nothing else. Brother E, you are being unkind. A few minutes ago I was still feeling smug about my monthly pocket money of 5 million. Now you casually take out 12 million and say that you have some small change. This is a few hundred million, right?" Shi Juanha picked up a piece of lemon that was garnished in the dish, put it in his mouth, and said with a sour look on his face, "Stop talking, I'm already jealous." Guan Yan agreed. Most of the elders in his family were officials, so among them, he was the worst off financially. He was very envious of Chu Yi's casual spending behavior. Shen Shui silently gave a thumbs up and continued to eat, but he ate much faster than usual. Xianglan only felt that she was becoming more and more curious about Chu Yi. She originally thought that Chu Yi was just a wealthy second generation with a small fortune, who was lucky enough to meet Pei Yunxian and others, so he could sit here. But I didn't expect that he would break my perception of him time and time again, and a charity auction could spend so much money. Is he really doing this for charity? It seems that except for being a bit perverted, he is pretty good in other aspects. Okay, stop looking at me like that. The auction has just begun. I've already said that I will buy all the auction items tonight. Chu Yi said with a smile. Brother E, I know you are rich, but you are exaggerating. Shi Juanha looked unconvinced and paused before continuing. Pei Yunxian has prepared 30 auction items tonight. If we bid for all of them, the amount will be huge. Yes, master, although you look rich, it is impossible for you to spend so much money on charity. Pei Yunxian nodded in agreement. Brother E, even if you have money you can't do this. Just bid for a few items. Guan Yan also thought that Chu Yi couldn't buy all the auction items, so he gave Chu Yi a way out. Only Xiang Lan's eyes were filled with curiosity. As a woman, she felt that Chu Yi was not lying. Xiang Lan felt that Chu Yi's plan to buy all the auction items sounded bizarre and exaggerated, but maybe a wealthy person like Chu Yi would just like this, spending money to gain happiness. Chu Yi smiled bitterly and did not explain. He knew that this was an exaggeration, and if someone else said such things in front of him, he would not believe it. But what he said was the truth. In other words, even if he directly said that the system gave him a rebate card, he wanted to maximize his benefits. No one present would believe it because it was too outrageous. Therefore, Chu Yi didn't want to make any more explanations and just needed to put the facts in front of them. I don't want to do this kind of thing, but there is no way. Who lets the system tempt me to show off by paying me? Although Chu Yi is financially strong now, who would complain about having too much money? As long as you take a picture of the item, you can get a 10-fold rebate. Anyone would do such a good thing. The auction continued as Luya called out the bids. 9.8 million, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Seeing that no one made a bid, Luya was about to make the final 3 bids. Chu Yi said calmly, 19.6 million. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. What? Are you still coming? This time it's 19.6 million? Chapter 62 The auction party ends. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Everyone including Chu Yi's table were stunned. Even if they had money, they couldn't do this. Tens of millions are easily spent. If Chu Yi and Pei Yunxian didn't seem to have a good relationship, some people would probably think he was bragging. This gentleman offered 19.6 million. Is there a higher price? Luya spoke incoherently. She felt that what she was saying was nonsense. How could there be a higher level? It was just her duty, so she followed the rules and asked. Of course, no one would bid again. It was really because the price Chui offered was too high, completely exceeding the actual value of the auction item. In that case, congratulations to this gentleman for successfully winning the fourth auction item at a price of 19.6 million. Luya said with a professional smile on her face. From this moment on, the atmosphere at the auction became a little weird. Because all the bidders didn't know whether Chui would suddenly bid a high price for the item when their bidding was nearing the end. So the speed of quotation became a little slow. But Chui didn't care. He just wanted to gain more admiration points and a tenfold rebate. The fifth auction item was bought by Chui at a price of 23 million. The sixth auction item was bought by Chui for 9 million. The seventh. The 10th. 13th. When the auction was halfway through, no one had bid anymore. Everyone knew that no matter how much they bid, Chui would get it at double the price. Instead of doing this, it would be better not to participate in the auction, allowing this rich man to spend less money to get the auction item, which can be considered as doing a favor. If I still bid in this situation, wouldn't I offend him? Everyone wants to spend less money. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Chui just wanted them to bid, and he was really distressed that no one was bidding. Everyone, continue bidding. Why don't you bid anymore? Chui said to the guests with a gentle smile. All the guests shook their heads. Mr. Chu, please stop teasing us. You are financially strong and we dare not compete with you for this charity opportunity. It would be better for us not to participate in the auction. You can buy it at a fixed price and save money. Yes, we bid for a long time, but you just bought it at double the price. This makes us look stupid. Yes, since Mr. Chu is interested, why don't you buy all the items for the auction later? Many guests had different opinions on Chuyi's behavior. Some people think that Chui simply has too much money and wants to show off his wealth. Some people also think that Chui really wants to help children in poor mountainous areas, but his method is more exaggerated. There are also some people who dare not speak out against Chuyi's behavior, thinking that although he is rich, he looks down on everyone present by doing such things. However, no matter what others think, Chui doesn't care. If anyone is unhappy about this and wants to cause trouble, he will take over. If you don't dare to say it out loud, just hold it in. What made Chui most helpless was that no matter what he said, no one was willing to bid. Therefore, for the subsequent auction items, he could only buy them at twice the starting price. The loss is quite huge. Even the worship value can't be refreshed. It seemed that there had been too many surprises and everyone present had become numb. There was no more ripple in my heart, and naturally I could not contribute any admiration points to Chui. Seeing this, Chui felt a little sad. Alas, it's so hard to do something good but no one understands me. Chui finally did some calculations and found that he spent a total of 180 million to buy all the items, and the system rebate was 1.8 billion. Alas, it's only 1.8 billion, which is still too little. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chui successfully completed the payment, and the entire auction evening became noisy again. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Worship value plus 1,000. Maybe some people thought Chui might be a stooge before, but now that the payment has been successful, no one thinks so anymore. The admiration value is extremely high. In the end, many people came up to Chui with a shameless face and handed him their business cards, hoping to have a chance to work with him. In this regard, Chui accepted all the offers. Apart from some money, his network of connections was very weak. The party is filled with elites from all walks of life, and there will always be a time when they can be of use. A charity auction that was supposed to be completed by dozens of entrepreneurs was eventually bought out by Chui alone. Not only the guests attending the party were shocked, but even Xiang Lan and others were stunned. Especially Xiang Guoqiang. His total net worth is less than 180 million, but Chui can easily come up with such a huge cash flow. He couldn't even imagine it before. Chui, you spent so much money to buy those auction items, don't you feel bad? Xiang Lan asked dazedly. No, not only do I not feel sad, I'm actually quite excited now. Chui said with a smile. Yes, he gained a lot of admiration and 1.8 billion funds tonight, and did good things. How could he not be excited? You are awesome. Xiang Lan didn't know what to say. She felt that the shock she received today was a bit too great. Wow, if this 180 million is given to her, she will become a wealthy woman. Thinking of this, Xiang Lan's eyes sparkled. Of course, she is not materialistic, it's just that the number is so huge that she can't help but have fantasies. If Chui knew her thoughts, he would definitely touch her little head and tell her kindly, "Do you want it? Learn the good morning wake-up service and the good night sleep-inducing service. Each skill will give you 100 million. Don't ask why. If you ask, it's because you have money and you can be willful. Just for fun. Master, from now on I will cling to you, I hope you won't despise me." Pei Yunxian was completely convinced. "I didn't expect that my master is so awesome, it's absolutely awesome. What kind of family? Such a wealthy family." He now strongly suspects that his master is the son of the hidden richest man. Shi Juanhe counted on his fingers and said in bewilderment, 180 million. That's 3 years of pocket money for me. Brothery just spent it so casually. Oh my god. Brothery, I won't dare mention my mine in front of you anymore. I'm really afraid you'll buy it. Chui raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Oh? Shi Juanhe, how much is your mine worth?" "Brothery, don't be like this. I'm a little panicked when you say that." Shi Juanhe waved his hands quickly, defeated. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Chapter 63 Black Star Security Manager, Leng Qing. After the party, everyone went back home and looked for their mothers. However, Chui did not leave, but went to the infirmary under the leadership of Pei Yunxian. That kid Bai Pang is still waiting for him in the infirmary. Coincidentally, this guy met Chui twice in a row. The first time he encountered provocation from this guy was when he was shopping with Chen Yun. He didn't know him at the time, so he could only let this guy go. As a result, they met again today at the party hosted by Pei Yunxian, and this little friend also wanted Xiang Lan's contact information. He must be taught a painful lesson today. As he was walking, Chuyi's cell phone rang, and he took out his phone and answered it. A slightly cold but still pleasant female voice came from the phone. "Master, I am the head of Black Star Security Company, Leng Qing." Chui was stunned, but he quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. "This should be the reward given by the system to the head of my security company. I didn't expect it was a girl. Judging from her voice, her score should be quite high. Leng Qing, right? You don't have to call me master. Just call me boss from now on." Chui replied. Although it feels inexplicably nice to be called master by a girl, it is definitely inappropriate to call her that under normal circumstances. If you must scream, doing so in certain special situations can add to the fun and excitement. In this way, the hardness of the demon subduing stick will increase dramatically, and the female demon will be unable to withstand my whipping. "Okay, boss. I just asked my men to find evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. If you need it, I'll send it to you right away," Leng Qing said in a cold tone. Chui was delighted. He was worrying about how to deal with Bai Peng, but he didn't expect that his new subordinate would be so powerful. "We immediately found the dirty evidence against Bai Peng, so we can just hand him over to justice. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Chui to handle it privately." Although this Bai Peng was as annoying as a fly, he would appear in front of Chui from time to time. But to be honest, the two of them were not the kind of mortal enemies who would fight to the death. If it's a mortal enemy, it would be easier to deal with. He simply ordered his top mercenaries to pull him up and torture him with the 10 most cruel tortures, and then sank him without anyone noticing. Chui also believed that the abilities of these top mercenaries rewarded by the system would definitely not be discovered. But with only 2 conflicts, it would be too vicious to do so. As a young man of the Dragon Country in the new century, Chui feels that if there are some things that he can avoid doing by himself, he should try not to do them by himself. Look, this subordinate has brought the evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. He. Leng Qing, you did a great job. Send me your bank card number later and I will give you 10 million as a bonus. Chui was very satisfied with Leng Qing's performance. He had just become his subordinate and solved the problem for him. Not bad, very good. Thank you, boss. Leng Qing, who had always been a little cold, raised his voice a lot when he heard about the bonus. It seems that he is also a little money grubber. That's right, in this money-oriented society, maybe money is not everything, but not having money is absolutely impossible. And money can solve 99.9% of the problems. Especially rich people, they like to solve problems with money. For them, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Well, work hard. As long as you do a good job, you will definitely get a bonus. Shuyi praised and hung up the phone. Pei Yunxian, who was leading the way in front, was a little curious, but he knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask. If Shuyi wanted to tell him, he would naturally tell him. So Pei Yunxian didn't ask. Pei, I have some evidence of Bai Peng's crimes. Do you think he can be sentenced to a certain number of years? Shuyi said with a smile. Pei Yunxian was stunned. He didn't expect that his master could get evidence of Bai Peng's crime. It has only been a few hours since I met Bai Peng. In just a few hours, they were able to find evidence of Bai Peng's crime. It seems that the power behind the master is unfathomable. Master, as long as there is enough evidence, we will definitely give him the punishment he deserves according to the law. Pei Yunxian guaranteed, patting his chest. He received a good education from his father since childhood, and he deeply hates those who do evil and still get away with it. Plus, his uncle is the head of the police station, so he can give a very certain answer on this matter. Okay, I'll send you the evidence of Bai Peng's crime later, and I'll trouble you with the rest. Shuyi nodded and said. Master, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Pei Yunxian said with a grin. That's good. I'll leave Bai Peng to you. Remember to take good care of him and don't let him get too comfortable. Shuyi patted Pei Yunxian's shoulder, and instead of going to the infirmary, he turned and walked towards the parking lot. Pei Yunxian stared at Shuyi's back, waved at him and shouted, Master, don't worry, leave everything to me. Let's have another actual battle next time when we are free. Shuyi didn't look back, he waved his hand and said, No problem, I hope you can hold on longer next time. Pei Yunxian immediately smiled happily. He had no other hobbies except beautiful women and boxing. He had no shortage of beautiful women since he was a child, but he was never satisfied when it came to boxing. There are basically no people of the same age who are stronger than him. In his life, the only person who was stronger than him is his father who taught him boxing. But forget about asking him to challenge his father. When Pei Yunxian thought of his father's love, which was as strong as a mountain, he felt his hair stand on end and all the bones in his body felt uncomfortable. This is a psychological shadow that I have had since childhood. Pei Yunxian shook his head to make the negative emotions in his mind disappear, put his hands behind his head, whistled, and walked into the infirmary leisurely. Bai Peng's weak screams were heard intermittently. Ah! Stop hitting me, brother! I was wrong. Woo, big brothers, let's talk. I was wrong, I was really wrong, whoa. Pei Yunxian took a closer look. Bai Peng was tied to a chair, sweating profusely but looking painful, with a trace of clear saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. There were several big men around him, greeting him from time to time. However, they were very measured in their attacks, hitting only the painful areas, which could not be detected by medical examination. Bai Peng was beaten so hard that he screamed and his voice became hoarse. Hey, your name is Bai Peng, right? Why did you offend my master and my master's wife? I think you are tired of living. Pei Yunxian had automatically put Xiang Lan in the role of his master's wife. Just now at the party, Shuyi and Xiang Lan's intimate behavior clearly showed that they had a special relationship. You can tell from her smooth but that this person is also the master's wife. Bai Peng raised his head and looked at Pei Yunxian, crying and saying, Mr. Pei, I was wrong. It's all my fault for not recognizing a great man. You see, I have been beaten for so long, please be merciful and let me go. As long as you can stop me from being beaten, I will let you do whatever you want. Oh? That's what you said. Pei Yunxian's phone kept ringing. He opened the phone and a faint smile appeared on his face. The evidence sent by the master has arrived. Chapter 64, Cool and Long Legs. Shuyi only remembered when he got in the car that he had been drinking today. Drunk driving is absolutely not allowed. As the saying goes, if you drive unsafely, your loved ones will shed tears. His good life has just begun, so he should not do such things that harm others and himself. Oh, by the way, you can contact Leng Chang. Shuyi took out his phone and dialed Leng Chang's number. In addition to asking her to be a designated driver, she also needs to investigate the bike group where Bai Peng is located, and it would be best if she could get some evidence or business secrets. In this way, Bai Peng can't turn over no matter what. Shuyi hates it most when the older one is beaten and then the younger one comes. If you want to do it, take them all down at once. Boss, what can I do for you? Leng Chang answered the phone. Leng Chang, come and help me drive. I drank tonight and can't drive. Shuyi said. Okay, boss. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Lang Qing said that and stopped talking, waiting quietly for Chui to hang up the phone. After Chui hung up the phone, he muttered, "The voice is quite nice." 3 minutes later, a woman with a short ponytail and a smart black suit came to the Koenigsegg Gemera. "Boss, here I come." Chui looked Lang Qing up and down. Although she was dressed very smartly, she was still very feminine and gave people a cool and elegant feeling. Especially the color of her lipstick. Her flaming red lips are so tempting that it makes people want to taste what her lipstick tastes like. He is tall and straight, and estimates that he is about 175 centimeters tall. The length of her long legs exceeds that of all the girls Chui has met so far. I feel dizzy and dazed. The only flaw is that the bear is a little small, probably only the size of a bee. However, for a beauty like Lang Qing, it would be uncoordinated if the bear was too big. The size that can be held in one hand is just right, and the beautiful legs wrapped around the waist are so nice. Lang Qing felt a little uncomfortable when Chui looked at her, but her 100% loyal nature made her stand still and let Chui look at her. Not to mention just taking a look, even if Chui asked her to sleep with him that night, she would not refuse. It was just her nature that made her somewhat repulsed by the passionate gazes of the opposite sex. Seeing Lang Qing looking embarrassed, Chui retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Not bad, it came pretty fast. By the way, do you know where my home is?" Lang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss, I have all your information memorized. This is what a subordinate should do." "That's good, come in and take me home," Chui said. "Okay." Lang Qing nodded in response. Chui moved to the co-pilot seat, and Lang Qing also sat in the driver's seat. Although Koenigsegg is a supercar, as a top mercenary, Lang Qing can drive a supercar with ease. The car started slowly. Chui looked at Lang Qing's profile and said, "Lang Qing, since you are determined to investigate Bai Peng's misdeeds, do you know about the company behind Bai Peng?" Lang Qing drove seriously and said without looking away, "Yes, boss, as your subordinates, it is our job to investigate all the information about your enemies. Behind Bai Peng is the Bai Group, whose chairman is Bai Peng's father, Bai Pu. The main business is real estate, and the other sectors are just small-time operations. After investigation, we found that the Bai Group had obtained the qualification for real estate development in the first 2 land demolition projects in Jiannan. But because the resettlement fee offered by the Bai Group is too low, many households are unwilling to move. So when it comes to forcing stubborn residents to relocate, the Bai Group uses many shady tactics. We have already made some progress, but it will take some time to get more concrete evidence." Chui was a little surprised. Wasn't the Black Star security rewarded by the system a bit too awesome? It's like Nobi is opening the door for Nobi. From the time he received the reward from the system to now, it has not exceeded 3 hours. In just these 3 hours, Black Star Security not only found all the dirty evidence against Bai Peng, but also started investigating the Bai Group behind Bai Peng. This. Even Phobal-RS efficiency is not that fast, right? Awesome. Just for your methods and efficiency. Add 10 million to the bonus. Chui waved his hand and said generously. He is not a stingy person, so he will naturally not be stingy with his subordinates. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the performance of Black Star Security. Such subordinates deserve more rewards. Lang Qing curled her red lips, revealing a charming curve. Even Chui, who was looking at her from the side, was amazed by it. This kind of tall and cool beauty can easily arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Chui is also a normal man. And now that he has a huge amount of money, he can completely return to his true self and be a real man. Glancing at Lang Qing, who was still driving seriously, Chui smiled and asked, "Lang Qing, how old are you this year?" Lang Qing raised his eyebrows, glanced at Chui slightly, and said softly, "Boss, don't you know that asking a girl's age is a rather presumptuous thing?" Although all members of the Black Star Security Company are 100% loyal to Chui, it does not mean that these subordinates have no self-personality. Each of them is a flesh and blood person, so Lang Qing's reaction is normal. Chui could force her to do anything with orders, and she would obey absolutely. But in daily chats or interactions, she also has her own personality. Chui didn't care. Instead, he became even more excited after hearing Lang Qing's reply. It's fun to bully a girl with a bad temper. Excuse me, can I ask you another question?" Chui said sincerely. Lang Qing was silent for a while and didn't say anything, but still nodded in agreement. "I want to know, your legs are so long, do you do any special sports in your daily life?" Shui lay down on the passenger seat, unbuttoned a button on his collar with one hand, and asked with a smile while tilting his head. Lang Qing was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, "Nothing, just some routine training that mercenaries need to do every day." But her hands gripping the steering wheel were slightly clenched, and it seemed that she was not as relaxed as she appeared to be. Shui noticed this keenly. It seemed that his question made Lang Qing remember some unhappy things. He changed his mind and realized that Lang Qing, as the head of Black Star Security, was also a top mercenary. Shui didn't know what she had experienced before becoming his subordinate. But what he was sure of was that Lang Qing's career as a mercenary was definitely not a pleasant one. Just asking about the training made her heart beat fast. One can imagine how much hardship she had endured before. Chapter 65. The maid arrives. However, since she has now become his subordinate, his future life will definitely be arranged comfortably. Follow Brother E and you will have meat to eat. On the rest of the way, Shui temporarily stopped thinking about flirting with girls and just chatted with Lang Qing about family matters. Thanks to Chuyi's eloquent tongue, the atmosphere in the car was very harmonious. It wasn't long before we returned to our Washington mansion. When getting off the car, Shui pretended to be confused and said, "Lang Chang, I just drank a little too much, and now I'm drunk. Please help me go back." Lang Chang bit her lip lightly and nodded in agreement. The two got out of the car together. With Lang Chang's support, Shui let her leave after she returned home with her face scanned. After taking a shower, Shui took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Yun. "Shui, hello, what are you doing?" "Chen Yun, I just finished taking a shower and am trying on the clothes you gave me." Chen Yun actually replied within seconds. Shui's eyes lit up, and he felt that he could chat with her more through the phone screen. Chen Yun on the internet shouldn't be as shy and introverted as she is in person, right? "Shui, how is it? Did your roommate exclaim that a fairy has descended to Earth?" Grin. Chen Yun, no, they just said I look good in this. "Shui, how beautiful is it? Take a picture and show it to me." Chen Yun, okay. I have to say, when a boy is attracted to a girl, girls will basically agree to any request made by boys. Shuyi's way of chatting is a textbook straight man's way of chatting, but Chen Yun can't help but have a good impression of him. As the chat time increased, Shui also got to know Chen Yun a little better. This girl is very introverted in real life. She becomes a little more open when chatting online, but she still gives people a quiet impression. She is not like some girls who let themselves go when chatting online, and many experienced people are no match for her. However, girls like this are rarer than national treasures. Since God let them meet, Shui will naturally cherish this opportunity. The two chatted until late at night. After saying good night to each other, Shui put down his phone, yawned, and fell asleep. In the mornings of the next few days, Chen Yun would unfailingly send Shui various loving breakfasts that she made herself. Shui also gladly accepted it and happily enjoyed the kindness of the campus beauty of Shin University. I have to say, Chen Yun's cooking skills are quite good. Even though Shui has top-notch cooking skills, he still recognizes Chen Yun's cooking skills and enjoys the food so much. The boys in the class were so jealous. Did the campus beauty of Shenyang University fall in love with this girl? Deliver breakfast every day. When will they meet a girl who will bring them breakfast? Not too demanding, just a female, alive. In the boring daily life, time has come to the weekend. The happy time that Shui had been longing for finally arrived. The reason for feeling happy is not because of how good the weekend is. It's because on weekends, Chen Yun and Xiang Lan will come to his house to work as housekeepers. This was something they had agreed on before. Two extremely beautiful women with different styles, wearing maid outfits, must be a different kind of look. As for their maid costumes, they had been made and delivered to his house 2 days ago. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. When they come over, we can let them change. The phone rang. Shui took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiang Lan calling, so he answered the call. "Hey, Xiang Lan, are you here yet?" "Shui, we are now at the gate of Huafu Mansion. But we can't get in. The security guard said we need the owner's permission." Xiang Lan said angrily. Shui slapped his forehead. This was his negligence. Generally, high-end residences will not allow strangers in at will, and they must get the owner's approval. "Wait a moment, I'll call the security guard right away." Shui hung up the phone and dialed the security booth using the landline in the room. "Hello, I'm the owner of Villa Number 1. The two girls at the door are my friends. Please let them in." Shui said. The security guard who received Chuy's call nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, sir, I didn't know it was your friend before, I'm so sorry." No, this is your responsibility. It was my negligence that I didn't inform you in advance. Shui smiled and did not blame him. It's not easy to go out to work, it's all just to make a living. Moreover, the security guard was following the procedures and had a good attitude, so Chui would not blame him for that. A few minutes after I made the call, the doorbell rang. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang several times in a row. Shui guessed that Xiang Lan must be unhappy and kept ringing the bell to vent her anger. When I opened the door, I saw that it was Xiang Lan who pressed the button. Today, Xiang Lan was wearing a white tight t-shirt and wide leg pants, with her hair slightly curled, making her look somewhat sexy. Standing behind her was Chen Yun, who was wearing a white dress and was looking at Chui timidly. Although she had the experience of being alone with Chui before, Chen Yun still felt a little nervous for some reason. It seemed that she would become nervous whenever she saw Chui. This is completely different from his usual aloof attitude due to his social incompetence. Chui first winked at Chen Yun, then smiled and said to Xiang Lan, you rang the doorbell and disturbed my daydreaming. Have you thought about how to compensate me? Xiang Lan crossed his arms and said, how dare you say I'm bothering you? You didn't even tell the security guards in advance that we were coming over. Nian Yun and I are going to get tanned. Look, Nian Yun's little face is all sunburned red. What if she becomes ugly? Shen Yun felt a little embarrassed. Why did he suddenly mention her? She reached out and poked the soft flesh on Xiang Lan's waist, and called her Lan softly, signaling her to stop talking. Shui glanced at Shen Yun's cheeks and saw that she was indeed sunburned. He quickly said, come in and enjoy some air conditioning. Xiang Lan glared at Chui, puffed out his chest, pulled Shen Yun and walked inside, muttering, Yun, let's go. Let's go to the air-conditioned room. Shui smiled when he saw her like this. How dare you be so arrogant, wait till I have the chance. Chapter 66 Sexy Maid Outfit Arrangement. Entering the spacious villa, Xiang Lan looked around, nodded from time to time and said, wow, Chui, your house is nice, but it must be difficult to clean. When it comes to cleaning, Xiang Lan's face turns bitter. Shen Yun was also curious. She didn't expect Chuyi's house to be so luxurious. She had never seen such a luxurious villa before, and had only seen it in movies and TV dramas. Thinking that she would help Chui with the cleaning later, Shen Yun felt a little excited. It seemed that she would be very happy as long as she could do something for Chui. She didn't know why she felt this way. Come, sit down for a moment. What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you. Chui smiled and made a gesture to the sofa, inviting the two women to sit down. Is there any orange juice? Xiang Lan asked casually as he sat on the luxurious sofa. Shen Yun was a little hesitant, feeling that this was not a good idea since they were clearly here to work. Yun, you can sit down too. Don't be so polite. Chui smiled, walked up to her, pressed her shoulders, and let her sit on the sofa. When Shen Yun was pressed by Chuyi's hands, he felt a flash of electric shock in his heart and sat down on the sofa obediently. That's right. What do you want to drink? Chui asked Shen Yun. I'm the same as Lan. Shen Yun pursed her lips and said softly. She seldom visited other people's homes and had no experience in such occasions. Chui saw that Shen Yun was a little restrained and shook his head and laughed. Didn't we get along very well last time and chat very comfortably on WeChat? Why do you get so nervous when you get to his house? It seems I have to find a way to make her relax later. By the way, get that little girl Xiang Lan out of the way so that the two of them can have some time alone. This way, he would not have this grumpy old sister ruining his happy time with little angel Yun. Well, let us do it. Seeing that the two girls had finished drinking the orange juice he had taken from the refrigerator, Chui pointed to the stairs and said to them, go upstairs and change into your work clothes. Yun, your work clothes are in the first room on the left side of the second floor, and Xiang Lan's are in the first room on the right side. If you sweat a lot on the way here because it was too sunny, you can take a shower in the room. There are all kinds of supplies. When it comes to work clothes, even the cheerful Xiang Lan feels a little shy. What kind of work clothes? It's obviously a maid outfit. She puffed her face and glared at Chui, then pulled Shen Yun towards the second floor. Chui lay comfortably on the sofa, crossed his legs, looked at the two girls' graceful backs, with a smile on his face. He picked out a suitable and sexy maid outfit for each of them. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Shuyi waited in the living room on the first floor for more than half an hour before he heard the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. When Chen Yun and Xian Lan walked to the first floor, Shuyi felt his eyes brighten. Two goddess-level beauties, wearing different maid outfits, but both are equally beautiful and sexy. Seeing them blushing and walking down the stairs shyly, Shuyi was overjoyed. All that money spent on the maid outfit was well spent. Not bad, not bad. It seems that my taste is good. The clothes you wear look very professional. Seeing the two girls glaring at him, Shuyi quickly changed his tone and smiled. He originally wanted to say it was very sexy, but seeing how embarrassed they both looked, he didn't say it. What if it's too much of a stimulation for them and they quit? Young Master Yi's leisurely life has just begun, how can he not be surrounded by maids? Shuyi had even thought of the afternoon arrangements. When the two girls were tired of cleaning, he would invite them to play in his infinity pool. This is where the swimsuit maid outfit comes in handy. Bikini YYDS. Chapter 67 Alone with Chen Yun. The two women looked at each other and reluctantly accepted the reality. Then let's start cleaning now. Chen Yun said to Xian Lan. Well, okay. Xian Lan nodded and went with Chen Yun to get the cleaning tools. Wait a moment. Shuyi suddenly called out to them. Xian Lan, you go clean the second floor, Yun, you clean the first floor. There are exactly 4 floors. After you finish cleaning the first and second floors, go clean the third and fourth floors, and finally clean the basement together. Shuyi arranged everything for them clearly. Ah. Can we clean together? Xian Lan was unhappy. She just wanted to stay with Chen Yun. No. Shuyi shook his head firmly. Are you kidding? If I let you two stay together, how would I have the chance to do anything with Yun to improve our relationship? For example, mopping the floor from behind, wiping the table. Okay then. Xian Lan walked dejectedly towards the second floor, muttering to himself. Damn Shuyi. You actually separated me and Yun. Isn't it just a few filthy coins? Evil local tyrants. After watching Xian Lan go to the second floor, Shuyi smiled gently at Chen Yun and said, Yun, if you feel tired, take a break. There is no rush to clean up. They were alone again, and Chen Yun was still a little embarrassed. After hearing Shuyi's words, she waved her hands repeatedly, looked at Shuyi seriously and said, how can this be possible? I have taken your salary, so I must work seriously. Otherwise, wouldn't it be considered as cheating? Ah, what you said makes sense. In that case, let's do it according to your idea. Shuyi was caught off guard by her professional attitude and laughed. If you need help, remember to call me. I'll be sitting here on the sofa. Chen Yun nodded and said, okay, if I call you later, you can't think I'm annoying. Shuyi smiled dotingly, how could that be? You are so cute, I wish you would bother me every day. Chen Yun wrinkled his nose and muttered softly, you really know how to coax girls? Ha, what did you say? Shuyi actually heard it. After receiving the physical reward from the system, his senses in all aspects were superior to those of ordinary people. But he still wanted to see Chen Yun's reaction. Ah, nothing, I'm going to clean up. Chen Yun shrank his neck and walked towards the kitchen. Shuyi sat on the sofa in the living room and could see Chen Yun's busy figure through the floor-to-ceiling glass in the kitchen. She first swept the kitchen floor, then took a rag and began to wipe the sink, stove, and other corners. She even turned on the built-in appliances one by one and wiped them carefully and meticulously. This scene seemed actually quite peaceful. Shuyi just felt that even just watching Chen Yun cleaning was a kind of enjoyment. At this time, Chen Yun began to wipe the cabinets higher up in the kitchen, but he was not tall enough and could not reach some places. Thinking of what Shuyi had just said, Chen Yun turned his head and looked towards the living room. But he found Shuyi sitting on the sofa, staring at him blankly. Chen Yun's heart skipped a beat and he looked away hastily. Oh, has Shuyi been looking at me just now? It feels so weird being stared at by him all the time. Should I ask him for help? I'm so confused. Shuyi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his little angel was in trouble. It was time for him to show up. Yun, let me help you. Shuyi walked towards the kitchen and said in a gentle voice. Shuyi, can you help me find a ladder? Chen Yun suddenly said. You want a ladder? Do you want to climb up and clean the cupboards? Shuyi was stunned for a moment. He thought Chen Yun couldn't reach it and wanted him to help clean it. Yes. That's right. Chen Yun said with a smile and nodded. Ah. The little angel smiled. The smile is so pleasing to the eyes. I heard that looking at beautiful women can prolong your life. Today my lifespan has increased again. Let me do it. I'm tall enough and can just wipe it casually. Shuyi was surprised by Chen Yun's smile and replied after a few seconds. No. It's only natural to get things done for money. Chen Yun put one hand on his waist and stretched out the index finger of the other hand and shook it in front of Shuyi. His serious look was inexplicably cute. Okay, then I'll go find a ladder. Shuyi nodded and walked towards the living room. He took out his cell phone and called Leng Qing. Hey, Leng Qing, send someone to buy me a ladder and deliver it to my house. Okay, boss. It will be delivered within 10 minutes. Leng Qing's tone was as indifferent as ever, but his voice was still pleasant. Huh? So fast? Shuyi was a little surprised. This efficiency is amazing. Yes, boss. You have more than 20 invisible bodyguards, including me, protecting your every move. So it is very convenient to run errands for you. Just buy a ladder. 10 minutes will be enough. Leng Qing replied. Oh, great. By the way, Leng Qing, do you speak Japanese? Shuyi nodded and asked a completely unrelated question out of the blue. Yes. Leng Qing was also stunned, but still answered truthfully. As a top mercenary, mastering multiple languages is the most basic skill. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to carry out missions across borders. Not bad, not bad. Shuyi smiled and nodded, saying, send someone to deliver it to me later. That's it for now. Hang up. Okay, boss. Shuyi asked Leng Qing if he could speak Japanese just on a whim. They said it would be there in 10 minutes, but the doorbell rang in 5 minutes. Shuyi opened the door and saw two tough guys who were as strong as iron towers. Even through their short-sleeved shirts, you can see their powerful muscles, especially their forearms that look like they were cast in steel. Although their muscles are not extremely explosive, anyone can tell at first glance that these two guys are not easy to mess with. There was a hint of ferocity in his cold eyes, an upright posture, calloused hands, and a long healed scar on his face. It's like if you blare at a child, that child will cry. However, in front of Shuyi, these two tough guys looked docile. The scarred tough guy held up the ladder he had just bought, grinned an extremely awkward service industry fake smile, nodded and said, Boss, this is the ladder you wanted. The other man with slicked back hair didn't say anything, but just trembled all over. He is trying not to laugh. Scarface looks so ugly when he smiles like this. Who would have thought that Scarface, who once defeated a dozen special forces soldiers single-handedly, would be so miserable? The smiling service proposed by the big sister is really not something that humans can do. When Scarface saw that the man with the slicked back hair was actually smiling, he said bluntly, Boss, the big sister asked us to serve with a smile, please give us your comments. The man with the slicked back hair suddenly changed his expression and quickly raised his zygomatic muscles, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Shuyi was amused when he saw that these two tough guys were actually two funny guys. Not bad, you're smiling brightly, keep up the good work. Shuyi took the ladder with a smile, patted the two on the shoulders and said. The two looked embarrassed, but still tried to smile more brightly. Okay, you can go now. Shuyi almost couldn't help laughing when he saw them like this, and quickly asked them to leave. The two men acted as if they were pardoned, put soap on their feet and ran away. Goodbye, boss. The sound came only after everyone had gone far away. Shuyi shook his head and laughed. It seemed that the mercenaries under his command were not only capable, but also had interesting personalities. Chapter 68 Chen Yun's First Kiss. Shuyi took the ladder to the kitchen and placed it next to the cabinet that Chen Yun wanted to clean. He held the ladder with both hands and said to her, Come on, Yun, I'll help you hold the ladder. Isn't this a good idea? Chen Yun hesitated. She was wearing such a short skirt, and if Shuyi raised his head even slightly, wouldn't he see her naked? How could Shuyi not understand what Chen Yun was worried about? He patted the ladder and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, I won't look up, I'm a serious person. Yes, how can you call peeping at other people's affairs? That's called appreciation. But since he had promised Chen Yun, Shui would not be so obscene as to look up at the scenery under her skirt. There's nothing good to see. Shui prefers to try it out rather than watching. When Chen Yun heard Shui say this, she bit her lip and chose to believe him. After all, she had a good impression of Shui from the very beginning. Okay, I'll continue cleaning then. Although Chen Yun looks weak, she is very skillful when it comes to cleaning. He climbed up the ladder very skillfully, and it seemed that he had experience in climbing ladders to do cleaning before. Shui tilted his head and said, I didn't expect you to be so brave, Yun. I see many girls are afraid to climb ladders, let alone do housework. Chen Yun wiped every corner of the cupboard carefully, and said with a smile on his face, don't underestimate me. Every time when we clean up the house during the Chinese New Year, I'm the one who climbs up and down the most. Ah? Why? Shouldn't this kind of work be done by my father? Shui was a little curious. His family also does a thorough cleaning before the Chinese New Year. Many places that are difficult to clean and require climbing are cleaned by his father. Chen Yun was silent for a while, then whispered, my father, his legs and feet are not very good, and he has been bedridden for many years. After hearing this, Shui Tsai suddenly realized something. No wonder Yun's family is so poor. It turns out that his father has difficulty walking and has no ability to earn income. From this point of view, it must be her mother who shoulders the heavy burden of supporting the family, right? Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. Chen Yun's mother must also be a great woman. I'm sorry, Yun, for mentioning your sad story. Shui said apologetically. It's okay, I'm used to it. Chen Yun smiled. Although Shui couldn't see her expression, he was still infected by her firm tone. If I could help Yun cure her father's leg, she would be very happy, right? Suddenly, Shui's heart moved. This matter seems to have great potential. He attended the charity auction party hosted by Pei Yunxian last time and received so much admiration, it was worth it. Since there are various skills in the system mall, there must be some related to medical skills. That's it. Exchange for a medical skill and help your father-in-law treat his leg. Shui felt that he had triggered another hidden task of favorability. If this leg healing task is completed, Sister Yun should be very happy, right? So he should be able to do it, right? Right, system? System, although you are shameless, I will still serve you wholeheartedly. Done. Shui was delighted. This was the first time the system responded directly to his ridicule. It seems that it also wants to capture Yun by itself. Bah, how can you call it success when it comes to a serious matter? I should ask Yun to fall in love with me. Shui held onto the ladder, his mind full of random thoughts. He planned to exchange for medical skills as soon as he had time. Suddenly, Chen Yun screamed, ah, there are little bugs. Shui was startled and looked up quickly. Chen Yun seemed too flustered. She lost her footing and fell down. Feeling weightless, she closed her eyes in fear. It's over, it's over. If I fall to the ground, I will have to be hospitalized again. But where is the money to pay for the medical expenses? Wow, I haven't worked for Shui for long since I got an advance on his salary last time. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. Yun, are you okay? Shui reached out and caught Chen Yun, seeing that her eyes were closed, he asked with concern. Thanks to his extraordinary physique, if someone else stood here he would probably just be a human cushion. For an adult, even a gentle and frail girl, falling from a height of nearly 2 meters would be very heavy. Most people simply can't handle it. Chen Yun's brain went blank for a moment. I didn't fall to the ground? Did Shui catch me? After coming back to her senses from her panic, and feeling Shui's strong arms around her, Chen Yun fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Shui looking at her with concern, and her heart warmed. People on the internet say that looking up at a person from the bottom up will make him look ugly, but Shui is still very handsome from this angle. Chen Yun opened her mouth slightly, lost in a state of infatuation. Seeing that she didn't respond, Shui smiled and was about to continue talking, but he was accidentally attracted by Chen Yun's beautiful face. He also stared at Chen Yun blankly, and the two of them just looked at each other without saying a word. In Shui's eyes, there was a faint layer of pink on Chen Yun's fair little face at this moment. Any blush can only be inferior to this pink, it looks so charming. It might be because I had just done the cleaning and exerted a lot of energy, which caused my body temperature to rise. It could also be because of the blushing caused by shyness when he held her in his arms. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Shui gradually lowered his head, and Chen Yun closed his eyes at a loss. Slowly, the two heads got closer and closer. Chen Yun snorted softly and opened her eyes, but when she saw Shui also had his eyes open, she quickly closed them again. Seeing her shy look, Shui launched a second wave of attack. Now, Chen Yun was like a fish on a chopping board, completely unable to resist. Her brain is completely confused. What's going on? Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing now? Chapter 69, Mutual Love, Kiss. Just when Shui was planning to take the next step and make his move, Xianglan walked down from the second floor mumbling, "What the hell? Why are there cockroaches on the second floor?" As soon as he reached the first floor, Xianglan looked around and found some movement in the kitchen. He said as he walked, "Shui, the cockroaches in your house are so big. I want to duel with the cockroaches." Before Xianglan could finish her words, she saw the two of them kissing each other. Her scalp tightened and she felt like she was about to explode. After speaking very quickly, he ran upstairs. Just because of her interruption, Shui and Chen Yun also stood apart. Damn it! Just when I was ready to start, I was interrupted by Xianglan. Now Shui has a deep resentment towards Xianglan. Chen Yun shyly broke free from Shui's arms, lowered her head, and grabbed the corner of her clothes with her small hands and fiddled with them. Oh my god, she actually kissed Shui just now. This is her first kiss. Unexpectedly, she passed away in a daze, and she didn't even know what she felt. What a pity. But the first kiss seems to be pretty good for Shui. He is so nice to me and he is handsome, hee. Chen Yun quietly raised her head and glanced at Shui, then quickly lowered her head. Now she didn't know what to do. There was a pink atmosphere in the kitchen, and neither Shui nor Chen Yun spoke. Not only Chen Yun was nervous, Shui was also a little excited. To be honest, this was the first time since he was a child that he was so excited about a girl. It was difficult for him to describe this feeling, but he could feel that his face must be flushed and his breathing was rapid. My heart is beating a little faster. Is this due to the stimulation of hormones? Shui moved his dry lips, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Just like a little boy confessing his love to a girl for the first time, he is nervous and shy. Normally, someone like him who has been in love should not have such a reaction, but in front of the lovely Chen Yun, he was so nervous. Is this a truly heart-pounding feeling? Ding! The host is detected to be undergoing intense psychological activities. The system is here to help. In order to help the host make the right choice, harmless electric shock is about to begin. As soon as the system prompt came out, Shui felt an electric current passing through his body. It's not uncomfortable, a bit like static electricity, but it's quite refreshing. System, this wave is awesome. Shui gritted his teeth, took Chen Yun's hand and said to her solemnly, "Yun, will you be my girlfriend?" Chen Yun's pupils shrank and his heart began to beat violently. Shui, he actually confessed to me? Thinking of everything he had experienced in the past few days, sweet emotions emerged in his mind, and Chen Yun wanted to agree to it impatiently. But the inferiority complex that had accompanied her since childhood turned into a huge gap, blocking her and Shui. She lacked the courage to take that leap, and she was afraid to face the consequences of making this choice. What if Shui doesn't like her anymore and wants to throw her away? Then maybe she'll collapse? Seeing that Chen Yun said nothing, his expression was a little unnatural, and his eyes were red as if he wanted to cry. Shui was a little at a loss. Why did Yun react like this? He habitually unbuttoned a button on his collar, hoping to breathe more air and make his brain work faster. So that I can coax Yun. Shui, I know you are very good to me and I like you very much, but I dare not take this step. Chen Yun bit her lip and said to Shui with red eyes. She decided to face her heart and speak clearly. In this way, she would not feel any regrets even if she was not with Shui. When Shui confessed to her, she was disgusted with herself for being so cowardly and inferior. Why not be brave and agree to it? Why do we lack the courage to face the future? Chen Yun, you are so cowardly. Chen Yun kept blaming herself in her heart, tears falling drop by drop. Shui felt relieved when he heard what she said. It turns out that she didn't dislike herself, but she was afraid to face it. However, as long as she likes me too, that's enough. He is willing to clear all obstacles for her. Anyone or anything that dares to hinder their relationship will be crushed into pieces. System, the host is awesome. The host is domineering. Worship value +1. Hey guys, I'm expressing my emotions, can you please stop interrupting me? Also, your admiration value is only 1 point, which doesn't even give you any respect in the system. System, okay, host, continue to coax your wife, I won't bother you anymore. Be good and go play. System. After being interrupted by the system, Shui was not so nervous anymore. He took Chen Yun into his arms, smelled the fragrance of her hair, and gently stroked her back with his hand. Yun, I like you and I want to be with you, so as long as you like me, that's enough. Now all that's left is for you to nod your agreement. You don't need to worry, you don't need to be afraid of the future, as long as you nod, no one can separate us, and no one dares to separate us. I will solve all your problems. You just need to be my little princess and angel. I will spoil you to the heavens and make you the happiest woman in the world. I, Shui, will always keep my word. Shui's domineering yet doting words flowed into Chen Yun's heart like water that could penetrate any pore. It was like the soft spring rain, watering Chen Yun's dry heart. It was like the light of dawn that dispelled the darkness and purified the inferiority and cowardice in her heart into nothingness. At least at this moment, Chen Yun had the courage to stop escaping. She put her arms around Shui's waist, raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes, pouted and said, "Kiss me." Shui was delighted, it worked. He lowered his head and kissed Chen Yun's lips affectionately. At this moment, there was no longer any obstacle between the two of them, and they relaxed physically and mentally, enjoying the wonderful feeling. Chen Yun also blushed, suppressing her inner shyness, and responded to Shui's attack in a daze. She closed her eyes, her mind wandering. Leng Qing, who was silently observing and protecting Shui in secret, immediately cut off all surveillance footage and issued an order to only guard the owner outside Villa number 1. The security level will be restored until the owner leaves the villa. All the men smiled at each other at the same time. It seemed that they had one more key person to protect. After a long time, Shui stopped his actions. Yun, I'll help you to the sofa, you sit down and tidy up your clothes. By the way, I want to tell you something. Chen Yun nodded with a red face, and let Shui lead her to sit on the sofa. What Shui wanted to talk about was the treatment of Yun's father's leg. He just took some time to check it out, and there were indeed some powerful medical skills in the system mall, so curing her father's leg should not be a problem. Shui organized his words in his mind and was about to speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Chen Yun for being in a relationship, and the world's top medical skills will be rewarded, including Chinese and Western medicine. I hope the host will continue to work hard and make breakthrough progress. A mysterious gift package is waiting for you. Damn, whatever I want comes true, my system is so thoughtful. I have no place to spend my admiration points if you act like this. Love you for 10,000 years. System, ugh. Chapter 70, Helping Father-in-Law with His Illness. The sudden assist from the system gave Shui more confidence. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yun, do you believe me? Why do you ask? Of course I believe you. Chen Yun stopped tidying up her clothes, raised her head with her big eyes blinking, and said to Shui seriously. Since she agreed to Shui's confession, she quickly accepted the change in her identity. The haze in my heart was swept away, and I felt much more cheerful. Chen Yun now seems to have gained a lot of confidence. Shui was sincerely happy for her. He didn't expect that the kiss between him and her would be so effective. Looks like I'll have to kiss her a few more times if I have the chance. Refresh your mind and never get tired. It's like this. I just heard you say that your father has difficulty walking. Can you take me to see him? Shui took Chen Yun's hand, covered it with his other hand, and said with a smile. Maybe I can heal your father's leg. Chen Yun's face flashed with surprise, and she asked in disbelief, Shui, are you telling the truth? Can Shui also cure diseases? He knows too many things, doesn't he? Chen Yun still remembered that the last time she and Shui went to escape the secret room, Shui demonstrated his powerful computer skills. Even though the staff member deliberately deleted the video and vowed that it could not be restored, Shui successfully restored the video easily. And today Shui gave her another surprise. He actually said that he could cure her father's leg? This made Chen Yun feel as if happiness was falling on her head one after another, and she felt a little dizzy. But her father's leg problem has lasted for more than 10 years, and the doctors at the hospital said there was nothing they could do. Shui, is it okay? Yes, I have medical skills inherited from my ancestors. I can cure most of the stubborn diseases in the world. Now that we are together, I must do my best to help my father-in-law's illness. Maybe if I cure his legs, he will be so excited that he will ask us to get married directly. Shui said with a smile, his hands moving non-stop. He was using the top medical skills knowledge that the system had just rewarded him with, learning and applying it as he needed and pressed Chen Yun's delicate hands. Feeling the tingling sensation in his hands, Chen Yun felt so comfortable that his scalp started to itch. She tried to pull her hand away, but found that Shui was holding it tightly. She felt a little shy. But then she thought, Shui is already her boyfriend, so it's okay to rub his hands. So she enjoyed Shui's massage with a blushing face. However, Shui's technique was tricky, making her feel so comfortable that she wanted to scream out loud. Then, Shui, when are you free to come to my house? Chen Yun asked impatiently, resisting the urge to moan. How about tomorrow? Because I invited my classmates to dinner tonight, and I promised them that I would treat them. Shui thought for a moment and said with a smile. Okay. Chen Yun nodded repeatedly. She couldn't help feeling happy when she thought that her father's leg could be cured. The smile that rarely appeared on her face usually appeared frequently and involuntarily today, and it was all because of Shui. She felt sweet in her heart, and unconsciously thought of what Shui said when he sent her back to the dormitory last time. You are not wrong, it is the world that is wrong. You are an angel who has fallen into the mortal world. I will change the world for you. Maybe Shui is the angel who fell into the mortal world to save her? Otherwise, how could it be so perfect? Shui, close your eyes. Chen Yun smiled and said in a soft voice. Shui was stunned, then nodded with a smile and closed his eyes cooperatively. Don't open your eyes. Chen Yun waved his hand in front of Shui and said. Okay, I won't open my eyes unless my Yun allows it. Shui closed his eyes, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said gently. Seeing this, Chen Yun bravely kissed Shui on the cheek, then quickly returned to her original position. Muah! Shui felt his cheeks getting wet and a fragrant breeze passed by him. He raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. This is a reward for you. Chen Yun said shyly while playing with the corner of his clothes, and then added, I saw it played like this in TV dramas. Ha 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 ha. Shui laughed. My Yun is so cute. Chen Yun wrinkled his nose and pretended to be fierce and asked, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Shui stopped laughing, with joy still lingering on the corners of his mouth, and looked at Chen Yun steadily. It wasn't until she was a little flustered that she said, that's not right, you should kiss. After Shui finished speaking, he pounced on Chen Yun like a hungry tiger and banged her on the sofa, enjoying Chen Yun's tender red lips to the fullest. If the demon subduing stick had not been able to suppress the power and was about to break the seal, Shui would not have given up. However, according to Yun's personality, this kind of thing cannot be forced, and being too proactive will backfire. She still needs to open her heart and accept herself completely. Shui felt that treating her father's leg was an opportunity. If it were a dating game, it would definitely be a main quest with explosive favorability rewards. Once completed, the favorability level will definitely increase dramatically. It is possible to directly max it. The two of them made a fuss for a while, and Chen Yun suddenly frowned, remembering something very important. Shui. Did Lan see us kissing just now? She had a sad face and was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Lan would coincidentally see me kissing Shui. Ah. How embarrassing. Lan will definitely make fun of me. Oh, right. I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. Shui slapped his forehead. Just now, Xianglan said there were cockroaches on the second floor, so he came down to find me, and then he interrupted our private time. Chen Yun rolled her eyes at Shui and said, although what you said sounds fine, why do I feel it's so strange? He, it means I'm telling the truth. Isn't it said that the truth hurts to hear? You'll get used to it if you listen to it more often. Shui said with a smile. Okay, I give in to you. Chen Yun was defeated, and then said with some concern, do you want to go to the second floor to see Lan? She is most afraid of cockroaches. Besides, we are in the south, where cockroaches are much bigger. Shui rubbed Chen Yun's little head and agreed to her request. Okay, you take a rest on the first floor first, I'll go up and take a look. I think the sanitation is almost done now, let's go swimming together later. Shui stood up and pointed at the infinity pool outside the villa. I don't know how. Chen Yun waved his hands and said with regret. She had seen the beautiful swimming pool outside from the beginning, but unfortunately she couldn't swim. It's okay, I'll teach you. Shui patted his chest. He doesn't have many hobbies, he just likes to teach beautiful girls how to swim, how to do yoga, how to do fitness. Inspired to contribute to education. The author has something to say. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 71 Xian Lan's Hidden Attribute. After coaxing Chen Yun into agreeing to swim for a while, Shui went to the second floor. He deliberately lowered his footsteps and tried to quietly see what Xian Lan was doing. As soon as he reached the second floor, Shui heard Xian Lan's mumbling coming from the room next to the stairs. Stinky Shui. Bad Shui. Big pervert Shui. They took down Yun so quickly. My pure Yun is going to be polluted. Damn cockroach, take my Tathagata slippers. Snap. 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 It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have run into them? Duel, Dachang. Snap. 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 Shui couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. From Xianglan's constant mumbling, one can tell how complicated her emotions are right now. Shui gently pushed the door open and saw Xianglan kneeling on the ground, attacking a nimble cockroach with a slipper. From his angle, Xianglan was facing him, and he saw. Just then, Xianglan saw Shui pushing the door open. Following his gaze, Xianglan screamed, quickly covered her chest and climbed up. The cockroach bully took this opportunity to sneak away from under Chuyi's feet. As a friend who had assisted him many times today, Shui mercifully let brother cockroach go. If it weren't for this cockroach, Shui wouldn't be able to see such a charming spring scenery. Shui, why are you here? Xianglan said in a panic. Shui is here, so didn't he hear all her mumblings just now? I originally wanted to see if you had finished cleaning, but I didn't expect you to say bad things about me behind my back. Shui shook his head inside. No. No way. I was clearly killing cockroaches. Xianglan denied it with a red face. She thought again of the scene she saw when she went downstairs just now. Including the time when Shui gave Yun artificial respiration, this was the second time. But why did she feel so difficult to calm down today? Why do I feel a little uncomfortable? I know. It must be because Yun was snatched away by Shui, the pervert leader. That's why I'm unhappy. Yeah, I heard it all. Just now, there was a cockroach in the room with the same name as me, and you kept scolding it, saying things like stinky Shui, bad Shui, and pervert Shui. Did that cockroach take advantage of you? Shui looked at Xianlan with a strange expression. So what? Xianlan said with his hands on his hips. Ahem, you're exposed again. Shui pointed at Lan's chest and reminded him. Xianlan screamed and quickly covered his chest with his hands. It's all your fault. You picked this maid outfit for me. It makes me always expose myself. Xianlan pursed her lips, feeling a little aggrieved. Why is he so gentle to Yun, but so mean to me? You just know how to bully me. Xianlan became angrier and angrier, and said angrily, Why did you come up here, you evil local tyrant? It's none of your business whether I do my cleaning well or not. Go down quickly and accompany Yun. Shui raised his eyebrows. Why was this little girl so emotional? He didn't say anything to her. Just as he was about to speak, Xianglan came up and pushed him to go out. Go, don't disturb me while I'm cleaning. I want to kill all the cockroaches named Shui in the room. Oh, this little girl is too arrogant. This is just a veiled attack. This cannot be tolerated. This is absolutely intolerable. Shui's mind flashed with what he had wanted to do before. Abridged. Chapter 72, The Fight is Over, Promoting Blood Circulation and Removing Blood Stasis. Abridged. Seeing Xianglan blinking her big watery eyes and looking at him, Shui felt that something was not right. Just as he was about to speak, Xianglan changed her demeanor. She was no longer as tough as before, but spoke in a coquettish voice, Shui, can you hit me a few more times? Nanny? Good man, just as I expected, you are that kind of woman. Shui slapped Xianglan again, causing him to cry out in pain. Humph, do you still dare to use Yun to threaten me? Shui said viciously. Xianlan twisted his body, found a comfortable position, shook his head pitifully and said, I don't dare. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and now she felt a little dizzy. Woohoo XX, is she a pervert? Why are you so happy? Well, that's good. A little maid should be so well behaved. Shui nodded with satisfaction, and then said, you don't have to clean up for a while. Jian Yun and I plan to go swimming in the infinity pool outside. Do you want to join us? I want it. Xianglan's eyes lit up and he said impatiently. Then her face turned bitter and she looked a little disappointed, but, I can't swim. When she heard Chui ask her if she wanted to swim, she agreed without thinking. But after agreeing, she remembered that she had drowned when she was a child and was very afraid of water. So even though she has grown up, she still can't swim. But she also wanted to be with Chu. She also wants to swim and play in the water with Jian Yun. After all, the reason why she got close to Jian Yun was that she felt that she was not only beautiful, but also had a personality as pure as a piece of white paper. She really likes this kind of simple friendship. Yes, that's right. Shui waved his hand and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. Not knowing how to swim is not a problem. I can teach you. Just follow me and I will teach you until you can swim. There are rewards and punishments, this is the way to discipline. When the target of training shows obedience to you, you should give appropriate or large rewards. Let the target develop a conditioned reflex, and over time he will obey subconsciously. Don't ask Chui how he knew this. The only answer is that he learned it from watching Animal World. Taming animals is very simple. The only difference is that the target has changed to the little tigress. Xianlan stared at Chui warily and said in disbelief, you can teach swimming? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Chui glanced at Xianlan with disdain and said calmly, you think too much. My Jian Yun can't swim either. I mainly teach her, and you are just a byproduct. Even though Xianlan had hit upon a distracting thought in his heart, how could Chui admit it? How can what the marshal did be called taking advantage of him? This is called physical contact necessary for teaching. Xianlan felt a flash of disappointment in his heart. It turned out that he also wanted to teach Jian Yun. However, now that Jian Yun and he have kissed, they should have confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, so it is normal for her to teach him swimming. It's nothing. Well, Xianlan, you also need to learn how to swim so that you can save yourself if you drown. Xianlan quickly shook off his distracting thoughts, stood up and prepared to sit on the edge of the bed, patted Chuyi's shoulder and said, okay, for Jian Yun's sake, I will reluctantly let you teach me how to swim. Only in this way can you gallop on your horse and run across Akina Mountain. How about I help you massage it? Chui hesitated for a while, stretched out his hands, made a kneading gesture and asked. You big pervert. You still want to take advantage of me? Xianlan was not willing to agree and refused without saying a word. How can such a good thing happen? After Chui finished speaking, he whistled and looked around the room aimlessly. In fact, he was secretly observing Xianglan's expression. When Xianglan heard Chuyi's words, his expression became conflicted. Although Chui was just teasing her, his words did make sense. What's more, she had been alone with Chui before. Would Jian Yun suspect that she and Chui were having an affair? Bah! 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 What affair? There is no affair between her and Chui. But this is not a good thing, so the only thing to consider is whether what Chui said is true. Does he have inherited medical skills? Old Chinese doctor? Doesn't it look like it? If this pervert said he had inherited the skills from boys, she would believe it. Seeing Xianglan's questioning look, Chui became unhappy. You can doubt my ability, but you cannot doubt the ability the system gives me. Ahem, Xianglan, you don't believe me? Chui asked seriously with a straight face. Xianglan nodded as a matter of course and said, of course, you don't look like a Chinese medicine doctor at all. Instead, you look like a quack who tricks female patients into having sex and claims to be able to cure all diseases. Chui was not annoyed. He had just beaten him, and it would be too much to punish him again. Chapter 73 Teaching People to Swim. Xianglan couldn't help feeling guilty when she saw Chui was so confident. But her stubborn personality wouldn't allow her to take back what she had said. After rolling her eyes twice, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, I'll do as you say. If you lose, I won't have to wear a maid outfit anymore. If I lose, I'll call you master in private from now on. Hey, got it. Shui smiled and nodded, then stretched out his hand to motion Xianlan to lie down on the bed. Come on, I'll get rid of the swelling for you. Xianlan cooperated and lay down on the bed. Shui no longer bothered himself. It was boring to argue with Xianlan and always be scolded by her. It's more fun to do it yourself. Abridged. She lost. She will call Shui master from now on. So shameful. Shui smiled and saw through her little thoughts, but he did not continue to embarrass Xianlan. I've been bullied enough today. If I make things too difficult for her, it won't be called training. It will only embarrass Xianlan. Didn't you see that she subconsciously surrendered because she was afraid of calling her master? If it had been before, he would definitely have argued with me without giving in. And the two of them have been upstairs for a while, it's time to prepare for a swim. Xianlan, go down and call Jian Yun, and come up with her to change into swimsuits. Shui said with a smile. The swimsuit-made outfit can come in handy. As expected, too many clothes will never be a burden, they will always be useful. Maybe this is why women love to buy clothes. Xianlan nodded obediently and walked downstairs with her plump legs. Shui looked at her back, squinted his eyes and rubbed his chin with his hand. I have to say, Xianlan has a really great figure. Just like the female painter from Sakura country who became popular on the internet before. No, she is much better than that female painter. In short, Xianlan is well deserved of the title of top beauty. After a while, Xianlan pulled Chen Yun to the second floor. Shui had already prepared the two bikini-made outfits. They were still placed in two rooms on the left and right for the two girls to change clothes. Change your clothes and wait for me. I'm going to buy a pair of swimming trunks. Although this house is big, it doesn't have all the necessary things. Shui said to them with a smile and walked downstairs. There was one thing he kept in his heart and didn't say, especially there are too few hostesses. Hearing the shy cries of the two girls after they pushed the door open and saw their bikinis, Shui couldn't help but grin. Hey, bikini YYDs. He took out his cell phone and called Ling Chung again. Hey, Ling Ching, buy me a pair of swimming trunks. Hello? Can you hear me? What size? The looser the better. It's uncomfortable if it's too tight. Shui said calmly, a statement that seemed extremely pretentious to the gay men. On the other end of the phone, Lung Ching was stunned at first, then he spat with a flushed face. After Shui hung up the phone, she immediately drove to a nearby shopping mall. She wanted to see how big the loosest swimming trunks were. 10 minutes later, Shui smiled and took the handbag brought by Scarface and the others. I sat back on the sofa and opened it. Oh, that's not bad. The allowances are very lenient. The subordinates are very capable and should be rewarded. Shui took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Lung Ching's card number. He sent a message saying that this was a reward, and then walked happily to the bathroom to change into swimming trunks. How can I not be happy? Next, I am going to teach two top beauties how to swim. This kind of benefit is something many people could never experience even in their dreams. But before that, I need to do some shopping. Shui was taking a shower in the bathroom while changing into his swimming trunks. He also spent 5,000 points of admiration to purchase the swimming champion skill. A large amount of swimming experience flooded into Chuyi's mind, as if he had been undergoing high-intensity professional swimming training since he was a child. He has mastered both competitive and practical swimming. From professional competition-level butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, to synchronized swimming. Shui has mastered all practical types of swimming, including arm swimming, water rescue and diving. Coupled with his enhanced physique, if he participates in a world-class competition, he will be a strong contender for the gold medal, if not win many gold medals. Among ordinary people, he is the Aquaman of the swimming world. The kind that plays Water Thief 6. And for Shui, who has mastered this powerful skill, it will be no problem for him to teach the two novices how to swim. It's just a matter of time. Seeing that the two girls had not left the room yet, Shui simply went to find them. He first came to the room where Chen Yun was and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yun, are you ready? Chen Yun's voice, as thin as a mosquito, came from the room. I'm fine. Shui smiled. He could hear the shyness in Chen Yun's voice. But there is a first time for everything, not to mention that they are boyfriend and girlfriend now. As a boy, isn't it normal to take your girlfriend swimming in the swimming pool at home? Even if your girlfriend is only wearing a bikini, it's only for you to see. Shui was a little expectant, so he knocked on the door again and then waited there for Chen Yun to open the door. Chapter 74 Swimming in Progress. Crack. There was the sound of the doorknob turning in the door in front of me. Chen Yun hid behind the door, poking out her little head and looking at Shui pitifully and said, "Shui, this swimsuit reveals too much." Shui looked confused and asked, "Really? I think all girls' swimsuits seem to be of this style?" Of course, women's swimsuits are not limited to bikinis. But Shui just wanted to see Chen Yun wearing a bikini, so of course he had to pretend to be realistic. As expected, Chen Yun was a little confused after hearing what Shui said. Is this the only style of swimsuit for girls? Chen Yun glanced at Shui suspiciously, and saw that his confused look did not seem fake. Could it be that Shui doesn't know much about girls' swimsuits? Do I really need to wear this to learn swimming? But, this is too revealing. Isn't it? But Shui's expectant eyes made Chen Yun unable to refuse. In the end, Chen Yun nodded with a soft heart and agreed to Shui. Oh well. Shui was delighted and smiled at her. How about this, you go and call Xianglan, and I'll wait for you at the swimming pool downstairs. Okay. Chen Yun nodded and opened the door confidently. Since she has already promised Shui, being shy will not help. Anyway, he will see it soon. What's more, she did not reject Shui's gaze, but felt somewhat happy about it. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves, and it is something to be proud of for girls if the person they like appreciates their figure. If your figure is no longer attractive to your boyfriend, then you should cry. Shui didn't expect Chen Yun to suddenly become so bold, and her perfect figure appeared right in front of him. At this time, Chen Yun was wearing a black and white bikini, standing at the door. Her fair skin looked like natural mutton fat jade, and her body was also very light pink. Her long black hair was tied up behind her head, and her hands were rubbing their fingers together. Although her flat belly doesn't show any abs, it doesn't affect her charm. Seeing Shui staring at her, Chen Yun felt a little unsure about where to put her toes. She bit her lip and mustered up the courage to say, "Shui, didn't you say you would go down and wait for us?" "Oh, yes. When you came out, I was so busy enjoying the beautiful scenery that I forgot about the important things." Shui gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, "As expected of my Nian Yun, this figure can kill all the women in Dragon Country in seconds. If you didn't call me, I don't know how long it would take me to come back to my senses." No one dislikes compliments, especially girls. Chen Yun blushed when she heard Shui's compliment. This was the first time in her life that she had received compliments on her figure from the opposite sex. What is more, the person praising her is the one she likes. Then, "I'll go find Lan first," Chen Yun said shyly, then took small steps past Shui and headed towards the room where Xianglan was. Shui smiled. Today was really great. He walked towards the swimming pool downstairs, came to the edge of the pool, and started doing warm-up exercises on the spot. It was a good time to warm up while waiting for Chen Yun and Xianglan. Shui didn't have to wait long, and soon the two girls came down. Because Chen Yun was present, Shui did not look at Xianglan too seriously. Otherwise, what if Yun gets jealous? But Xianglan's figure is even more hot in a bikini. And Xianglan looks as beautiful as ever even without makeup. Both of them are natural beauties with great potential. One is Chen Yun, who has a slim figure but also has some flesh. The other is Xianglan, who has a plump and hot body, with more flesh where there should be flesh, and just the right amount of flesh where there shouldn't be flesh. Two beauties with different styles were wearing the same loose swimsuit bikini, standing by the swimming pool somewhat uncomfortably. This scenery is quite great. Shui had almost finished his warm-up. He smiled at the two girls and said, "You should have seen the warm-up I did just now. You two should also do some warm-up before you go into the water to prevent your muscles from getting cold and causing cramps. I can't swim to begin with. If I get a cramp, I'll choke on the water." Ever since losing to Shui just now, Xianglan had changed his usual behavior and became extremely well-behaved and quiet, not saying a word. It's just because she's wearing a bikini that she has a slightly shy expression on her face. Seeing Xianglan didn't say anything, Chen Yun thought she was too shy to be in front of Shui in her bikini, so she simply spoke up, "Then Shui, teach us how to warm up." Shui nodded and began the warm-up teaching. There are 3 steps to warming up before swimming: mobility exercises, flexibility exercises, and swimming style imitation exercises. As the name suggests, mobility exercises are to move the joints throughout the body, allowing the joints to secrete enough synovial fluid and speed up blood circulation. This will cause the body to warm up slightly and make it less likely to get injured. Flexibility exercises include various exercises such as leg and shoulder stretching. The two girls don't need to imitate the swimming style yet because they are not familiar with the buoyancy of water yet. Shui needs to guide him step by step. While teaching them to warm up, Shui's hands were very well behaved. After all, it is not a one-on-one solitude, but a one-on-two. After spending about 10 minutes warming up, Shui used the escalator by the swimming pool to go down to the shallow water area. The depth of the infinity pool in his home ranges from 1.3 meters to 1.6 meters. Shui is currently in a shallow water area of 1.3 meters deep. You guys come down too, and be careful. Shui waved at the two girls in the swimming pool and said with a smile. Normally, you need to wear a swimming cap and goggles in a swimming pool, but now we are in Shui's family's swimming pool, so there is no need to worry too much. Rich and willful. Chen Yun and Xian Lelay looked at each other, then carefully followed the escalator one by one and came to the swimming pool. Deleted. Chapter 75 Swimming in Progress 2. Both women are not good at swimming. It was their first time in the water and the tiny water pressure made them feel a little tight in their chests. Relax, breathe in with your abdomen, take a few deep breaths, and slowly get used to the feeling of being in the water. Shui saw that they were a little uncomfortable and gave some advice. The two girls did as they were told, and after taking a few deep abdominal breaths, they felt much more comfortable. Seeing this, Shui nodded and continued, not bad, you are all great. Next, I'm going to teach you breaststroke. This is also relatively simple and easy to learn. First, you need to feel the buoyancy of the water and let yourself float on the water. Who will go first? Chen Yun and Xian Lelay looked at each other again and said at the same time, I'll go first. Seeing that the other party had also spoken, the two women chuckled and then motioned for the other party to go first. Since you are both so humble, let me make the decision. Yun, you go first. Shui said to Chen Yun with a smile. Oh. Chen Yun nodded, then asked, Shui, what should I do now? Come, let me show you first. After Shui said that, he relaxed his body and lay flat on the water. After a while, he was floating on the water. It was Chen Yun's first time swimming, and she was excited to see Shui floating so easily. She thought she could do it, right? Who? Shui clasped his hands, stood up straight and exhaled, then stretched out his hands to Chen Yun and said with a smile, Come on, Yun, give me your hand, I'll hold your hand, and let's see if we can float. Chen Yun nodded in confusion, and obediently stretched out his hands and placed them on Shui's hands. Come on, take a deep breath now, hold it, and slowly lie flat on the water. Shui instructed seriously. Chen Yun did as he was told and slowly relaxed his body, trying to lie flat on the water. But as soon as her cheek touched the water, she instantly became nervous and struggled to get up. However, as a complete landlubber, Chen Yun finds it difficult to maintain his body balance in water. She failed to struggle to stand firmly, and instead lost her balance and fell towards Shui. Ah! Amid Chen Yun's exclamation, Shui stretched out his hands and wrapped them around her waist, stabilizing Chen Yun's out-of-control body. Shui subconsciously reached out and touched Chen Yun's back, comforting her, Okay, don't worry, you didn't fall. Xian Lelay looked at this scene and covered her mouth with her hands in shock. Is it appropriate to show affection in front of her? Feeling Shui's big hand brushing against her back, Chen Yun's face flushed, and she quickly struggled to break free from Shui's arms. Shui, let me try again to see if I can float. Chen Yun didn't dare to look at Lan's expression. He lowered his head and said this before continuing to try to float. This time, she was surprisingly successful. Shui was amazed. He didn't expect that Yun's learning ability would increase so much when he was nervous and shy. I almost choked on the water and fell down just now, but now I'm floating successfully. After a while, Chen Yun pulled Shui's hand and stood up from the water, and said happily, How is it, Shui, did I succeed just now? Shui smiled and pinched her face, praising her, Yes, Yun, you are great. When I was learning to swim before, I tried for a long time but couldn't float. I didn't expect you to succeed the second time. Shui was telling the truth. He was indeed very slow in learning how to swim. This may also be due to the lack of professional teaching. After all, he didn't have the conditions to hire a coach before, so he made an appointment with his friends to go to the swimming pool together and let his friends who could swim teach him. And Chen Yun successfully floated up the second time. It must be said that he was much better than him. Well, I can only say that she is worthy of being the woman he likes. Jian Yun, you can now try to hold on to the escalator on the side of the swimming pool, and then slowly increase the time you hold your breath while floating. Suyu pointed at the escalator and said to Chen Yun. Then I'll teach Xianlan how to float. Chen Yun nodded and smiled, then you must teach Lanlan well. She has always been afraid of water. As good friends, she and Xianlan often talked about everything, so she naturally knew that Xianlan had drowned when she was a child. She also hopes that Xianlan can successfully overcome her inner fear and learn to swim. Just leave it to me. If I can't teach Xianlan, then no one in this world can teach him to swim. Suyu said confidently. What he said was not an exaggeration. Judging from his current level, there are not many people in the world who can swim better than him. Although strong swimming skills do not mean good teaching, by analogy, for a master like Suyu, who is comparable to an Olympic champion, teaching a novice to swim is not difficult at all. Seeing Chuyu's confidence, Chen Yun smiled at him, pointed at the escalator with her little finger and said, "Then I'll go." Suyu nodded with a smile, "Go ahead." Chen Yun walked slowly to the escalator in the water and began to practice floating seriously and increased the time she held her breath. It was not until then that Suyu had time to look at Xianlan beside him. But he found that Xianlan was looking at him with resentment, which made Suyu a little confused. Just looking at Xianglan's expression, you can tell that she is full of resentment. I was just busy being intimate with Chen Yun and left her aside. It was really not a good idea. Xianlan, hold my hand and I will teach you how to float. Suyu stretched out his hand to Xianlan and said. Although Xianlan was very angry, since she had made up her mind to learn how to swim, she definitely couldn't give up halfway. She followed Chuyu's instructions and placed her hand on Chuyu's hand. As soon as she held Chuyu's hand, Xianlan felt something was wrong. He is actually tickling the palm of my hand? Xianlan widened her eyes and looked at Suyu. But he found that Suyu was smiling and winking at him. What? You want me to stop being angry? Humph, how is that possible? Xianlan planned to ignore Suyu. She followed Chen Yun's example, took a deep breath, and buried her face in the water. Crash! The seawater covered her ear holes, and the slight feeling of suffocation instantly reminded her of her childhood drowning experience. That feeling of fear directly dominated all of Xianlan's thoughts. Xianlan, whose mind was filled with fear, lost his mind and frantically wanted to grab anything around him that he could. This is the human instinct when drowning. Suyu keenly noticed that Xianlan seemed to be not right, and quickly pulled her up. Xianlan felt the pull in the water, and she quickly hugged Suyu. She was a little dazed now and just wanted to grab a lifeline. Suyu saw her rushing towards him in panic, and he did not dodge. It was obvious that Xianlan was too afraid of water. If he still avoided it in this situation, how disappointed would she be? When Xianlan took the initiative and Suyu did not move. She was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around Suyu. Chapter 76 Swimming in Progress 3. Xianlan, why don't you come down first? Suyu stared at Chen Yun's every move, resisting the urge to gasp for air, and whispered in Xianglan's ear. Yun, you must practice seriously, don't look over here. Otherwise he can't explain it clearly. Even if Xianlan really took the initiative to pester him. Xianlan's face turned as red as a steamed shrimp and she said nothing. She also wanted to let go, but she was really afraid of water. As long as she loosened her grip a little, the experience of drowning would come to her mind, making it impossible for her to let go of Suyu. But Suyu was overwhelmed when he saw Xianlan remain silent. Suyu swore in his heart that he would never swim with two girls at once again. Xianlan, listen to me, Yun is still over there, it's not good for us to be like this. Suyu leaned close to Xianglan's ear and patted her back gently to comfort her. Feeling the heat beside her ear, Xianglan's cheeks turned redder, and she whispered softly, what should I do? When Xianglan thought that Yun was still beside her, she became even more shy and felt a little guilty. Xianlan gritted her teeth and encouraged herself, loosening her hands little by little, trying to get off Suyu. Suyu also felt it, and he felt relieved. It's finally coming down. Xianlan, just stand up straight and hold my hand. Suyu whispered to Xianlan. The water here is only 1.3 meters deep, just stand up straight. Xianlan obediently followed what Suyu said, standing in the water, holding Chuyu's hand. Looking at Lan's appearance, Suyu estimated that it would be difficult to teach her to swim today. I can only wait for the next one-on-one teaching. Looking at Chen Yun, who was still repeating the floating action seriously with his back to the two of them, Suyu reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Jian Yun didn't see it. However, Shui felt inexplicably guilty about this. It feels like I have done something wrong. Ding! The host has conducted a close contact with, teaching swimming, for the first time, and is rewarded with a Rolls-Royce. As a great system owner, the host is at the top of the pyramid and does not need to hold himself to worldly standards. You deserve any woman you want. They deserve it too. My awesome system. Isn't this too awesome? Shui thinks that his super rich system can be called a scumbag incubation system. A Rolls-Royce and some encouraging words instantly made his guilt disappear. The system is really powerful, and psychologists are no more powerful than this. However, what the system said makes sense. If, according to secular ideas, he is asked to give up Xian Lan after being with Chen Yun, can he do it? Shui asked himself honestly, he couldn't do it. Since they already knew each other and had some feelings for each other, he couldn't just watch Xian Lan fall into the arms of another man. Even just thinking about it, Shui's overbearing possessiveness instantly tore the picture in his mind apart. He doesn't allow it. No matter if he is a scumbag or a playboy. That's what he thinks. Let every girl who has a good impression on you be happy. He believes he can do it. System, Hey, how come you jumped out one step ahead? I haven't even asked you yet. System, a mature system will never suffer from the same trick. Well, you win. Shui shook his head and laughed, coming back to his senses from his brief contemplation. He held Xiang Lan and walked toward Chen Yun, who was still floating and holding her breath. When he was about to get close, he let Xiang Lan down and let her hold on to the escalator beside her. Xiang Lan also cooperated and did as he was told. After about 10 seconds, Chen Yun stood up from the water and exhaled. Call. Only then did she realize that Shui and Xiang Lan were beside her. Hey! Lan, are you going to come to the escalator to practice floating too? Chen Yun moved a little to the right to make room for Xiang Lan. Xiang Lan forced a smile and said, No, I'm still very afraid of water, so Shui asked me to hold on to the escalator so that I wouldn't be too scared. Shui looked at Xiang Lan in surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl would react so quickly. I originally thought that she hadn't come to her senses yet. However, what I did to her just now was indeed a bit impulsive. I wonder if Xiang Lan feels bad now. It seems that after I help Jian Yun's father heal his leg, I have to pay attention to Xiang Lan. It's best to find an opportunity to be alone with her and talk to each other. Well, don't get me wrong, it's just a simple chat. Abridged. Chapter 77, Scumbag Incubation System. Chen Yun didn't think much about it. She smiled and said to Xiang Lan, I knew you couldn't overcome the psychological trauma of drowning all at once. Come on, let's practice holding on to the escalator together. Xiang Lan felt even more guilty when she saw Chen Yun's sweet smile. Jian Yun is such a nice person, but she did that kind of thing with Shui. It feels like cheating. No, she needs to stay away from Shui. I can't let my relationship with Jian Yun be ruined because of this stinky man. Xiang Lan made a decision in her heart, but she herself didn't know whether she could carry out this idea. In the following swimming class, considering that Xiang Lan was severely afraid of water, he was also afraid that he would do the same ambiguous thing again and be seen by Jian Yun. Shui asked Ling Qing to send someone to buy a buoyancy board and snorkeling equipment, including a diving mask, a snorkel, and fins. He planned to have Xiang Lan put on snorkeling equipment, lie on the buoyancy board, bury his head in the water, and slowly adapt to the feeling of the water. Little by little, she was able to eliminate the psychological trauma of drowning. With the help of snorkeling equipment, Xiang Lan became less nervous. After all, she could open her eyes in the water, her nostrils were kept clear of water, she had a breathing tube to breathe, and she was lying on a buoyancy board. And with Shui looking after her, she naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Chen Yun looked at Xiang Lan's clumsy way of paddling and chuckled silently. While Xiang Lan was playing in the water, Shui began to teach Chen Yun how to swim. He put his arms around Chen Yun's waist to make her float and tried to do breaststroke. During the process, Chen Yun took advantage of Shui a lot and her face was red the whole time, not daring to look at him. After playing in the water for more than an hour, Shui took the two girls out of the swimming pool and returned to the room to take a shower. Of course, they were washed separately. After taking a shower, the two girls changed back into their own clothes. It was already evening, and Shui offered to drive the two girls back home. Chen Yun agreed, but Xiang Lan said that she could just take a taxi back. Seeing that I couldn't persuade her, I had to let her go home by herself. Shui sent Chen Yun back to school and made an appointment to go home with Chen Yun tomorrow. After all, she promised Yun to treat her father. At this time, Ling Qing called. "Boss, someone just delivered a Rolls-Royce, saying it was ordered by you." Shui suddenly realized that this was the reward the system had just given him. "Please drive me to Jiangbei University. It's a good opportunity for me to change my car." Shui ordered. "Okay boss, I'll be there soon." Shui simply drove to the school gate and waited. Although today is Saturday, there are still many boarding students who have not returned home. Looking at the young and beautiful girls passing by, Shui sighed. College life is still good. You do not say? White long legs, sexy and cute styles of dress, it is very pleasing to the eyes. At least Shui was watching with great interest. The students passing by were also attracted by the streamlined and technological appearance of Koenigsegg Gem era. They were all whispering to their companions. "Wow, this car is so cool. I saw it. The guy in the driver's seat is so handsome too. Oh my god, what a handsome man. I'll fall down if my brother says, 'Are you there?' I just want to ask, do you fence, little brother?" Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Looking at the admiration value that appeared again, Shui smiled. He really wasn't pretending this time. Sometimes, when you pretend too much, the looks of admiration become indifferent. System, host, you are really good at pretending. Ahem, please don't interrupt my thinking about life. Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did the system always interrupt him? But at this moment, he saw a familiar figure across the street, but he didn't look like him. Shui took a closer look and saw that it was Chen Yun who had specially done his hairdo. I didn't expect that what Chen Yun said when we divided the spoils last time was true. Not only did she eat pancakes with chicken fillet, she also asked Tony to do her hairstyle. The most important thing is that there is a girl next to Chen Yun now. Are these two dating? Shui hid in the car, took out his cell phone, and took several photos of Chen Yun and the girl. Then he pulled Go Di and Ling Linlin to form a temporary group chat with only the three of them and sent the photos they had just taken. Shui, picture. Shui, guys, look. Chen Yun's son, the study committee member, actually went to get his hair done and even went on a date with a girl. My son has made great progress. Ling Linlin, damn, Chen Yun has found a girlfriend? When will my spring come? Goody, it seems I have to speed up my progress in capturing girls. I must not be the last one among the four of us to find a partner. Shui, I'm broadcasting this live to you. Oh my god, Chen Yun seems to be confessing his love to that girl. I'm recording a video. Suddenly, three people wearing Kumaman costumes appeared and came to Chen Yun and the girl with flowers, balloons and gift boxes in their hands. This scene also attracted many students and passers-by to watch. After all, it is the nature of Chinese people to join in the fun. Wherever there is fun to watch, there will be people watching. Many people on Shuyi's side ran to the opposite street, wanting to get a closer look. Thanks to Shuyi's excellent hearing and eyesight, he could see clearly across the street. Chen Yun first took the flowers from one of the Kumaman bears, held them in both hands and handed them to his female companion, and said sincerely, "Mimi, will you be my girlfriend? I will always treat you well." The girl called Mimi is named Chen Mei. When she saw Chen Yun confessing his love in public, she frowned and glanced at the people around her. She said to Chen Yun, "Didn't you say that we should just be friends?" Chen Yun was stunned and said quickly, "But we have dated several times, you agreed when I held your hand, and you accepted my gift. Our relationship should be more than just friends, right? Don't you like me? Can't friends hold hands? Can't friends go shopping? Can't friends accept gifts? What's more, I like those with good financial conditions, and I don't think you can support me?" Chen Mei asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Chen Yun speechless. Although that's what I said, it's obviously more ambiguous between men and women. Besides, they had been together for some time, and Chen Mei didn't seem to dislike him. That's why he planned a confession, but he didn't expect this to happen. But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to continue expressing his feelings. Being rejected is always better than ending it badly. Chapter 78. You are worthy of being my son. But, I think we should like each other very much. Chen Yun's tone became a little guilty, and he spoke humbly. Chen Mei crossed her arms and said with disdain, "Can you please stop being so naive? Look at your own conditions. You are only 1.7 meters tall, you are not very handsome, your hairstyle looks like it was photoshopped, and you have no money. Am I wasting my youth by being with you? A woman's youth only lasts a few years. It's precious, okay? Besides, in my opinion, you are nothing more than a spare tire." Chen Mei's sarcastic words made Chen Xian's eyes widen. He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was the Chen Mei he knew. Didn't she always act cute? She also acted cute from time to time during the chat. Did she say these words? Shui looked at this scene and couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand, sighing, alas, this silly son, he dared to confess in the street without even knowing what the other person was thinking. It seems that he is going to be in trouble. At this time, Ling Qing called. Shui answered the phone while observing the situation at the scene. "Hey, boss, I'm already on the street across from Jianbei University." As soon as Ling Qing finished speaking, Shui saw a black Rolls-Royce slowly approaching and stopped across the street. The appearance of Rolls-Royce attracted the attention of the spectators at the confession scene. Even the two parties involved, Chen Xian and Chen Mei, were no exception. Shui had a flash of inspiration and was about to speak. But he found that Chen Xian glanced at the Rolls-Royce beside him and suddenly shouted, "Humph, I didn't expect you to be a gold digger. I was wrong. I wanted to pretend to be a loser to test you, but I succeeded in turning you into your original form. I don't want a money-worshipping person like you." After Chen Xian finished speaking, he threw down the flowers, took the gift box from Kyumaman who was holding the gift, and strode towards the Rolls-Royce. The onlookers at the scene were all stunned. Wow, did I see a melodramatic love confession drama today? Chen Mei also looked stunned, her mouth open but unable to speak. Could it be that Chen Xian is a rich second generation with a hidden identity? That's not right. How could the second generation of rich people have such vulgar temperament? Chen Mei still refused to believe that Chen Xian was a rich second generation, so she stood there and wanted to see how Chen Xian got into the car. Shui was amused by Chen Xian's amazing operation. He had already guessed what Chen Xian wanted to do. Because they had seen a funny joke before, and what Chen Xian was doing now was exactly the same as in the joke. Wow, he is worthy of being my son. Forced to show off. He said to Ling Qing, who hadn't hung up the phone yet, "Ling Qing, please cooperate with the guy who failed in his confession. He is my roommate." "Okay, boss. By the way, don't hang up the phone, turn on the speakerphone, I want to record it," Shui said with a smile. "Okay." Ling Qing responded, turned on the speakerphone, and placed the phone in a storage compartment beside him. Then he said to a burly man sitting in the back row, "Jun, the boss ordered you to cooperate with the guy who failed in his confession." Jun nodded and responded, "Okay, Sister Lang." Then, the car fell into silence. But this silence was soon broken as Chen Xian walked towards the Rolls-Royce cursing. "Damn it, I was wrong. I don't believe in love anymore, I'd rather just play with my luxury cars and young models. It's just a woman, isn't it? I have money, so I don't have any woman. There are plenty of gold diggers. What's wrong with being short? Do you know why a skinny horse has longer hair? I'll take it out and scare you to death." These words were obviously shouted to Chen Mei, and Chen Xian shouted very loudly. Walking to the Rolls-Royce, Chen Xian naturally opened the double-door rear door and sat in. After clumsily closing the door, Chen Xian looked at the indifferent Ling Qing and Jun, forced a smile on his face, put his hands together, and said awkwardly, "Brother, sister, can you let me sit in the car for 5 minutes? I just failed to confess my love, and I want to borrow the Rolls-Royce to show off." Ling Qing and Jun looked at each other and nodded. Shui listened to the conversation coming from the phone and forced himself to hold back his laughter. He wanted to edit the interesting parts of the recording and send it to the group, and use it as a wake-up ringtone for Godi and the others in the future. In a Rolls-Royce. Ling Qing glanced at Chen Xian and said, "Are you doing this to make that woman regret it?" Chen Xian scratched the back of his head and nodded rather embarrassedly. "Yes. Then what do you want to do? We can help you. I'm in a good mood today," Ling Qing said lightly. Chen Xian waved his hand, shook his head and said, No, just let me sit in the car, that's enough." He had seen this trick when watching funny videos on the internet, and he just learned to do it on impulse. It would be embarrassing if the confession failed anyway, so I might as well take a gamble. If you succeed, you will regain your face. If you fail, you will just lose face again. But after getting in the car, Chen Xin almost had a cramp in his anus due to the stare he received from the burly man next to him. I almost thought I was going to be kicked out. Therefore, he was already very grateful for being able to successfully sit in the Rolls-Royce, so how could he dare to ask the people in the car to help him show off? At this moment, the onlookers outside exclaimed, "Fuck, why is there so many Dragon Kings in our school?" I remember there was a rich young man pretending to be a loser on Valentine's Day, but his true identity was exposed when his confession failed. Is there another one today? I calculated with my fingers, the world is going to change. TSK TSK TSK, look at that material girl's expression, so funny. At this time, Chen Mei had already begun to believe in Chen Xin's identity. Otherwise, how could he get into a Rolls-Royce so easily? After a brief hesitation, she walked towards the Rolls-Royce without hesitation and knocked on the window with a smile on her face. Lang Chang lowered the rear window. Ah Jun, who was sitting in the back row, took out a big cigar from his suit pocket and handed it to Chen Xin respectfully, saying, "Master, this is your favorite Padron cigar." Chen Xin turned his head in surprise and looked at Ah Jun, with a complex mixture of shock, realization, and excitement flashing through his mind. Wow, you actually cooperate with me so well. Then this one forced me to install it. Chen Xin coughed twice, then leisurely took the Padron cigar. After playing with it for a few times in his hand, he pinched it between two fingers and handed the cigar head to Ah Jun, motioning him to light it. All of this was seen by Chen Mei, who was standing next to the car. Looking at Chen Xin, whose temperament was completely different from before, Chen Mei felt her heart moved. As expected, he is the man who likes her, so handsome. After Ah Jun lit the cigar, Chen Xin took a puff, then turned around and blew a puff of smoke out of the car window. Hiss, ha! Looking at Chen Mei, who was staring at him eagerly, Chen Xin curled his lips, and a cynical attitude appeared on him. He said calmly, "Hey, why is our Princess Mimi interested in standing outside my big house?" Chapter 79, Thank Daddy When You Feel Good. Lang Cheng and Ah Jun looked at each other. It was a pity that their master's brother didn't apply to the acting department. Shui listened to the voice coming from the phone and forced himself to suppress the urge to laugh. Wow, Chen Xin is awesome. The Golden Horse Award for Best Actor must go to us, Master Xin. Chen Mei didn't care about the smoke spraying in front of her at all. She talked about her hair and smiled a smile that she thought was very charming. Brother Chen Xin, you are so annoying. Confessing your feelings to me in front of so many people really puts me under a lot of pressure. What I said just now was just to motivate you and make you more motivated. I didn't really mean to reject you. The Gigi tone made the three people in the car look weird. Chen Xin felt like his eyes had been shot. How could he fall for a woman like this? In fact, the main reason was that he suddenly obtained the disguise of a rich man, which made Chen Mei expose her materialistic side. If Chen Xin always acted as a bootlicker, Chen Mei would naturally show him the attitude of a superior goddess. I would never act like this in front of him because there is no need. So when Chen Mei's two different faces appeared in front of Chen Xin, he felt a huge gap. I feel like I was wrong and blind before. I sighed in my heart and thought, forget it, it's better this way. If I really were with a woman like this, it would be really miserable. I know that Princess Mimi looks down on me, so I suggest you go to the White Horse Club to find the prince you like. I am short, ugly and poor, so I really don't dare to marry someone who is out of my league. After Chen Xin saw through Chen Mei's true face, his words were full of sarcasm. What is the White Horse Club? It's a duck farm. The title of princess, which matches the prince there, is obvious what it refers to. However, Chen Mei was not angry. She still smiled and said delicately, "Hey, brother Xin, haven't you always wanted to go drinking with me? Why don't we go have a drink now? If you can hook up with a rich second generation like Chen Xin who owns a Rolls-Royce, what does it matter if you sacrifice a little bit of face?" In order to eat only bananas without suffering, Chen Mei was willing to take any risk. The meaning of her words was very clear. As long as Chen Xin nodded in agreement, she would strip herself naked and wait for him to invest. If I had said this to Chen Xin before, he would probably be so happy that he would be at a loss as to what to do. But when he said it now, it just sounded harsh. On the other hand, his identities were all fake, he just pretended to be cool when he had a flash of inspiration. It is impossible to agree to Chen Mei. Therefore, Chen Xin's face suddenly became stern, and he said coldly, "You are a whore who has no bottom line for money, get out of here. If you dare to stay here again, I will not just give you a simple warning." Hearing Chen Xin say this, Ah Jun gave another strong assist. He crossed his hands and his knuckles crackled. Then he twisted his neck, and there was another crackling sound from his joints. He then grinned at Chen Mei, murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. Chen Mei was shocked and her face turned pale. She took several steps back. Her high heels did not step firmly and she fell to the ground. Although it is already evening, the sun is still scorching and the ground is like a red-hot iron plate. When Chen Mei sat down, images of braised abalone and grilled peaches flashed through her mind. She struggled to get up. But I was frightened by Ajuan's murderous eyes just now. Now my legs and feet are weak. I struggled twice just to get my butt off the ground, and then I sat back on the ground. Braising twice will make the ingredients crispy on the outside and tender, juicy and delicious on the inside. Let's go. Chen Xian didn't even look at Chen Mei, but just said lightly. Lang Qing closed the car window and the Rolls-Royce drove away into the distance. As the saying goes, you have to do the whole act. Since I have to cooperate with my boss and his friends, I certainly can't just pretend to be cool and not care about the end. Now it seems a bit low to go and exchange cars with your boss. The normal practice is to slap the green tea girl in the face and then walk away. I believe the boss will understand. Rolls-Royce left. The only people left were the gold digger Chen Mei and the crowd of onlookers not far away. I am dying of laughter. This woman is blind and has missed the chance to become a phoenix. That's right. Judging from her appearance, she is destined to be a hard worker. I have to say, it's quite interesting to watch people pretend to be awesome and then get slapped in the face. When can I try it? Set a small goal first, earn enough money to buy a Rolls-Royce, and then you can try it. Listening to the sarcasm and ridicule from the people around her, Chen Mei looked miserable and felt extremely uncomfortable. There was once a precious man in front of her, but she did not cherish him. How great it would be if there was another chance. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. A woman who is incompetent and wants to get something for nothing will often end up losing both her money and her life. Rich people are not stupid, and neither are the second generation of rich people. They have their own standards for choosing a spouse. A woman who lacks excellent abilities and only has a good-looking appearance cannot become a good wife to a rich man. At most, she can just be a plaything. The only people a gold digger has a chance to hook up with are those who get rich by accident but have no substance. The Rolls-Royce made a circle and stopped in a shopping mall parking lot not far from Zhongbei University. Only then did Chen Xian hold back his bitter face and cough and say, "Wow, brother, your cigar is so choking. Do rich people like to smoke this stuff?" Jun chuckled, took the cigar from Chen Xian, wiped the place where Chen Xian had smoked with his hand, and put it into his mouth. How can a rich person smoke this? I bought this on Taobao for 25 yuan a stick. But as long as you have the confidence, it's a Padron cigar. How was it? Did you enjoy pretending to be cool just now? Chen Xian nodded seriously and said gratefully, I have always watched other people show off in videos. Although it looks cool, I don't feel involved. Today I really got to pretend for once. I have to say, this is not just cool, it's really cool. It's cooler than a certain out-of-date celebrity. At this time, Chuyu's voice rang out from the phone in the storage compartment. Ha, Xian-san, if you feel good, thank your daddy. Hearing Chuyu's voice, Chen Xian instantly became dumbfounded. He glanced at Lang Qing and Ajuan, only to find that they had faint smiles on their faces. With the addition of Brother Yi's voice, Chen Xian now understood everything. Wow, this Rolls-Royce is also EGE's? Brother Yi asked his men to cooperate with me to show off and regain face? What the hell? Nothing more to say. Brother Yi is awesome. Chen Xian looked so excited that he shouted at the top of his voice. Ha 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 ha. Chuyu's hearty laughter rang out from the phone. Chapter 80 Brother Yi, will you accept your son? Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. The admiration value from Chen Xian increased by hundreds. Shui smiled slightly. He didn't expect that helping his son show off could earn him some admiration points. He drove to the mall where Lang Qing and others were, and soon found the extremely conspicuous Rolls-Royce. The Koenigsegg Gemera slowly stopped next to the Rolls-Royce. Ajuan got out of the car quickly, ran to the Koenigsegg Gemera, and respectfully opened the door for Chui. Boss. Chui nodded and smiled at Ajun, saying, Ajun, you performed well just now, and you will receive an extra 100,000 yuan in bonus this month. Ajun nodded happily and said, Okay, boss. You are so generous. I have to say, my host is really generous. A bonus of 100,000 yuan is given casually. Even working with open legs can't make money that quickly. Compared with their previous career as mercenaries, it was like heaven and hell. Well, help me drive this sports car to the underground garage of Huafu Houding. Shui pointed at the Koenigsegg Gemera behind him with the key still in place and said to Ajuan. Ajuan nodded, sat in the driving seat of the Koenigsegg Gemera, and drove away. Shui glanced at Chen Xian, who was still sitting in a daze in the Rolls-Royce, smiled and shouted, "What's wrong, Xian-san, don't you recognize me?" Chen Xian said blankly, "Brother E, do you mean what you said?" Shui was stunned by this, and asked in confusion, "What of mine counts?" Chen Xian smiled brightly and said shamelessly, "Just, will you accept your son?" Shui? Lung Chang? Hey man, I treat you as a brother, do you really want to be my son? Hey, Brother E, don't look at me like that. Today is the first time I experienced the happiness of being rich. Just now when I heard you call me Xian's son, an idea suddenly flashed in my mind. It seems that this is not a bad thing. Chen Xian laughed. If you're in need of a godson, I don't mind. Shui said with a smile, "You really want to be my son? That's a nice thought. Okay, stop joking, we have a dinner party with our classmates tonight." Shui interrupted Chen Xian's beautiful reverie. If he had a son like Chen Xian, wouldn't the ancestor smash the coffin lid and strangle Chen Xian to death? So as to avoid bringing disgrace to the Chu family. Chen Xian nodded with a look of disappointment, which made Shui smack his lips in amazement. My goodness, is he trying to retreat in order to advance? After this, I really don't dare to call him my son anymore. Hi. Really hi. Lung Qing looked at the two of them with a strange expression and didn't dare to say anything. Are the young people nowadays so advanced in their thinking? Just recognize your father on the spot when there is a disagreement? Is it that I can't keep up with the times? Alas, I'm getting old. Shui did not let Ling Cheng leave, but opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and got in. After all, a car of the level of Rolls-Royce must have a driver. It would be even better to have a beauty like Ling Cheng as your driver. Glancing at Chen Xian, who was still sighing beside him, Shui patted his shoulder and said, "Don't look so sad. Didn't you just break up? We're going to have a class party tonight, let's try to attract the girls in the class. Many of the girls in our class have nice personalities." What Shui said was true. The students in their class got along very well with each other. Everyone is polite and often jokes with each other. There is no situation where anyone looks down on anyone or some people gang up on anyone. The girls all have nice personalities and their looks are above average. This is also the reason why Shui is willing to treat his classmates to a meal. If everyone's relationship is not good, then it's up to you, treat me to a meal? Impossible. Chen Xian shook his head dejectedly and said, "Hey, brothery, it's not that I don't want to pursue the girls in my class, but I don't have the confidence. During the past 3 years in college, the ladies know me very well, even if they don't know me inside out. With my short height, poor looks, and the inherited craftsmanship of a study materials wholesaler, how could the girls in the class be interested in me?" Shui touched his chin and nodded in agreement. "Well, what you said makes sense." Poochie. Lang Qing couldn't help laughing for a moment. The master is too bad. Shouldn't a normal person comfort him? What is the operation of echo? The expression on Chen Xian's face became even more bitter. Although he was telling the truth, Brother E, you agree so much. Is that really okay? Hey, Sanjin, how about this? Shui suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, "I plan to open a company and set up a legal department. Don't you have relatives who are lawyers? If you can help your lawyer relative to come to my company, I will give you the position of HR manager, and the annual salary will be the highest in Jiannan City. How about it? Do you want to do it?" Chen Xian's eyes lit up at first, attracted by the generous conditions offered by Shui. Just thinking of the elder lawyer in his family, his face twitched again. He was very afraid of the elder lawyer. However, Brother E has said so much, it is like picking up the pie falling from the sky and stuffing it into his mouth. He only needs to open his mouth slightly to eat the big pie with thin crust and thick filling. If he doesn't do this, then Chen Xian would be a fool. Brother E, I did it. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Okay, then it's a deal. Shui smiled and patted Chen Xian on the shoulder to encourage him. He did this just because he suddenly felt like doing it and there was no special intention. If I have to say the purpose, it might be to help Chen Xin. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Shuyi is not a heartless and ungrateful person. Now that he has the ability, he will help these brothers who are on good terms with him. What's more, it was just something he did conveniently. It didn't take much effort or time, and there was no loss, so why not do it? It just so happens that Godi and Ling Linlin can also make arrangements. Well, Ling Linlin's physique makes him suitable to be a security manager. With Gaudi's cleverness, he could be a marketing manager. As for the fact that these young boys know little, it doesn't matter. Isn't there still a position for deputy department manager? This position will be filled by a senior person who can not only handle department affairs, but also allow Chen Xin and the other two to learn from their respective department deputy managers. Of course, this is just Chuyi's care for his brothers because of their 3 years of relationship. If they become lazy and slack off instead of making progress, then Shuyi will reconsider whether his arrangement is correct. When talking about the company, Shuyi thought of his parents. After the company is established, he plans to bring his parents directly to Jiannan to live a good life. In addition to the luxury house and luxury car, there must also be a nanny and a maid. Parents have worked hard for most of their lives, it's time to let them enjoy their retirement. There's a lot going on this week, I'll go home and see you next week. Shuyi made a decision silently. He also thought it through. Since he now had the support of the system, there was no need for him to be timid about many things. As long as you can give your parents a reasonable explanation and not make them worry, that's fine. Chapter 81, Mission, Hero Saves Beauty. Shuyi took out his cell phone, called Dongfeng Hotel, booked 4 tables, and then sent a message in the class group. Shuyi and everyone, we agreed to treat everyone to a meal. Please gather at Dongfeng Hotel at 6 p.m. I have reserved a table for everyone. It is in Rui Hall on the 3rd floor. Goody, damn, brother E is awesome. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Ling Linlin, damn, brother E is awesome. I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. +1. Wang Xiaoyu, damn, brother E is awesome. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. +1. It turns out that the essence of human beings is a repeater. Everyone clicked on a series of chain reactions, and the screen was flooded with them. It was not until Xia Ziqing spoke that the tape repeater in the group chat was interrupted. Xia Ziqing, Shuyi, you are really too wasteful. Rose. Seeing Xia Ziqing talking, Shuyi couldn't help but think of the day when she challenged the fighting club and asked him for an autograph with a blushing face. The signature is not important, what is important is to sign on the chest. It doesn't matter if it's signed on the chest, what matters is that some contact is inevitable. This little girl usually wears loose clothes so you can't see it. But when Shuyi naively touched it, he found it quite tender and full of substance. He was already furious with Shen Yun and Xiang Lan today, and now thinking of Xie Ziqing, he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. There is no way, this is an instinctive reaction after excessive hormone secretion. Shuyi, don't worry, although I'm not very rich, I still have enough money to treat everyone to a meal. Chen Xin, video. Chen Xin, everyone, listen, is this human language? Sitting in a Rolls Royce, but saying that I am not very rich, then am I even worse than a refugee? Shuyi glanced sideways at Chen Xin and clicked on the video he had shot. In the video shot by Chen Xin, he first took a picture of the Rolls-Royce doubler logo, and then moved the camera to focus on Shuyi who was typing. Lang Qing was not photographed, only a little bit of her hair was exposed. Gotti, damn, last time it was a Koenigsegg Gemera, this time it was a Rolls-Royce, and there was a female driver. Brother E, you call this very rich? Classmates, is this human language? Ling Linlin, brother E is awesome. Double the bullwhip. Wang Xiaoyu, WTF. Xia Ziqing, I didn't expect Shuyi to be so rich. I take back what I just said. A girl, god of men. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. I made a small profit of some worship points, but even a small amount of money is still meat. As for the admiration value, Shuyi accepts all those who come. After chatting in the group for a while, Shuyi happily put down his phone. All the students in the group are talented and speak nicely, he likes them very much. Especially those delicate girls. It was the first time that Shuyi felt the joy of being licked, and it was the girls who were chasing him crazily. Is this the happiness of handsome rich people? Pretty cool. I looked at the time and it was already past 5 o'clock. So Chui simply asked Leng Qing to drive to Dongfeng Hotel, and when they arrived, the banquet was almost ready. Leng Qing drove the Rolls-Royce to the underground parking lot of the Oriental Hotel. The car had just stopped and Chui had just stretched his hand halfway towards the door when Leng Qing quickly got out of the car and opened the door for him. To be honest, Chui is still not quite used to this situation. What should I do if my subordinates are too good? Urgent, waiting online. Chen Xian glanced at Leng Qing's open car door, then glanced at his own closed car door, shook his head and sighed, "Alas, my hometown is full of lemon trees. I am the sour person in this village." While singing a sour song, Chen Xian pushed open the car door, walked out, and then closed the door carefully. Rolls-Royce. He dare not use too much force. Chui was at a loss for words again. This guy Chen Xian was always acting weird like this. Next, Leng Qing hid in the dark and continued to protect Chui. Chui and Chen Xian went to the hotel front desk together. He booked a table and had to go to the front desk to tell them first. But when she arrived at the front desk, she saw an inharmonious scene. Someone was harassing Xie Ziqing. It looked like Xie Ziqing had just arrived. "Hey, Xiao Qingqing, do you know that today is my birthday, so you wanna hide it from me and give me a surprise secretly?" A gentle-looking boy with tinfoil permed hair and casual clothes blocked Xie Ziqing's way with open arms and said with a smirk on his face. There were 2 other bad friends around him who were in the same group as this boy. At this time, everyone was laughing and watching the fun. Xie Ziqing's outfit tonight is different from her usual slightly loose style. She wore a black tank top on the upper body and a denim skirt on the lower body, which highlighted her figure and made her look sexy. Although she still had her hair tied in a ponytail, she also put on light makeup, giving her a pure and sexy vibe. At this moment, she nervously covered her bag with her hands, like a poor little rabbit. She wanted to refute, but Li Mingliang had too many bad friends around him, so she would definitely not be able to win the argument. Xie Ziqing was also annoyed by the surrounding staff's indifferent attitude. Is this the quality of staff in a 5-star hotel? Even guests who are in trouble don't come forward to help. Chui took a closer look. He knew the boy who flirted with Xie Ziqing. His name was Li Mingliang. He is a notorious scumbag in school and changes girlfriends frequently. He also often flirts with pretty girls everywhere, and I heard that he has always wanted to pursue Chen Yun. But Chen Yun always ignored him. I didn't expect to meet him at Dongfeng Hotel today, and he was teasing Xie Ziqing. Ding! The host's anger is detected, issuing a task: hero saves the beauty. Host, please help Xie Ziqing escape from Li Mingliang's entanglement. Task completion reward: ownership of Dongfeng Hotel. When a girl who likes the host gets into trouble, how can you just sit there and do nothing? Damn it! The thoughtful system issued another task, which coincided with Chui's idea. Chui asked Chen Xian to wait aside while he strode towards Xie Ziqing. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow Chui's arrangements. After all, Brother Yi's fighting ability is obvious to all, let alone these traitors. Even if everyone in the hotel lobby attacked together, they would be beaten down by Brother Yi. However, he still took out his cell phone and sent a message to the class group, calling on his classmates to come over and support Chui. When Li Mingliang's friends saw someone approaching, they all blocked Chui with unfriendly faces. Their behavior might be useful against ordinary people who are alone and weak, but it is completely useless against Chui. Hey, kid, can't you see that they are talking about love over there? A fat man with a bowl-cut haircut, eyes like green beans, and 3 layers of fat on the back of his neck reached out to push Chui. Get out of here right now and don't disturb my brother Li's good deeds. This man was skinny, but he was wearing a tight black vest and a crew cut with a silver chain. He walked towards Chui, cursing. Chui said nothing, but just exerted a little force with his left and right hands, and pushed the 2 extremely fat and thin idiots back and made them fall to the ground. Then he continued walking towards Xie Ziqing. Because Xie Ziqing wanted to stay away from Li Mingliang, she took several steps back, with her back facing Chui. She didn't know that Chui was walking towards her. But Li Mingliang saw it. Seeing Chui easily push away his friends, Li Mingliang felt a little uneasy. The thin guy was okay, but the fat guy was also pushed away casually. This guy is a difficult character. But with the beauty in front of him, his lust was aroused and he couldn't care less. What's more, his father also has a relationship with the general manager of the hotel, so Li Mingliang gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. But, how can I hold on in front of Chui? I'm afraid you think your skin is itchy and your bones are too hard. Chapter 82 Little Pepper Xie Ziqing. Shui walked to Xie Ziqing's side and naturally put his arm around Xie Ziqing's waist. Xie Ziqing's body stiffened, but when she found out it was Chui, she suddenly relaxed. Oh, it turned out to be Chui. He arrived just in time, and so handsome. Xie Ziqing looked up at Chui and was completely mesmerized by his cold profile. She has liked masculine boys since she was a child, so she joined the school cheerleading team. Because the cheerleading team allows me to meet a lot of boys who love sports, unfortunately I have never met the one I like. It wasn't until that day when Xie Ziqing saw Chuyi's handsome performance in the fighting club that she immediately became his fan. Chuyi's figure gradually overlapped with the shadow in her mind. She felt that this was her unrivaled hero. And now, Chuyi appeared in front of her again as if he was stepping on a colorful cloud, giving her a strong sense of security. Even though the relationship between the two was not close enough, Xie Ziqing did not reject Chuyi's hug around her waist, and she was even a little intoxicated. Women always admire strong men, but in modern society there are many kinds of strong men. Xie Ziqing admires men who are full of masculinity. Chuyi did not notice Xie Ziqing's reaction. He just looked at Li Mingliang indifferently and said, "Li Mingliang, you are so bold. How dare you bully Xie Ziqing? Chuyi, what does my chat with Xie Ziqing have to do with you?" Li Mingliang said with an unhappy look on his face. "What does it have to do with me? Are you blind? Don't you see what we are doing now? You dare to tease my woman, are you itching for trouble?" Chuyi put more force on Xie Ziqing's hand, and Xie Ziqing pressed her whole body against him. He originally wanted to say that they were classmates, but when he walked towards Xie Ziqing, he smelled the pleasant perfume on her and for some reason he reached out and hugged her. Since they were hugging each other, it wouldn't be appropriate to say that they were classmates, so we might as well just force a relationship between a man and a woman. It is justified to confront Li Mingliang in this way. When Xie Ziqing in Chuyi's arms heard this, she not only did not feel uncomfortable, but felt that Chuyi was decisive and domineering. She relaxed her body and snuggled in Chuyi's arms, feeling the faint, comfortable and special scent on him, and felt at ease. Ding! The host came to the rescue in time, and the mission was completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of Dongfeng Hotel. The former owner will come to hand over to you later. Next, this is your home court, please feel free to play without any reservations. Mission accomplished, I got a 5-star hotel for free. Wonderful. Chuyi glanced at Xie Ziqing in his arms and sighed in his heart, she is really his lucky star. Li Mingliang's mouth felt sore when he saw this. Damn, he had noticed Xie Ziqing when he was casting a wide net before, and had been trying every means to pursue her. Unfortunately, Xie Ziqing did not appreciate it and was even very cold. I thought I could take her out for a drink if I met her today and then find a way to have sex with her. But he didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway and ruin his plans. Security. Where's the security? Li Mingliang was furious and called the security directly. Li Mingliang had also heard about Chuyi's last challenge to the fighting club, but he didn't dare to confront him head-on. But it's not a big problem. The reason why no staff came out to help her when she was teasing Xie Ziqing just now was because of his father's relationship. The hotel staff would not offend him over such a trivial matter. Now that he is in trouble, there is naturally no need for him to take action himself, just call the security guard. As soon as he opened his mouth, 4 security guards armed with batons came over here. Hey, come on, Chuyi, talk some sense into our security brothers. Li Mingliang looked proud. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives, even though the security guards are holding batons. Isn't there another sentence? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. No matter how good you are at fighting, Chuyi, I have more people. Xie Ziqing tugged at Chuyi's clothes with some concern, and whispered, Chuyi, why don't we leave here first? She could see that the hotel staff were completely on Li Mingliang's side. She was blocked just now and no one helped her after she shouted several times. As soon as Li Mingliang spoke, security guards came over with batons. Isn't this bullying? Although Chuyi is very powerful, the best strategy in this situation is to run away. Chuyi pinched the flesh on Xie Ziqing's arm and comforted her, don't worry, these are just minor issues. Feeling Chuyi's relaxed tone, Xie Ziqing was also infected by his mentality and was no longer so nervous. Since Chuyi is so confident, she should believe him. And she also believed that she would not make a mistake. Hey! What are you doing? This is a 5-star hotel, stop making a scene here. A pot-bellied security guard walking in front cursed at Chuyi. Shui was not angry either, and said calmly, I just booked 4 tables of food at your hotel. Is this how you treat your guests? The pot-bellied security guard paused and looked at Li Mingliang with some embarrassment. My goodness, this young boy is actually a guest. He thought it was a student who had an emotional entanglement with this Mr. Li. It's okay, Captain Zhang, you continue to chase them away. I will say hello to Uncle Zhao later and cancel the table they booked. I will compensate the hotel for its losses. Please help me chase this guy away. I don't want to see him. Li Mingliang sneered. Humph, so what if you can fight? So what if you drive a sports car? It doesn't matter, you can still be manipulated by others. You dare to snatch a woman from me? If I don't make you get out of Dongfeng Hotel today, I'll use Ip Man to squat and shit. After hearing what Li Mingliang said, the pot-bellied Captain Zhang immediately felt confident. With his hands behind his back and a big belly on his shoulders, he walked up to Chu Yi and said arrogantly, Excuse me, sir. Our hotel does not welcome people who are not well dressed. Please take your friends and leave immediately. Don't force us to chase them away. Oh? What if I don't leave? An intriguing smile appeared on Chu Yi's face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Captain Zhang coughed twice and said with a smile, If this gentleman can't make sense, then for the image and safety of the hotel, we can only implement compulsory measures. He just calmly tapped the baton in his hand, the threat obvious. Seeing this scene, Li Mingliang grinned and laughed. Chu Yi, so what if you have a little money? So what if you can fight? As long as I say this today, you will never be able to eat at Dongfeng Hotel. You ordered 4 tables of food because you want to treat everyone, right? Sorry, I have to let your friends have dinner somewhere else tonight. Chu Yi was confident and not angry, but Xie Ziqing was very angry at Li Mingliang's arrogant attitude. She angrily scolded him, Li Mingliang, your behavior is even more disgusting than those eunuchs in ancient times. I see that your face is pale and your eyes are blue, you are not far from being a eunuch, right? That's right. With your personality, you will become a eunuch without balls sooner or later. Not only is your personality without balls, your body is also without balls. You are a useless man. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. You are such a jerk and you still want to run away from me. You are so bored that you stand upside down and drink water, you stupid dog. Chapter 83 Teaching Li Mingliang the Lesson. A string of fierce words came out of Xie Ziqing's mouth, and Chu Yi was stunned. Oh my god, this Xie Ziqing is such a hot-tempered little girl. As the one being scolded, Li Mingliang's face flushed with anger. He pointed at Xie Ziqing and said angrily, How dare you, a slut, scold me? It's your blessing that I like you. Brothers, help me drive this man away and let the woman stay. There will be a big red envelope when we are done. The security guards looked at each other, playing with the batons in their hands and slowly approaching Chu Yi. Chu Yi protected Xie Ziqing behind him and faced the 4 security guards alone. Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Yi's back and felt that his figure became taller in her eyes. Chu Yi is so manly. I like it. I like it. Xie Ziqing couldn't stop screaming in her heart, and her eyes became more and more affectionate as she looked at Chu Yi. He is worthy of being the man she likes. Kid, let me give you one last piece of advice. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Our boss is well connected in both the black and white worlds. It's useless for you to find anyone to help you. Captain Zhang narrowed his eyes and threatened directly. If you don't know your place anymore, I'll let you taste the power of this big black baton. Since the matter cannot be resolved peacefully and must be dealt with, Chu Yi is not one to fear trouble. What's more, he had already thought of the final solution. Since these security guards were asking for trouble, it was not his fault. Looking at Captain Zhang walking slowly towards him, Chu Yi chuckled, exerted force with his legs, and took a step forward. Before Captain Zhang could react, he kicked him hard on his big belly full of fat. Captain Zhang, with a weight of more than 200 pounds, could not withstand Chu Yi's kick and was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. The other 3 security guards saw their captain being beaten, and they became enraged and just picked up their batons and hit Chu Yi without thinking. Looking at the baton attacks coming from 3 directions, Chu Yi remained calm. Maybe it was because his physique had been strengthened. At this moment he entered combat mode, and the attacks of these security guards seemed a little slow in his eyes. Not only could he easily calculate the evasive route, but he also instantly discovered many flaws of the 3 security guards. With his extraordinary physical fitness and strong fighting skills, Chu Yi easily dodged the attacks of the 3 security guards. He reached out and grabbed the wrist of the security guard who was attacking from the left, pulled him towards himself, and then raised his right knee to charge. This knee strike made the security guard lose his fighting ability instantly. He fell to the ground holding his stomach, his body twitching uncontrollably and retching. Shuyi dodged the subsequent blows from the remaining two security guards by stepping sideways, and a well-measured uppercut made the security guard in the middle faint and lose his fighting ability. Facing the last security guard, Shuyi strode forward and knocked him away with a light kick. He fell to the ground like a gourd, screaming in pain. All this happened in just a few seconds. Before Li Mingliang could even change the smug look on his face, all the security guards were knocked down by Shuyi. Until this moment, many guests in the hall were attracted by the conflict here. Before, it was just a verbal dispute at best. People came to the hotel to book rooms or dinners, and some were even arranging weddings and engagements. There is no time to just be a spectator. But now they just started fighting, with a young man fighting against 4 people alone, and directly knocked down 4 security guards with batons, instantly attracting the attention of many guests. This young man is a hidden talent. He looks handsome, but he's also quite skilled. It seemed like the security guards wanted to chase us away just now. I wonder why. I know, it seems that the 2 young men had an argument because of the girl, and then one of them called the security guard to get rid of them, but he was beaten down by this guy. TSK, the world is going downhill. Are girls so popular nowadays? If I were young again, I probably wouldn't be able to find a partner. That guy is really amazing. None of the stunts I've seen in martial arts movies are as cool as what he did just now. He is a real kung fu expert. Heroes emerge young, and they risk their lives for the love of their beloved. It's great to be young. Jimei, that boy is so handsome. Help me get his contact information. No, let's join together. Whoever catches it gets it. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. Worship value plus 10. He earned some admiration points invisibly, but Shuyi didn't care. He now wants to teach Li Mingliang a lesson. Shuyi, don't come over here. Li Mingliang finally panicked at this time. He thought Shuyi would leave in disgrace due to the pressure from the security guards. But I didn't expect that he could defeat 4 armed security guards by himself. That's not what the news said. How about doing 18 sets of military boxing and getting stabbed 36 times? Why is he so fierce? Come, let's go upstairs and talk it out. Shuyi put on a wicked smile, grabbed Li Mingliang by the collar and dragged him towards the elevator. Xia Ziqing hurriedly followed. Chen Xian, who had been filming a video and calling out to his classmates, also shouted, "Brothery, wait for me." They got into the elevator together. Shuyi pressed the button for the 3rd floor while Chen Xian continued to fiddle with his phone. He just recorded the entire process, especially Chuyi's heroic and agile posture. He also specially edited it using Jianying and matched it with the most popular electronic drum music on TikTok. The particularly cool knee charge, uppercut, Iron Mountain leaning and other KO moves that can kill the enemy with one move are even added in slow motion. After some operations, an extremely cool martial arts action short film was produced and sent by Chen Xian to the small group in the dormitory. Chen Xian, video. Chen Xian, brothery is so handsome, he is simply invincible. 1v4 is so easy, it is smoother than my shit, I love it so much. Ling Linlin, damn it. Ruthless. Goddess, oh my god, this is awesome. Ling Linlin, 666, 666, 6666. Gaudi, 666, 666, 6666. Chen Xian, 666, 666, 6666. Guadi, is it at the Dongfeng Hotel? We are almost there, and the classmates should be almost there too. When the time comes, we will all support brothery together. Ling Linlin, just do it. Whoever dares to go against my brothery, I will lock him up. After looking at the messages in the classmates group again, Chen Xian had a satisfied smile on his face. I don't know why, but he feels happy when he sees brothery showing off. Maybe this is the relationship between father and son. Even if Brother E is very powerful, he cannot stop his desire to usurp the throne. However, if Shuyi knew about this, he would definitely ask Brother Sandan to lock up Chen Xian, and then call Godi to send him to Aruba together. However, Shuyi didn't notice what Chen Xian was doing. Seeing that Li Mingliang, who he had picked up, was still not obedient and kept struggling hard, scratching his forearm with his fingernails, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Is this guy really a man without eggs? Scratching people with your fingernails? Shui was very unhappy, so he punched him in the stomach without saying a word. Bang! Vomit! Li Mingliang made a retching sound. Shui was afraid that Li Mingliang would vomit it out, so he punched him in the face again. Ah! The punch hit Li Mingliang's nose right in the process, causing him to bleed instantly and also interrupting his desire to vomit. Seeing that he was finally quiet, Shui also felt happy and at peace. Xia Ziqing watched the scene, although she felt that Shui was a little fierce now. But the target of her violence was Li Mingliang, so she felt great and relieved. Especially when she thought about how Li Mingliang and his friends had just spoken foul language to her, she felt even more relieved. To deal with such a person, you should beat him up. At this time, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. Shui carried Li Mingliang and walked towards Rui Hall where he had booked a table. Chapter 84, Asking the Boss for Instructions. Arrived at Rui Hall. Shui called Leng Qing and asked her to bring people over and bring Li Mingliang's 2 cronies to Rui Hall. Leng Qing said that he was ready at all times and was just waiting for the boss to give orders. It turned out that she knew everything that happened in the hotel lobby, but without Shui's order, she didn't dare to act on her own. Now that Shui had given the order, Leng Qing responded extremely quickly. She immediately went to Dongfeng Hotel with 2 bodyguards. And all the members of the nearby security companies were mobilized to be on standby at all times to protect the boss immediately when necessary. Shui was a little amused by Leng Qing's behavior. Wasn't it just to teach Li Mingliang a lesson? It was such a big show that if you didn't know, you would think he was going to rob a bank or a money truck. He called Leng Qing just because he missed 2 idiots just now. You have directly mobilized all the people nearby, is it that necessary? Soon, Leng Qing came to Rui Hall with 2 burly men. Shui recognized the 2 big men, the one with scar on his face and the one with slicked back hair who delivered the ladder last time. They each grabbed one and used grappling techniques to catch Li Mingliang's friends. Leng Chung brought 2 big men to Shui and waved his hand. The Scarface and the slicked-back hairman understood each other and kicked 3 people, including Li Mingliang, in the popliteal fossa of the knees several times in succession. Ah! The 3 of them screamed in unison and fell to their knees. Looking at the somewhat frightened Li Mingliang in front of him, Shui found a chair to sit down and looked at him with a sneer on his face. Li Mingliang, you seemed pretty crazy just now, why don't you try being a little more crazy now? Li Mingliang was just a 2nd-generation rich man who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had never seen such a scene before. He tried his best to contract his bladder, fearing that he would accidentally pee. Shui, don't do anything rash. If anything happens to me, my dad won't let you go. Looking at his friends who were pale and daring not to say a word, Li Mingliang mustered up the courage to speak. Why do you sound weird? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. We are all alumni. I invited my classmates to dinner today and I happened to meet you. We just had a meal and a drink together. Shui said with a smile that tonight, he wanted to leave a deep impression on Li Mingliang. Every time I see myself from now on, I will be scared to death. At this time, a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, accompanied by a dozen security guards, strode into the hall and closed the door. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you making people kneel down? The man in the blue suit frowned and pointed at the scene. When Li Mingliang saw the man coming, his eyes lit up and he quickly shouted, Uncle Zhao, this man has gathered a group of people to commit crimes and brought bodyguards to hold us hostage. The visitor was Zhao Chang, the general manager of Dongfeng Hotel. He had just heard reports from employees saying that Li Mingliang had provoked others and was beaten up and taken to Rui Hall. When he heard this, he thought it was irrational. There are still people in this society who are so arrogant. He wants to see who they are. So he quickly called the security guards and as soon as he entered Rui Hall, he saw Li Mingliang and the other 2 kneeling on the ground. Zhao Cheng's eyebrows twitched as he watched. This man was so arrogant in his territory, he simply didn't give him any face at all. Young man, you must give me an explanation for what happened today. Zhao Cheng looked at Shui who was sitting leisurely on the chair, and said in a cold voice. How dare these few people be so arrogant? Don't cry for help if the security guards start taking action. If it weren't for the reputation of Dongfeng Hotel, Zhao Cheng could have called the police. But if this matter is reported to the police, the impact will be too great and will affect the reputation of the hotel. In addition, if he handled it privately, he could hand the person over to Li Mingliang to vent his anger, so he chose to solve it privately himself. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong option. Shui glanced at Zhao Chang and tickled his ears with disdain. I guess that guy who looks like a human being is Li Mingliang's reliance. But so what? Now Dongfeng Hotel is Chuyi's property, and the former boss will come to him soon to settle the matter. This Xiao Chang and the security guards he brought with him were just his employees. If Chuyi wanted to fire them or wanted to investigate whether Zhao Chang, who was in a high position, had abused his position to do something illegal, it would be easy and there was no need to be afraid. But comparing manpower and fighting strength? Many top mercenaries are on standby at any time. Zhao Chang is the one who needs to worry about his future situation. Of course, Zhao Chang currently doesn't know that the young man sitting in front of him has become his boss. I don't know what stupid thing I'm doing. Zhao Chang said righteously, young man, do you know that it is illegal to arbitrarily control the freedom of others like this? If you don't let them go, I'll have to ask the security guards to take coercive measures. Chuyi smiled slightly and winked at Leng Qing. Leng Chun understood and immediately issued a gathering order to all nearby Black Star security members. Come on, I want to see what you mean by compulsory measures? Chuyi hooked his finger at Zhao Chang with an indifferent expression. Humph. This is outrageous. Since you insist on resisting to the end, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Chang was rising in anger. It has been a long time since someone disrespected him like this since he became the general manager of Dongfeng Hotel. This kid is so arrogant today, I have to teach him a lesson. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a few big muscular men. Even if you are big, you can't withstand a few sticks. Brothers, come on. Zhao Chang waved his hand, and a dozen security guards behind him rushed up. At this moment, the Black Star security members who had already assembled broke into the room. Bang! The door of Rudy Hall was kicked open, and a group of big men wearing black tights, camouflage overalls, and black combat boots filed in. Chuyi counted carefully and found that including Leng Qing, there were a total of exactly 50 people. My goodness, the entire Black Star security has come out in full force. The hotel security guards suddenly stopped their actions. They looked at the big men who broke into the room and felt a little scared. These security guards were just ordinary people applying for security positions. Compared with the top mercenaries of Black Star Security Company, their quality in all aspects was far inferior. What's more, we are in the minority, which makes us even more uncertain. They thought that following the general manager here was just a simple task, but they didn't expect that they would become objects to be manipulated by others. All members of Black Star Security are in place. Please give me some instructions, boss. The leading man stood up straight and shouted loudly. All the other big men responded, please give us instructions, boss. Chapter 85. One person drinks 5 boxes of beer. Chuyi had always been calm and composed, but after being yelled at by these burly men, he suddenly felt a little bit immature and embarrassed. How should I respond when my bodyguard shouts like this? Waiting online, urgent. Only Chuyi himself felt embarrassed, but other people's reactions were completely different. Xia Ziqing felt that she seemed to understand Chuyi at all. He actually has so many bodyguards? This is too exaggerated, 50 bodyguards for one person, this. What's your identity? But, it feels so handsome this way. Seeing Xia Ziqing's infatuated look, Chen Xian curled his lips in disdain. Another woman who has fallen for my brother Yi's boxer briefs. However, brother Yi's bodyguards are so awesome. It would be great if I could be so handsome someday. Chen Xian couldn't help but imagine a bunch of bodyguards shouting at him, boss, we are too late to help you, please punish us. He quickly shook his head. Damn, this is even more childish. Li Mingliang, Zhao Chang and others were all full of praise. What the hell is this? Shouldn't the script be that they teach Chuyi a lesson and then drive him away? Why did a bunch of big men appear, and each of them looked scary? Director, the script is wrong. Leng Qing smiled slightly, poked Chuyi's shoulder with his index finger, and said softly, boss, they are waiting for your instructions. Ahem, first take off the weapons of these security guards, and then clear out a table for them to sit on. Chuyi gave an instruction that no one expected. Not only were the members of Black Star confused, Xia Ziqing and Chen Xian were confused, even Li Mingliang and Zhao Chang were confused. Shouldn't we give him a beating first? What does it mean to sit at the table? However, the bodyguards reacted quickly and rushed towards the hotel security guards like hungry tigers. An older, skinny security guard was the first to show his sincerity. He dropped the baton in his hand and squatted down with his hands on his head. Seeing this, other security guards followed suit and did the same in order to avoid physical pain. They are just employees and their monthly salary is so little, there is no need for them to work so hard for the general manager. Soon, the security guards were forced to sit on a table in a row by a group of burly men. Well done. The guy in the blue suit and the three kneeling on the ground, arrange another table for them. Shu-yi continued. The bodyguards followed suit, and Zhao Chang, Li Mingliang and 4 others sat together at a table. Leng Qing, arrange for someone to buy me some 500 milliliters beer, 1 box for each person at the security table, and 5 boxes for each person at Li Mingliang's table. Shu-yi said lightly. After the beer comes, let them drink 2 bottles each first, and then drink the rest slowly. When they finish, they can leave. For those who haven't finished drinking, they have to drink 2 bottles every hour. You arrange for people to watch them. If they are tired, they can take turns to rest. Only those who have finished drinking beer can be let go. Do you understand? The Black Star employees were stunned when they heard this. The boss's move was a bit cruel. It would be no big deal if this group of people were beaten up by them, at most they would just suffer some injuries. But this method of forcing someone to drink beer is much more uncomfortable than being beaten. Seeing the faint smile on their boss's face, many top mercenaries looked at each other and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, these people are our own bosses, and fortunately they don't have to drink beer. You can't do this. I'm the general manager of Dongfeng Hotel. You can't do this to me. Zhao Chang was a little panicked. He might have been confident before these big men arrived, but looking at the situation now, he might really be forced to drink 5 boxes of beer. Is this something a human would do? Even a buffalo can't drink this, right? A box of 500 milliliters beer normally contains 12 cans, which is a total of 6 liters. 5 cases of this beer is 30 liters. 1 liter is equal to 1 kilogram, which is 2 pounds. To put it in a more vivid way, he had to drink 60 kilograms of beer before he could leave. It would be better to be beaten up. Shui chuckled. I know you are the general manager of Dongfeng Hotel, so what? I forgot to tell you that I have just acquired the Dongfeng Hotel. Your former boss will come to me to complete the transaction soon. After that, I will thoroughly check all your account transactions. You'd better not have any corruption, otherwise, he. After Chui finished speaking, he took Xie Ziqing and Chen Xian out of Rui Hall. Now Rui Hall has become a place for this group of people to drink beer and is no longer suitable for dinner parties. But it's not a big problem. Now Chui is the owner of Dongfeng Hotel, so he can just move to a banquet hall of the highest standards. The classmates probably won't mind. Zhao Chang looked as pale as death. He originally just came to take care of his friend's son, but he didn't expect to get himself involved. How many people who can get to this position don't make gray income? If he were found out, just 1 or 2 of these crimes would be enough to make him spend the rest of his life in jail. What's more, he was greedy for more than just 1 or 2 things, otherwise, how could Li Mingliang receive such special treatment in the hotel? It's over. It's all over. Zhao Cheng muttered to himself. Li Mingliang was also very panicked. His kidneys were weak to begin with. If he drank 5 boxes of beer, his kidneys wouldn't be able to metabolize them, right? If this goes on, even Viagra and Shinbao can't save him, right? But when he saw the burly men around him who were eyeing him covetously, Li Mingliang instantly became timid. It looks like if he dares to say he doesn't want to drink, these big men will use a funnel to pour the water into his stomach. I thought Chui was just a wealthy second generation with a little money, but I didn't expect that he had so many bodyguards. A glimpse of the whole picture. One can imagine his family background as he has so many bodyguards to protect himself. In order not to offend Chui any further, Li Mingliang had no choice but to accept it. His 2 bad friends glared at each other, saying that if you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Normally they flirt with girls every day and nothing happens, but now when something happens it's a big deal. Just as he was feeling regretful, one cart after another was pushed into the Rui Hall by members of the Black Star security. It was filled with boxes of snow beer. The big men distributed the beer in an orderly manner. It's 1 box, so I won't give you more. It says it's 5 boxes, don't even think about taking 1 less. After laying out the beer, the men enthusiastically opened the beer boxes. Zhao Chang, Li Mingliang and his cronies, as well as the hotel security guards, each had 2 big men holding beers standing beside them. Li Mingliang watched helplessly as the big men forcibly grabbed his hands and stuffed the open beer into his hands. If he spilled a little, he would be beaten. He wanted to cry so much TT. But if he cries, he will be beaten. After forcibly blowing 2 bottles, Li Mingliang felt the urge to urinate and said he wanted to go to the toilet. At this moment, a phone rang and a Black Star bodyguard answered the call. Li Mingliang vaguely heard a sentence. The boss ordered that these people are not allowed to go to the toilet. If they can't hold it in, they have to pee in their pants. Li Mingliang at. Damn. Ruthless. Chapter 86 No Emotion Xie Ziqing. When Shui walked to the front desk and asked to change the banquet hall, the former owner of Dongfeng Hotel came. She was a middle-aged woman with short hair named Wu Yu. She took several contracts and signed them with Shui in a quick and decisive manner. Then, Wu Yu asked all the management of Dongfeng Hotel except Zhao Chang to come to the front desk and informed them that Shui would be their boss from now on. She originally wanted to go to the conference room, but Shui thought it was too troublesome. Isn't it just getting to know the employees? Just be direct. The entire handover process takes only about 10 minutes. However, Shui's classmates arrived one after another. Under the loudmouth Chen Xian's rant, all the students present knew that Shui had just become the new boss of Dongfeng Hotel. Many people lamented. Oh my goodness, I thought I was just here to have a meal, but I didn't expect the appetizer lemons prepared by Brother Yi were quite sour. What I want to ask is, did Brother Yi buy the Dongfeng Hotel because he just had a conflict with the hotel staff? Brother Yi, you dare to scold me? Do you believe that I can buy your hotel and let you pack up and leave? I'm so scared. Today I finally understand that money really is everything. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. At the following dinner, except for a few roommates with whom he had a particularly good relationship, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between most of the classmates and Shui. Shui also felt it. The male classmates who should have been laughing and joking became restrained when toasting and drinking. Most of the students who toasted Shui raised their glasses with both hands in a slightly respectful manner, shrugged their shoulders subconsciously, and had a hint of flattery on their faces that they themselves did not even notice. Seeing this, Shui sighed slightly. Sure enough, huge amounts of money will invisibly bring about an improvement in status. Even these students who have not yet entered society unconsciously imitate the social methods of adults they have seen. He felt that he and these classmates seemed to be drifting away. However, Shui looked at Ling Linlin who was eating heartily, and Chen Xian and Godi who were playing rock paper scissors, and smiled slightly in his heart. These 3 guys are so heartless. I really hope we can maintain this kind of relationship forever. In addition to the changes in the boys, the girls in the class also regarded Shui as a hot commodity. Yinan is tall, Gij is short, and their seductive glances and hints are endless. Most college students have actually had some social experience. Whether they work part-time or participate in school activities, they can broaden their knowledge and horizons. Most women have a strong desire for a superior life. A young, rich, handsome, gentle and humorous man like Shui would attract piranhas to scramble for him if he were thrown into a fish pond. If he lets go, nothing will be left. Most women can't resist the charm of this kind of man. So this also made Shui very distressed. Looking at the passionate female classmates, Shui's mouth was slightly bitter. His eyes have been spoiled by the top beauties like Chen Yun. Sisters, I'm really not interested in you. Shui secretly swore in his heart that he would never invite people to dinner again. It was a thankless task. But at this time, Xie Ziqing was a little depressed. She kept eating and drinking. From time to time, she glanced at Shui, then sighed and continued to eat and drink. To be honest, Shui really attracted her. Xie Ziqing comes from a good family and was raised in wealth. It was just because her parents divorced early that her mother raised her alone. In order to provide Xie Ziqing with a good living condition, her mother focused on her career and had little time to care about her. As a result, Xie Ziqing was very lacking in love in her heart. In addition to the lack of maternal love, she longed for paternal love even more. But as she grew up, her desire for fatherly love became less and less. But he has his own opinions on the criteria for choosing a partner. He must be safe, manly, and not a weakling. With these, she can accept it even if other aspects are a little worse. So what attracted Xie Ziqing was not Shui's wealth, but other shining points that met her standards for a partner. What's more, Shui not only met her standards for a partner, but was also outstanding in other aspects, which made her unable to stop. Especially when she was in trouble just now, Shui suddenly appeared in front of her, helped her out, and taught Li Mingliang a lesson. It was like a flood opening in Xie Ziqing's heart, and she couldn't suppress her joy at all. In her opinion, Shui is very masculine and full of manliness. She likes this kind of man who can give her a sense of security. However, something that suddenly came to mind hit Xie Ziqing's heart like a bolt from the blue. Shu and Chen Yun seem to have a close relationship. During this period, Chen Yun came to the class every day to bring some snacks to Chu, and the two looked particularly close. Last time we talked about going shopping together to buy maid outfits. This is two people together. Thinking that she had finally met the man of her dreams, but he was already with another girl, Xie Ziqing felt even more depressed. She really wants to get drunk. Xie Ziqing poured half a glass of wine, took a deep breath, and took a small sip. Pooh. It's too hard to drink. Xie Ziqing stuck out her tongue, fanned it with her little hands, and her whole face wrinkled. I can't even get drunk, it's so hard for me. Woo woo woo. Shui noticed Xie Ziqing's cute expression and was amused by her. Xie Ziqing glanced at Shui and quickly looked away. Woo woo woo. Shui, he even laughed at me. I am such a poor girl. The boy I like has a boyfriend. I was drinking alone and he found me. Most importantly, he laughed at me. Woi XX. Isn't it just wine? Look at me fucking you. No one can stop me from getting drunk. Xie Ziqing took a deep breath and drank the rest of the wine. The unpleasant feeling made her want to frown and stick out her tongue, but when she thought of Chui still being there, she forced herself to change her expression. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the cup, as if the cup had a grudge against her. After a long while, she calmed down and relaxed her facial expression. However, after drinking half a glass of wine, I suddenly felt like burping. Xie Ziqing said that she was having a hard time enduring it. Shui looked at Xie Ziqing with a strange expression. What was this little hottie doing? She drank wine as if it were poison. Ha? Why are your eyes widening again? Xie Ziqing, are you okay? Shui waved at her and asked with concern. No. It's okay, I'm burping. Xie Ziqing quickly waved her hands and said with a forced smile, but before she could finish her words, her body burped without any courtesy at all. Seeing Chui staring at her blankly, Xie Ziqing felt like the sky was falling. The burping is not important, what is important is that she burped in front of the boy she liked. A large-scale social death scene. She felt that at this moment, her heart was dead. She has no feelings. Chapter 87 Sending Xie Ziqing home. Xie Ziqing, drink slowly. You don't look like you are very good at drinking. Chui smiled and comforted her. He was a little confused about what Xie Ziqing was thinking. She seemed to be in a good mood just now, but now she was unhappy. The change in such a short period of time was too big. The most important thing is that no one seemed to have provoked her just now. Xie Ziqing nodded with a red face, poured some more wine, and drank it in small sips. It's unpalatable. It's so unpalatable. I want to get drunk. I want to escape from this embarrassing reality. Shui picked up some food and found that Xie Ziqing was still drinking alone, which felt a little strange. He thought about it, got up and sat next to Xie Ziqing, and asked, What's wrong with you? Why do you always drink? Xie Ziqing glanced at Chui, pursed her lips and said, Nothing, I just want a drink, this wine is delicious. Your ability to lie with your eyes open is only slightly worse than mine. Chui rolled his eyes at Xie Ziqing in annoyance. Is it delicious? Is it delicious enough to make you frown and stick out your tongue? Besides, the tongue is so long, it's not good to stick it out in public. It just tastes good. I've never had it since I was a child. Xie Ziqing continued to sip the wine regardless. After suffering from hiccups, she didn't dare to drink big gulps anymore. Stop drinking. If you get drunk, I'll have to take you home. Shui snatched the wine glass and stopped Xie Ziqing from drinking. I don't want you to send me back, I can go back by myself. Xie Ziqing stretched out her hand to grab the wine glass back, but she was no match for Chui. She couldn't reach him with her hands, and her whole body was pressed against Chui. Don't rush, or the wine will spill all over the floor. Chui said hurriedly. I don't care. If you don't give the wine back to me, I'm going to snatch it away. Xie Ziqing was a little drunk at this time and kept trying to snatch the wine glass back. If you do this again, I will use my trump card. Chui said seriously with a serious face. Ah? A trump card? Xie Ziqing was stunned. What trump card could you have? Don't scare me. What I'm least afraid of is threats. Seeing that Xie Ziqing was stubborn, Shui said no more and directly used his trump card. He stretched out his empty hand, blew a breath into his mouth, then grabbed the soft flesh on Xie Ziqing's waist. Ah! It's itchy, don't scratch it. Ah, ha ha ha. Xie Ziqing twisted her body as if she was electrocuted. She wanted to get up but felt she couldn't control her body. She was a little drunk. Hee, do you still dare to be arrogant? Shui said viciously with a sly smile on his face. Little guy, isn't it easy to deal with you? Just this one trick will definitely work for 90% of girls. I won't dare anymore, I won't drink anymore. Xie Ziqing begged for mercy. That's better. Why are you drinking alone at such a young age? You should just speak up if you have anything to say. Maybe I can help you solve it. Shui said that he is a new age 5 good young man who was willing to help others. He also liked the girl Xie Ziqing very much. The thing that impressed him most was the last time in the fighting club, she blushed and asked him to sign for her. The most important thing is that the signature is on Pikachu's face. This is definitely impressive. Shui could even feel the amplitude of her breathing at that time. You can't solve it even if I tell you. Xie Ziqing glared at Shui resentfully and said depressedly. How can this matter be said without saying it? Even if it is said, Shui can't solve it. You can't just say, hey, Shui, I like you, but you have a girlfriend, I'm so sad, so let's drink to relieve our boredom? Why don't you tell me about it? I think I can solve most of the problems. Shui said this with great confidence. After all, 99.9% of things in the world can be solved with money. For him, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Isn't there a very good saying? Money is not the problem is not having money. As long as you have money, there is no problem. Oh, don't ask me, I just suddenly feel bad. Xie Ziqing took a deep breath and said calmly. Oh. It seems that this is not a conventional question, but an unconventional one. Shui stared at Xie Ziqing for a while, then leaned over and whispered, how about we play a game? Xie Ziqing shook her head and said, I don't want to play. Well, you want to drink, right? I'll drink with you. Shui suddenly changed his attitude and said with a smile. Ha? Why? Xie Ziqing was a little surprised. He had just refused to let her drink, but now he said he wanted to drink with her. It's nothing. I just saw that you were in a bad mood and wanted to cheer you up. But you didn't seem to be interested in anything I said, so I could only drink with you. Shui spread his hands and said helplessly. The only way to relieve your worries is to drink Dukong. Although we are drinking wine, if you are in a bad mood, you should not be so depressed after getting drunk. Xie Ziqing glanced at Shui and suddenly said in a heroic tone, okay. Let's drink together. Drink. Shui poured wine into their glasses, clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing him do this, Xie Ziqing didn't care whether he burped or not, she raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. Great. Shui gave her a thumbs up. No big deal. Xie Ziqing waved her hand, then pointed at the wine glass and said, fill it up for me. I want a drink this time. Good. The two of them clinked glasses and drank happily. The students around saw this and tactfully went about their own business. Although Xie Ziqing drank heavily due to his depressed mood, he was a newbie who was drinking for the first time after all, and he couldn't hold on after drinking just a few drinks. Seeing this, Shui stopped urging people to drink. What if she is drunk and unconscious? How can I send her home? I looked around and felt that everyone had almost finished eating, so it was time to go home. Classmates, let's stop here tonight. Shui clapped his hands and said loudly. Hey brother Lo-yi, we've almost finished eating. Yeah, it's getting late, it's time to go back. We still have classes tomorrow, everyone go back and get some rest early. The students responded one after another. Everyone please be careful on the road and stay safe. Let me know in the group when you get back. Shui added. Although no one drank much, it shouldn't be a situation where we can't get home. But to be on the safe side, it's better to say it. After all, there are news reports every year about accidents caused by drinking at parties. Shui doesn't want to treat his classmates to a meal and end up with an accident. The students agreed one after another, picked up their belongings and slowly left. Shui helped Xie Ziqing stand up and walked towards the elevator. After saying goodbye to his 3 roommates who were making eye contact with each other at the hotel entrance, he got into the Rolls-Royce driven by Lang Qing. Come on, where is your home? I'll take you home. Shui asked Xie Ziqing, whose body was limp. My home is in Jinfeng community. Xie Ziqing was already drunk, and her whole body was pressed against Shui. Feeling the soft and sexy body, Shui couldn't help but feel angry. Chapter 88. I didn't expect you to be the real hunter. Ahem, Xie Ziqing, sit tight. Shui coughed twice, helped Xie Ziqing to the seat next to him, and only sat down with relief after seeing her sit down. Well, am I not sitting very steadily? Xie Ziqing had just sat down for a second when she stood up and walked towards Chuyi's chair. During the half-hour drive to Jinfeng community, Xie Ziqing was forced to practice the forward and backward movements of the cervical spine. Abridged. Just like a little hamster eating a carrot, it feels a little reluctant but it enjoys it. My mind was full of random thoughts. How come I was so happy without knowing it? However, Xie Ziqing's skill proficiency is too low, so she still needs to practice more in the future. It seemed like a long time had passed before Chuyi and Xie Ziqing calmed down. Xie Ziqing, I didn't mean it. Seeing Xie Ziqing rubbing her cheeks constantly, Chuyi felt a little embarrassed. Xie Ziqing rolled her eyes at Chuyi coquettishly and said, I know you didn't do it on purpose, but I did it on purpose. Ha! I didn't expect you to be the real hunter. Chuyi never expected Xie Ziqing to say this. Although they were classmates for 3 years, they did not have much interaction. At most, we are acquaintances, and when we meet each other, we just smile politely as a greeting. If we have to say there is some overlap, it would be the autograph session at the fighting club and helping her out tonight. But just this alone wouldn't make her so proactive, right? No, his current wealth seems to be worthy of many girls taking the initiative. However, in Chuyi's impression, Xie Ziqing was not interested in money. She rejected all kinds of gifts from many rich second generations who wanted to pursue her. Some of them gave her bags and jewelry worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, but she refused to accept any of them. So what did she like about me? Yes. I am the hunter. Xie Ziqing nodded with a smile, then sighed and said, It's a pity that my prey has been taken away by someone else. I can only taste the prey under the influence of alcohol. However, although you already have a girlfriend, I still like you. Xie Ziqing looked at Chuyi steadily and decided to express her feelings boldly. You are the first boy I have liked since I was a child. It's strange that we have been classmates for 3 years, but I have never felt that you are my type. But ever since you challenged the fighting club that time, I feel like you have turned into a black hole that attracts me. I can't help but want to get in and see what's inside the black hole. Chuyi scratched his head and asked, In other words, you prefer those with strong fighting abilities? Xie Ziqing nodded, then shook his head, and after a moment's silence, he continued, Fighting ability is only part of it. I think it's mainly because boys with strong fighting ability are more likely to show their masculine charm and make me feel safer. Besides that, your personality and appearance are very much my taste. Chuyi suddenly realized that he was attracted by these aspects of him. Although it was a bit abrupt, he didn't mind it. Who can resist a hot chilly girl with outstanding looks, a good figure, self-discipline, boldness and enthusiasm? Chuyi couldn't refuse anyway. Xie Ziqing said, looking at Chuyi with resentment, and lowered her head with a look of disappointment, It's a pity that I finally met a boy I like, but he is already taken. Chuyi looked at Xie Ziqing and said seriously, Don't be angry if I say something shameless. Xie Ziqing's expression of emotions was interrupted by Chuyi. However, seeing Chuyi so serious, she nodded and motioned Chuyi to speak. Actually, I don't mind having another girlfriend. Chuyi hesitated for a long time, but finally said it. Ha? Xie Ziqing was a little confused. Why can Chuyi say such rubbish as if it were natural? Then she felt both happy and conflicted. If Chuyi was willing to accept her, she would definitely be overjoyed. But Chuyi is still with Chen Yun. So what is she then? Mistress? Chapter 89. Preparing to go to Chen Yun's house. I said these words after careful consideration. Chuyi said seriously. After a pause, he continued, At present, I may have stood at the top of the pyramid of this social structure. At least in terms of money alone, there should be no problem. Since ancient times, the strong have been respected. Perhaps with the evolution of the times, the definition of the strong has changed, but this principle has not changed. I believe that I have the ability and the qualifications to make girls who like me happy. Whether it's just one or many. Xie Ziqing listened to Chuyi's shocking remarks in a daze, with mixed feelings. Although she didn't quite agree with this statement, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Many tycoons or giants seem to have more than one spouse. However, no matter how reasonable what Chui said was, it still had a huge impact on her worldview. Seeing that Xie Ziqing looked like she couldn't accept it, Chui knew that his words did shock her. After all, according to the educational philosophy of modern society, most girls hope to find a man who loves and cares for them and live a happy life. On the contrary, his own ideas are a little too unique. However, Chui didn't think there was anything wrong with his idea, that was just what he thought. If Xie Ziqing couldn't accept it, then he would never give up Chen Yun and others for her. A capable man will never let other factors influence his subjective thoughts. Maybe Chuyi's abilities were just something that fell from the sky, but this did not prevent him from having these abilities. Whether it is money, top skills in the system mall, or Black Star security rewarded by the system. These are all part of Chuyi's abilities. Chui, can you let me think about it? Xie Ziqing said with some hesitation. Although she liked Chui very much, she felt uncomfortable when she thought about sharing this man with others. How wonderful it would be if Chui was only hers. No problem, I'll give you some time to think about it. Just give me an answer after you've thought it through. Whether you agree or not, I hope you can face your heart and make the right choice. Chui smiled gently and reached out to rub Xie Ziqing's head. Yeah. Xie Ziqing took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. At this time, Lang Qing lowered the partition, and she turned around and said, "Boss, we've arrived at the Jinfeng community." But there was a strange smell in the back seat that made Lang Qing frown slightly. Why did it smell like seafood? It tastes fishy. Which building is your home? Do you need me to take you downstairs? Chui said with a smile. No need, it's just a few steps away, I can walk back by myself. Xie Ziqing waved her hand and tried to open the car door. Lang Qing was quick to press the button for automatic door opening, and the rear door slowly opened. Seeing this, Chui gave her an appreciative look. After Xie Ziqing got off the car, she bit her lip, waved to Chui and said, "Chui, I like you. I will think carefully about what you said. Then I'll be waiting." Chui smiled slightly and nodded. After getting Chuyi's reply, Xie Ziqing turned around and ran back to the community. Let's go, take me home. Chui said to Lang Qing after watching Xie Ziqing's figure disappear. Okay, boss. Lang Qing glanced at Chui through the rearview mirror in the car. Seeing him lying on the seat with his eyes closed, he couldn't help but curl his lips. My boss is such a playboy. I played intimately with 2 girls in the afternoon and hooked up with another one in the evening. The most important thing is that every girl likes him, and they are all pretty. The boss is really lucky. After complaining inwardly, Lang Qing drove his Rolls-Royce to Huajing Junting. Ding! Detected that the host had dinner with a top beauty, reward skill, alcohol immunity. In the social atmosphere of Dragon Country, with this skill, you will be invincible at the wine table. You can actively choose whether to use this skill, and it will not affect your occasional desire to get drunk. Ding! Intimate contact between the host and the most beautiful woman has been detected. Reward, many songs from parallel time and space. This is a painstaking work from many stars in a parallel universe. I hope the host will continue to work hard and use these songs to capture the hearts of many beauties. The system suddenly appeared and awarded 2 things in succession. However, Chuyi's focus was not on this. He silently asked in his heart, "System, why are you late?" "System, don't worry about these details. I'm just curious, can you tell me?" Chui asked with an attitude of getting to the bottom of things. "System, I forgot." Okay, got it. Chui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So straightforward. Okay, you are the system and you are awesome. Not long after, Lang Qing sent Chui back home. Because he had to take Chen Yun home tomorrow to help his future father-in-law treat his leg, Chui went to bed early after taking a shower. I woke up the next day, washed up and had breakfast. Chui drove to Jiangbei University to pick up Chen Yun. After parking the car downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Chui sent a message to Chen Yun. Chui, I'm downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Are you okay? After waiting for a while, Chen Yun still hadn't replied, so Chui made a voice call. After waiting for several seconds, the voice call was hung up. It seemed that Chen Yun was woken up by Chui, and replied to the message. Chen Yun, ah. So early? Chui, how can it be early? It's already past 7 o'clock. Chen Yun, then wait for me, I'll be off soon. Chen Yun was wearing a loose nightgown at this time, her black hair was a little fluffy and messy, and she looked at the screen of her mobile phone with a little sleepiness. What time did Chewy get up? It's only a little after 7. Is it because he wants to go to my house that he got up so early? Although I was woken up and felt a little sleepy. But when Chen Yun thought that Chewy might have gotten up so early because he was excited about going to her house, she felt a little sweet in her heart. She got up quietly, dressed and washed, for fear of disturbing her roommates who were sleeping soundly. Her roommate, like her, basically doesn't go home on weekends. Some of them live too far from home and it is not convenient to go home for 2 days on weekends. Some of them don't go home because they have part-time jobs in Jiannan. I only go back during some long holidays. After Chen Yun finished washing up, she took out her cosmetics and carefully put on some light makeup. It's called light makeup, but in fact it's just drawing eyebrows and applying lipstick. Her fair and crystal clear skin does not require any foundation at all. She picked out a beige dress that Chewy gave her, put on her leather shoes, and carried a bag. Chen Yun walked downstairs with a smile on his face. Chapter 90. There is true love in the world. Chewy. Chen Yun had just gone downstairs when he saw a large black car parked nearby. Chewy rolled down the car window, so she saw it at a glance. I don't know what kind of car this is, but it looks so cool. Jian Yun. Chewy's eyes lit up and he greeted her. Chen Yun is exceptionally beautiful today, with her soft hair casually draped over her shoulders, her eyebrows and eyes curved like a painting, and a touch of red lips making her look radiant. In addition to dressing up, it also has something to do with her mood. Because today is the day she brings Chewy home. If her parents saw that her boyfriend was so outstanding, they would probably be very happy, right? What's more, Chewy still had to treat his father's leg. When Chen Yun thought about his father being able to walk, he couldn't wait to go back home. My father has been suffering from illness for too long. Since he got sick, he has changed from a strong man to a thin, depressed and sickly person. However, Chewy will be able to save his father soon. Chewy got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and let Chen Yun sit in. Chewy, you're here so early. After Chen Yun sat down, she greeted with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Chewy felt relieved to see Chen Yun so cheerful. Girls still look better when they smile. Yes, I can't sleep at all when I think about going home with you to meet your parents today. Chewy sat back in the driver's seat, helped Chen Yun fasten her seatbelt intimately, and said with a smile. Besides, I tossed and turned in bed last night, racking my brains to think of how to behave in front of your parents so that they would look at me as a son-in-law. Chen Yun blushed and rolled her eyes at Chewy. You are such a chatterbox. After a while, Chen Yun said shyly, but my parents will definitely like you. Is that so? Chewy pretended to be narcissistic and adjusted his hairstyle in front of the makeup mirror inside the car, and said happily. Yes. Chen Yun replied with a smile. Okay. Let's go buy gifts first. We also need to buy some silver needles for acupuncture, maybe they can be used. Chewy started the Rolls-Royce and drove towards Jiannan International Shopping Center. It was just past 7 in the morning and the shopping mall didn't open until 8, so the two of them had breakfast on the way. Neither of them was picky about breakfast, so Chewy simply drove the car to a street with many roadside stalls. A slightly strange scene appeared. An expensive Rolls-Royce was driving slowly on a street full of stalls. The driver would occasionally stick his head out and shout, "Boss, give me 4 meat buns. Boss, give me 2 pancakes. 2 more cups of soy milk. Hey, pack 2 servings of pot-side paste." The vendors who got up early to set up stalls enthusiastically delivered their breakfast to Chewy. It was the first time they saw a guy driving a Rolls-Royce to buy breakfast. At this time, a middle-aged uncle who was selling pancakes rubbed his hands and walked to the window of the main driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce. He followed the slowly moving car and said to Chewy, "Brother, can you please do me a favor?" Chewy saw that the uncle's tone was a little reserved, and there was a hint of request in it. He stepped on the brakes to stop the car and asked politely, "Uncle, what do you need my help with?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands awkwardly, looking very conflicted, but he seemed to have thought of something, gritted his teeth and said, "My child has a birthday today, and his dream is to see a sports car. Your car looks very high-end, can I take a few photos next to it?" After saying this, the middle-aged man's cheeks felt a little hot. It took him a lot of courage to say this. After all, this request is too presumptuous. But when he thought of his bedridden child, his eyes became moist. Unfortunately, he was a failed father. Not only did he have to run around for his child's illness, but he couldn't even fulfill his child's birthday wish. But now they were still on the street. The middle-aged man still suppressed the sadness in his heart and looked at Shuyi with a little hope. Shuyi was stunned. He didn't expect that this uncle wanted to take some photos of the Rolls-Royce. But why does this emotion feel a little weird? Uncle, you can take any photo you want. I have to stop the car to eat. Shuyi smiled and nodded to the middle-aged man. Jian Yun, let's come down and have breakfast. Shuyi patted the back of Chen Yun's hand and said gently. Yeah. Okay. Chen Yun nodded, his eyes shining as he looked at Shuyi. Her whole heart is now devoted to Shuyi. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. He stood beside the car and kept bowing to Shuyi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. The middle-aged man was filled with excitement at the thought that his child's birthday wish would come true. Young man, why don't you sit at my stall and have breakfast? Seeing Shuyi and Chen Yun getting off the car with breakfast, the middle-aged man invited them warmly. It's okay, uncle, we can just eat while standing. Shuyi smiled and declined the middle-aged man's kindness. Chen Yun stood beside Shuyi like a little bird, and the two of them ate breakfast in a loving manner. After thanking the driver repeatedly, the middle-aged man stood aside, taking pictures of the Rolls-Royce with his mobile phone, and also took some photos with the car. Then he sent the video and photos he had taken to his wife's phone, and sent a voice message. Wife, I met a kind-hearted person today, who asked me to let me take a photo of his sports car. Today is Xiaoxing's birthday, please show him the sports car and tell him that his birthday wish has come true. After saying this, the middle-aged man wiped his moist eyes with his forearm, then bowed to Shuyi to express his gratitude. Uncle, don't be like this. We are just taking some photos. It's too polite to keep doing this. Shuyi quickly supported the bowing middle-aged man and patted his arm. And taking photos outside the car doesn't seem to be enough. Do you want to get inside the car and take some photos? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Shuyi with surprise, pointed at himself and said, Is it okay? Shuyi nodded with a smile. It can be seen that this uncle really wants to fulfill his child's birthday wish. There's no harm in helping him. Shuyi doesn't have any superior mentality. He will treat polite people with courtesy. The middle-aged man trotted to his stall and got a clean towel. After Shuyi opened the car door, he put it on the seat. Even though Shuyi repeatedly told him that this was not necessary, he still insisted. Seeing this, Shuyi had no choice but to let him do so. After sitting in the driver's seat, the middle-aged man nodded gratefully to Shuyi, and then made a video call to his wife. Wife, let Xiaoxing take over the video, said the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. There was a response from the other end of the phone, and soon a childish voice came. Dad. Hey Xiaoxing, look, this is the sports car you've always wanted to see. The middle-aged man held up his mobile phone and walked around the car, showing the luxurious interior to his son. How about it, isn't the car Dad drives cool? Dad is so handsome. Dad is so handsome. Xiaoxing said happily. Xiaoxing, are you happy? Your birthday wish has come true. Yeah. Xiaoxing is so happy. Ha, as long as you are happy, the doctor said that you should keep a good mood every day so that your illness will be cured, said the middle-aged man with tears in his eyes and a forced smile. Yeah. Don't worry, Daddy, Xiaoxing will be happy every day. Mooah. Xiaoxing said very sensibly. Then Dad has to go back to work. Goodbye, Xiaoxing. The middle-aged man waved at the phone and said with a smile. Goodbye, Dad. After a short video call, the father and son ended the conversation. Chapter 91, The Love of Parents. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man carefully wiped the seat with a clean towel, and then bowed several times to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. Shuyi witnessed the entire process of the video call between him and the child. When he heard that the child named Xiaoxing was sick, he was a little surprised. No wonder the uncle was in a bad mood. It turned out that he wanted to help the sick child fulfill his birthday wish. Shuyi was somewhat moved by this pure fatherly love. He might be able to make that kid happier. Uncle, may I ask, how old is your child now? Shuyi asked with a smile. He's 5 years old this year. When talking about the child, the middle-aged man became a little depressed and his voice trembled a little. Uncle, how about this? If it's convenient, you can bring your child here, and then I'll ask my friend to take him for a ride. Shuyi made a suggestion. This uncle's child's birthday wish is to see a sports car. He would be happier if he could take him for a ride, right? Although Chui is currently at his father-in-law's house and is too busy. But aren't there still Lang Ching and the others? It just so happens that the Koenigsegg Gemera was free, so taking the sick child for a ride made his birthday wish more fulfilled, which is also a positive thing. Hearing Chuyi's words, the middle-aged man's emotions that he had been controlling collapsed instantly, and he burst into tears. Wow, brother, you are a good person. Thank you so much. Chuyi didn't expect the uncle to react so strongly. He patted his shoulders and consoled him. Uncle, take it easy. Is there something wrong? The middle-aged man sobbed and said sadly, my child has leukemia and is now in the hospital, I can't come. It's leukemia. No wonder. The uncle was in a very low mood from the beginning, and he looked very pleading when he wanted to take some photos of the Rolls-Royce, as if it was very important to him. It turned out that the child was hospitalized with leukemia, and he wanted to fulfill the child's birthday wish. That's why a middle-aged man pleaded with him so humbly. Seeing the middle-aged man crying sadly, Chuyi was also moved. According to his understanding, the cost of treating leukemia is often quite high. Especially for childhood leukemia, chemotherapy costs 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and bone marrow transplantation costs 700,000 yuan. If it is more serious, it may cost millions or even tens of millions. Moreover, the treatment cycle is also very long, ranging from a few months to 3 to 5 years. Looking at this uncle's simple clothes and the fact that he comes out to set up a stall early to earn money, it can be seen that his family conditions are not very good. The child's condition weighed on his shoulders like a mountain, but he could only grit his teeth and move forward slowly. It's stressful, so what? He is the father of the child. If he doesn't withstand the pressure, who will? This society is cruel, and most people have already tried their best to survive. Every family has two pillars that protect it from wind and rain, and they are father and mother. Poor parents in the world. Chuyi felt that since he had encountered this situation, he needed to do something. Uncle, don't worry, your child's condition will definitely get better. Chuyi said solemnly. I learned fortune telling from my grandfather when I was young, and I also know a little about face reading. I think your face will bring you great fortune and prosperity, but it's just that it's covered with some dark blue now, but it's all temporary. Get through the darkness before you, and you'll usher in a bright dawn. The middle-aged man quickly stopped crying. He had cried too many times because of his child's illness and would not have lost his composure like this. It was just that today, he was begging others to help his child realize his birthday wish, and the mixed emotions of embarrassment and gratitude made him mentally unstable, so he burst into tears. As for Chuyi's words, he just regarded them as comfort. He smiled reluctantly and said, Thank you, brother. You are a good person. Your business will definitely grow bigger in the future. Good people drive sports cars. Good deeds will be rewarded. Seeing that he was no longer sad, Chuyi said goodbye to him, took Chen Yun into the Rolls-Royce, and drove to Jiannan International Shopping Center. After getting in the car, Chen Yun looked at Chuyi with stars in her eyes and was about to speak. Chuyi just smiled at her and indicated that he would make a call first, and Chen Yun nodded obediently in agreement. Seeing this, Chuyi called Lang Cheng. Hey, Lang Cheng, send someone to investigate the uncle who was selling pancakes just now, and then donate money to his child in the name of a charity foundation to help his child's treatment. Until he recovers. Okay, boss. After explaining everything, Chuyi hung up the phone. Ding. The host has done good deeds and is full of positive energy. He deserves to be rewarded. Reward, Lei Xiaoxing's treatment fee will be returned 100-fold. It is everyone's responsibility to promote positive energy. The host did a great job. Chuyi didn't expect that what he did so casually would trigger the system's 100-fold reward. Is this what it means to be a good person and get rewarded? He really just wanted to help this poor but strong uncle and his cheerful child. However, this feeling is also very good, because I did good things and got rewards. Chuyi, feeling somewhat happy, hummed the parallel world song rewarded by the system. Always asking for things from you but never saying thank you. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized how hard it was to have you. Every time I leave, I always pretend to be relaxed. She smiled and said let's go back, but turned around and tears welled up in her eyes. I wish I could hold your warm hand like before. But you are not by my side. I ask the breeze to send you my well-being. May all fathers in the world be healthy and have happy families. Chen Yun, who originally wanted to speak, was gradually attracted by Chuyi's singing when he heard it. He calmed down and listened to the song Chuyi hummed. Just when she was listening with fascination, Chuyi's singing suddenly stopped. We have arrived at Jiannan International Shopping Center. Shui, keep singing, it sounds great. Chen Yun stretched out his hand and shook Shui, saying with anticipation. Ah? Really? I was just singing casually. Shui scratched his head with a smile, and said a little embarrassedly. His singing level can only be said to be slightly better than that of ordinary people, but slightly worse than that of the KTV microphone master. The reason why Chen Yun was fascinated by the song was probably mostly due to this song from the parallel world. In addition, he was touched by what happened just now. If he had not promised Chen Yun to accompany her home, he would have been eager to go back to see his parents. It sounds really good. It should sound even better later on, right? Chen Yun said to Chui with admiring eyes. She saw all the help Chui had given to the uncle just now, and her heart was filled with pride. This is her boyfriend. Chapter 92 Big Purchase. Of course, the essence of this song lies in the latter part. Chui laughed. I really want to listen to it. Chen Yun said with anticipation. I'll sing for you next time. Now we have to go shopping. Chui left a suspense and said with a smile. Chen Yun pouted and nodded in agreement. Okay then, remember to sing for me next time. After saying that, he stretched out his little finger and hooked it. Chui understood immediately and also stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Chen Yun. We make a promise and never change it for 100 years. Chen Yun said with a smile as he recalled the childhood words. Perhaps only in front of Chui can she be so relaxed and unguarded. However, Chui's focus was not on the hook. He leaned closer and said, I just did a good thing. Won't my Yun reward me? Ah? Reward? Chen Yun's heart tightened when he saw him coming closer. Was Chui going to act like a hooligan again? What reward do you want? Seeing Chen Yun hesitating, Chui pointed to his own face, raised his eyebrows and said, Kiss me, that's the biggest reward. Chen Yun bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to Chui's request. What he just did is indeed worthy of praise. Chen Yun gently put her cherry lips close to Chui's cheek and gave him a light kiss. Muah! Chui felt satisfied after feeling Chen Yun's moist and warm pink lips. Not only did he get the system's 100-fold reward for free, he also received a reward from Angel Yun. This wave is not a loss. This wave is a big profit. System, you are shameless. Can't I satisfy you? Chui, no, you can't. System. After getting off the car, they came to the shopping mall. Considering Chen Yun's family situation, Chui was hesitant in choosing a gift. His family is also from the countryside. If you put yourself in his shoes, if your parents received expensive watches, jewelry and other gifts, they would probably just treasure them and hide them away instead of wearing them. So this kind of gift is necessary, but you can't just give watches and jewelry. Considering Chen Yun's father's condition, smoking and drinking are not good, so they have to be passed. After thinking it over, Chui still had no idea, so he finally decided to ask Chen Yun. Yun, what gift do you think would be best for me to give to my uncle and aunt? No need to buy any gifts. They will be very happy if you go home with me. Chen Yun waved his hand and said with a smile. Just thinking about the environment of her own home, she looked at Chui with some inferiority and whispered, Chui, my home environment may be a little bad, please don't mind it too much. Hey, what are you talking about? You are my girlfriend now, and you will be my wife in the future. Your home is my home. Chui said indifferently. Besides, my family is also from the countryside, how could I possibly dislike your environment? Chen Yun felt relieved and said with a smile, that's good. You don't have to prepare any gifts, we can just buy some oil, rice, fruits, and so on. How can this be possible? Chui refused sternly with a straight face. This is my first time visiting your home, I must leave a good impression on my uncle and aunt. Come on, I've prepared a watch for uncle, let's go buy some jewelry for aunt first. Chui pulled Chen Yun to a jewelry store. Seeing Chui's extraordinary appearance and the famous brand clothes, the salesgirl served him warmly. Sir, are you buying jewelry for your girlfriend? Your girlfriend is so happy. No. Chui shook his head, his eyes moving around, looking at all kinds of jewelry around him. The salesgirl was a little embarrassed, as she had flattered the wrong person. But what you said makes sense. Let's buy some jewelry for my girlfriend too. Hearing this, the salesgirl smiled brightly and began to introduce the jewelry in the store to Chui and Chen Yun. Sir, this necklace is from the Forbidden City Hutien Jade Rui series. It's perfect as a gift for an elder. How much? 39,800. I want it. This rose gold necklace goes really well with your girlfriend. What do you think? Yeah, that's good. How much? 56,980. I bought it. We hired a famous jewelry designer to design this diamond ring. It can be said to be the treasure of our store. Well, it's pretty nice. How much is it? 199,980. Okay, I'll buy it. Basically, if Chewy liked something, he would just ask the price and then buy it directly, and Chen Yun couldn't stop him. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Spending so much money on a few pieces of jewelry is really extravagant. After a round of shopping, he bought a complete set of jewelry for Chen Yun and his aunt. From necklaces to earrings, to rings, to bracelets, I bought basically all the jewelry that can be worn. When I swiped the card in the end, it was less than 1 million. I have to say, compared to luxury goods, jewelry seems to be quite conscientious. He pulled the dazed Chen Yun out of the jewelry store and went straight to the cosmetics store. Of course, Chewy went to the cosmetics store not to buy cosmetics, but to buy some skincare products for his aunt. Of course, you must also have your own little angel Yun. It was another big purchase without spending much money, buying a lot of high-end skincare products. Then she bought clothes, shoes, and bags for her uncle and aunt. Finally, as Chen Yun asked, she bought some oil, rice, fruits, and other food. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce was filled to the brim, and Chewy finally stopped his shopping with satisfaction. Chewy, you don't look like you're going to my house at all. People who don't know would think you're planning to flee. Chen Yun said helplessly. Ha, isn't this the first time I meet their parents? I'm a little excited. Chewy said with a smile. Okay, now that we've bought everything, wait for me to call 2 drivers, and then we'll be off. Chewy talked to Chen Yun, then contacted Leng Qing and asked her to send 2 male bodyguards to drive the car. It takes 3 hours to drive from Jiannan to Chen Yun's home, so Chewy definitely won't drive by himself. That is so tiring. Ask 2 bodyguards to be drivers, and they can take turns driving when they get tired. In this way, he can be affectionate with Chen Yun in the back row. How sweet. The reason why he didn't call her Leng Qing was mainly because he was worried that Chen Yun would be jealous. No matter how well-behaved, cute and lovable Chen Yun is, she is still a girl. It is normal for girls to feel jealous when they are in love. Chewy hates this kind of troublesome things, so he tries to avoid them as much as possible. If it is really unavoidable, we will just fight back with our own force and block the flood with our own earth. 2 bodyguards arrived quickly, started the Rolls-Royce, passed the highway intersection, and drove towards Chen Yun's hometown. Chapter 93. Arriving at Chen Yun's house. There are many mountains in Jiannan, and many rural houses are built against the mountains. Chen Yun's home is in Nangang Village, Tingluo Town, Jiannan City. After a 3-hour drive, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of Nangang Village. The road here is not asphalt, but gravel. The houses in the village are both new and old. Some of the better-off ones have already built small villas, and even the exterior walls of the houses are covered with tiles. The inferior houses are made of red bricks and have tiled roofs. It is almost time for lunch, and many villagers are picking vegetables or slaughtering chickens and ducks at their doorsteps. There were also some villagers gathered together chatting. The villagers looked sideways at the Rolls-Royce that entered the village. They had only seen such a luxurious car on the short video apps on their mobile phones. I don't know whose child has made it big, driving such a nice car back to the village, bringing honor to the family. What do you mean by bringing honor to our family? This is smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. I don't know how much this car costs. My little day is planning to buy one. Oh, auntie, this car is a Rolls-Royce, and each will cost 80,000 yuan. Let's just take a look. Chen Yun was in the car, pointing out the way home to the driver and ignored the villagers who were talking outside. Yun, do you want to roll down the car window and say hello to them? Chewy asked with a smile. When talking about those villagers, Chen Yun's expression did not look good. She shook her head and rejected Chewy's proposal. Seeing this, Chewy nodded thoughtfully and stopped talking. It seems that the relationship between these villagers and Chen Yun, or Chen Yun's family, is not harmonious, otherwise Chen Yun would not have this expression. In that case, there is no need for Chewy to pay attention to them. After all, they are just casual acquaintances and they will not meet many times in their lifetime. Under Chen Yun's guidance, the Rolls-Royce finally arrived at her home. Her house is located in a relatively remote area. It is also a two-story house made of red bricks with a small courtyard. But judging from the age of the house, it must have been built many years ago. After getting off the car, Shui asked two bodyguards to help him carry down the prepared gifts. Chen Yun shouted towards home excitedly, "Dad, Mom, little sister, I'm back." However, the first one to run out was a small black dog, followed closely by a big black dog. They heard Chen Yun's voice and ran out happily. No matter whether it is a big black dog or a small black dog, the frequency of wagging its tail is very consistent, like a propeller, and it makes a whimpering sound from its mouth, as if it is about to cry. "Aha, didn't you two go out to play?" Chen Yun squatted down and stroked the two dogs' heads, appearing to be very fond of them. The two dogs enjoyed their owner's caress so much that they turned up their bellies at the same time, making Chen Yun laugh non-stop. "Yun is back?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair pushed the wheelchair to the front of the yard. There was a basin of chicken feed on his legs. It seemed that he was feeding the chickens. Shui took a look and thought that this person should be Chen Yun's father. It's hard to tell his height as he's sitting in a wheelchair, but judging by his arm and leg length, he should be around 1.7 meters tall. His cheeks are thin and his figure is a little frail, especially his legs. From the exposed calves and ankles, one can see that the muscles are somewhat atrophied. From this point of view, his weight may be less than 50 kilograms. Chen Yun's father Shen Haojie also saw the luxury car parked outside his house, as well as Chui and others. He showed a friendly smile on his face and greeted warmly, "Come in first, don't just stand outside." "Okay, uncle, let's take down all the gifts first before going into the house," Chui said with a smile. Soon, Chui and his two bodyguards were covered with all kinds of handbags. Chen Yun walked to his father's wheelchair and helped his father push the wheelchair into the house. "You are Xiao Chu, right? You are too polite. Why do you bring a gift when you visit our house?" Although Shen Haojie has difficulty walking, he has a very kind personality. He is unlike some patients who have strange tempers. "Uncle, you are being too polite. It's your first time as a guest, so how can you not bring gifts? Besides, these things are not worth much." Shui carried a lot of gifts and walked beside Shen Haojie's wheelchair, chatting with him. "Yun called me last time and told me about you, saying that you are handsome and a good person. Although I don't know much about these, I can see that you are quite capable of dealing with people," Shen Haojie said with a smile. "Ha, uncle, isn't this the traditional virtue of our dragon country's communication? It would be impolite to come empty-handed," Shui replied with a smile. "Ha, I won't say more. Your aunt heard that you were coming today, so she's stewing some chicken. They're all home-raised chickens, so they're very nutritious." It can be seen that Shen Haojie admires Chui very much and is always happy when chatting with him. Chen Yun was a little surprised. In her impression, her father had been in a bad mood ever since his leg disease. "I didn't expect that after meeting Chui today, he would become so talkative. But this is also a good thing, and Shen Yun is also very happy about it." When passing by the yard, Chui saw several chickens raised nearby. Shen Haojie poured all the chicken feed in his hand into the basin and let the chickens enjoy it slowly. A group of people came into the house. The decoration in the house is very simple. The walls are just painted with a layer of white paint, which is called whitewashing. It looked quite old, with cracks in some places that allowed water to seep in. Some small corners still have traces of graffiti by colored pens. Walk a little further in and you can see a wine-red round wooden table with some peeling paint, covered with a bamboo dish cover. On the other side was a stove with firewood burning brightly. A thin middle-aged woman was busy working on it. The house was already filled with the aroma of food. "Mother, Yun has brought Xiaochu home," Shen Haojie said to Kaiyuelan, who was cooking. Kaiyuelan, Shen Yun's mother, smiled and looked back at Chui and the others, nodded and said, "Okay, let the guests sit down first, I'll be there soon." Shen Yun put out a few stools at home and said to Chui, "Chui, put down the things in your hands and sit down to rest for a while." Chui and two bodyguards placed the large and small packages of gifts next to the table. Then Chui let them move freely and he would reimburse any expenses. The two big men left Shen Yun's house with silly smiles on their faces. At this time, Kaiyuelan brought a large pot of freshly cooked chicken soup and placed it on the dining table. Together with the stir-fried cauliflower, sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled shrimps and fried crabs that were already in the dish, there were a total of 4 dishes in one soup. It was very rich and seemed to be specially prepared. Chapter 94, The Quirky Chen Yun. Sister, you're back. At this moment, a lowly voice came from upstairs. Shui looked up and saw a little girl in plain clothes with a ponytail. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. Her facial features were very similar to Chen Yun. She would be a stunning beauty when she grew up. Nianxue, how are your academic performance recently? Chen Yun nodded and asked. Hee, then I must still be ranked first in the whole grade. Don't you see who I am? Chen Yun said with some pride. By the way, is this my brother-in-law? After looking at Shui, Chen Yun asked curiously. Shui nodded at her, smiled gently, and said nothing. Chen Yun's cheeks turned red, and she glared at her naughty sister without saying anything. Okay, sister, I know you are shy, I won't ask anymore. Hee. Chen Yun walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back, like a little adult. Shui didn't expect that Chen Yun and her sister had completely different personalities. Two girls from the same family background, one is shy and introverted, while the other is quirky and eccentric. Stop messing around and come and eat. Kaiyuelan shouted, and Chen Yun quickly put away her smile and sat down in her seat. Wow! Today's lunch is so sumptuous. It seems that it is all thanks to my brother-in-law coming to visit our home. Chen Yun looked at the chicken soup and seafood on the table and her mouth was watering. Seeing the various handbags piled up like a small mountain, she exclaimed again, wow! Are these all the gifts my brother-in-law brought? Wow! Brother-in-law, is there any gift prepared for me in there? Chen Yun asked Shui with anticipation. Ah, of course. Shui said with a smile, feeling a little embarrassed in his heart. In fact, he really didn't prepare a gift for Chen Yun, but he bought a lot of things, so he would just come up with a random gift later. Nianxue, eat. Let's talk about it after dinner. Your sister and Xiaochu are exhausted from the journey, so don't bother them anymore. Shen Haojie said with a stern face, and Shen Nianxue immediately became obedient. Oh. She responded in a low voice, but soon became immersed in the temptation of the food and ate with relish. Seeing that Shui had not picked up his chopsticks for a long time, Shen Yun became a little nervous. She was still a little worried that Shui would dislike her family. After all, the living conditions at home were indeed rather poor. However, this feeling of tension gradually dissipated after Shui ate and drank soup naturally with big mouthfuls. Aunt, your cooking skills are really good. This chicken soup is much better than the one my mom makes. Shui praised after drinking a small bowl of chicken soup. Kaiyuelan smiled widely, and used a large spoon to fill another bowl for Shui, saying, if it tastes good, drink more. It's good for your health. Come on, have another chicken drumstick. Shui quickly took the big chicken leg handed over by Kaiyuelan and thanked her. Thank you, Auntie, I can do it myself. Mom, I want to eat chicken legs too. Shen Yun said coquettishly. Okay, this is for you. Kaiyuelan said softly, and then picked up a chicken wing for Shen Yun. Ah. This is chicken wing roots, I want to eat chicken legs. Shen Yun refused to give in. You kid, we stewed a chicken today. Xiaochu will come to our house as a guest and eat one. Your sister is studying outside and has to do odd jobs to support the family, so the other chicken leg must be eaten by her. Kaiyuelan refused, picked up the remaining chicken leg and put it in Shen Yun's bowl. Well, okay then. Sister has worked so hard, you have to eat more. Shen Yun nodded, then picked up the chicken wing roots in her bowl and gave them to Shen Yun. Sister. I'm giving you this chicken wing root too. You must take care of yourself and don't get too tired. Shen Yun said with concern, looking like a little adult. I can't finish eating so much. Shen Yun looked at the two legs, one big and one small, in the bowl, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She has a small appetite to begin with, so if she eats these two, she will be full immediately. Shen Haojie watched this scene with a smile and said a few words from time to time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Shui also said a few words from time to time, making everyone laugh. Seeing that Shui got along so well with his parents, Shen Yun was also very happy. He generously picked up a few pieces of chicken and threw them to Dahei and Xiuhei, who were lying beside the dining table. Seeing the chicken falling from the sky, the two dogs wagged their tails quickly and ate the reward from their owner happily. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Shui sorted the gifts placed aside. Uncle, Aunt, I have prepared some gifts for you all. This part is for my uncle, and this part is for my aunt. Shui pointed to the handbags that he had sorted into 3 piles and said to Chen Yun's parents. Hey, kid, why are you so polite? Forget it this time, but if you bring gifts next time, I won't let you in. Yuan said with a hint of blame, but seeing her happy expression, she must be very happy in her heart. Xiaochu, these things are not cheap, right? Shen Haojie took a quick look at the neatly arranged gifts and asked Shui. They are just little gadgets, not worth much. Shui waved his hand and said with a smile. I don't think so. Even though I'm in a wheelchair now, when I was in good health, I also had access to some big brands. Shen Haojie narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Oh, Dad, Mom, these gifts are a token of my brother-in-law's love. You just need to accept them. Shen Nianxue said with a smile. Shui gave Shen Nianxue a sensible look, and then said to Shen Nianyan's parents, Uncle and Aunt, Nianxue is right, these things are my thoughts, and they are nothing to me, so just accept them. Shen Nianxue picked up a few handbags and skipped towards the 2nd floor. Mom and Dad, I'll help you take them to your room. Shen Haojie and Yuan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This child. After Shen Nianxue brought all the gifts to the room, she came to Shui excitedly, stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Brother-in-law, where is my gift? Come with me. Shui waved at her and then walked towards the Rolls-Royce. Shen Nianxue followed Shui with some excitement. Shui was going to get a watch from the car to give to Shen Nianxue. He had bought many Patek Philippe watches before, but they had been left there gathering dust. I brought a few more with me this time, just in case, and now they are ready to use. Shen Yun was chatting with her parents about family matters. This time she only told her parents that she was going to bring her boyfriend back. And she hasn't told him that Shui wants to treat his father's leg. Now that I've finished my meal, I'd like to mention this. After all, the most important thing for this trip home is to treat my father's leg. I don't know if Shui can do it. Looking at Shui's back as he walked out, Shen Yun felt a little nervous. Chapter 95, Did you kiss my sister or something? Shui picked out an exquisite women's watch in the car and gave it to Shen Nianxue. Wow! Brother-in-law, this watch is so beautiful. How much does it cost? And your car? I know it's a Rolls-Royce, right? Shen Nianxue was like a little money grubber, with stars in her eyes and shouting excitedly. This watch is not worth much money. I bought it in a package before, and it's just the right gift for you. Shui said with a smile. As for the car, it is indeed a Rolls-Royce. Shen Nianxue couldn't wait to open the gift box containing the watch, and found that the tag on it had not been removed yet. She counted carefully, tens of thousands. This watch costs 680,000? This is too expensive. She was completely stunned. A watch worth 680,000, what does that mean? Her family would have to go without food and drink for 20 years to be able to afford this watch. So, my brother-in-law just gave it to her? And he said he bought it in a package? This. Brother-in-law, are you the president of some big company? Shen Nianxue's imagination ran wild, and she instantly imagined a series of love stories. What domineering CEO fell in love with me? Woman, you are playing with fire. That's an exaggeration. I only have a security company right now. Seeing that the girl was very emotional, Shui quickly took her into the house. If we continue chatting, who knows what else she will ask. Shen Nianxue followed Shui happily, asking various questions from time to time. Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister know each other? Ah, it's nothing, we just met by accident. So, brother-in-law, how long have you been with my sister? Well, we've only been together for a short time. So, brother-in-law, you and my sister, did you have anything? Ahem, kids, don't ask such questions. After entering the house, Shen Nianxue stopped asking questions and followed Shui obediently, playing with the watch. It's not that she didn't want to ask, but her parents and sister looked over, so she didn't dare to ask anymore. Uncle, Aunt. Shui smiled and nodded at the 2 elders, saying, Actually, the main reason I came to visit you this time is to take a look at your legs. I have inherited the medical skills passed down from my family, so maybe I can help you. Shui didn't say too much, just said that he might be able to help. This. The smiles on Shen Haojie and Yuan's faces froze and they looked at each other. Xiaochu, it's good that you have this intention, but old Shen's leg disease has been around for a long time. He saw many doctors back then, and they all said there was no cure. Yuan said tactfully. The meaning of the words was very clear. Although they had a good impression of Chu, they still didn't believe that Chu could cure his legs. In other words, they have given up hope long ago, and even if a dispensable opportunity arises now, they are not willing to try it. Aunt, I know it seems a little unreliable for a young man of my age to say that I can cure Uncle's long-standing disease, but please believe me this time. Even if I can't cure it, I can help Uncle regulate his body. Chu said sincerely. Yes, Dad, Mom, just let Chu try. Even if it doesn't help much for Dad's condition, it will be good for conditioning his body. Chen Yun also chimed in. Although she was unsure, she still trusted Chu very much. Since Chu was so confident, she also wanted Chu to give it a try. Just give it a try, there won't be any problem. Now that things have come to this, it is difficult for Shen Haojie and Kaiyuelan to refuse. Moreover, this was indeed Chu's intention, and it would not be good for them to refuse it. Xiao Chu, although I have long accepted the fact that my lower body is paralyzed, and I have never expected to be able to stand up in this life. But you have come all the way here just to check my legs, so I certainly can't reject your kindness. Shen Haojie nodded with a smile and agreed to Chu's request to check his legs. Don't worry, Uncle. My family's ancestral medical skills are very advanced. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I can at least be 70% sure. Chu promised with certainty. Since Mr. Shen has accepted it, we must give him reassurance so that he can cooperate with the treatment with confidence. Then I'll borrow your good words. Shen Haojie smiled cheerfully and said, Then do we need to go to the bedroom? It's quieter there. No need to be so troublesome, we can do it here. Chu walked forward, took over Shen Yun's seat, and pushed the wheelchair to the dining table. Uncle, let me pull up your trouser legs first to see the extent of your muscle atrophy. Good. After securing the wheelchair, Chu obtained consent, then bent down and pulled up Shen Haojie's loose trouser legs. It was somewhat shocking to the eye. The two calves were extremely pale and skinny, probably only as thick as an ordinary person's arm, with bulging blue veins on them, making them look a little hideous. Chu stretched out his hand and pinched it, and found that the muscles were abnormally loose. He checked the range of motion of the joints and found that there was no problem. Uncle, what is the cause of your leg disease? Chu asked. I saw a doctor before, and he said that it was due to a herniated disc that compressed the nerves, causing permanent nerve damage. Shen Haojie said with a sigh, looking at his skinny legs. Well, this is easy to handle. Uncle, now you need to lie on the bed and I will check if your spinal cord is damaged. Chu raised his head and said with a smile. If the spinal cord is injured, it will be more troublesome. Xiao Chu, are you serious? Shen Haojie was a little bit unbelieving. He grabbed Chu's hand tightly and asked with a trembling voice. Of course, I never brag, let alone on treating my uncle. Chu patted Shen Haojie's hand and comforted him. Xiao Chu, if you can cure old Shen's leg, you will be the reborn parents of our family. Kaiyuelan also became excited. Although she was still a little worried, Chu's affirmative words still gave her a glimmer of hope. No matter how hopeless they are because of the disease, when there is hope in front of the patients or their families, even if it is only 1 in 10,000, they will want to give it a try. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people trying to use folk remedies to treat their illnesses after failing to get effective treatment in hospitals. Aunt, you're too polite. I'm Yun's boyfriend, so I can be considered your junior. There's no need to be so polite. Chu waved his hand quickly. Besides, it's just a piece of cake for me, it's really nothing. Kaiyuelan rubbed her red eyes, smiled and nodded. Let's not delay any further, let's get old Shen down first. There's a bed on the second floor. Good. Chapter 96, Miraculous Rejuvenation. Chu carried Shen Haojie to the second floor. After a diagnosis, he found that there was no damage to the spinal cord, only the nerves had problems. Now he has basically determined the treatment plan, which requires using bone setting and chiropractic techniques to reposition Shen Haojie's prolapsed intervertebral disc. Acupuncture techniques are then used to activate qi and blood to nourish the damaged nerves. Finally, it is combined with various rare Chinese herbal medicines to replenish qi and blood and strengthen muscles and bones. As long as the spine is repaired and the nerves are nourished by qi and blood, and after a period of slow conditioning, Shen Haojie's paralyzed lower limbs will be able to regain control of the brain. Combined with modern rehabilitation exercises and Wu Qinxi, it is only a matter of time before you regain your mobility. The above-mentioned treatment methods, such as restoring the herniated lumbar disc and stimulating the blood supply to the nerves, are basically impossible to achieve with the current medical level. It is no wonder that the doctors who treated Shen Haojie said they were powerless. However, these problems are not difficult for Chui, as the medical skills rewarded by the system include the world's top traditional Chinese and Western medicine. The traditional Chinese medicine part also covers all the traditional Chinese medicine treatments from ancient times to the present. All those unique traditional Chinese medicine skills that had long been buried by history have also been mastered by Chui. Dian Hua Tua, Zheng Zhongjing and other famous medical masters, all their life's learnings were systematically instilled into Chui. That's why Chui confidently offered to treat Mr. Shen's leg. How could he say such a thing without being absolutely sure? If it can't be cured, not only will it cause a misunderstanding, but it will also probably make Chen Yun extremely embarrassed, right? Xiao Chu, how is it? Can it be cured? Shen Haojie said in a muffled voice while lying on the bed. Don't worry, uncle. After my diagnosis just now, I am 99% sure that I can cure your stubborn disease. Chui glanced at the three mother and daughter who were looking at him eagerly, and said confidently. Really? Xiao Chu. You are really the benefactor of our family. Caillou Alan felt a lump in her throat and burst into tears. Over the years, she has suffered so much for this family. Now that the pillar of the family has fallen, she is the only one left to carry the family. A thin woman not only has to earn money to support the family and take care of her bedridden husband, but also has to shoulder the burden of raising and educating her two daughters. Only she knows how much suffering and injustice she has endured. Her husband was bedridden, and she could no longer confide her troubles to him, because she knew that even if she did, it would only upset her husband and would not have any effect. It was not until Jian Lelay went to college and sent money back from time to supplement the family income that the family's conditions improved a little. Shen Haojie's wheelchair was only bought in the last 2 years. Before that, Caillou Alan carried him on her back for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Seeing their mother burst into tears, Shen Yun and Shen Yanxue also had red eyes. Mom, don't cry. Dad's leg is going to be cured. You should be happy. Shen Yanxue comforted Caillou Alan while wiping her tears. Yes, Mom, I can earn money now. When Dad's leg gets better, our family will definitely get better and better. I will work hard to let you live a good life. Shen Yun kept wiping away tears, but the tears could not be stopped, and she spoke with a crying tone. The mother and her two daughters couldn't control their emotions and hugged each other and cried. Chui was a little embarrassed now. He came to treat his future father-in-law, but ended up making his future mother-in-law, wife, and sister-in-law cry. How embarrassing. Chui quietly leaned close to Shen Haojie's ear and whispered, Uncle, why don't you try to persuade them first? It's not very convenient to treat them like this. Shen Haojie lay on the bed with his face invisible, but his shoulders moved slightly. He raised his head and looked at Chui, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Chu, let us cry for a while first. We can't control our emotions, woo-woo. After saying that, Shen Haojie wiped his tears and continued crying. Chui touched his nose awkwardly. Oh my god, he made the whole family cry. If Shen Yun cried, he could comfort her easily, but he really didn't know how to comfort this family. Cry, it's not a sin for men to cry, and it's even less so for women. Anyway, women are made of water, and crying more can relieve psychological pressure. After a while, the four of them stopped crying and looked at Chui eagerly. Chui understood it immediately. The meaning was very clear. She was just waiting for him to cure the illness. Come, uncle. I will treat you right away. Chui breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally start the treatment. He walked forward and put Shen Haojie in a side-lying position, with his legs bent and crossed, and his upper body twisted to the other side. Then he began to talk to distract Shen Haojie. Uncle, how old are you this year? Shen Haojie was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, this year. Crack. Chui was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he exerted force to adjust one of Shen Haojie's lumbar vertebrae to the correct bone arrangement position. Hiss. Xiao Chu, could you have told me in advance? Shen Haojie took a breath. Although he didn't feel any pain in his waist, the crisp sound of bones still made him feel a little nervous. Okay, uncle, don't worry, I will remind you next time I do chiropractic. Chui nodded with a smile. Then he poked Shen Haojie's waist muscle with his hand and asked, Uncle, does this muscle of yours usually get sore? It's not sour, but why? Shen Haojie only said half of his words. Crack. Hiss. Another lightning-fast chiropractic technique made Shen Haojie gasp again. He looked at Chewy with a surprised look on his face and asked, "Xiao Chu, didn't you say to remind me?" Seeing that he relaxed a little, Chewy immediately arranged the last chiropractic technique. Crack. Oh. Shen Haojie let out a slightly ecstatic sigh, and this time he felt a little sour and numb. "Uncle, do you feel anything here?" Chewy asked, poking Shen Haojie's thigh. It seemed like I didn't feel anything, but then I got it. I felt it. Shen Haojie felt it first, then said with a look of surprise, "Holy shit! I can feel my legs? Holy shit! Seriously! I can move my toes." Discovering that he had regained feeling in his lower limbs, Shen Haojie controlled them with a look of ecstasy on his face. Having only just recovered, he could only move very slightly, and he felt sore and weak in his legs after just a short while. This is normal. After all, his lower limbs have been paralyzed for too long and his muscles have atrophied to a very small size. However, with Chuyi's subsequent treatment, he will recover soon. When Chen Yun, her mother and her two daughters saw that their father-husband leg was really cured, they couldn't help crying. Shen Haojie also cried with joy. He thought that this was the end of his life, but he didn't expect that he would be able to stand up again one day. Shen Haojie, stand up again. He couldn't help but laugh out loud towards the sky. Chapter 97 Xiao Chu, Jian Yun can give birth to a boy. Oh my gosh. I haven't used my legs for too long. I can't stand for just a few seconds. Although he only stood up for a short while, Shen Haojie was very excited. His legs, which had been paralyzed for many years, regained feeling, and he knew what this meant. Since Chewy can help him regain control of his legs, he can definitely cure him. He kept hammering his thigh muscles gently with his hands, trying to relieve the soreness in his leg muscles and then feel down to earth again. Chewy stood by with a smile on his face, feeling the joy of this family's new life, and he was sincerely happy for them. He has a helpful side to his character. Or, it might be because in the 3 years before the system was activated, Chewy had been doing good deeds and helping others with a purpose. But these day-to-day actions have gradually made him develop the habit of being helpful. Although the world is full of suffering and human hearts are very complicated, in addition to the darkness that cannot be looked directly at, there is also light that illuminates the beauty. Maybe Chewy can't help everyone, but he will definitely help those who deserve help. He cannot become the morning sun that illuminates the beauty of the world, but he can be a torch that lights the way for others. Of course, Chewy would not be too compassionate towards those people who are pitiful but hateful. He thinks that kind of people are not worthy of being helped. So in general, Chewy can be considered a good person in a relatively sense, but not an absolute goody-goody. Anyone who dares to provoke him should be taught a lesson, drowned in the river, or fed to the dogs. The Buddha also has the appearance of a furious Vajra, let alone Chewy, a mere mortal? After Shen Yun's family calmed down, Chewy smiled and said, "Uncle, don't get excited yet. This is just the first step of the treatment. Next, I will give you further acupuncture treatment to activate the qi and blood in your body to nourish the damaged nerves. With the supply of qi and blood, those damaged nerves will recover soon." Shen Haojie's face lit up with joy when he heard this. After only the first step, his legs regained feeling. After the treatment, wouldn't he be able to walk briskly after that? He lay down on the bed, patted his butt and said generously, "Come on, Xiao Chu, you can poke me as much as you want. If I scream in pain, I lose." Uncle, you don't have to worry. I'm very good at acupuncture. It's more painless than Wu Tong's acupuncture. I promise you won't feel uncomfortable. Chewy smiled and took out the acupuncture box he had brought with him, opened it and put it aside for easy access. Even more painless than painless acupuncture? Then I'm relieved. Shen Haojie obviously didn't get the joke Chewy was playing. He said that and then lay on the bed waiting for Chewy to give him acupuncture. Because acupuncture only requires lifting up the shirt and performing acupuncture on the acupoints near the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae, there is no need to ask Chen Yun and others to avoid it. Chewy first used the experience gained from his medical skills to find the Sanjiaoshu, Dechangshu, and Mingmen acupoints. Then according to the lumbar vertebrae 5-dragon acupuncture method, 2 needles are inserted into the Sanjiao point, 2 needles are inserted into the large intestine point, and the last needle is inserted into the Mingmen point. Then calm your mind and slowly rotate the silver needle to activate the qi and blood. Shen Haojie only felt a tingling sensation in his waist, which gradually began to heat up and felt warm and comfortable. "Xiao Chu, your ancestral medical skills are really amazing. Is it like what they show on TV, passed down to sons and not daughters?" Shen Haojie started talking while receiving acupuncture treatment. Is this question related to what you are doing now, or is it just a distraction? Shui was a little confused, but he still said casually, yes, uncle, in our long country, this kind of ancestral craft is usually passed down to men, not women. That's good, that's good. It's good to have a son. Shen Haojie muttered, turned his head to look at Chen Yun, and continued to say to Chui, Xiao Chu, I wonder what you think about having a boy or a girl. Uncle, it's the new century now. It makes no difference whether you have a boy or a girl. Isn't it because we in Long Country favored boys over girls in the early years that the gender ratio is unbalanced now? Shui kept giving acupuncture in his hands and was able to chat with Shen Haojie easily. Those families with poor conditions and who have given birth to many sons are now blocked by the high bride price, and it is difficult for them to find a wife. Doesn't this just prove what they say? Karma always pays off. Well, that makes sense, Xiao Chu. Let me tell you, although we don't favor boys over girls, it would be a pity if your craft were lost. Shen Haojie said meaningfully. Shui narrowed his eyes and found that things were not simple. Sure enough, what Shen Haojie said next was his real purpose. Xiao Chu, you have been so kind to our Shen family, and I really cannot repay you enough. But our Jian Yun is a good childbearer. If you get married in the future, she will definitely give birth to a big fat boy for you. By then, your superb medical skills will have an heir. Shui was a little amused. He didn't expect that his parents hadn't urged him to get married yet, but his future father-in-law couldn't wait to marry his daughter off to repay his kindness. Seeing Chui not speaking, Shen Haojie became anxious. Hey, Xiao Chu, even though Jian Yun's mother gave birth to 2 girls, based on my years of experience, Jian Yun can definitely give birth to a boy. Before Chui could say anything, Kai Yuelan became angry. Hey, you old man, you're acting naughty right after you recover from your illness. Let me see if I can feed you tonight. Oh, wife, am I not worried about Jian Yun's marriage? Look at Xiao Chu, he is so handsome and humble. If he becomes our son-in-law, wouldn't you be happy? Shen Haojie hurriedly used Chui as a shield. Why do you care so much about Xiao Chu and Jian Yun's affairs? Do you understand that young people should have free love? Kai Yuelan scolded him unhappily. Dad, please say less. Your legs are not fully healed yet. If mom doesn't feed you, I won't feed you either. Shen Yun advised with a red face, fearing that Shen Haojie would say something weird again. What do you mean she is a good candidate for having a son? She is not even old enough to have a child. And having children. Shen Yun glanced at Chui secretly, and her cheeks turned even redder. I have to have a baby with Chui. Ah. I can't think about it anymore. Shen Yue also chimed in, that's right, Dad. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't feed you. I'll also move your wheelchair aside and fix it so you can watch us eat. Shen Haojie looked depressed. Wasn't he saying this for Jian Yun's lifelong happiness? How did he suddenly become the family enemy? Alas, a girl cannot be kept at home when she grows up, a father is kind and a daughter is filial. Okay, I won't say anything. You youngsters should handle yourselves. Shen Haojie raised his hands in surrender. Humph, that's more like it. Kai Yuelan rolled her eyes at Shen Haojie. What a shameless old man. Even if he wanted Xiao Chu to be his son-in-law, he couldn't be so direct. Chapter 98, Taking the Sisters Shopping. Shui was watching the battle from the side, his heart filled with joy. Why did he come all this way? To help my future father-in-law treat his leg. Why is the purpose of helping my future father-in-law treat his leg? Improve your favorability. Now the final boss Shen Haojie is going to directly send the defeat reward Shen Yun to him? The favorability is simply skyrocketing, isn't it? Even his future mother-in-law looked satisfied with everything she saw. How could Chui not be happy? Doesn't this complete the hidden favorability mission? This wave is worth it. Uncle, I have activated your qi and blood with acupuncture. When I return, I will give you 3 months' supply of Chinese medicine. I will write a cooking instruction and send it to you along with the Chinese medicine. You can drink a bowl of it every night. After 3 months, I guarantee you will be able to walk freely. After you regain your mobility, I will come back and teach you the secret 5 animal exercises. As long as you pay attention to your diet and exercise diligently, you will be full of energy and vigor in a year. Shui put away all the silver needles and gave instructions to Shen Haojie. Kai Yuelan, her mother and her 2 daughters also listened very carefully. After all, this was related to Shen Haojia's condition and they could not be careless. Okay, Xiao Chu, thank you so much. I never thought that I would be able to stand up again in the second half of my life. It's all thanks to you. Shen Haojie was very grateful and his tone was very excited. Uncle, please don't be so formal. If you continue like this, I won't dare to come next time. Shui saw Shen Haojie thanking him non-stop and made a joke with him. Okay, you're welcome. That's right, why should I be polite to you? My Jian Yun is so lucky to be with you. Maybe you will call me father-in-law in the future. Shen Haojie laughed. Dad. Although Shen Haojie was teasing Shui, he also teased Shen Yun. She stomped her feet and shouted shyly on her pretty face. Seeing that she was too embarrassed, Shui quickly said, Uncle, the disease has been temporarily cured now. I will carry you down first. Okay. Shen Haojie nodded in agreement. Shui carried Shen Haojie downstairs and gently helped him sit back in the wheelchair. I looked at my watch and it was still early. I just finished lunch, and it only took about an hour to treat Shen Haojie. So Shui suggested that Shen Yun take him out for a walk to experience the local customs and culture. Shen Yunxue volunteered that she was the little PHS of Tingluonangang and she was familiar with the area nearby, so she wanted to go too. Of course Shui would not refuse. He just wanted to go for a walk anyway, not to go on a date with Shen Yun alone. It would be fine to bring this lively and cute little girl with him. Shen Haojie and Kai Yuelan watched the younger generations walk out with a smile, and just reminded them to be careful and come back early for dinner. After Chui and others drove away, Kai Yuelan could no longer suppress the emotion she had been holding back for a long time, and she hugged Shen Haojie and burst into tears. Old Shen. We are so lucky to have met a noble person. I had planned to suffer for the rest of my life, but when Xiao Chu came, he saved our family. Listening to his wife's choking words, Shen Haojie's nose also felt sore. With trembling lips, he slowly said, You have suffered so much over the years. Now that my legs are getting better, I will take care of this family from now on. Shen Haojie's eyes were more determined than ever before. He had seen the suffering his wife and daughter had endured over the years and felt the pain in his heart. But what else can he do? With his legs paralyzed, he was just a half-disabled man. No matter how upset he was, he had to hold it in. He never dared or was willing to confide in his wife, for fear of making his already exhausted wife even more upset. It's different now. With Chuyi's help, he became a normal person again. He believed that with his ability, Shen Haojie, he could definitely let his wife and daughter live a good life. After all, before he was injured, his family was well off. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to build a 2-story red brick house at that time. Unfortunately. As if he thought of something, the anger in Shen Haojie's eyes flashed away. In the Rolls-Royce, Shen Yunxue was shouting with curiosity, Wow! Brother-in-law, the Rolls-Royce is so spacious. And this starry sky ceiling, I have only seen it in videos on the internet, I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Ah! I want to take a picture. Ha, take pictures if you want. As long as you are happy. Shui was driving, looked up at the rearview mirror and said with a smile. Shen Yun was sitting in the passenger seat, and she was very happy to see her sister happy. But she was afraid that Shui would be unhappy with the noise in his car, so she said something to her sister, hoping to make her quiet down. Xiaoxue, stop messing around. Sister and brother-in-law have agreed to let me take photos as I please. Shen Yunxue pouted and said coquettishly. Yun, it's okay. Since Yunxue likes taking pictures, let her take them. There's no need to be so restrained between us. Just treat it as if you're at home. Shui glanced at Shen Yun and said softly. It seems that she is still not very open. But this is normal, although the two are currently in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But the time they actually knew and spent together was not long, and it was somewhat unlikely for Shen Yun and himself to become close in such a short period of time. In addition, Shen Yun is introverted and slow to warm up, so he naturally has more concerns and worries. I guess she asked Shen Yunxue not to make too much noise just now because she was afraid that I would mind? This silly girl. Yun, since we are in your hometown, why don't we go to the town to buy some local specialties first? Shui said to Shen Yun with a smile. Okay. Brother-in-law, I know where to buy local specialties in town. Shen Yun was interrupted by his sister before he could finish his words. Yunxue, I'm talking to your sister, don't interrupt. Shui glared at Shen Yunxue in the rearview mirror. You little girl are so ignorant. Don't you see that your brother-in-law is developing a daily intimacy with your sister? Chen Yun curled her lips, said oh, and took a selfie with her mobile phone. Seeing that she was a little unhappy, Shui released a sugar-coated bullet. Take some photos first, and I'll take you to eat delicious food later. Milk tea, barbecue, fried chicken, hot pot, ice cream, eat whatever you want. Chen Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that there were so many delicious foods waiting for her to taste, and she responded in a tender voice, okay brother-in-law, you must keep your word. Don't lie to the child. You have to know that she has never eaten these things before. She has been listening to her classmates talking about which restaurant has the best hot pot and which restaurant has the most delicious barbecue, and she is so greedy that she is starving to death. Now I finally have the chance to eat it. No problem, I guarantee you'll eat so much that you won't be able to walk. Shui said with a smile. Little Lolas are the easiest to coax. There is food and fun, thieves are easy to cheat. Chapter 99, Debt Collection? After strolling around the town and buying some ingredients, Shui prepared to take the two sisters back home. After getting ready, it's time for dinner. Wow! It's so delicious. Brother-in-law, you are so nice. Shen Yanxue followed behind Shui and Shen Yun, holding various high-calorie snacks and eating them happily. Hee, sister has really good taste. She actually found such a good brother-in-law. I've made up my mind. From now on, my mate selection criteria will also be like my brother-in-law's. Hey, the little girl is quite sweet and good at talking. Since you like to eat it, I will buy you more so that you can eat it and become a little fat girl. Shui said to Shen Yanxue with a smile. Shui, don't spoil her too much. Xiaoxue is a girl who shines brightly when given a little sunshine. She doesn't act like a girl at all. Shen Yun said hurriedly. Sister, how can you say that to me? How can I not look like a girl? Shen Yanxue made some slightly cute poses. Even though there is still some ice cream at the corner of her mouth, she still wants to prove that she is a cute girl. Yun, it's okay. Girls are meant to be pampered. Pampering one is not too little, and pampering two is not too much. Shui said with a double meaning. There are more than one or two girls he wants to pamper, but to Shen Yanxue, he really treats her as a sister and has no other thoughts. Although lowly is good, it still has to be legal. If he could lay his hands on a little girl like Shen Yanxue, wouldn't he be a beast? What's more, she is Shen Yun's sister, which is morally unacceptable. Hee, brother-in-law is really the best. Loliolu. Shen Yanxue made a face with a smile. Shen Yun glared at his sister but said nothing. Although she felt that this was very rude, Shui didn't mind, so she didn't say anything more. The three of them got back into the car, maintaining a relaxed and happy atmosphere, and returned to Shen Yun's home in Nangang Village. As soon as I got off the car, I heard a weird voice coming from the house. Uncle, stop pretending. I heard from the neighbors that a rich man in a Rolls-Royce brought Yun back today. Everyone saw it clearly. Your family owes so much money to the villagers, isn't it time to pay it back? That Rolls-Royce costs hundreds of millions. Now that Yun is with such a rich man, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take out 1,000,000 or 800,000, right? When Shui heard this, he frowned. It seemed that someone came to collect a debt. He led the two sisters into the house, put away the things they had just bought, and looked at the field. The person who was speaking was a plump woman, about 1.6 meters tall and weighing an estimated 200 kilograms. She had squinty eyes and thick lips, and looked very much like the fat villain in the movies. At this time, she was looking arrogant with her arms crossed over her chest, and her feet were shaking in the slippers. Shen Hajia's face turned ashen, and his hands were tightly grasping the armrests of the wheelchair, as if he was suppressing his anger. Kai Yuelan looked indignant, but did not say anything. Uncle, aunt, we are back. Shui ignored the fat woman and said to Shen Yun's parents. Shen Hajia forced a smile on his ugly face, nodded to Shui and said, glad that you're back, let's have dinner together later. Yes, I still have to cook dinner. Kai Yuelan slapped her forehead and wanted to prepare dinner. Oh, you haven't even paid back all the money yet and you still have the mind to eat dinner? The 200-pound fat woman said sarcastically again. She sized Shui up and down with narrowed eyes and said with a click of the tongue, you must be the rich man that Yun is hanging out with. You are quite handsome. Since you are Yun's boyfriend now, shouldn't you take on some of the debts for her family? Shinjinhua, don't go too far. Shen Yun, who has always been relatively introverted, spoke angrily. Why should our family pay back the money your father owes? Ha, what do you mean by money my father owes? How come I don't know? Chen Jinhua looked disdainful. She stretched out a thick finger, pointed at Chen Haojie and said, "Don't you know that the villagers are all shouting that it was your father who borrowed the money? If it's really my father who owed it, why are you putting up with this? Can't you just call the police? It also caused my family to be disliked by the villagers. My mother has already said that your father is a gambler who is addicted to gambling. You are also an ungrateful person," Shen Yanxue said indignantly. "A gambler gave birth to an ungrateful wolf. No, you are an ungrateful pig. A fat dead pig." After she finished speaking, she became angrier and angrier, and threw the half-eaten ice cream in her hand at Shen Jinua's face. Shen Jinhua was hit on the forehead by the ice cream. She screamed, quickly wiped the ice cream off her face, and wiped her forehead with her sleeve. "But how can you get ice cream, which is full of sugar, clean without washing your face?" Feeling the stickiness on her face, Shen Jinhua walked toward Shen Yanxue angrily, waving her huge fists. "You little bitch, I'll beat you to death." Seeing this meat mountain coming towards her, Shen Yanxue couldn't help but shrink her neck and hid behind Chui. "Brother-in-law, this wide-eyed pig is about to attack, I can't beat her." "Don't worry, she can't touch you with me here." Chui stood in front of Shen Yanxue and turned his head to comfort her. "Hey, don't do it, let's talk it over nicely." Caillou Alan was anxious. Although Shen Jinhua was a woman, she was big enough. With a weight of 200 kilograms, she is naturally very strong, and any thinner man cannot beat her. Although Chui is quite tall, he still looks a little thin. How could he possibly handle this? Second aunt, if you don't educate Shen Yanxue well, she will be taught a lesson sooner or later. It's better for me to teach her a lesson first. Shen Jinhua said, gritting her teeth, and wanted to reach out and pull Shen Yanxue out from behind Chui. Caillou Alan and Shen Yun rushed to stop her, but they were light and weak, and there was no way they could resist the strength of a 200-pound fat woman. Shen Jinhua just pushed them and they retreated repeatedly. If Chui hadn't been quick to support them, they might have been pushed to the ground. Shen Haojie was extremely anxious, but he could not help. He could only keep persuading Shen Jinhua to calm down. Calm down? Shen Yanxue threw ice cream on my face, how can I calm down? I must teach her a lesson today. No one can stop me. There was already anger in Shu Yi's eyes. He originally thought that this woman was a relative of the Shen family, but now it seems that the relationship is not that good. And it seems that there is another hidden story behind the Shen family's debt, and it was caused by Shen Jinhua's father. It would be fine if he just came to ask for money, but his words and actions were full of sarcasm, and he even pushed Shen Yun and Caillou Alan so hard that they almost fell down. Everything else is easy to deal with, but Shen Yun is not someone you can touch. Chapter 100 Shen Haojie's past. Chui pushed Shen Yun and Caillou Alan, who were blocking his way, to the sides. He strode forward and pushed Shen Jinhua, causing her to fall flat on her butt. He didn't save any effort this time, and with Shen Jinhua's own weight, he fell hard. Shen Jinhua, who had been arrogant before, seemed to be stunned by Chuyi's push. She sat on the ground for 2 seconds before she screamed unpleasantly, "Ah! Someone is beating a woman! Someone is beating a woman!" Chui looked down at her with disdain. "Can you pee in a pig's bladder and look in the mirror? Do you think you are worthy of being a woman? If I were you, I would be reborn right here, and beg the king of hell not to let me be reborn as a pig again." Shen Jinhua lay on the ground, refusing to get up, and kept raging. "Don't think you are great just because you are rich. I am here to collect debts for the villagers. It's fine if you don't want to help the Shen family pay off their debts, but you even dare to hit people. I'm telling you, you can never leave Nangang village without my permission." Chui was so angry that he laughed. This fat woman actually dared to threaten him. "You want me to stay away from Nangang village? I want to see why you are so arrogant." Currently, the entire armed forces of Black Star Security are serving Chui. Although Chui only brought 2 bodyguards as drivers when he came to Nangang village, he asked them to leave shortly after arriving. But this doesn't mean that others didn't follow. They only have Chui as their boss. Before the boss gives any tasks, their daily task is to protect the boss and the women who have a relationship with the boss. Now Lang Cheng is not far from Nangang village, monitoring and guarding Chui at all times. Hearing that someone dared to embarrass her boss, she immediately gave orders and took a group of burly men to Shen Yun's house. Shen Jinhua stood up awkwardly, patted her but pointed at Chui and said harshly, "Just wait for me, if you get something bad today, this body of mine will be in vain." A fierce light flashed in Shuyi's eyes, and without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed Shen Jinhua's outstretched finger and twisted it violently. Ah! The crisp sound of twisting muscles and bones rang out along with Shen Jinhua's screams. I hate it most when people point their fingers at me and scold me. This time, the bone correction can be considered as a gift from me to you, Shuyi said in a cold voice. Shen Jinhua screamed in pain, with snot, tears, and saliva flowing all at the same time. She couldn't control her fluids at all, it was so painful. Shuyi was annoyed and made a move to take a step forward. Shen Jinhua was so scared that she covered her broken finger and ran out of Shen Yun's house crying and shouting. The annoying guy is finally gone. Looking at the expressions of Shen Yun and his family, Shuyi felt that something was not right and thought to himself that something was wrong. I just couldn't control my emotions and seemed to behave a little violently. To Shuyi's surprise, it was Shen Yun who spoke first. Shuyi, thank you. Shuyi was stunned for a moment. Weren't they scared by his appearance just now? Shen Yunhua was a little excited, and then she said, Brother-in-law, you look so handsome when you beat that fat woman just now. This. How much do they hate Shen Jinhua? Shuyi patted Shen Yun on the back and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Shen Haojie and Kai Yuelan. Uncle, aunt, can you please tell me what Shen Jinhua just said? Shen Haojie smiled bitterly and looked at Kai Yuelan. But Kai Yuelan stomped her feet in anger, turned her head away, and didn't want to pay attention to her husband. Seeing this, Shen Haojie sighed and said, Alas, although it is said that family disgrace should not be made public, I have seen through it over the years. What's more, Xiaochu, you have helped our family so much, and you are dating Yin Yun. I also regard you as half a family member. It's okay to talk about this. Back then, I also had a coal plant. Shuyi listened carefully to Shen Haojie's description, and the whole story came to his mind. It turns out that the Shen family was not poor back then, and Shen Haojie was one of the richest people in Nangang village. In that era, the usage rate of honeycomb coal was still relatively high, so he set up a coal factory near Nangang village, specializing in making honeycomb coal and selling it to nearby businesses or individuals to make profits. Many villagers in the village are employees of the factory. Not only that, he also married Kai Yuelan, a famous beauty in the area, and lived a very comfortable life. But there is an older brother in the family, his name is Shen Dongliang. His eldest brother was addicted to gambling and often asked him to borrow money to make ends meet. Of course he didn't want to borrow, but they were brothers after all, and his old mother, who was still alive at the time, supported him, so he could only provide support from time to time. Although Shen Haojie has always wanted Shen Dongliang to quit his bad habit of gambling, quitting gambling is not easy, and it is difficult to change the gambler's mentality. Sometimes when Shen Dongliang couldn't borrow money from Shen Haojie, he would go to other villagers to borrow. Although he was addicted to gambling, he always paid back the money on time, and sometimes he would even pay back more if he won. After a while, the villagers were willing to lend money to Shen Dongliang. It's nothing to be as it is, it's just that accidents happen. Due to an accident, when Shen Haojie was counting honeycomb coal in the warehouse, the shelves full of coal collapsed and directly sent him to the hospital. Communication was not very convenient at that time, so Kai Yuelan, who worked at the coal factory, asked the factory employees to carry Shen Haojie to the hospital. Although his waist was injured, Shen Haojie's family had some savings, and the coal plant's profits were also pretty good. Whether the disease can be cured or not, life can still go on. But the problem lies with Shen Dongliang. This guy had just lost all his money, and when he learned that his brother was injured and hospitalized, he came up with an idea. In order to raise money for gambling and make a comeback, Shen Dongliang borrowed money from door to door in Nangang village under the name of Shen Haojie. He said that the money was for Shen Haojie's medical treatment, and he would pay it back immediately after the coal plant's funds were turned around. Because it was an urgent need, he also guaranteed that as long as the money was willing to be borrowed, he would pay back 20% more. When the villagers heard this, they realized that Boss Shen was injured and needed medical treatment. He was short of cash, so he asked everyone for help. As long as they borrowed money, they would pay back 20% more. Is there such a good thing? Thanks to Shen Haojie's reputation and Shen Dongliang's smooth-talking skills, most of the villagers lent him money. On the one hand, everyone knew that Shen Haojie was injured, and many of them were Shen Haojie's employees. It made sense not to help when the boss was in trouble. Moreover, you can earn an extra 20% interest on the principal by borrowing money. Who wouldn't do such a pie in the sky? What's more, the boss's coal plant is still there, and the monk can run away but the temple cannot, so there is no need to worry that he will not pay back the money. Under Shen Dongliang's half-true and half-false deception, he managed to borrow a huge sum of hundreds of thousands of dollars from him. Hundreds of thousands was not a small amount of money in the early 2000s. The housing price in Longjing is only over 3,000 yuan per square meter. If you use this money to buy a house in Longjing now, you can increase the value by 20 times. However, Shen Dongliang, who received the huge sum of money, did not treat Shen Haojie as he said, but instead sneaked into an underground casino. Chapter 101: Human Heart is Hard to Predict. It was the first time for Shen Dongliang to carry such a huge amount of money, and he was very excited. His idea was very simple. He not only wanted to use the money to make back what he had lost, but also to earn more so that he could pay back the money. As the saying goes, if you borrow, you must return. It will not be difficult to borrow again. He still values his reputation very much. But things did not go as smoothly as he thought. 9 out of 10 gambling cases are scams. Soon Shen Dongliang lost everything. On the other hand, after Shen Haojie got into trouble, Kai Yuelan used the family savings to pay for various medical expenses including surgery and hospitalization. But the condition was too serious and the medical level at that time was not as advanced as it is now. After half a month of treatment, various treatment plans and expensive drugs were used. The progression of the disease was not ideal. All the savings were spent, but the patient did not fully recover. The paralysis of his legs was barely controlled, rather than paralysis of the entire lower body. You know, paralysis of both legs and paralysis of the lower body are two different things. If the lower body is paralyzed, it will also be accompanied by incontinence, because the muscles that control defecation have also lost control of the brain. This is a blessing in disguise. The doctor suggested that if their financial situation allowed, they could go to a large hospital, which might be able to cure the disease. Shen Haojie and his wife regarded this sentence as a life-saving straw, thinking that even if they had no money on hand, they could go back to the village and borrow some from relatives and neighbors. There would always be hope. So the couple returned to Nangang village. But before I even asked anyone to borrow money, the debt collector came to my door. It's not just 1 or 2 people, but a large group of people. At this time, more than half a month had passed since Shen Dongliang borrowed money. The villagers were all looking forward to Shen Dongliang paying back the money, but since he borrowed the money that time, there has been no news from him and no one can contact him at all. The villagers who had lent money out were also extremely anxious because of this. Many of them lent most of their belongings to Shen Dongliang in order to earn the 20% profit. Greed is always one of the inevitable desires of human beings. Seeing Shen Haojie coming back, the villagers who were anxious for money came to collect their debts together. After understanding the whole cause and effect of the incident, Shen Haojie was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How could he not know what kind of person his elder brother was? He must have used the borrowed money to gamble and lost it, and he was too embarrassed to see anyone so he hid away. But being so addicted to gambling at this critical juncture is simply harming him. Shen Haojie wanted to call the police on the spot and let the police handle the matter. But the elderly mother sided with Shen Dongliang, and begged Shen Dongliang's wife and daughter Shen Jinhua together. The 3 of them knelt in a row and begged him not to call the police. How could he be so cruel to his mother who gave birth to him and raised him asking for this? In the end, you can only swallow this loss. Of course, it is impossible to pay back the money, not in this lifetime. After all, it wasn't Shen Haojie who borrowed the money, but Shen Dongliang, the heartless gambler. After this incident, he decided to treat Shen Dongliang as a stranger. Shen Dongliang's ending was also very unfortunate. 2 days after Shen Haojie returned to the village, the police came to his door. They said that Shen Dongliang's body was found in the river, so they went to contact his family. According to police investigation, Shen Dongliang committed suicide by jumping into the river after drinking. This sad news dealt a huge blow to Shen Haojie's old mother. In less than a month, her 2 sons met with accidents one after another. She, who was already old, rolled her eyes, kicked her legs, and died. Shen Haojie didn't expect that the final result would be like this. After burying his old mother in Shen Dongliang, Shen Haojie wanted to sell the coal factory so that his family's life and his medical treatment would be guaranteed. But what he never expected was that human hearts could be so sinister. At that time, his coal plant was making good profits and many bosses were interested in it. But when he made an appointment with a boss who was interested in purchasing the coal plant to inspect it, the villagers whose savings Shen Dongliang had borrowed most of ran out again. A large group of people blocked the coal plant and refused to let anyone in no matter what. The villagers demanded that Shen Haojie pay back all the money before they would release him. In addition, they were worried that they would lose their jobs after the coal plant was sold. Due to the constant interference from these disgusting guys, Chen Haojie's idea of selling the coal plant eventually came to nothing. He also tried to call the police, but the law does not hold everyone responsible. Even though the police arrested people and sent them back for education many times, they were only detained for a few days before being released. It has no deterrent effect on those who are only interested in making money. This time, Chen Haojie was helpless. They wanted to sell the coal plant but couldn't, and the villagers stopped anyone from visiting and inspecting it. I want to continue operating the coal plant, but I can't. The villagers demanded that Chen Haojie pay back the money before they would work again. A large group of people even secretly took the honeycomb coal from the coal factory and sold it, claiming that they were selling coal to pay off their debts. Chen Haojie was in a dilemma and could do nothing. In the end, the coal plant was abandoned and the villagers who came to collect debts also lost their stable source of income. It was a lose-lose situation. Those villagers who stole honeycomb coal for profit were also reported to the police by Chen Haojie and were sent to jail. Without the coal plant, the old Chen family can only rely on Kaiualan as the backbone of the family. At that time, Chen Yun was only 7 years old and Chen Yanxue was only 8 months old. The most painful thing is not these. The villagers who think that their money was cheated by the Chen family have been ostracizing the Chen family for years. Chen Yun and Chen Yanxue have also been bullied by the children in the village since they were young. This is also one of the main reasons for Chen Yun's inferiority complex. On the other hand, Chen Yanxue not only did not become introverted because of the bullying, but she became quite aggressive. Anyone who dared to provoke her was often chased and hit with a brick by her. As they grew older, it was the younger sister who protected the older sister. After listening to Chen Haojie's long story of sadness, Shui also felt lost. I didn't expect Chen Yun's family had such a hard life over the years. And Yun had been bullied a lot before she met me, so she must have felt very wronged. A lovely girl like Yun actually grew up in such an environment full of bullying and exclusion. It really made him feel distressed. Looking at Chen Yun, who was silently wiping her tears, Shui didn't care that her family was there. He directly reached out and held her hand, and said in a resounding voice, "Yun, I promise that I will never let you be bullied again. Those who have bullied you in the past, I will make them regret it one by one." Shui. Chen Yun really wanted to throw herself into Chuyi's arms and cry. But her parents and sister were still there, and she really couldn't control herself from doing this. She just looked at Chui with red eyes, calling his name with a choked voice. Chapter 102. Why do you want to pay the debt? Chen Haojie and Kaiualan looked at this scene, glanced at each other, and nodded secretly. Xiao Chu is a person worthy of trust. And it seems that his daughter is very dependent on Xiao Chu. Chen Yanxue smiled and made faces. "Sister and brother-in-law, you are showing off your love." Shui did not respond to her words, and asked again, "By the way, uncle and aunt, what's the matter with Shin Jinoa?" Seeing that Shui ignored her, Shin Yanxue quickly shouted, I know, I'll tell you. That Shin Jinoa is Shin Dongliang's daughter. Didn't Shin Dongliang, who borrowed the money, jump into the river and die? Then those bad guys kept asking our family to pay back the money. Shin Jinoa's family was often asked to pay back the money, and they didn't have a good life. But she thinks that the injustice she suffered was caused by our family, and she even helps those bad guys collect debts. It was obviously her gambling father who caused it. Otherwise, our family wouldn't be so miserable. Ha! The first time I ate KFC since I was a child was when you, my brother-in-law, took me there. When it came to the last sentence, even a cheerful and straightforward girl like Shin Yanxue had a low tone. Which girl doesn't want to be a little angel? Which girl doesn't want to talk with her classmates and best friends about which clothes are beautiful, which snacks are delicious, and which stationery is useful? The same is true for Shin Yanxue. She has longed for a happy life since she was a child, and she could have enjoyed these wonderful things. But all this was ruined by Shin Dongliang. His actions directly caused Chen Haojie and his family to live a hard life for more than 10 years. In fact, if Shin Yun and Shui had not met, it is unknown how long their family's hard times would have lasted. Shui was shocked after hearing this. This Shin Jinoa really deserves the title of white-eyed pig. It was obvious that it was her father who cheated the villagers out of their money, so the villagers went to Shin Haojie's house to collect the debt. She felt a little wronged, so she blamed it all on Shin Haojie's family and even helped the villagers collect their debts. If this person was a relative of Chuyi's family, he would directly give her her favorite slap in the face and let her go to the pig farm to experience group life. Shui squeezed Chen Yun's little hand and said to Shen Haojie and his wife, "Uncle, aunt, since you don't owe any money, I will help you solve this matter today. No one in Nangang village will dare to bully your family again. Xiao Chu, your uncle knows that you may have some acquaintances in your hometown, but you are unfamiliar with Nangang village. Don't act impulsively." Shen Haojie quickly dissuaded. "I've been harassed for debts for many years, and I'm used to it. But you're different. You're still young. If those money grubbers get angry and start fighting, you'll suffer." Kai Yuelan also advised, "Yes, Xiao Chu, you young people have hot tempers. If you get into a conflict with those people, you will be the one who suffers. It really doesn't matter to us. Besides, old Shen's leg is almost healed. After we save some money, we will move out. I don't want to see these black-hearted people who are obsessed with money anymore. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I never brag. I promise I can get it done for you and nothing will go wrong." Shui promised solemnly. At this moment, the sound of car brakes came from outside the door, followed by neat and loud footsteps. Lang Ching walked in leading a group of burly men in black uniforms. She bowed slightly towards Shui and said loudly, "Boss, I just detected that you were in trouble, so I took the initiative and brought people over." Shui took a rough look and saw that there were more than 10 big men entering the room, and several MPVs outside were also full. "Wow, how many people are here?" He was just about to call someone when the person arrived. "This service is perfect. Lang Ching did a good job, we must reward her well in the future. You came just in time. I was just about to call you," Shui said with a faint smile. Seeing Chen Yun and the others were a little nervous, Shui quickly explained, "These are the employees of my security company. They are usually responsible for protecting my safety. I guess they just monitored that I was threatened by Shen Jinhua, so they rushed over. You don't need to be too nervous." Shen Haojie wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at his sluggish biceps, then looked at the muscular bodies of these burly men, and was secretly shocked. Who is Xiao Chu? Why is he protected by such a large group of bodyguards? Is it really as simple as the security company he mentioned? Could it be that he is mixed up with black people? Shen Haojie feels that the name Haojie doesn't seem to suit him anymore. Shen Yanxue accepted it very quickly, and she was even a little happy. "Wow, brother-in-law, these are your bodyguards. This is so impressive. If I had these bodyguards, no one would dare to bully me anymore. Ha, if you want bodyguards, I will arrange 2 for you in the future. They will follow you and send you to school every day. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you," Shui said jokingly. Wouldn't that make me look weird? No, let's talk about it later." Shen Yanxue's mind flashed with the scene, she frowned and quickly refused. At this time, Shen Jinhua came back and came to the door of Shen's house with a large group of villagers in a threatening manner. These are the people she called over to collect debts. Moreover, she did not spend any effort. She just said that Shen Yun was with a rich man who drove a Rolls-Royce, and would definitely be able to pay them back, and maybe even get a little more, and the villagers all followed her. However, there were several MPVs parked in front of the Shen family's door, blocking their route. Shen Jinhua leaned over to look at the MPV, wanting to see if there was anyone inside, but the all-black privacy glass prevented her from seeing clearly inside the car. Without saying anything, she walked directly to the driver's seat, reached out and knocked on the car window, and said arrogantly, "Hey, is there anyone in the car? Move the car away." Shen Jinhua's knock on the car window was like turning on a switch. The privacy windows of several MVP cars were all rolled down, and the cars were filled with burly men, staring at her and the villagers behind her with cold expressions. She knocked on the window and the man with the scar on his face sitting in the driver's seat said coldly, "What's the matter?" Shen Jinhua was startled at first, but then she thought that there were so many of them and they were here to collect debts, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She plucked up her courage, put one hand on her waist and said, "I told you to move the car. We are here to collect debts from the Shen family." It's not that she doesn't want to put her hands on her hips, but the index finger of her other hand is still twisted. Debt collection? What right do you have to collect debts? Is it because you are thick-skinned? Shui led a group of bodyguards and walked out of Shen Yun's house. Chapter 103 No One Can Escape. Shui asked Shen Yun and his family to stay at home, and he would take care of the things outside. Looking at the large group of villagers who came to collect debts, Shui's face was gloomy. "You keep saying you want a debt, but where's the proof? Where's the IOU? How many jobs did the Shen family's coal factory provide for you? And you, a bunch of ruthless people, were cheated of money by Shen Dongliang. You couldn't find the creditor, so you imposed the debt on Shen Hajia's family? I tell you, this is called extortion. You'd better be thankful that the threats, blackmail, and intimidation you have put on the Shen family over the past decade have not reached the level of being convicted of a crime. Otherwise, within 3 years, no one will be able to escape. I will use all my connections to arrest all of you money-hungry bastards. The law cannot punish the masses? That doesn't exist in my case. I, Shui, always keep my word. Shuyi's words were well-reasoned and made the villagers, who had been so arrogant, dumbfounded. They were originally a group of people who were ignorant of the law, and they relied on the clan relations among their fellow villagers to bully and threaten the Shen family many times. The town police wanted to do something, but they were powerless to do so. After all, there were a large number of people involved and the situation was not serious enough to warrant a large police force. It was impossible to arrest everyone in the village. Shen Hajia's family does not have the ability to hire a lawyer to sue, so this matter has been unsupervised for all these years. As a result, these villagers became more and more arrogant and frequently launched personal attacks on the Shen family. If they were not afraid of being caught and sentenced, and if no one was willing to take the lead, it is estimated that the Shen family would have hardly survived until now. But after Chui said this, these villagers became a little scared. After all, Chui looked like a big shot, driving a Rolls-Royce, accompanied by a large group of bodyguards, and he was also eloquent and sharp-tongued. How could the villagers of Nangang village afford to offend such a person? It is true that there are unruly people in remote areas, but these unruly people usually just bully the weak and fear the strong. In front of Shen Hajia's family, they are nothing but troublemakers. But if they dare to be tricky in front of Chui, Chui will let them know what being tricky means. When playing with the black side, he can be even more black, and when playing with the white side, none of the villagers can beat him. Whether from the perspective of morality, law, or simple and crude manpower, Chui is standing on the commanding heights and overlooking these black-hearted villagers. There is no possibility for them to be arrogant anymore. Shen Jinhua was also stunned by Chuyi's words, but she was used to being naughty in the past, and she came here in anger. She wanted to make Chui lose face, and debt collection was secondary. She just wanted to prevent Chui from leaving Nangang village. It would even be best if she could get the villagers excited and start fighting with Chui. Shen Jinua's eyes squinted and rolled around, and suddenly she shouted, "Who do you think you are? I think you just rented a car and found a group of actors to pick up girls? There are many internet celebrities doing this now. How can you expect us to write off all the old scores just based on what you said? Shen Haojie owes money to everyone in the village. How can he just not pay it back? Everyone agrees, right?" Shen Jinhua said, then turned around and spoke to the villagers behind her. Among the crowd, most of the villagers did not want to let the debt disappear. And a few clever villagers also thought of mobilizing everyone's emotions, so that they would not be at a disadvantage in momentum. You can't just leave in disgrace, right? Besides, it is simply impossible to arrest all the villagers. Under the mixed temptation of foreign debt and the mentality of taking chances, several voices shouted from the crowd, "It is only natural to pay back debts. We just want to get the money we lent back, is there anything wrong with that? That's right, what is extortion? Shen Dongliang borrowed money to pay for Shen Hajia's medical treatment, but Shen Dongliang died. Isn't it only natural for us to ask Shen Haojie for the debt? A bunch of internet celebrities are pretending to be so cool. Come on, call the police and have us all arrested. Aren't you just coveting the eldest daughter of the Shen family? You're acting like you're doing something righteous." Instigated by these voices, some villagers who had been silent became excited, and the fear that had been intimidated by Chuyi's words suddenly disappeared. They have done so much to collect debts over the years, and they are unwilling to give up just like that. Whether it is because of doing things against one's conscience or because of the loss of continued negative emotions, it constitutes a huge sunk cost. Shen Haojie's family is not having a good time, so how can these farmers who have lent out a large amount of their savings and even emptied their family assets have an easy time? Now that Shen Dongliang is dead, who else should we look for if not you, Shen Haojie? Pay back the money. After the first sound, there will be a second sound. Calls for debt collection and repayment were heard one after another, while Chu Yi and a group of bodyguards stood guard at the door of the Shen family without moving. Looking at the villagers' self-righteous expressions, Chu Yi had a mocking smile on his face. It is unfortunate for them to lose their money, but to impose their pain on others is the behavior of evil people. And the suffering of an entire village was imposed on the Shen family. That was an act of the devil. Humans are emotional animals. Keyboard warriors on the internet can accuse people of depression, let alone people in real life? I know that in order to earn the 20% interest that Chen Dongliang mentioned, many of you have lent out your family assets. It's normal to be sad and upset when you lose your money. But, so what? The more I think about you bastards who emptied our family's wealth out of greed and ended up with nothing, the happier I am. Based on what you've done over the years, you really deserve it. Ha ha ha. Shui crossed his arms and said sarcastically with a smile on his face. I just like to see you guys begging for money but not getting it. The villagers became even more excited, and Shinjinua, who was standing by, looked a little proud when she saw this. If you dare to mess with me, I'll show you how you'll end up today. Suddenly, a glass beer bottle flew out from the crowd and hit Shui in the face. Shui narrowed his eyes and instantly locked onto the person who threw the beer bottle. He did a roundhouse kick and tapped the beer bottle with his skillful strength. The beer bottle immediately flew back and hit the bad guy on the forehead, with blood splattering everywhere. Ah! There's blood. How dare this damn internet celebrity hurt others? As the screams were heard, the villagers became even more angry, and all kinds of obscenities burst out, more vicious than the brothel owner in Stephen Chow's movies. Someone rolled up his sleeves and was about to start fighting, but was easily pushed aside by the bodyguard. Shui shouted, and the scene instantly became quiet. Drag out the guy who threw the beer bottle. The bodyguards took action immediately. A dozen big men rushed into the crowd, pushed away all those who were blocking them, and dragged out a middle-aged man with blood still flowing from his head. Chapter 104. Don't worry, I'm trustworthy. Everyone, round up these dogs, don't let any of them escape. Shui gave another order, and dozens of bodyguards quickly formed a small circle, blocking all paths to leave the scene. Although there were nearly 100 villagers who came to collect debts, when it came to fighting ability, none of them could fight. In addition, the bodyguards had fierce eyes and looked like people who were not easy to deal with. The villagers did not dare to try to leave the scene, and no one dared to be the first to speak out. After all, the one who broke the bottle is in a very bad situation now. Seeing that Shui seemed to be going to be ruthless, all the villagers, including Shinjinua, kept silent and could only watch silently. How can this be called an internet celebrity? This is even more ferocious than the young and dangerous guys in Hong Kong movies. The person who was dragged out was a middle-aged man with a bald head, wearing a white vest and black shorts. He was covering his forehead and howling. He still wanted to break free from the bodyguards, but these top mercenaries who had survived the baptism of blood and fire were not easy to talk to. Seeing that he was struggling, the bodyguard who was holding him punched him hard in the abdomen several times, and the struggling of the middle-aged man in the vest stopped instantly. Shui had someone bring a table and chairs, then sat down leisurely. He then winked at the two bodyguards who were restraining the middle-aged man in vests, and pointed at the table. The two of them understood, lifted the middle-aged man in a vest who was holding his stomach and screaming from the ground, and pressed him on the table. Shui pulled up the sparse hair on his bald head, looked at him indifferently and said, "Since you keep clamoring to pay back the money, then show me the IOU. If you can't show it, I'll cripple the hand with which you threw the bottle." Clang! Shui took a military dagger from the bodyguard beside him, swung the knife in his hand, and stabbed it hard into the wooden table. The bald middle-aged man was so scared that he screamed continuously. Although they were good at bullying the Shin family when they teamed up, where had they ever seen a real ruthless person? When they meet someone more ruthless and badder than them, their true colors are immediately revealed and they become as cowardly as dogs. Although Shui was not a social person, everything he did was done in anger. With a large group of ferocious bodyguards surrounding him, his intimidating power is unquestionable. Don't you see that these villagers are silent as a cicada, not daring to fart? Where's the IOU? Take it out. Seeing the bald middle-aged man trembling and not daring to speak, Shui shouted again, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. You have the guts to throw bottles at me, but you don't have the guts to speak, right? Shui grabbed the man's sparse hair with one hand and slapped him hard in the face with the other hand. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the venue. The bald middle-aged man had half of his teeth knocked out by the fan, his head was buzzing, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. But he didn't dare to continue to say harsh words or curse at Shui, and could only scream continuously. Ah! Although the slap only hit the bald middle-aged man in the face, the villagers who were watching felt that they were also slapped hard. The screams of the bald middle-aged man made them feel even more sympathetic, as if they were mourning the death of the rabbit. But the sense of oppression that Shui brought to them was so great that no one dared to speak. At this time, all the villagers only dared to look at Shui from time to time, appearing to be very afraid. Today you threw a wine bottle at me, so I will use self-defense. As for how much of your life will be left, I don't know. Shui said slowly with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of the bald middle-aged man, the smile was more terrifying than the evil ghost. He was crying and his tears were mixed with blood, which made him look very hideous. He shook his head as if he had used up all his strength and said, I was wrong, I was wrong. Shen Haojie didn't owe me any money. I was the one who caused trouble for him on purpose. Please stop hitting me, I was wrong. Shui sneered, do you know you are wrong now? I know. Big brother, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. It was Shen Dongliang who owed me money. Now he is dead, so the debt is settled. The bald middle-aged man wanted to kneel down and apologize. He was really scared. Why do I dare to throw a wine bottle at such a ruthless person? Do I think my life is too long? Now look what happens, half of my mouth's teeth are missing, and I don't know if my hands will be chopped off soon. This is really a bargain. Take this guy aside, we'll settle the score with him later. Shui waved his hand and asked 2 bodyguards to take the man away. Then, he looked around coldly and said loudly, who else is here to collect debts? Stand up. Let me be frank with you. If you dare to come and ask for a debt without a receipt, the next person will be in a worse situation. The villagers, who were already a little frightened, shrank their necks even more after hearing this, fearing that they would also have half of their teeth knocked out by the slap. Where did they get the IOU? And they also know that this matter is really not reasonable. It's just because the total amount of money lent by each person is too large, so someone has to take the blame. Shen Haojie, whose legs are paralyzed and who has become a vulnerable group, is naturally the only person to take the blame. After all, what Shen Dongliang said verbally was that he wanted to borrow money for Shen Haojie's medical treatment, and Shen Haojie is Shen Dongliang's younger brother. So naturally, Shen Haojie became the only choice to take the blame in everyone's eyes. When no one stood up to seek justice for Shen Haojie's family, these villagers could act with impunity. But when Shui stood in front of them with a tough, even cruel attitude, they tucked their tails between their legs faster than dogs. At least dogs dare to bark at a distance, but they don't. Very good, it seems like this is all blackmail without any evidence. Shui's expression became increasingly cold. He took out his cell phone and called Pei Yunxian. Pei Yunxian, do you know the police officer who was in charge of Nangang Village in Tingluo Town? Pei Yunxian originally answered the phone with a smile on his face, but when he heard Shui's first sentence, his expression instantly became serious. It was the first time he heard his master's cold voice. Knowing that the matter might be serious, his reply was unusually concise. No. Okay, help me contact them and tell them that there is a blackmail case involving nearly 100 people in Nangang Village, and ask them to send out more police officers. When I return to Jiannan, I will donate 1 billion to the police system as a token of my appreciation. Pei Yunxian almost exclaimed fuck, not because he was scared by the 10 billion, but because he felt sympathy for those who provoked his master. Now, no matter in public or private, this extortion case will definitely be taken seriously. Moreover, Pei Yunxian believed that what Shui said was definitely not groundless, because doing so would not do him any good. He quickly picked up his phone and contacted an acquaintance. Hello, it's me. After hanging up the phone, Shui looked at the somewhat panicked villagers in front of him and grinned. Don't worry, I'm a trustworthy person. If I say none of you can escape, then no one of you can escape. Go to jail, everyone. Chapter 105 Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The villagers present also heard what Shui said, and they panicked instantly. In order to make the police pay attention to them, they actually promised to donate 1 billion yuan? Who is this person? They actually offended such an incredible person. Also, is it necessary to do this? Even if all the debts of the Shen family were added together, they would not exceed 1 million. But this person would rather spend 10 billion to put them in jail than pay such a small amount of money to settle the matter. No one questioned the truthfulness of what Shui said, because bodyguards can hire extras, but the police cannot. Impersonating a police officer is against the law. As soon as the police arrive, we will know whether it is true or not. What the villagers are thinking about now is not whether what Shui did is true, but finding an opportunity to escape from the encirclement of bodyguards. They can't afford the gamble. If a group of police really came and torturing them all, it would mean that the strength and influence of the person in front of them are real, and he is not a so-called internet celebrity. They will definitely go to jail. Most people in the entire village went to jail, which was something they had never thought of when they bullied the Shen family. And this seemingly unlikely thing is about to become a reality under Chu Yi's influence. The villagers began to riot, but Chen Yun, who had brought the villagers to collect debts, had already sneaked to a place near the outside of the encirclement. She wants to run away. Now she knew that she had offended someone she could not afford to offend. If the police came, regardless of whether she was charged with extortion or not, Chu Yi would definitely give her a free meal ticket. In other words, she had to escape from the encirclement before the police arrived. No matter what happens in the future, at least I won't go to jail. However, she overestimated herself and underestimated Chu Yi's bodyguards. Although the circle of dozens of bodyguards surrounding nearly 100 people was a bit large, the distance between the bodyguards was also quite wide, ranging from 3 to 5 meters. But after Chu Yi gave the order, all the bodyguards immediately raised their spirits to the most vigilant state. This is the first time they carry out a task assigned by their boss, and failure is not allowed. It would be a shame to let one get away. Simply put, this group of top mercenaries are facing this group of villagers in a warlike state. Everyone keeps their eyes on the suspicious targets who want to escape. As long as anyone dares to make an extraordinary move, they will be knocked down with thundering force. Chen Yun didn't know the storm she was about to face. She kept observing with her squinting eyes, trying to find the right opportunity to slip away. At this moment, the two bodyguards who were standing more than a meter in front of her looked to the left and right at the right moment. So the opening between the two of them became the perfect escape route in Chen Yun's eyes. Chen Yun's eyes lit up, the opportunity had come. I don't have to go to jail anymore. She was like a wild boar that had broken free from its reins, bursting out with a speed that was disproportionate to her weight, and rushed towards the long-awaited escape route. The two bodyguards who had been prepared for a long time fixed their eagle eyes on him instantly. Before Chen Yun could rush over, the two of them strode forward, raised their feet and kicked her hard. Chen Yun, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was kicked 3 or 4 meters away, and even knocked down many villagers. You can imagine how much effort the two bodyguards put in. The noise of Chen Yun's escape was seen by all the villagers. They also know the pros and cons. If they stay here, they might really be arrested and sent to labor camp. The only chance of survival is to escape. The crowd went wild in an instant, and they desperately tried to escape from the encirclement. Seeing this, Chu Yi directly issued an order, saying in a cold voice, "Everyone, assist the police now and control all these suspects. Anyone who wants to escape and resist arrest, don't show any mercy. I will pay for the medical expenses." Chu Yi's meaning was very clear: assisting the police was doing the right thing. There's no need to hold back, just beat them as hard as you can. I'll bear the medical expenses. I have money, so fight with all your might, brothers. There was no other way. Chu Yi didn't want to take action. These suspects wanted to escape, so he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. As a result, the bodyguards were freed from their restraints and no longer needed to hold back when they took action. It feels like you could only pick your nose with a cotton swab, but now you can use your fingers. It's so cool. It's just that these boogers are miserable. The bodyguards let loose, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and could easily knock down a villager with a random punch or kick. You know, this is not the kind of back-and-forth fight that ordinary people have. It's the top mercenaries crushing ordinary people. Ordinary people who have not received professional training really have no resistance against mercenaries who are proficient in fighting. Mercenaries who have mastered top-level fighting techniques know the weaknesses of the human body, which parts can cause death, which parts can cause disability, and which parts of the body can be hit to make a person lose their combat effectiveness instantly. Faced with the villagers rushing towards them without any dodge or protection, the bodyguards felt like they were playing a game of Candy Crush. Come on, knock one down, come on, knock down a pair. They felt extremely happy in their hearts. They had just learned about the actions of these villagers. If they put themselves in their shoes, they would want to beat them to pieces. Now that the opportunity has come, they are not showing any mercy. If I can make them suffer from broken bones for 100 days, I will never let them have an easy life. But within a few minutes, screams were heard one after another, and more of them were rapid gasps due to severe pain. I can't even scream. Report to the boss, not a single suspect was let go. Lang Cheng roughly counted the number and reported to Chu Yi. Thank you all for your hard work. When this is over, you can relax and I will pay for all the expenses. In addition, each of you will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Chu Yi clapped his hands and said with a smile. Woohoo, long live the boss. The boss is wise. The bodyguards were delighted. Although the company paid them generous salaries, no one would complain that the money was too much. Moreover, they are used to spending lavishly and often indulge in wine and women to relax themselves mentally and physically. Now that I have received the reward from my boss, I naturally praise his wisdom. After looking at Leng Qing, who was smiling, Chui also smiled happily. He never treats his own people unfairly. It is impossible to expect the horse to run without eating grass. Although Black Star Security Company was produced by the system and was 100% loyal, they would work hard without complaint even without any rewards or incentives. But just because they are die-hard fans, can they be treated as tools and worthless? In Chuyi's opinion, subordinates who are loyal to him must be treated well. If your subordinates are loyal to you, then as a boss, you must not let them down. He will not let down any of his own. Of course, no enemy will be let go. Looking at the villagers lying on the ground, Chuyi felt very relieved. Heaven has its own way of retribution, and no one can escape it. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded, it's just that the time has not yet come. These bastards, blinded by money, have been bullying the Shen family for more than 10 years. Now that Chuyi has appeared, the retribution for this group of villagers has also appeared. When Chuyi thought about the fact that Chen Yun's introverted personality was developed because she lived in such an environment since childhood, he felt a little sorry for this little girl. Chen Yun is his angel and will never be bullied again. If there is any, it's just that I'm bullied by him. Chapter 106, All Tortured. With Pei Yunxuan's network of connections and Chuyi's promise of a 1 billion donation, the Dongfu County Police Station, which has jurisdiction over Tingluo Town, urgently dispatched 35 police cars and a large number of police officers from police stations in various jurisdictions to Nangang Village. When the police team urgently dispatched arrived at Nangang Village, they were stunned to see the villagers lying on the ground. The well-trained bodyguards in black standing by made them secretly alert. The team was led by a slightly plump middle-aged police officer. He immediately confirmed that Chuyi was the leader of the group and extended his hand to Chuyi enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. I am the director of the Dongfu County Public Security Bureau, Xie Dongren." "Hello, hello. I'm Chuyi." Chuyi shook hands with Xie Dongren with a smile on his face. Since they are here to help, they are friends. Chuyi has always been enthusiastic towards friends. Xie Dongren glanced at the black-clad bodyguards around him, pointed at the villagers lying on the ground, and asked in confusion, "Mr. Chu, these people?" Chuyi slapped his forehead and said to Xie Dongren, "Oh, Director Xie, these people are the suspects of extortion. When they saw me calling the police, they tried to flee, so in order to assist the police in their investigation, I had my bodyguards hold them back. Not a single one was let go, Director Xie, please rest assured." Xie Dongren's eyes twitched. "Is this what you mean by controlling it? Some of them look like they may not be able to take care of themselves in the future." Although the superiors gave orders to fully cooperate with Mr. Chu's request. But prison food is not free, these people need to work every day to earn it. Now that most of these people are useless, it's really difficult to deal with. Xie Dongren wiped the sweat from his head and said to Chuyi, "Mr. Chu, we attach great importance to this case. As long as the evidence is solid, none of these people will be able to escape. And I've also heard from colleagues in Tingluo that someone in Nangang Village has indeed reported multiple times that they were subjected to constant physical attacks and threats and extortion by fellow villagers. It's just that the police force in Tingluo is very limited, there are so many people involved, and there was no substantial economic loss, so in the end, nothing was done. So for those police officers who failed to supervise properly, our leaders have also made corresponding punishments. Those who should be laid off will be laid off, and those who should be demoted will be demoted. Leave the rest of the investigation to me. I will ensure that those who break the law receive the punishment they deserve. And because they have been extorting money for more than a decade, the sentencing time will also be extended." Xie Dongren spoke very beautifully, but Chuyi heard it very clearly. Shen Haojia's family had called the police many times before, but the police in Tingluo town did not take the matter seriously at all, which led to their family suffering for many years. Now it is Chuyi who has to take action, and the police system attaches great importance to it. First, the Dongfu County Police Department, which is superior to Tingluo Town, dispatched personnel to Nangang Village to arrest people, and then investigated the cause and consequences of the incident. Catching those good-for-nothings who knew that the villagers of Nangang Village had committed a crime but did nothing about it was also an explanation to Chuyi. Chuyi was naturally quite satisfied with these. The money was not wasted, and everything that should be done was done. Director Xia, I'll leave this matter to you, Shui said with a smile. By the way, do you need the parties involved to come and take statements to assist in the investigation? Xia Dongren waved his hand and said, there's no need to bother them. We have already found most of the evidence in the police station in Tingluo town, which can be used as the sentencing standard for these people. Then, Xia Dongren came close to Chui and whispered, don't worry, Mr. Chu. The leaders were also very angry when they knew about this. No one cared about the extortion for more than 10 years. These villagers will only be sentenced severely. Chui was very satisfied with the result and replied politely, thank you very much. The two smiled at each other and said nothing more. Then, Xia Dongren gave orders to the police officers to take all the villagers away. Fortunately, there were enough police cars, otherwise we would have to divide them into 2 batches. After the police left the scene, Chui asked the bodyguards to leave as well, leaving behind only an MPV and 2 bodyguards who served as drivers. Now that everything has been resolved, there's no need to stand here. Moreover, Chui plans to give Chen Yun's family a house so that they can move out of Nangang village. It's better not to stay in a place like this. In the past, they had no ability and could only live there helplessly, but now it is different. With a prospective son-in-law like Chui, Chen Yun's family will naturally not let their lives suffer anymore. Back at Chen Yun's home, the whole family was waiting anxiously. They had just heard a lot of different noises and were very nervous. First there was noisy cursing, then screaming, and then a lot of sirens. If Chui Qian hadn't repeatedly warned them not to go out, they would have been unable to hold back. Chui did this because he didn't want them to worry too much. Otherwise, Chen Yun's family would be watching and he wouldn't be able to display his skills. I can't pretend to be a ruthless person, and I can't do anything cruel. How can I let those villagers suffer a loss? In order to maintain his pure image, Chui also took great pains. Seeing Chui return safely, Chen Yun hurried over and pressed his shoulder. He looked around and found that he was not injured. He then breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing that Chui had a strange look in his eyes, as if he was still trying to hold back his laughter, Chen Yun felt that something was not right. She turned her head to look at her family behind her and found that both her parents and her younger sister were looking at her with meaningful smiles, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Ha, Xiaochu, it seems that Yun likes you very much. Although Shen Haojia was not quite sure what happened outside, since Chui came back, the matter must have been settled. He did not ask much, but just teased with a smile. This is the first time I see Yun so worried about a boy. Kai Yuelan smiled, looking at Shen Yun with eyes full of pampering and memories. Yun was so cheerful when she was a child. Since her family was chased by that group of people for debt, Yun's personality has become more and more withdrawn. But now, Kai Yuelan vaguely saw the shadow of her childhood in Shen Yun. Maybe Chui is really her true love. Seeing her brother-in-law and sister showing off their affection, Shen Yanxue quickly interrupted the atmosphere and asked, brother-in-law, did you chase those people away? Chui smiled and nodded, saying, yes, I called the police and had them arrested. They will probably be sentenced next, and then go to jail and reform themselves. Wow! Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Shen Yanxue said with admiration. My dad has called the police many times over the years, but no one came to help. I didn't expect that as soon as you, brother-in-law, stepped in, they were immediately arrested. Then in this way, no one will come to my house to collect debts in the future, right? Chui nodded and said affirmatively, of course. From now on, no one will come to you to collect debts. Great, great, that's great. It's really, great. Woo woo. Shen Yanxue first clapped and cheered excitedly, then started crying as she spoke. Although she has been cheerful and optimistic over the years, she has suffered no less grievances than Shen Yun. It's just that she used another way to fight against the malice of the outside world. Now that the evil debt collector was gone, she felt instantly relieved. I can finally live a normal life. Chapter 107 Giving a House. Shen Yanxue's crying also infected her parents and Shen Yun. The 3 women burst into tears, and even Shen Haojia felt a sense of relief as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was blue. The dark clouds that had been hanging over his life had finally dissipated. Chui has helped them so much, Shen Haojia really doesn't know how to repay him. When Chui cured his leg, he was very impressed with this young man. He also felt that if nothing unexpected happened, Chui might become his son-in-law in the future. But now it seems that even if they marry their daughter, it would just be like them marrying up, rather than repaying a favor. So Shen Haojia's mood was very complicated. Shui had done so much for their family, but they had no ability to repay him. This feeling made him feel a little overwhelmed. Hey, why are you crying again? Shui felt that he had made the women of the Shen family cry many times today. Looking at Shen Haojie's red eyes, it seemed that the only man in the Shen family was about to cry. It's okay that women are made of water, but why do you, a grown man, always cry? There is no point wasting lots of water like this. Cough cough. Shui glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. He quickly said, I have prepared another gift for you, but you have to go to Dongfu County to see it. It's getting late now, so let's set off quickly. Xiao Chu, it's so late now, why are you still going to Dongfu? Let's have dinner first. I'll go cook now. Caillou Alan wiped her tears and said with a forced smile. Aunt, no need. Shui stopped Caillou Alan and said to her, tomorrow is Monday, and Jian Yun and I have to go back to school, so I plan to give you the gifts and then take Jian Yun back to Jiannan. Oh, so that's it. Caillou Alan thought for a moment and nodded. Young people should focus on their studies, so they really can't delay. Then let's go. I've asked the bodyguard to prepare the car. Just get in. Shui said with a smile. Shui said so, and the Shen family did not object. Shen Haojie and Caillou Alan sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, while Shui got into the MPV with the two sisters of the Shen family. The two cars drove towards Dongfu County one after the other. In addition, Shui also sent a few people to guard the Shen family residence in Nangang village. After all, the gifts he gave were of relatively high value and he was afraid that they might be thieves. He wouldn't feel bad if it was lost, but Shui would be very upset if it was stolen. Although a large number of people were arrested in Nangang village, not everyone in the village was tortured. There are still some people who did not lend money in the first place and people with conscience, so it has not become a ghost village. As for those villagers who are about to go to jail, what will happen to their children? That is not something Shui should consider. Since Shui was on the side of the Shen family and brought the extortionists to justice, it was impossible for him to consider their aftermath. Different positions have nothing to do with good or evil. It took about an hour to drive from Nangang village to Dongfu County. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at our destination. The destination is the sales office of a community with the best location in Dongfu County. Looking at the sales office of the residential community named Moonlight Babylon in front of him, Shui's mouth twitched. Although the sales staff in the sales office have gone off work, money is power. Shui had already asked Leng Qing to contact the salesperson at the sales office, and paid the full amount of the house in the name of Shen Yun, and was just waiting for her to come in person with her ID card to sign. The reason for using Shen Yun's name is to make it easier for Shen Haojie and others to accept it. Otherwise, if you just give them a house, they may not dare to accept it. But giving it to Shen Yun is another matter. Shui could totally convince Shen Haojie and his family to stay there with peace of mind. So when the Rolls-Royce and the MPV arrived at the sales office, a male salesperson wearing a shirt, trousers and glasses came to greet them. You must be Mr. Chu. I'm Ma Liang, the sales consultant of Moonlight Babylon, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shui nodded slightly at him and said with a smile, I can see that you have been squatting at the door for quite some time, right? I saw that your legs were numb when you stood up just now. Ma Liang laughed out loud, not showing any embarrassment at all. Mr. Chu is really thoughtful. In order to wait for you to come, I skipped meals and turned down appointments, just to help you get the house done. As expected of a salesperson, he speaks very nicely. Obviously, he did it to earn commission by performing well, but he spoke as if he was considering Chui and others, and it made people feel very comfortable listening to it. Shen Yun's family, who got off the car together, were a little confused. Shui said he had prepared other gifts, so why did he bring them to this sales office? Now that everyone was here, Shui had no intention of hiding it from them. Jian Yun, the gift I prepared for your family is this house in Moonlight Babylon community. Shui said, pointing to the sales office behind him. Ah. X4. Shen Yun's family was completely confused. Why, did they suddenly give them a house as a gift? It's like this. I used my connections to have the police arrest those people who have been pestering your family for debts. They are waiting to be sentenced. So those people's families will definitely not be very friendly to you. In addition, Nangang village is a bit remote, and it is not very convenient for Jian Yun to go home every time, so I bought a house in Jian Yun's name. When Jian Yun goes to school, uncle, aunt, and Xiuxue, you can just live here. This way, you don't have to worry about the villagers' families coming to seek revenge. After Chui finished speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of Shin Haojie and others, and directly pulled Shin Yun over to sign the contract. Ma Liang has already prepared the contract, and as soon as the contract is signed, he will get his commission. Shin Yun completed the signing of the house purchase contract with a confused look on his face. Chui was afraid that Shin Haojie would refuse, so he asked Ma Liang to leave first and took their family to the newly bought house, not giving Shin Haojie any chance to refuse. On the way, Shin Haojie was hesitant to speak, but every time he wanted to speak, Chui laughed it off and changed the subject. It was not until they arrived at the new house that Chui said to Shin Haojie and Kai Yuelan in all seriousness, "Uncle, Aunt, this house is nothing to me. You can just live here with peace of mind. Don't live in the house in Nangang Village anymore. If you want to move anything here, I will ask my bodyguards to help you pack it up. Since Jian Yun is my girlfriend, I will definitely let her family live a good life. You've suffered too much over the years. Now that I'm here, you should live a good life and train Nian Shui to be a talent. Don't think too much, and don't feel too much pressure or owe me anything. It is my great blessing to meet a girl like Jian Yun, so just accept it with peace of mind." Chui said all these words in one breath. Without giving them a chance to speak, he pulled Shin Yun and walked out, leaving only one sentence. "Jian Yun and I have to go to school tomorrow, so we'll go back to Jiannan first. See you next time when you're free." Chapter 108. The girl's ears turned red. Shin Haojie and Kai Yuelan looked at each other and smiled bitterly with helplessness on their faces. This little Chu kept talking non-stop, and they couldn't even say anything to refuse. However, what Chui said also made sense. Nangang Village is a sad place. If Shin Haojie had the ability, he would not want to stay there for a moment. Moreover, Chuyi's words did relieve a lot of their psychological burdens. But in this way, it seems that the Shin family can never repay Chui. Looking at this spacious and beautiful house, Shin Haojie and Kai Yuelan felt like they were in a dream. I have experienced so much in just one day today. First, Chui cured Shin Haojie's leg, and then Chui helped to punish those people who had been harassing the Shin family for more than 10 years. Before leaving, he also gave them a house in the best community in Dongfu County. All these things added up, they felt like they were dreaming. If this is a dream, they would rather never wake up. Shin Yun also felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted. Before today, she had always thought that her life was set. From junior high school now to high school and university in the future. Like her sister Shin Yun, she would go to school and work odd jobs to supplement the family income. Maybe after I graduate and have a higher income, I can take my parents away from this hellhole of Nangang Village and stay away from those disgusting villagers. This is her biggest wish at the moment, and also what she regards as the ultimate goal in life. When her brother-in-law came, not only did she accomplish her dream easily, but he even allowed her family to live in the county town. Although she is only a junior high school student, she has a clear understanding of housing prices, which is that they are expensive. She might need to work hard all her life to buy a house like this, but now, she can live in it directly. The houses here are so much better than the shabby houses in my hometown. Chui is becoming more and more powerful in Shin Yu's mind. She doesn't know what this feels like, but the changes that her brother-in-law has brought to her family are real. Shin Yun has secretly made up her mind that she must study hard so that she could help her brother-in-law after graduation. Without Chui giving Shin Haojie any chance to speak, the Shin family moved into the luxuriously decorated commercial housing with a little trepidation. At this time, Chui had already taken Shin Yun to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce and headed towards Jiannan City. Chui was still thinking about whether to give the Shin family some money so that they could live a better life in the future. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea for the time being. This kind of thing needs to be done slowly. Chui was afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept too much stimulation at once. He could use a compromise approach, such as raising the salary of Shin Yun's maid service, and then Shin Yun would naturally send more money home. Glancing at Shin Yun, who was hesitant to speak, Chui held her hand and asked with a smile, "Yun, what's wrong with you? It seems like you've been unhappy since I drove away those villagers." Shin Yun quickly shook his head and said, "No. I was just thinking, you have helped my family so much, I don't know how to face you. I always feel like I owe you a lot, and I can't seem to pay you back." Chui pinched Shin Yun's cheek lovingly and said with a smile, "Silly girl, you are still being polite to me. We are already a couple, so don't treat me as an outsider." The bodyguard who served as the driver was very tactful and raised the partition inside the car, forming two separate spaces between the front and rear rows of the Rolls-Royce. The boss has started flirting with girls, so he has to lower his presence quickly. Hidden shield, barrier rising technique. After the partition rose, Chen Yun was obviously much more relaxed. She still preferred to be alone with Chui. Even at home, she couldn't let go in front of her family and didn't dare to be too intimate with Chui. Now I finally have some time alone. Chui, thank you. Chen Yun bit her lip and thanked him in a low voice. I've told you not to treat me as an outsider. If you do this again, I'll spank you. Chui said with a deliberately stern face. Chen Yun wrinkled his nose, said oh, and fell silent again. However, she was holding the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands and fiddling with them constantly. Her ears were a little red, and she was thinking about all sorts of messy things in her mind. Seeing this, Chui did not interrupt Chen Yun. He knew that at this time he needed to give Chen Yun some time to digest the situation. Introverted people often have a lot of psychological activities. Maybe Chen Yun convinced herself through thinking about it and accepted everything he did. However, if Chui knew what Chen Yun was thinking now, he would probably jump up excitedly, break through the roof of the car, and sing loudly, I want to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The more Chen Yun played with the corner of her clothes, the redder her ears became. She has been thinking about a lot of things since this afternoon. Ever since Chui cured his father's legs, Chen Yun has regarded him as someone worthy of entrusting his life to. And what Chui did later continued to increase his favorability towards her. Although Chen Yun did not say these things, she knew them clearly in her heart. And for a girl, what she wants to do most after falling is to give her pure body to her lover. No matter it is to repay a favor with one's body or it is just because the love is so strong that one cannot help but do it. Chen Yun couldn't figure out how she felt about Chui right now, but what she was sure of was that Chui was the only one for her in this life. She wanted to spend her life with Chui and be with Chui forever. So at this moment, Chen Yun had actually been struggling with his introverted emotions for a long time. The most important thing is that she doesn't know how to talk about this kind of thing. If she took the initiative to ask Chui, would Chui think she was a shameless girl? Will you hate yourself because of this? Various emotions such as shyness, timidity, and entanglement made Chen Yun fall into silence. Chui was also a little confused when he saw this. All these things he did were to make Chen Yun happier, more cheerful, less introverted, and become a girl who loves to laugh. But why does Chen Yun seem unhappy now? Turning his head to look at Chen Yun, Chui discovered her abnormality again. Hiss, why are the ears of this little girl so red? Chapter 109 The Lost Security Guard. Yun, are you okay? Chui placed the back of his hand on Chen Yun's forehead to feel her body temperature. It was okay, she didn't have a fever. Looking at Chen Yun's appearance, he thought that she was depressed because of illness. Chen Yun raised his head and glanced at Chui, then quickly lowered his head, rubbed the corner of his clothes, and repeated the action of raising and lowering his head again. Then she took a deep breath, bit her lip and whispered, Chui, can I stay at your house tonight? Before Chui could react, he nodded casually and said, you want to live in my house? No problem, there are so many rooms, just pick. Wait, you mean you're staying at my house tonight? Chui widened his eyes and asked excitedly. Chen Yun blushed and nodded slightly, not daring to look Chui in the eye. Chui was shocked and his heart beat faster. Chen Yun has made it so clear, how could he not know what it means? Going to his house late at night, wouldn't it be like having an intense high heart rate workout? For Chui, there was no reason for him to refuse, so he nodded decisively and said, okay. Then, Chui took the initiative to raise the partition, and then said to the bodyguard who was driving, drive as fast as possible and return to Jiannan as soon as possible. Although the bodyguard didn't know what was going on, he could clearly hear the excitement in the boss's tone. He responded immediately, then stepped on the accelerator with his powerful thighs. The V12 engine of the Rolls-Royce roared instantly and sped along the highway. Chen Yun said the decision that he had been struggling with for a long time, and he felt a little relieved, but also a little hot. If there was a hole right now, she would have wanted to crawl into it immediately. She didn't dare to make any body movements, or look at Chui, and even held her breath. Looking at Chen Yun who was almost shrinking into himself, Chui shook his head and laughed. I clearly took the initiative to suggest staying overnight at his house, but after saying it I ended up acting like an ostrich. If I tap Chen Yun's shoulder at this time, she will probably be startled. In addition to being excited and thrilled, Chui now also has a feeling that his hard work has finally paid off. He is a normal man, and like most normal men, he does not like platonic spiritual love. He cannot reach that level, so naturally he has physical needs and pursuits. But Chewy didn't just want to have sex with the woman he liked. He also hoped that Chen Yun could open her heart and accept him completely. In this case, two people can be united in body and mind, and the pleasure can be doubled. To be honest, if Chewy just wanted to have a relationship with Chen Yun, it would be easy, but is it really a good idea? No, this is not good at all. Only impatient young people can't wait to experience the forbidden fruit. Chewy didn't want to be like Zhu Beiji, who swallowed the ginseng fruit whole. He wanted to savor the sweet and juicy fruit carefully. On the way back, Chewy just chatted with Chen Yun and told jokes, hoping that she could relax a little. Sure enough, after Chen Yun was amused by Chewy a few times, she was not so shy anymore, although her face was still red. The bodyguard drove at full speed all the way, and the journey that was supposed to take 3 hours only took 2 hours. After sending Chewy and Chen Yun back to Villa number 1 of Huajing Junting, the bodyguard immediately left. Chewy and Chen Yun stared at each other in the lighted hall. Ahem, Yun, let's go take a shower first? Chewy interrupted the silence and said with a smile. Well, okay. Chen Yun agreed readily. It was a hot day and he was sweating a lot. The first thing he would do when he got home was to take a shower. Then go wash first. I'll get you a bath towel or something. Chewy said with a smile. Good. Chen Yun responded and walked towards the bedroom where she had been before. Looking at Chen Yun's back as she went upstairs, Chewy showed a sly smile. Since we're staying at his house at night, we definitely can't take showers separately. Taking the bath towel was fake, but the sneak attack was real. Chewy deliberately waited downstairs for about 5 minutes, then tiptoed towards the bedroom where Chen Yun was. Entering the house, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. He came to the bathroom door, knocked on it, and shouted, Yun, deleted. When a security guard passed by Villa number 1 during his patrol at night, he sighed inwardly. Young people nowadays are really amazing. I heard it an hour ago when I was patrolling, and it hasn't stopped yet. Alas, I am getting old, if I move a little, I will be gone. The security guard touched his aching waist, feeling lost. Chapter 110 New Energy Vehicle Technology. Early morning. Chewy slowly woke up while holding Chen Yun. At this time, the two of them were in a state of being honest with each other. Thinking of the tenderness and passion of last night, Chewy began to wonder if Chen Yun had a split personality. Except for being very shy in the beginning, Chen Yun soon became very cooperative with Chewy. She agreed to any movements and postures, and even if some of them were more difficult, she gritted her teeth and persisted. This made Chewy feel an unprecedented feeling. Ding! It is detected that the host has captured a top-notch beauty. The system will issue a reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining new energy vehicle technology. Finally, we have captured the first top-notch beauty. Please continue to work hard and create more glories. The system was late again, but the reward it brought to Chewy this time was a little different. Chewy knew about new energy vehicles. In order to protect the environment, Longwei and even the whole world have been vigorously promoting the development of new energy vehicles recently. More and more pure electric or hybrid vehicles are launched on the market under the research and development of various car companies. After checking out the new energy vehicle technology rewarded by the system, he found that it was a killer weapon that would subvert the automotive industry. At present, the biggest drawback of new energy vehicles is the problem of cruising range. The maximum range of a pure electric vehicle does not exceed 600 kilometers, and this is just an indicator given by the manufacturer. During actual driving, taking into account various power-consuming factors such as turning on the air conditioner, the range may only be 400 or 500 kilometers. If it is in the north where the temperature is lower, the range of pure electric vehicles will be reduced again. This is also an important factor in the slow market promotion of pure electric cars. However, the new energy vehicle technology rewarded by the system has a range of more than 2,000 kilometers alone. Not to mention subverting the current pure electric models, even the internal combustion engine models using gasoline will be blown to pieces by this blockbuster bomb. As long as Chewy enters the automotive industry, he will become a giant in the entire industry, the kind standing at the top of the pyramid. Now, Chewy doesn't have to worry about what business to run when he starts his own company. Just make new energy vehicles and that's it. Although Chewy is not short of money, he will not think that he has too much money. Besides, men all like cars. The new energy vehicle technology rewarded by the system covers all aspects, from motors to batteries to vehicle appearance design, it's all encompassing. There are a lot of extremely cool car models inside, full of futuristic technology. Compared with these models, Koenigsegg Gemera seems a little unqualified. When the company is established, he will first buy a pure electric super sports car to drive. Looking at Chen Yun, who was still sleeping in his arms, Shui couldn't help but kiss her several times. This little angel Yun is really my lucky star. From the time the system was activated to now, Shui has benefited a lot from various rewards. After being kissed a few times, Chen Yun's eyelashes trembled and she slowly woke up. Seeing Shui so close to her, she immediately closed her eyes again, huddled into the quilt and acted like an ostrich. But this trick is useless to Shui. He did everything he should have done yesterday, and now he is still shy. Shui also crawled into the bed and stretched out his evil hand towards Chen Yun. Ah! It's a little itchy there. Hey, who told you to hide from me? Just accept the punishment obediently. The sucking sound of kissing came from the quilt, and Shui kept groping Chen Yun's body like a tentacle monster. In just a few minutes, Chen Yun's sensitivity progress bar was almost full. So, it was another real-life morning drill, and Chen Yun was constantly undergoing morning exercises by Shui to improve his physical fitness. In order to improve their physical fitness, the two of them did not go to school. However, in the face of something like this, classes and the like can only be postponed. It was not until around 11 o'clock that Shui ordered a takeaway of fruits and vegetables from the supermarket and prepared to cook. Yun, have a good rest. I'll prepare lunch for you. After Shui was dressed neatly, he glanced at Chen Yun, who was curled up in the quilt with only a small head sticking out, and said with a smile. It just so happened that he had previously obtained top-level cooking skills as a system reward, and now he could try his hand at it. Well, Shui, wait for me, I'll help you cook. Chen Yun said hurriedly when he saw Shui was about to leave. After experiencing the love intertwined throughout the night yesterday, Shui has completely filled Chen Yun's heart. She didn't want to be separated from Shui for a moment now, she just wanted to stick to him. Little fool, it's inconvenient for you to move now, so you should have a good rest. Shui smiled and blinked, suggesting something meaningful. Chen Yun blushed again, she tried to move a bit, it seemed to hurt a little. Thinking of Shui's performance as if he had unlimited physical strength last night, Chen Yun felt a little scared. The saying that there are only cows that die of exhaustion but no fields that are plowed to death is only relative. In fact, the fields can also be damaged by plowing, but that depends on how strong the cow is. And Shui is that brave and strong bull. Even if he didn't have a magical skill like the invincible golden spear, Shui's physical fitness alone was enough to make most women lose their armor. If he hadn't been so gentle with her, it would probably take Chen Yun several days for the swelling to go down. It's inconvenient for Chen Yun to walk now, so how can he help with cooking? Okay, just have a good rest and don't think too much. Take a day off this week and take care of yourself. Then I'll take you shopping. Shui walked to the bed, leaned over and kissed Chen Yun, and said softly. Before our relationship hadn't reached this stage, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it if I spent money on you. Now we are close, and it's time for you to live like a princess. Chen Yun shook her head, kissed Shui back, held his face with both hands and said, as long as I can be with you, I will be satisfied. What's more, you have helped my family so much. I will never be able to repay the debt I owe you in this lifetime. Shui frowned and said seriously, Yun, I don't want the relationship between us to be dominated by your debt to me. We shouldn't be doing this. You are a unique individual, and so am I. The reason I am willing to help your family is because I like you. I am willing to do these things for you. You don't need to have any psychological burden. So I also hope that your love for me is not mixed with other emotions. This is what I want. Chen Yun was stunned. She didn't expect Shui's attitude towards this relationship to be like this. She thought about it carefully and found that she really believed in her heart that she owed Shui. The decisions made last night were mostly due to the desire to repay Shui. So, does that mean she doesn't like Shui that much? Chen Yun's mind flashed through the things she had experienced with Shui after they met. Although it was very brief, it was very important to her. At this moment, Chen Yun told herself very clearly in her heart that she liked Shui and she couldn't live without Shui. Even if Shui had never helped her family, she still liked Shui. Shui pulled her out of her self-isolation, and she couldn't imagine her life after leaving Shui. Perhaps the so-called sense of indebtedness just coincides with those thoughts in her heart that she herself is not even aware of. She wanted to repay Shui, so wasn't she using this excuse to express her love in a covert way? Chen Yun faced her inner thoughts. She hugged Chewie tightly beside the bed and whispered in his ear, "Chewie, I like you. I am not affected by anything. I just like you." Chapter 111. I just talked about my husband. Chewie smiled, and smiled happily. After listening to Chen Yun's sincere confession, he felt that everything he had done was worth it and not in vain. Moreover, Chen Yun's bold confession showed that her personality was gradually becoming more cheerful, at least that was the case when she was with Chewie. "I understand. Have a good rest, I'll make you a big meal." Chewie scratched Chen Yun's nose and smiled dotingly. "Okay." Chen Yun smiled sweetly and curled up in the quilt obediently. Chewie walked to the door and looked back, only to find that Chen Yun only showed his little head, his eyes fixed on him without moving away. Seeing that she turned her head, she smiled innocently, shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue. This is the kind of scene that many people dream of. Chewie felt that he was really lucky. I went downstairs whistling cheerfully, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, the takeaway from the supermarket arrived. The reason why it was so fast might be because the goods Chewie purchased were of higher value. He bought a lot of ingredients and planned to put them in the refrigerator so that it would be convenient for cooking in the future. In addition, I also bought some slightly more expensive seafood and meat such as king crab, Australian lobster, M12 Wagyu beef, and green vegetables. Looking at the 3 delivery men outside the door carrying full bags of things, Chewie thanked them repeatedly and took the bags of goods from them. The 3 delivery men looked back every few steps as they watched Chewie take away the food they had delivered, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. My goodness, are they weak or is this customer too strong? After sending the delivery guy away, Chewie began to prepare the ingredients. Since there were only Chewie and Chen Yun eating there, he planned to just cook 3 dishes. One of them can't really be considered a dish. Chewie planned to fry the Wagyu beef and then make it into sandwiches. The most common way to cook Australian lobster is to steam it. I plan to process the king crab and put it in the oven to make baked king crab, so as to avoid steaming both kinds of seafood and losing the flavor. Although the methods are simple, Chewie possesses top-level cooking skills and has unique insights into each method, allowing him to easily make delicious dishes. The first thing to be processed was the Australian lobster. Chewie boiled a pot of water and sprinkled some salt into it. While waiting for the water to boil, he used a brush to clean the live shrimp. When the water boiled, Chewie held the shrimp tail and put the head of the live shrimp into the water. At this time, the lobster kept struggling, but was firmly held by Chewie and could not break free at all. It stopped after a while. At this time, Chewie put the shrimp tails into the pot to steam, set the timer for 20 minutes, and began to process the king crabs. Wash and cut the king crab into sections, cut slits on the crab legs, and apply black pepper and salt to taste. Preheat the oven to 180, put the neatly arranged king crabs in, and set the timer for 20 minutes. The crab shell is not left out either. Pick out a black chicken egg and beat it. Add a little salt and water, pour the crab shell in, and then steam it together in the pot with the ashu lobster. The final step is to make sandwiches and prepare dips. For steamed seafood, dipping sauce is particularly important. Chewie uses the preparation methods of top culinary techniques to make the dipping sauce that tastes world-class. Even ordinary boiled shrimps can be instantly transformed into a delicacy when paired with this dipping sauce. The sandwich making process is unremarkable, except that the Wagyu beef is coated with another secret seasoning, which makes it more tender and juicy. By the time the sandwiches are done, the grilled king crab and steamed ashu lobster are also ready. After placing the delicious food on the table, Chewie went upstairs to call Chen Yun to get up and eat, and helped her put on her clothes. Of course, Chewie always finds himself unable to control his hands at times like this, and they wander all over Chen Yun's body. Chewie considered this condition to be temporary Parkinson's disease. Well, it's really Parkinson's fault, not his. It took Chen Yun more than 10 minutes to get dressed. When she went downstairs, Chen Yun, with a rosy face, held Chewi's Parkinson's hand tightly, trying to control his condition. Seeing that Chen Yun's posture of going down the stairs was a little awkward, Chewie didn't want to make things difficult for her anymore. He took the initiative to hold her in his arms and walked downstairs. Chen Yun exclaimed and hugged Chewi's neck tightly. "Chewie, let me go by myself." "That won't do. You must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Let me carry you down," Chewie said with a wicked smile and raised eyebrows. "You are so annoying." Chen Yun released her arms around Chewie and shyly punched Chewi's chest with her little fist. "Ah! You actually hit my chest with your little fist," Chewie exclaimed with a funny look on his face. "I will hit you to death, I will hit you to death." Seeing that Chewy was still teasing him, Chen Yun angrily hit him several times. Gurgle. But the sudden rumbling of his stomach made Chen Yun freeze. Ah! How embarrassing. Chen Yun glanced at Chewy secretly and found that he was looking at her and smiling. She felt even more embarrassed. What delicious food did Chewy make? It smelled so good that her stomach started growling as soon as she smelled it. Ah, you must be hungry. I made something delicious for you. You were so tired yesterday, you need to nourish your body well. Chewy laughed and carried Chen Yun to the dining table and sat down. The tableware has been set, and the delicious lobster, king crab, and sandwiches are steaming hot. Chewy stood by the dining table, poured a cup of hot milk for Chen Yun, and gestured, "Please enjoy the food, my little angel." Chen Yun stood up slightly, kissed Chuy's cheek, and smiled, "Thank you, Chewy." Chuy's face turned serious, and he said seriously, "Are you still calling me Chewy now?" Ah? What is that called? Chen Yun opened her mouth slightly, stunned. Well, brother-y, husband, dad, you choose one. Chewy smiled and gave a multiple-choice question. Chen Yun blushed and whispered, "These names are so embarrassing, can I not choose them?" No. Chewy smiled mischievously. Seeing that Chen Yun was still a little embarrassed, he added, "This address is only for the two of us. You can still call me by my name at other times." Chen Yun remained silent for several seconds. Chewy wondered if he had gone a little too far in his joke and made her unhappy. Just as I was about to ask, I heard her lower her head and whisper, "Husband." Well. Hey. Woohoo. She called me husband? Chewy didn't expect Chen Yun to choose this title. He thought she would just call him brother-y at most, but he didn't expect that she would choose to call him hubby. Yun, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again? Chewy leaned close to her ear and whispered. Feeling the hot air blowing in her ears, Chen Yun felt her ears itchy and a little sensitive, so she raised her voice a little and said, "I just said husband." Chapter 112 You and I. Ah, good wife. Chewy grinned. Come on, let's eat first. We've been exercising for too long since yesterday and have consumed a lot of calories. Let's eat some high-quality protein to replenish our energy. Chewy placed the Wagyu sandwich in front of Chen Yun, put a few pieces of lobster meat in her bowl, and smiled at her, "Eat it." Yeah. Okay. Chen Yun narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded. It was already noon and she was a little hungry. Her legs were weak from hunger. Moreover, the dishes made by Chewy were really delicious. She smelled the fragrance on the stairs just now. Now sitting at the dining table, how can I bear it? Chen Yun first picked up a piece of lobster meat, dipped it in the sauce in the small dish, tapped the lobster meat on the edge of the dish twice, and then put it into his mouth. A fresh fragrance spreads in your mouth. The tender and juicy lobster meat paired with Chuy's honey dipping sauce made Chen Yun's eyes light up. It was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. "Chew, husband, the lobster you cooked is so delicious." Chen Yun wanted to call Chewy out of habit, but then immediately changed her words and said with a smile on her face, "I made it for my wife, so of course it's delicious." Chewy smiled, peeled a king crab leg for Chen Yun, and put it to her mouth. "Come, try this grilled king crab. I also added a secret dipping sauce. Not only does it have a grilled taste, but the inside is also tender and juicy." Chen Yun opened her mouth obediently, ah. After carefully chewing the king crab that Chewy put into his mouth, Chen Yun tasted another kind of delicious food. The roasted crab meat is slightly chewy, but retains its freshness and juice inside. The slightly sweet taste paired with another indescribable seasoning gives it a unique flavor. Delicious. Chen Yun swallowed the food in his mouth, smiled and gave Chewy a thumbs up. "Here, there's also this Wagyu sandwich." Chewy pointed at the sandwich and said with a smile. After a sweet lunch, Chewy took Chen Yun out. Now that Chen Yun has established a substantial relationship with him, all material conditions must be arranged for her. She cannot live the hard life she had before. Chewy spent the whole afternoon taking Chen Yun to buy a lot of clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, skincare products. Whether it's necessary or not, arrange it all. Even if Chen Yun said that she doesn't wear jewelry, doesn't do makeup or skincare, it doesn't change Chuy's mind. There are some things that you don't need, but you must have. For girls, aren't cosmetics, skincare products, jewelry and bags all basic things? It's just that the economic conditions are different, so the price range chosen is different. What Shui gave to Chen Yun was naturally the best. So much so that we bought too much and had to ask the staff to deliver. On the way back, Chen Yun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said a little embarrassedly, "Hubby, you bought too much. I feel like I can't use a lot of things." "A lot?" Shui was slightly stunned and asked. "Isn't this enough?" Chen Yun asked in confusion, looking at the packed back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Hey, what's the big deal? It's only natural for a husband to buy things for his wife. Just wear and use those clothes and cosmetics. Don't worry about anything else." Shui drove seriously without looking away, but there was a doting smile on the corner of his mouth. "By the way, I'll give you a card tonight and you can spend the money as you like. Then in a few days I'll have Leng Qing take you to take the driver's license test. Then it will be convenient for you to buy a car and go to school." "Ah? Aren't you going to school with me?" Chen Yun asked in surprise. "I plan to start a car company next, so my studies may have to be put on hold for the time being. If I have time, I will still go to school. If not, I will have to ask for leave." Shui glanced at Chen Yun, smiled and continued, "If you are too lazy to drive, I can also assign you a full-time driver to pick you up and drop you off at school. By the way, from now on just live at home and don't live in the dormitory anymore." "Oh." Chen Yun nodded blankly and responded. Shui dropped so many bombshells at once that she was a little confused. First I bought her a lot of things, then I gave her money to spend, then I asked her to take a driving test, and then I bought her a car. And Shui is busy running a car company and has no time to go to school. She will live at home from now on, her and Shui's home? Chen Yun felt a little sweet in her heart, but after thinking about it, she still said, "Hubby, can I live in the school dormitory again?" "Huh? Why?" Shui was a little confused. Logically speaking, the two of them should be in love now. Wouldn't it be better for them to live together? "Because my roommates are all very nice. They are all juniors now. After graduation, everyone will go their separate ways and we may not have the chance to see each other again. So I want to stay with them for a while longer during the limited time we have." When talking about roommates, Chen Yun couldn't help but smile. Her roommates were all lovely girls and they helped her a lot. Shui suddenly realized that he had a good relationship with his roommate and wanted to live together for a while longer. This surprised Shui a little. He didn't expect that Chen Yun's roommate was quite important in her heart. However, thinking of Chen Yun's experiences and personality over the years, Shui felt relieved. People always cherish things that are hard to come by. For Chen Yun, good friends are what she lacks the most, right? Alas, I didn't expect that my position in my family's Yun's heart is not as high as that of my roommate. Shui shook his head and sighed, saying with great sorrow. "No. You are the most important," Chen Yun explained anxiously. If you don't agree, then I won't live in the school dormitory." Chen Yun bit his lip and said in a low voice. Since I am the most important, I won't stop you," Shui suddenly said with a smile. "Really?" Chen Yun looked up in surprise. "Of course, I never lie." Shui smiled and nodded in response. "Yeah. Hubby, you're so nice." Mua Chen Yun cheered and blew a kiss to Shui. "Why is it a flying kiss? This won't do. I have to make up for it later," Shui said righteously. "Just make it up. I just saw you driving. If you drive unsafely, your loved ones will shed tears. Don't be affectionate in the car." Chen Yun stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. Okay, I got it. You know so much without even getting a driver's license. It seems like you have the potential to be a female driver in the future. Come on, I'm rooting for you." Shui raised his eyebrows, hinting at something. Bah, you filthy demon king." Chapter 113. Go find Chen Yun. The next day. After breakfast, Chen Yun got into a Rolls-Royce and went back to school under the escort of bodyguards. Shui asked for leave from his counselor. He planned to talk to Chen Yun about starting a car company. Before obtaining the system, Shui was just an ordinary college student and didn't know much about starting a company or corporate management. Among the people he knew, only Chen Yun and Leng Qing had management experience. Leng Qing manages a security company and may not know much about doing business, so Shui decided to find Chen Yun. He holds the trump card of new energy vehicle technology and must put it into operation as soon as possible. As the general manager of Jiannan International Shopping Center, although Chen Yun is involved in different industries, the management should be similar. With a general manager and the recruitment of some elites from the automotive industry, combined with Chuyi's new energy vehicle technology, the framework of the entire company will be established, and the subsequent details can be slowly refined. Chuyi did this not for money, but mainly to improve his social status. Does Chuyi need money? No, he doesn't. What is relatively poor for him now is his social status, although he does not attach much importance to it. But in life, we must always have a goal. If you are financially free, you will eat and sleep every day, do morning exercises after waking up, eat after morning exercises, do evening exercises after eating, eat again after evening exercises, and sleep again after eating. That's so boring. System, to be honest, I think this is a good idea, the ultimate goal of a certain voiceover. Chuyi, no, this is not good. After making the decision, Chuyi drove the Koenigsegg Gemera, which had been vacant for a few days, to Jiannan International Shopping Center. Chuyi was used to riding in a Rolls-Royce these days, and suddenly he felt a huge contrast when he sat in a Koenigsegg Gemera, which had a very poor riding experience. While driving the cool sports car, he had another idea in his mind. That is to create a new energy sports car that is top-notch in terms of comfort, performance, and appearance. Although Koenigsegg Gemera is also one of the few electric supercars currently. But after Chuyi understood the new energy vehicle technologies in his mind, Koenigsegg Gemera seemed just that to him. If Koenigsegg Gemera had any idea, he would definitely say, damn. He loves the new and hates the old. He is the most heartless dog man. After parking the car in parking space B174 in the underground parking lot, Chuyi got out of the car, looked around, and smacked his lips. What a familiar place. He remembered that he first met Chen Yun in this parking space. Although he and Chen Yun had been very happy these days, Chuyi felt his heart fluttering when he thought of Chen Yun's beautiful face and figure. Is this fickleness? No, this is masculinity. Chuyi smiled and amused himself. After getting off the car, he went straight to the office area on the 6th floor. When the employees saw Chuyi coming, they greeted him as Mr. Chu, and Chuyi smiled and nodded. Without asking his employees to notify Chen Yun, Chuyi walked towards Chen Yun's office by himself. After knocking on the door, Chuyi waited at the door. It's been a while since they last met, and when he came to see Chen Yun again, he was planning to start a car company and let her work for him. Chuyi was a little embarrassed to speak up. Come in. Chen Yun's charming voice came from the office. It wasn't that she was pretending to be charming, but that she was just like that. Chuyi thought, maybe this is what it means to be naturally charming? It should be very unique in Sri Lanka, right? While daydreaming, Chuyi pushed open the office door and walked in. He saw Chen Yun sitting at her desk, processing documents, and didn't notice that he was there. Chuyi's heart moved, and he walked towards Chen Yun quietly. Chen Yun was busy with the work at hand. Seeing that the visitor was silent, she said, Shaoli, have you finished processing the customer information? Chuyi secretly suppressed his laughter, but still did not speak. He just quickened his pace towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun frowned. What's wrong with Shaoli? You're usually very efficient, why are you taking a while today? Is there something wrong with the customer information? Chen Yun raised her head to see what was going on, but found that there was no one in front of her. Hey, where are the people? Chuyi, who had quietly walked behind her, suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, Shaoli doesn't have one, but Xiao Chu does have one. Ah! Chen Yun was startled and screamed. After taking a closer look and realizing it was Chuyi, she rolled her eyes in resentment. Chuyi! You are so bad. I haven't seen you for so many days, and you scared me when we met. Chen Yun put down the documents in her hand and stretched out her hands to pinch Chuyi's face. Chuyi didn't dodge and let her knead him with a smile. I'll pinch you to death and turn you into a pig's head. Let's see if you dare to scare me again. Chen Yun said as he vented his anger while kneading her gently. Ever since she had dinner with Chuyi last time, he seemed to have disappeared and didn't even send her a message or anything. This made Chen Yun fall into a state of anxiety and fear, and she couldn't understand Chuyi's thoughts. He gave her such an expensive watch for no reason. Wasn't he trying to pursue her? How come he disappeared the next day after having a meal? Or was it that Chuyi just casually gave the watch as a gift? However, it is also very likely that Chuyi did it casually. Patek Philippe has bought all the watches in the store, so giving her one is really no big deal. But it's nothing to Chuyi, but it's a hot potato to her. How could she not be nervous after receiving a watch worth more than 4 million yuan for no reason? Not long after she had managed to calm down, Shui appeared again, still in a way that scared her. How abominable! I don't dare anymore. If I turn into a pig head, I won't be able to face you anymore. Shuyi's cheek was pulled by Chen Yun, and he made an unclear sound of begging for mercy. Seeing his look, Chen Yun chuckled and loosened his hands. You have such a strong desire to survive, you surrendered before I even started. What desire to survive? I am just like this, a survival expert. Shui rubbed his cheeks and grinned. Okay, our President Chu would not come to visit us without a reason, right? Is there anything you want to talk to me about today? Chen Yun quickly returned to work and asked with a faint smile. As expected of my sister Yun, you guessed my thoughts clearly. I even suspected that you had worms in my stomach. Shui coughed twice, cleared his throat and said, it's like this, today I mainly want to treat you to a meal and talk to you about business management. Oh, mainly to treat me to a meal, and secondly to talk about business management. Chen Yun gave Shui a small look and spoke in a long tone. Yes, it's mainly about eating. Ever since the last time we had dinner together, I've always wanted to have dinner with Sister Yun again. Shui said with a smile. Whispering sound. Chen Yun thought of the last time she was drunk and blushed as she spat. Chapter 114. I will go to your house and use your shampoo when I have time. Since you want to treat me to a meal, I forgive you. Chen Yun gave Shui a way out, and also gave herself a way out. After all, the relationship between her and Shui was just that of boss and employee, so there was no reason for her to be angry. I can't say to Shui, you flirted with me and ran away, you ignored me for so many days, I'm very angry. You sit on the sofa for a while. Wait for me to finish today's work, and then we'll go eat together. Chen Yun rubbed his sore shoulders and said to Shui. Shui did not sit on the sofa, but put his hands on Chen Yun's shoulders and said, Sister Yun, if your shoulders are sore, let me rub them for you. I guarantee that they will relieve your fatigue. Oh. No need, I'm so comfortable. Before Chen Yun could finish her refusal, she was conquered by Shuyi's technique. Shuyi's powerful hands kneaded her shoulders, and the soreness in her shoulder muscles was quickly subsiding, followed by a relaxed and refreshing feeling. Hey, how is it? Are you comfortable? Shui asked with a smile while massaging with his hands. Very comfortable. Chen Yun no longer refused, but squinted her eyes, leaned back in the chair and enjoyed Shuyi's massage. Women are always hypocritical, and they say one thing but mean another. Shui took a deep breath and smelled the fragrance of Chen Yun's hair. He felt very comfortable and said, Sister Yun, your shampoo smells really good. When Chen Yun mentioned the shampoo she used, she instantly perked up, opened her eyes and said to Shui, yeah, I think so too. Do you want me to recommend one to you? This one is really good. Shui showed a wicked smile, that's not necessary. I just bought the shampoo at home not long ago. Besides, I'm a frugal person, so I'd better not buy it for now. I can just go to your house to use it when I have the chance in the future. You hooligan. You are so naughty at such a young age. Chen Yun slapped Shuyi's hands away, scolding him with a smile. After listening to the first half of the conversation, Chen Yun nodded in agreement. She didn't expect that a man as rich as Shui could be so frugal. But when Shui said the last sentence, Chen Yun instantly felt that she was too naive. Shui, this bad guy, is really not a decent person. Want to go to her house to take a shower and use some shampoo? If she really let Shui, this big pervert, go to her house, wouldn't she become a trembling little white rabbit? Sister Yun, you have such a dirty mind. I really just want to use the shampoo. I don't have any other ideas. Shui looked innocent with a harmless smile on his face. But he put his hands on Chen Yun's shoulders again and continued to knead them. You wish. It's not that easy to take a shower at my house. Chen Yun said with a smile. At this time, the office door was pushed open, and a young woman in uniform and dyed red hair walked in and said, Mr. Chen, I will organize the customer information you asked for. I've been organizing it for a long time and still can't finish it. I'm going to go and organize it again now. I'm deeply sorry to bother you and Mr. Chu. I'll take my leave first. The red-haired woman Xiuli's desire to survive suddenly exploded, and she immediately changed the subject. Then she stepped on her high heels quickly, left the office, closed the door, and hung a do not disturb sign. Chen Yun and Shui looked at each other, feeling a little amused. She didn't expect that she would be seen by her employees while just enjoying Shuyi's massage service, and she reacted so quickly. The most important thing is that Xiaoli is a well-known gossip monger. It won't be long before the gossip about her affair with Chui spreads throughout the company. Chen Yun couldn't say anything. After all, she was the one who asked Xiaoli to sort out the information and bring it to her directly, and she also specifically told her not to knock on the door. Chui spread his hands innocently. This was just too much of a coincidence. Looking at Chen Yun, who was fixing her clothes and hairstyle, Chui said with a smile, "Sister Yun, how about you put down the work at hand for a while, and then we can go have a meal and talk about things?" "No, I haven't finished my work yet, I have to finish it first." When talking about work, Chen Yun's attitude was somewhat serious and his tone was a little tough. Then, thinking that the man in front of him was his boss, Chen Yun softened his tone and said, "Hey Chui, just let me finish the work. It won't take up too much time. Besides, it's only around 9 in the morning, not even 10. How can we go to eat so early? Most of the shops haven't opened yet." Chui slapped his forehead. That's true. He had just finished breakfast not long ago, so it was not the right time to eat now. "Ahem, Sister Yun, I didn't think it through enough. The main reason is that I haven't seen you for a few days. When we met today, I was a little excited. All I could think about was taking you out for dinner and so on, so I was inconsiderate. You go ahead and do your work. I'll go play with my phone and wait for you to get off work." Seeing that Chui finally agreed, Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that she didn't want to have dinner with Chui, but that was just her personality. The work at hand was not finished and she was in no mood to eat. Because of this, her colleagues call her an obsessive-compulsive workaholic. "Chui, go to my lounge and play with your phone. It's more comfortable lying there." Chen Yun pointed to a door behind him and said to Chui. "Okay." Chui agreed with a smile. It just so happened that he didn't get enough sleep last night, so it would be great to have a place to lie down and take a nap. When I entered the lounge, I could smell a nice perfume inside. Chui was amazed. It seemed that Chen Yun was quite knowledgeable about various things that emit fragrance. Whether it was the scent on her body or the scent in the lounge, both were particularly refreshing. It's not like the smell of perfume on some women, which is extremely fragrant, so fragrant that it is pungent. When passing by such a woman, you just want to hold your breath and get away from her as soon as possible. And they still feel good about themselves, thinking they are fragrant and glamorous, and are completely unaware of the bad feelings of others. The lounge is simply furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, a sink, and a makeup mirror. It looks very clean and tidy, without any clutter, probably because there is someone special to clean it every day. Chui took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. I took out my phone to play a few games, opened King of Glory, and logged in. But he found that the silly Chen Xin was also in the game. Chui sent him an appointment message, saying that he wanted to play together in the next game. Chen Xin quickly agreed. So Chui clicked on the watch button, intending to see how Chen Xin played. This guy is notoriously bad at playing but also loves to show off. Even though he is not good at playing, he insists on playing heroes with high skill ceilings such as Yuenga, Luna, and Mulan. When he and his roommates played games together in the past, he was always the first to explode, and then he would call for help from Chui, the jungler. He doesn't call me dad normally, but only calls me when he needs to gank. This is Chen Xin. Chapter 115. Dad, save me. Dad, save me. Help me, Dad. Ah. Chen Xion's slightly miserable cry came from the microphone of the mobile phone. At this time, Chui had already played several games in a duo with Chen Xin. After being carried by Chui for several times, Chen Xion's mentality began to swell. So in this round, he took out his unique hero that had been sealed for a long time, Yuan Gu. At the beginning of the game, I typed with confidence and said to my teammates, if nothing unexpected happens, I will kill them all. However, the opponent is Ma Chao, who was quite capable of restraining Yuan Gu. Therefore, Chen Xion's Yuenga was a little timid from the beginning and did not dare to advance rashly. He hasn't even reached level 4 yet, and Chen Xion has already sent out countless requests for support. Brother E, Daddy, come and support me. It hurt so much when Ma Chao stabbed me with his toothpick. Chen Xion screamed. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be at level 4 soon. In this game, Chui used the jungler Zhuge Liang, whose damage has exceeded the standard recently. Ever since the jungle knife added the passive echo, Zhuge Liang has become invincible as a jungler. As long as the opponent doesn't have Shield Mountain, just kill them all. After clearing the blue buff, Chui's Zhuge Liang was upgraded to level 4. After clicking on the ultimate skill, he headed towards the confrontation lane. Son, call my son, dad is here, quickly seduce Ma Chao. While still in the river, Shui gave the attack signal. Okay, I'll come right up. Chen Xian became alert when he saw Zhuge Liang approaching on the small map. Even if he can't win in a head-on fight, he still has no problem keeping the person. Now Ma Chao is in a state of pushing the line, wandering in front of the tower. There happened to be a cannon cart at this time, so Ma Chao definitely wanted to repair the cannon cart's knife. While Ma Chao was throwing his gun and rushing forward to finish off the cannon cart, Chen Xian immediately controlled Yuan Gu to use his first skill to throw out a puppet clone, then used his fourth skill to rush to Ma Chao's side and used the first part of his third skill to decelerate. Yuan Gu, who had always been timid, suddenly jumped up, which also aroused the vigilance of the enemy Ma Chao. He started sprinting immediately, trying to avoid the control range of Yuenga's puppet and then counterattack or escape. Unfortunately, the puppet clone had already rushed to his side, and Ma Chao, who did not have enhanced normal attacks, found it difficult to move. Chen Xian pressed the second stage of skill 3 with a sly smile on his face, and Ma Chao fell into dizziness. At this time, Shui had already walked out of the grass in the river and launched an icy punishment at Ma Chao. Chen Xian controlled Yuan Gu to finish the remaining 232, and reduced Ma Chao's health to only half. Shui controlled Zhuge Liang to use his second skill to step on Ma Chao's face, then used his first skill to activate his passive skill, and then pressed his ultimate skill to turn around gracefully. Ma Chao, with only half of his health left, was hit by Zhuge Liang and his health was already very low. However, he was still connected to Zhuge Liang's ultimate skill, so he simply gave up resistance and stood there waiting to die. After falling to the ground, he also issued a provocation. Ha, you fought well. Chen Xian was immediately caught. Brother come to the confrontation lane a few more times, and let's mess up his mentality. You don't call me dad now? Shui laughed and teased. Hey, brother what's the use of dad or not? Isn't this the fun of the game? There will always be a way when you reach the mountain, and you have to call your father against the wind. I estimate that it won't be long before you can hear my sincere call again. Chen Xian promised solemnly. I've already helped you catch it once, are you so unconfident? Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was so sure that he would be at a disadvantage? No, brother you are wrong. I am going to sacrifice myself and drive the enemy crazy. Chen Xian said and fell into a brief silence. After a while, Shui saw the words typed by Chen Xian on the public screen. Xiao Ma Chao, your stick is thinner than Wu's stick, and it doesn't hurt me at all. You are a loser. If my hands weren't disabled and I had to use my feet to control a Yuenga to fight against you, your little fortune stick would have been cut off by me long ago. Shui glanced at the opponent Ma Chao's ID with a strange look on his face. Milk candy. It looks like a girl. What's the point of Chen Xian's ridicule? Unexpectedly, Ma Chao quickly typed a reply. No wonder, I was wondering why you played Yuenga, a hero who only needed hands, so badly. It turns out you don't have hands. Not to be outdone, Chen Xian sent another message. Yeah, even without hands, I can still fight back and forth with your Ma Chao, and get an assist by the way. Lulu. After that, Ma Chao did not reply. It's just that the attack in the landing phase has become more fierce and more offensive than before. As a jungler, Shui needs to look at the overall situation and cannot just stick to the confrontation lane. Relatively speaking, if the development road is well controlled, the advantage of our team will be more obvious. Furthermore, the support in this game is the interference Liu Chan, and the shooter is Marco Polo, which is very suitable for tower diving and killing. So when Shui's economy was in an advantageous period, he temporarily let go of the confrontation lane and let Chen Xian bear the pressure alone. He visited the development lane many times, cooperating with Liu Chan and Marco Polo, and killed enemies by crossing the tower many times. The headcount and economy increased rapidly. Except for Shui's Zhuge Liang, Marco Polo and Liu Chan's economy also gradually gained an advantage. Wang Zhaojun in the middle lane would come over from time to time to get an assist or a kill, and everyone was having a great time. Only from time to time, Chen Xian's wailing could be heard. Brother Father help! This Ma Chao is crazy. He tried to kill me by crossing the tower, but now that one tower is gone, I can't even get my soldiers. As long as I dare to kill the soldiers, he will sprint all the way to stab me. Even if I use my puppet displacement, ultimate skill, and flash, I can't escape. What a sin! Listening to the wailing coming from the microphone, Shui held back his laughter and grabbed it seriously. Yuenga is such a bad player yet he dares to cheat others. Cheating others would be one thing, but he is so arrogant. Now you know the pain. It's a good opportunity for you to let Ma Chao lend you some Yuenga fun, and for the clumsy people to play as Lu Bu and Lianpa, isn't that great? As a result, the whole game turned into two completely different situations. In order to be able to kill Yuenga multiple times, Ma Chao controlled the river in the confrontation road, which also made it convenient for him to escape when encountering enemy ganks. As long as Yuenga comes to eat the soldiers or gain experience from a distance, he will be killed by Ma Chao. When Chuyi's Zhuge Liang appeared in the bottom lane, Ma Chao immediately pushed the troops under the tower and killed Yuan Gu. The confrontation lane turned into a one-sided bullying of Yuan Gu by Ma Chao. In the middle and lower parts of the map, Zhuge Liang leads his teammates to kill the enemy. It's like ice and fire. Chen Yun's suffering ended only after the enemy's second tower in the middle and lower lanes was pushed down. Because the game time is still short and the enemy resurrects very quickly, it is somewhat difficult to go to the high ground to destroy the crystal. If you fail in a team battle by accident, you may lose the advantage. So Chuyi planned to push down all three enemy towers. In this way, not only can the opponent's development space be compressed, but the gathering of three super soldiers can also make it very easy to win the game. So when Chuyi brought the other three teammates to the confrontation road to catch people, Chen Yun was very proud. He typed directly to his teammates, "Dads, you are finally here, I was pricked and it hurt so much. Woo woo woo." The teammates burst into laughter and uttered a series of ha 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 ha. The game atmosphere is very cheerful. Chapter 116, Can we start a car company? Ever since Chuyi led his teammates to support the confrontation road, Chen Yun changed his original wretched attitude and posted all kinds of villainous words on the public screen. "Hey, Xiao Chow Chow, come and stab me again. Hey, isn't my counterattack with low health cool? Hey, see you next time, GG." After playing a few more games with Chen Yun, Chuyi felt a little bored because of the winning streak and the random kills, so he stopped the game. There is no way, once you start killing people indiscriminately in the game of Honor of Kings, it will soon become boring. So sometimes, good technology can help people who just want to have fun to quit their internet addiction. Chuyi glanced at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. He estimated that Chen Yun should have finished the work at hand. Walking out of the lounge, I found Chen Yun stretching. From behind, her slender waist and plump hips formed a perfect curve. In addition, Chen Yun was wearing a shirt and a pencil skirt today, which added a bit of temptation. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Chen Yun turned to look at Chuyi and said with a smile, "I'm done, let's go and have lunch." "Okay." Chuyi smiled and nodded, and the two left the company together. After getting on the Koenigsegg Gemera, Chuyi asked Chen Yun, "Sister Yun, do you know if there's any good food nearby? I'm not familiar with this area, so why don't you pick the place?" Chen Yun rolled up a few strands of hair with her fingers, thought for a while and said, "Well, since it's lunch, let's have Chinese food. How about it?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chuyi raised both hands in agreement. "Then let's go to Jianlelay Road. There is a Chinese restaurant that serves delicious food with fresh ingredients. I heard that it is a renovated century-old restaurant." Chen Yun clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, beautiful lady, please sit tight and fasten your seatbelt. The driver is about to start the car." Chuyi said with a smile, then started the supercar and headed for Jianlelay Avenue. Jianlelay Avenue is not far from Jiannan International Shopping Center, only about 10 minutes drive away. Both are located in the business district of Jiannan City Center. It's just that the shopping center focuses on shopping, while Jianlelay Avenue has more food. Guided by the navigation, Chuyi found the Chinese restaurant that Chen Yun mentioned. The decoration style is somewhat ancient, and the store sign is also a plaque with gold-plated regular script, with 5 words written on it, Hong Yun Dragon Restaurant. Although Chuyi didn't know much about calligraphy, it didn't stop him from saying WTF in his heart. When everyone encounters something worthy of appreciation, they can't help but praise it with the most sincere words. "The decoration style of this store is nice, I like it very much," Chen Yun said with a smile. "The decoration style is okay, and I think the words on the plaque are nice," Chuyi said, touching his chin. "You also know calligraphy?" Chen Yun was a little surprised. I don't understand." Chuyi rejected it decisively. "Ha, you're still pretending to know a lot. Okay, stop looking at me. Let's go eat. I'm starving." Chen Yun was amused by Chuyi and pulled him inside. Chuyi did not struggle and let Chen Yun pull him. Her soft hands were warm and felt good to the touch. Looking at the back of Chen Yun holding his hand, Shui smiled slightly and said, "Oh, it's not that I don't know how to pretend to know, but beautiful things are worth appreciating, just like your figure, I also appreciate it." Chen Yun turned her head and rolled her eyes at Shui. "You old driver, you always bring the topic to me." "You are wrong. I am a gentleman." Shui smiled and looked calm. "A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman." I know. Mr. Chu, please stop teasing me." Chen Yun couldn't help but smile and said with a stiff head. "Okay, Miss Chen." Shui laughed. Corny love words are sometimes very effective. Of course, whether it works or not depends on the man's conditions. Looking handsome, it works. Having money works. Anyway, as long as the boy meets the girl's aesthetic standards, the effect of saying cheesy love words will be very good. As soon as the two entered Hongyun Pavilion, a young lady in ancient costume came to greet them and lead the way. "Good afternoon, everyone. Come this way." Shui took a quick look and found that the waiters in this restaurant were of very good quality in all aspects. They are all handsome men and beautiful women, and they have good conversation and politeness, the basic qualities required for the service industry. The customer service alone was quite good, at least Shui felt very comfortable. Only when customers enjoy high-quality services can they become repeat customers. The owner of this store must be an experienced person. After we sat down, the waitress in ancient costume handed us the menu, folded her hands in front of her and bowed, then asked with a smile, "You two can take a look at the menu. Our restaurant has a variety of cuisines, which will definitely satisfy our customers." Chen Yun handed the menu to Shui and said with a smile, "Shui, you order first." No, you order first. Order what you like. I can order more if I think there's something missing." Shui handed the menu back. "Okay then." Chen Yun wasn't polite. She glanced at the menu and ordered the signature dish Buddha jumps over the wall, followed by lychee meat and stir-fried clams. "I've ordered. Now, take a look and see what else you want to eat." "Good." Shui took the menu, took a look at the dishes Chen Yun ordered an oyster omelette and braised pork with preserved vegetables, and then handed the menu to the waiter. "Please wait, the food will be served soon." The waiter took the menu and bowed again before leaving. "Okay, now can you tell me what you want to talk to me about?" Chen Yun poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to Shui, and asked with a smile. "Sister Yun, you keep talking about business, and the atmosphere of our dinner has been ruined." Shui saw that Chen Yun was obsessed with this matter, so he teased her and said seriously, "It's nothing, it's just that I want to start a car company, but the management structure is not yet established, so I want to talk to you." "You want to start a car company?" Chen Yun looked at Shui in surprise, with disbelief written on her face. "Yeah, what's wrong? Isn't it just a car company? Can't I drive?" Shui took a sip of tea, leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on his legs, and looked at Chen Yun with a relaxed and comfortable expression. "Mr. Chu, it's not that I don't trust you, but a car company is not something that laymen like us can handle." When it came to business, Chen Yun even changed his address. She was afraid that Shui would fall into the trap without knowing anything. If he suffered too much loss, even if Shui's family was rich, he would be punished by his father, right? "Sister Yun, although my understanding of the automotive industry can only be considered that of an outsider, when it comes to new energy vehicles, all the people in the world are outsiders in front of me," Shui said confidently. Shui had anticipated Chen Yun's reaction, and the only thing he wanted to do when he came to her today was to convince her. Shui now has money and technology, everything is ready. If he is still afraid of losses, what's the point? Just go home and exercise with Chen Yun to make a little man. Chapter 117 Chen Yun's shock. Chen Yun had a strange look on her face and didn't believe what Shui said. "Everyone in the world is an outsider in front of you? How is that possible?" "It's just that Shui is her boss after all, and she also has a good impression of Shui." So Chen Yun didn't say what she was thinking, but said in a slightly euphemistic way, "Shui, I really don't know much about the automotive industry, and there are a lot of things going on in the shopping mall right now." Chen Yun's meaning was very clear, and Shui also heard the implication of her words. "Sister Yun, don't rush to refuse. I came to you just to ask you to be responsible for the internal administrative management of the company. I will hire elites from the automotive industry to take charge of professional matters." Shui spread his hands and said with a smile, "As for the matter of Jiannan International Shopping Center, you can just take care of it when you have time. I don't expect to make money from this anyway." Chen Yun was a little confused. Jiannan International Shopping Center was such a large and high-end shopping mall, but Shui actually looked down on it. You don't expect to make money from this. Did you buy this place just to play house? Is this the happiness of rich people? Oh my god. Seeing that Chen Yun didn't say anything, Shui continued, if Sister Yun agrees, the salary will be the same as the general manager's annual salary of the shopping center, and the salary of the shopping center will also be paid as usual. What do you think? Chen Yun's eyes lit up. According to this, wouldn't her annual salary double instantly? There is no one who doesn't like money. Chen Yun also likes money, and she likes making money in a legitimate way even more. She was just in charge of administrative management, which was nothing to her. Even for cross-industry and cross-border automobile companies, the administrative management aspects are similar. All you need to do is recruit enough middle-level and grassroots managers and then implement the rules and regulations she sets. However, there is still a problem facing Chen Yun. That is whether Chui will incur losses. Although she was very tempted by the conditions offered by Chui, she also didn't want Chui to lose money on his investment. Whether it was out of her affection for Chui or her own conscience, she didn't want to see such a thing happen. If Chui suddenly wanted to enter the automotive industry on a whim without any preparation, Chen Yun would never agree to Chui's request. They might even persuade him to give up this risky investment. Chui, you said you know a lot about new energy vehicles. Can you come up with something substantial? Although I really want to earn 2 salaries, I don't want you to lose money. The investment required for a car company is not small. Chen Yun asked Chui seriously, holding his chin with one hand and tapping the table with the other. Sister Yun, let's put it this way. You help me set up the company and recruit administrative staff first. As for me, I will ask my friends if they know any elite experts in the automotive industry. Once I have organized a group of professionals, I will come up with something substantial for you to see. Chui said with a smile on his face, confidently. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun was actually worried that he would suffer losses, which made Chui feel a little happy. At least the connection between the two is not simply based on financial gain. From this point, it can also be seen that Chen Yun should have a good impression of him. So this also made Chui appreciate Chen Yun even more, no matter her character, ability, willow waist, hips, beautiful legs. Yeah. They are all very cute. Okay, deal. Chen Yun raised her red lips into a charming smile and nodded in agreement. It's settled then. Chui smiled and nodded. The first step is okay, and the next step of registering the company can be left to Chen Yun. At this time, Chui's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Pei Yunxian calling, so he said to Chen Yun, "Sorry, Sister Yun, I have to take a call." Okay. Of course there was no reason for Chen Yun to refuse, so she nodded and said, "Hey, Master, I've done what you asked me to help with," Pei Yunxian said with some excitement. Chui was a little surprised. He didn't expect the efficiency to be so fast. He had only returned from Nangang village for a few days, and the results came out. Tell me what the appropriate way is, Chui asked excitedly. He was very happy to bring disaster to those disgusting villagers. Based on the evidence the police have, the Dongfu County Procuratorate will bring charges against those criminals. The lawyer told me that they will have to serve a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison, Pei Yunxian said with a smile, his tone somewhat gloating. He also understood the situation more or less, and after knowing the actions of those villagers, he was very happy to see this result. Good. Well done. Chui was also very happy. I will tell Chen Yun about this good news later to make her happy too. Please help me contact your uncle, and we will arrange a time for a donation ceremony, and then I will donate the 1 billion I promised before. Chui would certainly not forget the promise he made. Since the police attach so much importance to his case, he will certainly keep his promise. Moreover, Chui will need official help if he wants to enter the automotive industry next. I can take this opportunity to get to know some official leaders. This will only bring benefits and no harm. Because it's a win-win situation for everyone. If Chui chooses a site in Jiannan City to build a car factory, it will bring huge benefits to the Jiannan City government. Whether it is the taxes paid every year or the jobs created by the automobile factory, they are all great political achievements. Okay, Master, you are so generous. I will contact my uncle right now. For some reason, Pei Yunxian felt proud when he heard that Chui was going to donate 1 billion to the police system. This is his master. His master was able to donate 1 billion to the police system, which was inseparable from his role as a bridge maker. Recently, his uncle comes to his house from time to see his father, and he praises him one after another. Thanks to this, his father has beaten him less often recently. Okay, I'll hang up first. I have something else to do. Okay, master, go ahead and do your thing. After hanging up the phone, Pei Yunshan held the phone with a silly smile on his face. It seems that his master has a distinguished family background and is much more powerful than he imagined. In the future, if you build a good relationship with him and do better in life, you won't have to worry about being beaten by your dad anymore. Pei Yunshuan's dream is so plain and simple. While Chui was on the phone, the ordered dishes had already arrived one after another. But Chen Yun didn't move her chopsticks. She stared at Chui blankly, with waves of turmoil in her heart. What had she just heard? $1 billion in donations? Is this true or false? Chapter 118. Sister Yun, let us play together tonight? Chen Yun was filled with shock. When this kind of thing happened in front of her, her first reaction was to think of the blind date videos on the internet. But based on her understanding of Chui, this 1 billion donation is very likely real. Judging from Chui's previous spending behavior at Patek Philippe, and his words that showed he didn't care much about Jiannan International Shopping Center, he is a wealthy man with huge assets. There was no need to pretend to make a phone call and lie to her about donating 1 billion. No wonder Chui downplayed the idea of founding a car company. Has his assets reached this level? That's right. For someone who can easily donate 1 billion yuan, investing in and starting a car company seems to be nothing. Well, it turns out that his previous worry about Chui's losses was completely in vain. Chui put the phone into his pocket and saw Chen Yun staring at him blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Sister Yun, what's wrong with you? Chui waved his hand in front of Chen Yun and asked. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so rich and donate 1 billion yuan so casually. It seems that I was too sentimental before and worried about you for nothing. Chen Yun said with a wry smile. Look at what you said. It's all in vain that you worry about me. Chui said with a smile. No one doesn't like the feeling of being cared for. Chui picked up the spoon, scooped a few spoonfuls of Buddha jumps over the wall for Chen Yun and handed it to her. Then he scooped another spoonful for himself and continued, money is just a number to me, but your concern is much more important to me than money. Chui grinned and looked at Chen Yun steadily. Chen Yun was a little overwhelmed by Chui's direct gaze, and quickly turned her eyes away, not daring to look him in the face. If I had known you were so rich, I should have asked for a little more salary. Chen Yun wrinkled her small nose and began to taste Buddha jumps over the wall. Salary is easy to talk about. Once the car company's product line is established, profits will be guaranteed. By then, the year-end dividends will definitely satisfy you. Not to mention making it onto the rich list, at least achieving small goals will be no problem. Chui promised with a hearty smile. The new energy vehicle technology he masters is not only ahead of all the car companies in the world, but his cost control is also extremely good. As long as the price is reasonable and its excellent performance surpasses similar cars, it will definitely become a hit. What follows is a steady stream of profits. Then I'll wait and see. If I don't achieve my small goal by the end of the year, how are you going to compensate me? Chen Yun smiled and teased Chui. Well, if it really doesn't work, I have hundreds of millions of elite soldiers on standby at all times, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied? Chui increased the speed of the car and drove onto the highway in an instant. Rascal! Chen Yun's cheeks turned red. She didn't expect that he could drive like this. This Chui was really too perverted. What hundreds of millions of elite soldiers? It's just, humph. Come on, have some oyster omelette. Chui looked calm, not feeling like he was being a hooligan at all, and naturally picked up a piece of oyster omelette for Chen Yun. Chen Yun nodded and put the oyster omelette into her mouth. Chui chuckled and continued, oysters are known as the gas station for men and the beauty salon for women. Eating them is good for the body and replenishes zinc. They have very high nutritional value. I don't know whether it's beauty treatment or not, I just feel like you're driving again. Chen Yun chewed the delicious food carefully while pretending to look disgusted. Ha, you found out. Chui laughed and didn't argue. He just focused on eating. Seeing this, Chen Yun didn't say anything and began to enjoy the food seriously. It's just that Chui didn't T-speak for a long time, which made her a little uncomfortable. Chui, why did you suddenly stop talking? Chen Yun put down her chopsticks and asked Chui. I think the reason you found out I was driving is because I ran out of gas, which slowed down the car, so I needed to add some gas. Shui said with a smile after swallowing the last bite of fried oysters. Can you think of something serious? All you do is tease me while driving. Chen Yun said angrily. No, it's because you are so charming. Shui did not hesitate to praise you. Sure enough, Chen Yun covered her mouth and smiled, and it seemed that she was very pleased with this. You are so sweet, you must be a veteran in the love field. Sister Yun, you are lying. How do you know I am sweet when you haven't even tasted it? Shui raised his eyebrows and said with a smirk. He. I won't talk to you about this anymore. I can't argue with you. Chen Yun's cheeks turned red because of Shui's teasing, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. As the saying goes, women don't love bad men. Women are actually not disgusted by the teasing of bad men. Of course, the most crucial point is whether this bad man is attractive enough to women. If there is not enough attraction, flirting words will only turn into harassment. The two finished their lunch happily. But this time there is no reward of having dinner with the most beautiful woman. It seems I can only get it for free this time. After sending Chen Yun back to the company's office, Shui said goodbye. Sister Yun, I'm sorry to bother you with registering the company and setting up the administrative management system. If you need any information from me, just call me. That's all for today, we'll make an appointment next time. Are you leaving just like that? Chen Yun pouted, looking a little disappointed. You bastard, you only think of her when you need help. Otherwise, are you expecting something to happen between us? Shui took a step forward, only a few dozen centimeters away from Chen Yun, staring into her eyes and smiling. No way. Chen Yun quickly took a step back and shook his head. Then I'll leave? Shui said with a smile. Go ahead. Chen Yun nodded immediately. Looking at Shui's departing figure, Chen Yun bit her lip. Humph, stinky Shui. He just came to have lunch with her. He also asked her to help with matters related to the car company. It was a waste of time. At this time, Shui, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and asked with a smile, Sister Yun, do you want to go out and play together tonight? Relax. He also noticed that Chen Yun was in a low mood, so he decided to make another appointment with her in the evening. It just so happened that Chen Yun went to school these days and lived in the school dormitory, so Shui had free time for evening activities. Chen Yun didn't expect Shui to suddenly attack her and was stunned for a moment. But she still nodded subconsciously and agreed, okay. Then her face turned red, wondering how could she agree to him so easily. However, I still have some expectations. Then wait for my call tonight. Shui smiled and made a phone call gesture. New. Chapter 119, Stimulating or Gentle. Not long after leaving Jiannan International Shopping Center, Shui received a call from Pei Yunxian. Because he was still driving, Shui turned on the hands-free function. Master, my uncle said that you can decide the time for the donation. It depends on when you are free. It will be convenient for them. Pei Yunxian's tone was a little excited. Just now his uncle praised him a lot, which is a rare treatment. Okay, let's do it tomorrow. Shui said with a smile, and then he asked, by the way, do you know any places in Jiannan that are more suitable for taking girls to play? If so, please recommend one. I'm going out with Chen Yun tonight, but Shui has little experience in this area, so he can ask Pei Yunxian. As the eldest son of the Pei family, he should know a lot about the entertainment venues in Jiannan City. Hey, master, you're asking the wrong person. Shi Juanhe is the veteran in this area. Shui could imagine Pei Yunxian's grimacing expression even through the phone. Okay, then I'll go ask Shi Juanhe. Shui nodded and ended the call with Pei Yunxian. Shi Juanhe and Pei Yunxian met at a party organized by Pei Yunxian. They exchanged phone numbers but never kept in touch. Now that he suddenly came to him, Shui still felt a little embarrassed. But it's not a big deal, just asking about entertainment venues, so it's okay. Shui didn't plan to ask in vain, as Qi Jun and his family happened to be in the mining business. Shui is going to start a car company next, and the demand for metals will be huge. If Qi Juanhe happens to have minerals that meet his needs, then the two parties can reach a cooperation, which can be considered a win-win situation. I called Qi Juanhe, and after a while the call was connected. Qi Juanhe's slightly panting voice came, Brother-y, what's the matter? A woman's slightly resentful voice came from the other end of the phone, whose call is this? Why are you answering it at this time? Chi Juanha moved his phone a little further away and yelled at the woman on the bed, "Shut up." The woman pursed her lips in grievance and pulled up the quilt to cover her private parts. With just a few words, Shui imagined a pornographic scene in his mind. My goodness, he is already doing it in the middle of the day and it's almost afternoon. This guy is even more outrageous than those who commit adultery in broad daylight. He is worthy of being the playboy in Pei Yunxuan's words. Mr. Qi, why don't you go and do your work first? Shui asked with a little embarrassment. Hey! Brother E, you are being too polite. I was just doing aerobic exercise, so it's not a big deal. Brother Yi's matter is more important. Even though they were separated by a phone, Shi Juan has said with a serious face. Shuyi's lavish spending at the charity dinner that day left a deep impression on him. This shows that the family behind Shui is very powerful. It would definitely be best if both sides could get closer. Now Shui suddenly called him, he must need help with something, so isn't this a favor? When it comes to doing sports, are connections as important? Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for you this time because I want to trouble you with two things. Shui said with a smile. Brother E, you don't have to be polite. If you have any problem, just come to me. In this small piece of land in Jiannan City, my words still carry weight. Shi Juanha thought that Shui had encountered something and spoke quickly. It's not a big deal. I just want to ask, is there any place in Jiannan City suitable for taking girls to play? I just asked Pei Yunxian, and he said you know more about it, so I came to find you. After hearing Chuyi's words, Shi Juanha showed a strange smile on his face. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be about picking up girls. Brother E, do you want to play something more exciting or a little gentler? Shi Juanha immediately gave a plan. Be more specific, and I'll see which one to play. Shui really didn't understand the difference between exciting and gentle. Of course, the more exciting thing is to go to Wonderland Carnival. This is a high-end nightclub in Jiannan City. The resident quality is extremely high. Various large-scale performances can make the hormones of those who consume and soar. There is a 5-star hotel next to it, which is very convenient. The gentler ones are more romantic, such as drinking a little wine on a luxury cruise ship, chatting about life, and you can also customize surprises, which is more suitable for talking about love. Shi Juanhai is very experienced in this area and talks about it in a very eloquent manner. The girls lying on the bed widened their eyes. They didn't expect that this guy was actually a hidden veteran. He pretended to be a rookie last night. Oh, forget it. He is handsome and rich, so I am not losing out anyway. After listening to Chi Juanha's introduction, Shui finally understood the difference between stimulation and gentleness. A more exciting way is to use the carnival atmosphere of Wonderland to make the girl lose her mind, and then have some wine to help boost the fun, and you can basically win her over that night. The gentler ones are places for romance and love, suitable for cultivating feelings and letting things come naturally. However, Shui felt that he could have both. Anyway, these are all things he has never played before, so he can try them out. Life is about constant experience and exploration. Only by learning more new things can you reach the next level. I think both of them are very interesting. Please arrange them for me. Tell me how much it will cost. The hard work reward will not be small. Shui said to Chi Juanha with interest. He was quite looking forward to this kind of activity. After all, you have never played it before, so it is normal to be curious and feel fresh. Moreover, Shui also wanted to find out what that large-scale performance that Chi Juanha mentioned was. Brother E, don't worry. Since you have come to me, I will definitely make all the arrangements for you, but there is no need to pay for your hard work. Chi Juanha said with a smile. Besides, how can you ask me for help and then pay for it yourself? I, old Chi, don't like anything else but playing. If you treat me as a friend, don't ask me for money. Chi Juanha certainly wouldn't let Shui pay for it himself, otherwise, wouldn't his help be of little use? In the ways of the world, there should be give and take, and only then can the relationships become stronger and stronger. He is treating us this time, and next time if Shui needs help, he will definitely not refuse. Shui didn't act pretentiously and agreed readily. Okay, in that case, I would like to thank Mr. Chi. Anyway, this kind of entertainment activity 1T cost Chi Juanha much money. Moreover, he also has a big cake to give to Chi Juanha. Since their family is in the mineral business, even if they cannot supply the metal materials that Shui needs, they will definitely be able to find a source of supply. Hey, Brother E, don't call me Master Chi. It sounds like Master Chi. And if you call me that muscular baboon Pei Yunxian will definitely give me a hard time. Shi Juanhe made a joke. Haha, okay. Shui nodded and continued, Old Chi, I heard that your family is in the mineral business. I have a project for you. I wonder if you can handle it. Shi Juanhe's eyes lit up. Wow, the highlight is here. Chapter 120 Encounter with Tao Li. Brothery, tell me, in Jiannan, my Chi family has the largest mineral business. If our family can't take it all in, then it will be impossible for other families. Shi Juanhe said excitedly. He thought they were just a few simple things, but he didn't expect such good things to happen. It's like this. Next, I plan to open a car company and enter the automotive industry, so I have a high demand for steel, aluminum alloys, and various metal materials for manufacturing auto parts. Shui said with a faint smile. Fuck, brothery, are you serious? Shi Juanhe was also shocked. He knows a lot about the automobile industry, and the current market situation can be described as one in which many leaders have emerged and are competing with each other endlessly. In Long Island alone, there are dozens of car companies competing with each other, and foreign car companies are eyeing them covetously. The Magic City even introduced a wholly owned car company for the sake of technology. At present, Longwa's independent car brands mainly target the SUV market below 150,000 yuan, and sedans are still slightly inferior. As for high-end models, Longwa's independent car companies are attempting to overtake others in the new energy vehicle race. There is no way fuel-powered vehicles started too late. Currently, there is a Chinese independent car company called Belle that serves as a flagship player in the field of new energy and can barely compete with Tesla, a wholly owned car company introduced by Shanghai. Other domestic brands have also made efforts in the field of new energy and have successively released production plans for hybrid models. At a time when the automotive industry is undergoing tremendous changes, Shui actually wants to enter the automotive industry. This is simply like throwing money into an incinerator, and everything will be reduced to ashes. Shui didn't take Shi Juanhe's reaction to heart. He knew that before he made a truly excellent product, no one would believe that he could succeed. After all, for people who don't know the inside story, entering the automotive industry is indeed a bit unreliable. If Shui had not obtained the new energy vehicle technology as a reward from the system, he would not have been able to enter the market and burn money. However, Shui did not give any further explanation. All he had to do was present the final result in front of everyone, and that was enough. There is no point in explaining more now. I've already been preparing for this. If we can cooperate with you, we'll discuss the details of the contract in a few days. The initial investment is expected to be 10 billion, so you don't have to worry about the payment. Shui cut the Gordian knot and asked Shi Juanhe directly whether he was willing to cooperate. Brothery, there is no problem with cooperation. My family also provides metal, steel, and other materials to Belle. But isn't it a little late for you to enter the automotive industry at this time? Although he could make considerable profits by cooperating with Shi Juanhe was not someone who only cared about immediate interests. He still wanted to remind Shui to fulfill his obligations as a friend. Don't worry, 10 billion is nothing to me. I don't care even if I lose it all. Shui said lightly. What's more, I'm not a headless fly without a goal. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were not sure, would you rush into the battlefield of capital fighting with 10 billion? Shui's last sentence left Shi Juanhe speechless, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. No one would squander their money casually, let alone the amount of money is not small. Okay, brothery, since you are so confident, I won't say much. Our family has no problem with this project. Let's sit down and talk in a few days to discuss the specific cooperation matters together. Shi Juanhe said with a wry smile. Also, I wish you success in advance. Becoming a tycoon in the automotive industry. Then I'll lend you my good wishes. Shui smiled faintly. His goal is not just to become a tycoon, but to transform himself into a bloody butcher holding a butcher knife and slaughter all the car tycoons in the market. Now, these car companies that are still fighting each other will either be swallowed up by him or eliminated by him. No one can escape. Brothery, let's do this for now. I'll arrange the Wonderland Carnival and the luxury cruise for you, and I'll call you in the evening. Okay. Shui nodded and hung up the phone. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Shui drove to Jiangbei University. He planned to tell Chen Yun that the villagers in Yunnan Gang Village were about to have a big bowl of prison food, and by the way, kiss their little mouths and pinch their little butts. And I haven't been to school for several days. I wonder what Xia Ziqing thinks. Not long after, Shui returned to the campus. Walking on the green path, looking at the female college students coming and going, Shui sighed. University is still more youthful and energetic. Hey, isn't this Shui? You've become famous in the school forum recently. A clear and pleasant voice came from behind. Shui turned his head, but saw no one. Hey, you make me look so invisible. The voice came again, and Shui lowered his head and saw that it was Tao Li. Looking at Tao Li, who was standing with her hands on her hips and looking very angry, Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the reason why he didn't see Tao Li just now was because Tao Li was a little close to him, and Tao Li was only about 1.5 meters tall. She couldn't see him if he wasn't careful. Today, Tao Li had long straight black hair flowing behind her head, and she was wearing a slim t-shirt and jeans, and a pair of small leather boots. This combination can make you look taller, and the small leather boots can also add a little height. Ahem, little lowly, long time no see. Shui coughed dryly and greeted her with a familiar name. I am not Lori. Tao Li became even angrier when she heard Shui calling her little lowly. This guy, first he didn't see her, and then he called her a little lowly. That's enough. Shui took a step forward, stretched out his hand to hold Tao Li's head, and compared her height, which was only up to his chest, and said with a smile, I know, you are not a little lowly, you are a legal lowly. Ah. Shui. I'm going to fight you. Ever since they became familiar with each other, Shui would always call her a lowly. Tao Li, who had always been dissatisfied with her height, hated it most when others called her a lowly. Even though I'm in my 20s, I'm sometimes mistaken for a junior high or high school student. So whenever Shui said this, Tao Li would get angry. However, Shui stretched out a hand and pressed it against Tao Li's forehead. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't reach Shui at all. After Tao Li calmed down a little, Shui smiled and said, Okay, don't be so angry. You will get old if you get angry all the time. Humph. It's because you always make me angry. Let go. Tao Li said angrily. Then you must not launch a sneak attack. No. Then I'll let go. Hurry up. As soon as Shui loosened his hand, Tao Li shouted, Take this serious punch from me. Tao Li's punching movements seemed slow and non-threatening to Shui, but Shui did not dodge or parry. Instead, he stood there carelessly, allowing Tao Li's small fist to hit his chest. What power can a little Lolita's fist have? Just let her vent her anger. But after punching him, Tao Li covered her mouth and exclaimed, Oh my god, when did your chest muscles become so big? Chapter 121. Tao Li is moving. Shui covered his chest with his hands, a painful expression on his face, and said nothing. Hey, I didn't even use any strength just now, why are you pretending? Tao Li said with her hands on her hips, looking disdainful. You. Shui's painful expression remained unchanged, and he spoke with a breathless look, and waved to Tao Li. Seeing him like this, Tao Li felt a little surprised. How could she beat Shui like this with such little strength? It was just a serious punch. What's more, his chest muscles are so big, the power of this punch must have been offset by half, right? However, Tao Li still walked towards Shui obediently. Because Shui was whispering something at this moment, but the distance was too far for her to hear clearly. When Tao Li came closer, Shui leaned over and whispered in her ear, You took advantage of me, can you forgive me? I would never take advantage of you. I was obviously hitting you. Tao Li took 2 steps back and stared at Shui. Shui chuckled, Do you know that beating is love and scolding is care? If you are a ghost, then you are a little ghost. I finally understand what the saying means, it's easy to mess with the king of hell, but it's hard to mess with the little devils. Humph. You're the little devil. You're a big-headed and big-breasted ghost. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm busy moving. Tao Li crossed her arms, shook her hair and left. Hey, aren't you living in the dormitory arranged by the school? Why do you want to move suddenly? Shui stepped forward to stop her and asked curiously. It's nothing. I just saved enough money now, and I plan to open a clinic outside. I have already resigned, so I moved all my things out. Tao Li said with a smile, looking somewhat happy. Congratulations. I heard that the clinic is making a lot of money. Does that mean you'll be a rich woman in the future? Shui couldn't utter the word rich lowly out loud. It's okay to tease girls once in a while. It is indeed not a good idea to often tell jokes that girls don't like. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. How can I be considered a rich woman in front of you, young Master Chu? I don't know how many years I will have to work to be able to afford a car like yours. Tao Li was obviously still angry and her words were full of sarcasm. Seeing this, Chu Yi didn't mind. This is Tao Li's personality. She will hold a grudge for what happened at the time, but will forget it after a while. She is the kind of girl who is straightforward and gets angry quickly. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you little lowly. How about this, I help you move? Chu Yi apologized with a smile and proposed a compensation plan. Tao Li didn't say anything, but looked Chu Yi up and down with a scrutinizing look. Well, although this guy often says bad things about her, he is quite efficient at work. Plus, he must have been exercising recently, and his chest muscles have become a lot bigger. If we ask him to help with the moving, it's not impossible. Well, since you're so sincere, I'll mercifully agree to your request. Tao Li's scrutinizing expression changed and she said with a smile. Then she asked again, but, don't you have classes in the afternoon? I don't have many classes in the afternoon. It's mainly because I have something to do at school. Chu Yi nodded, and the existing courses were cancelled by him. Go to your dormitory and wait for me. I'll come find you in half an hour. Although he had to help Tao Li move, Chu Yi did not forget the purpose of coming to school. Half an hour should be enough to find Chen Yun and Xie Ziqing. Fortunately, Chen Yun was not in the same class as him, otherwise he would have run into Xie Ziqing. Then it's settled. You can't stand me up. Tao Li waved goodbye and skipped away singing. Her back looked excited. Small girls have little strength to begin with, and such a big project as moving makes Tao Li even more overwhelmed. Now that she has Chu Yi's help, she doesn't feel so tired anymore. Ha, this little lowly. Chu Yi smiled and shook his head, muttering something in a low voice. Before, Chu Yi already had a girlfriend, so he didn't have the heart to pursue Tao Li. But now, he thinks differently. If you have money and free time, you must chase the girl you like. How can you let others get it for you? What's more, she is a top-notch lowly like Tao Li. It would be a shame not to experience it. Chu Yi walked towards the classroom where Chen Yun was. On the way, I called Chen Yun and asked her to meet me downstairs of the teaching building. Because Chen Yun's personality is still a bit introverted, if Chu Yi rashly went to her class to meet her, she would probably be embarrassed to death by the noise of her classmates. So Chu Yi thought of a more compromising approach. It was class time and there were not many students nearby. When Chu Yi was 200 or 300 meters away from the teaching building, he saw Chen Yun's lonely figure. Chen Yun also saw Chu Yi and was waving at him. Chu Yi. Jian Yun. Chu Yi ran towards her with a smile on his face. Chen Yun also trotted towards Chu Yi, and the two of them hugged each other tightly, and it took a long time for them to separate. Chen Yun raised her head and looked at Chu Yi, with a sweet smile on her face, and said, "Why are you calling me down at this time? I'm still in class." Hee, I have good news to tell you. Chu Yi said with a mysterious smile. Good news? What good news? Chen Yun was a little curious. Guess first. If you guess right, there will be a reward. Chu Yi smiled and pinched Chen Yun's face, keeping the secret. Then you have to tell me what the reward is first. Chen Yun shook Chu Yi's arm and said in a soft voice. Close your eyes and I'll tell you. Chu Yi said with a smile. Chen Yun did as he was told, put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Ha! Chen Yun opened her eyes in confusion. She didn't expect Chu Yi to be so bold in school. If her classmates saw her, she wouldn't dare talk to them. After a long while, Chu Yi finally let go of Chen Yun with satisfaction. Hey, this is the reward. Chu Yi said with a wicked smile. You are so bad. Chen Yun stamped her feet in shame. You are not afraid of being seen doing this kind of thing in school. What's there to be afraid of? I kiss my wife, it's normal. Chu Yi was not panicked at all. No one could see it anyway. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Those villagers in Nangang village who extorted your family have now been prosecuted by the Procuratorate of Dongfu County. I estimate that each of them will serve a long sentence, so they will have to endure it for a while. Chu Yi returned to seriousness and said with a smile. Ah. This. Chen Yun widened his eyes, too excited to speak. Chapter 122 Time Management Master. That's great. Evildoers will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Chen Yun clenched his little fist and waved it fiercely, feeling that the evil energy that had been pent up in his heart for a long time was dissipated. Shui, thank you. Looking at Shui in front of her, Chen Yun took a step forward and gave him a sweet kiss. There's no need to say thank you between us. This is what I should do, Shui said with a smile. I came to school today just to tell you this. Also, I have no objection to you living in the school dormitory from Monday to Friday, but you have to come back on Saturdays and Sundays. Is that okay? Shui winked at Chen Yun. Chen Yun knew what he meant. She bit her lip and nodded shyly. Although she really wanted to stick with Shui now, she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle living with Shui for a week. If it's just Saturday and Sunday, there shouldn't be any problem. Then you go to class first. After getting the answer, Shui waved his hand and said with a smile. Okay. Chen Yun nodded and walked towards the classroom upstairs, looking back every few steps. Shui stood there, watching her go upstairs with a smile on his face. Then he walked towards his classroom. When I walked into the classroom, it was time for the get out of class to end. Shui did not make it public because he did not want his classmates to know about his current relationship with Xie Ziqing. After sitting down, Shui and several roommates signaled with their eyes, said hello, and then looked towards where Xie Ziqing was. Xie Ziqing was secretly looking at Shui at this time. When she found that he was looking at her, she quickly retracted her gaze and pretended to read a book. Mock up. Shui muttered, took out his phone and sent a message to Xie Ziqing. Shui, last time you said you needed to think about it, so why did you stop talking now? Xie Ziqing felt her phone vibrate and her heart tightened. It's over. Could it be that Shui sent her a message? I took out my phone and saw that it was really Shui. Thinking about what she had done that day, Xie Ziqing felt ashamed. She actually helped Shui bite in the car. These days, she would blush and her heart would beat fast whenever she thought about this matter. It was so embarrassing. Now Shui asked her if she had thought about it, but she really hadn't thought about it. Her mind is still a mess. After hesitating for a while, Xie Ziqing typed a reply. Xie Ziqing, Shui. I haven't made up my mind yet, can you give me a little more time? Poor. Shui, it's okay, don't worry too much, just make the choice you think is right, I'll be waiting for your reply. After sending the message, Shui had an idea in mind. It seems that the time has not come yet. I need to find some time to improve my relationship with Xie Ziqing. The problem now is that the feelings between the two are not deep, but Shui is more attractive to Xie Ziqing and makes her feel very fond of him. Coupled with what happened that night, the ambiguity between the two increased. Although I have a good impression of him, the feelings are not deep enough. Women, after all, tend to value sentimentality. Shui is familiar with relationships. When he has time, he will develop a good relationship with Xie Ziqing. Shui still remembers her flexible little tongue clearly. Godi came over mysteriously and asked in a low voice with a curious look on his face, "Brothery, are you also having an affair with Xie Ziqing? Can you speak, kid? What do you mean by having an affair?" Shui rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, yes, let me ask again." Godi suddenly realized and continued to ask, "Brothery, are you and Xie Ziqing also in a relationship?" "I guess so, but don't tell anyone about it. If I hear about it and spread it around the school, I will cut off your whip and feed it to Dan." Shui admitted frankly, and then threatened viciously. He and Chen Yun are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. If there are rumors about him and Xie Ziqing again, it would not be good. Although Shui did this kind of thing, just because he did it doesn't mean others can comment on it. And he is confident that he can make his wives get along well. But if this matter is discussed among other people, it will only change the meaning. Godi shuddered and nodded frantically to express his opinion. "Brothery, don't worry, I will never let this matter leak out. In addition, I will help you keep an eye on Xie Ziqing. If anyone approaches her, I will inform you immediately. I am in control of myself, not God." "Well, that's good. You're sensible," Shui said with a smile and nodded. Glancing at Ling Linlin who was sleeping on his stomach, Shui said goodbye to Godi. "I have other things to do, so I'm leaving first. Call me if you need anything." "Okay, brothery." Godi nodded without asking any more questions. Ever since Shui revealed his identity, Godi knew that they were no longer from the same class. So I wouldn't be so foolish as to ask Shui what he was going to do. There are things Shui wants to tell him that he will naturally tell him, and there is no point in asking about things he doesn't want to tell him, and it may even make him feel disgusted. Now that the purpose of coming to school has been achieved, Suyu is ready to leave. He also has to help Tao Li move. On the way to the school staff dormitory, Suyu received a call from Chi Juanha. Brothery, I have arranged all the activities for you, including the Wonderland Carnival and the luxury cruise. Just tell me your name when you get there. Okay, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal next time. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. As long as Brothery has fun, I won't feel tired. How about this for now? Chi Juanha laughed. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After helping Tao Li move, it would be almost time to go find Chen Yun. Suyu became excited when he thought about what might happen at night. Chen Yun, a top-notch queen, and Chen Yun are completely two different types. Whether it's body shape, personality, or appearance, they are all different. I should be able to experience another kind of happiness from her. The specific details depend on whether you have enough fun at night. It took about 10 minutes to walk to the downstairs of the school staff dormitory. Because he didn't have the access card, Suyu called Tao Li. Hey, I'm downstairs at your dormitory, come and open the door for me. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, a little head popped out from the third floor of the staff dormitory and shouted at him, Suyu, I'm packing my things. I'll give you the access control. You open the door yourself. Suyu looked at Tao Li's half-little head and couldn't help but smile. It's obvious that Tao Li is not tall enough, so only half of her head is exposed. Okay, throw it to me. After the two hung up the phone, Tao Li's little head left Suyu's sight. She must have gone to get the access card. After a while, Tao Li appeared again and threw down a red plastic bag. The access card is inside, you can come in by yourself later. Looking at the red plastic bag that was slowly and irregularly falling, Suyu strode forward, jumped up and caught it when it fell about 2 meters from the ground. This operation was seen by Tao Li upstairs. She exclaimed, Fuck, Suyu, you are a good guy, awesome class. Chapter 123 Top Disguise. Suyu waved the plastic bag in his hand and grinned, this height is a piece of cake. The main thing is that this plastic bag is floating around, so prediction is more important. What makes me shocked is your prediction. Tao Li raised her thumb above her head and praised. Haha, it's so hard to talk to you like this. I'd better come upstairs to find you. Suyu laughed, swiped open the door and walked upstairs. At this time, Tao Li was waiting for Suyu in the corridor. When she saw him coming up, she waved to him. Suyu, come and help me, my suitcase is too high, I can't reach it. No problem, I'm here to help you move anyway. Suyu nodded with a smile. After walking into Tao Li's dormitory and taking down her suitcase, the two began to clean up the room. Tao Li didn't have much stuff, most of it was clothes, and Suyu also found some cosplay costumes. Tao Li, do you still do cosplay? Tao Li folded the clothes carefully and said without hesitation, Yes, I love cosplay. So what characters do you usually cosplay as? Suyu asked curiously. When talking about hobbies, Tao Li changed her unruly look, her eyes sparkled, and she said while counting on her fingers, That's a lot, for example, Hatsune Miku, Rem, Sakura, platelets. Oh, very good, not bad. Suyu nodded and said. He actually didn't know much about this and just asked out of curiosity. Ding. Random task released. Host, please invite Tao Li to cosplay at the comic exhibition. Accept the mission reward, top-level disguise technique. Top-level disguise technique, including makeup, vocal cord adjustment, micro-expression control, and behavior imitation. It can meticulously restore the anime character or real person you want to play, with extreme similarity, so real that it can be mistaken for the real thing. Oh, system, you still remember that you have me as your host. Suyu complained in his heart, he felt that the system had not appeared for a long time. System, ahem, just tell me whether you accept it or not. Accept it, why not accept it? You should not miss such free skills. What's more, I can develop a close relationship with Tao Li. Suyu, what's wrong with you? Tao Li waved her hand in front of Chuyu's eyes and looked at him with her big eyes blinking. Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if there is a male character I like. Maybe I can play the role. Suyu came back to his senses and said with a smile. You? I don't think so. Tao Li stroked her chin with her hand, looked at Suyu twice, and shook her head. What? I tell you, as long as I want, there is no role that I can't play. Shuyi said confidently. Hee, you definitely can't cosplay the character I like. Tao Li shook her head and continued. Well, tell me what character you like, and then we can make an appointment to go to a comic convention together. I must cosplay. Shuyi was a little dissatisfied. This little loli will be 100% restored to her original form on the day of the comic convention. She will be scared to death. Okay, the one I like is Batman. You can't cosplay him with that kind of body, right? Tao Li said with a raised eyebrow. If you don't have a good figure, you can only spend money to buy muscle clothes on the market. The cheap ones are not very effective, and the ones with good effects are expensive. Moreover, even if they have the best effects, they will not work without a good and upright posture. Tao Li is very knowledgeable about this aspect and explains it very clearly. What's more, Batman's Batmobile is also standard. If we can make that thing, we will definitely dominate the girls at the comic convention. Tao Li became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she herself had become the person cosplaying as Batman. Batman, right? No problem. You know a lot about comic conventions. Let's make an appointment to go together. I can definitely cosplay as Batman. Shuyi was very confident in the skills rewarded by the system. Now, as long as he can invite Tao Li to go to the comic convention, he can obtain top-level disguise skills. When the time comes, just watch Batman's movies, learn his micro-expressions and body language, and then with makeup and custom-made costumes, it will be no problem to recreate the character. Moreover, after being strengthened by the system, Shuyi's physique is actually very good, not much inferior to Batman. He also has a tall stature and strong muscles. He already possesses all these qualities. Is it difficult to cosplay as Batman? As for the Batmobile, for Shuyi at the moment, it is no problem at all to build one with the same appearance on a one-to-one basis. Even after his new energy vehicle factory was established, it would not be a problem to restore the Batmobile in the movie 100%. However, at the moment, it seems too late to restore the Batmobile 100%. After all, the car factory has just begun to take shape. Even if we start building it now, it will definitely not be completed before Tao Li and I go to the comic convention. We can only spend money to find someone to modify one. Stop joking. What if your cosplay fails and ruins my idol? Tao Li was still skeptical. Don't worry, I promise you that I will never ruin your male god. If you are not satisfied by then, I will give you 10 sets of cosplay costumes of your choice. Shuyi patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Wow! 10 sets. You said it, it's settled. Tao Li was instantly tempted. There are 10 sets of cosplay costumes, and she can choose any one of them. This is awesome. Even if you pick some affordable ones, a set costs a few hundred yuan, and 10 sets will cost several thousand yuan. It's equivalent to her monthly salary. In that case, there is nothing wrong with agreeing to Shuyi. Well, there will be a comic exhibition at the Convention and Exhibition Center during the Dragon Boat Festival. I'll take you there then. It's a deal. If you destroy my idol, you have to give me 10 sets of cosplay costumes. Come on, pinky promise. Tao Li finished her words very quickly, fearing that Shuyi would go back on his word, and she also extended her little finger to make a pinky promise with Shuyi. No problem, I always keep my words and I'm as good as my words. Shuyi smiled and stretched out his little finger, making a pinky promise with Tao Li's delicate fingers. We make a pinky promise and won't change it for 100 years. Whoever lies is a dog. Tao Li said the mysterious spell seriously. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level disguise technique. Shuyi was in high spirits as he had acquired another powerful skill. Glancing at the excited Tao Li, Shuyi smiled and said, Since I've made a promise, you should also show some appreciation, right? What will you do if I perfectly restore Batman? What? What should I do? Tao Li pointed at her nose and asked in confusion. What can I do? She thought about it, but really couldn't figure out what she could do. Seeing that she couldn't make sense, Shuyi smiled and gave her an option. If I can perfectly reproduce Batman, you just kiss me. How about it? Chapter 124 Use your bath towel? Ah. This. Tao Li put her index finger into her mouth and thought quickly. Well, at the moment, Shuyi's success rate of perfect restoration is extremely low, so she still has the advantage. And even if the cosplay is amazing, she has the final say on whether it is a perfect restoration or not, and the initiative is in her hands. What's more, the temptation of those 10 sets of cosplay costumes is really great. From this point of view, the probability of her offering a kiss is extremely low, so there should be no problem. For 10 sets of clothes, I'll do my best. Tally gritted her teeth and agreed, okay, I promise you. That's settled then. Shui grinned and glanced through the contents of the top disguise techniques in his mind. He was now confident of victory. E means change and Rong means appearance. The so-called art of disguise is the art of changing one's appearance. Low-level disguise can only make the appearance similar. The terrifying thing about top-level disguise techniques is that not only can the appearance be almost identical, but the voice, expression, behavior and other aspects can also be imitated vividly, even to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. With this skill, it would probably be no problem for Chui to change his career to become a killer or do other shady things. Of course, if I were to play the role of someone's husband, my identity might be exposed because of my size. In the following time, Chui and Tally packed up everything in the dormitory. Originally, Tally only planned to take away some of the items and take the rest slowly, since there was no rush anyway. However, Chui found it troublesome and simply helped Tally contact a moving company. Anyway, helping others is always a good thing. Since you are helping her move, just do it all at once. After getting Chui's help, Tally became a little obedient, which made Chui smile secretly. This little loli also knows the principle of being grateful to those who have helped you. At first, he looked so arrogant that I wanted to tease him, but now he is much cuter. After helping Tally move her things, Chui said goodbye to her. It's already evening, time to go have fun with Chen Yun. Chui came to the parking lot, started the Koenigsegg Gemera and drove towards Jiannan International Shopping Center. He called Chen Yun on the way and the other party answered the call quickly. Hey Chui. Hey, Sister Yun, I'm here to pick you up from get off work. Change your clothes later and I'll take you to do something interesting in the evening. Chui said with a smile, although he had never played it before. Where are you going to take me to play? Chen Yun asked curiously. Hey, let's keep this secret for now. Okay, then I'll look forward to it. Chen Yun said helplessly. I'll wait for you at the old place. Parking space B174. Good. Not long after hanging up the phone, Chui arrived at the underground garage of Jiannan International Shopping Center. I looked at my watch and it was just after 5 o'clock. Chen Yun should have clocked out. Day. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground was heard. Chui turned his head and saw Chen Yun's curvy figure walking towards him. The slim-fitting white shirt cannot hide the traces of huge chest muscles, the small waist is slender, the plump hips wrapped in the hip skirt sway with the cat steps, and the legs wrapped in black stockings are full of temptation. Chui lowered the car window and waved to Chen Yun, Sister Yun, this way. Chen Yun nodded with a smile and quickened her pace. Chui took the initiative to get out of the car and came to the passenger seat, and opened the door for Chen Yun. Come on, Sister Yun, be careful. Chen Yun lifted her hair and said with a smile, it's not that serious. Although I'm wearing high heels, it's still no problem for me to get in the car. That's not the case. I'm mainly afraid that you'll be exposed. This will be a test for me. Chui said with a smile. You are always so frivolous. I think you are the kind of pervert mentioned on the internet. Chen Yun sat in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and rolled her eyes at Chui. Haha, the leader of the perverts? This title seems to be quite good. Chui didn't care at all and even wanted to laugh. What's wrong with being a pervert? That's the only fun in life. Sex is the greatest joy in life, life without sex would be boring. Sitting back in the driver's seat, Chui took a deep breath and exclaimed, Sister Yun, you smell so good, you are my type. This is Hermes perfume. If you like it, I'll give you a bottle. Chen Yun said with a smile. That's not necessary. I mainly like the smell of your Hermes perfume, not this perfume. Chui smiled slightly and said another seductive word. You always tease me like this, aren't you afraid that I will eat you up? Chen Yun glanced at Chui seductively and licked her lips. Then I want to ask, when will you start eating so that I can wash it clean? Chui laughed, not afraid at all. Forget it. You are so powerful that I can't beat you. Chen Yun's charming expression disappeared instantly and she said with a bitter face. Chui is a scoundrel, she is no match for him. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll take you home to change clothes, and then we'll go play. Chui also restrained himself a little. There would be plenty of opportunities in the evening anyway. Okay. Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Soon Chewy drove the car to the community where Chen Yun lived. Looking at Chen Yun, who was about to get off the car, Chewy suddenly said, "Sister Yun, can I go to your house to change clothes? It's summer, and I'm sweating and sticky all over. I feel uncomfortable all over." Chen Yun was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Sure, just change clothes, come on, follow me." "Okay." Chewy responded and took a handbag from the back row, which contained clothes he had bought but never worn. The two walked side by side into the elevator. Smelling the faint fragrance on Chen Yun's body, Chewy couldn't help but move a little closer to her. However, Chewy suddenly remembered that he had to take a shower to change his clothes, but there seemed to be no bath towel. He scratched his head and asked a little embarrassedly, "Sister Yun, do you have any extra bath towels at home? I want to take a bath." "Ah? Bath towel?" Chen Yun thought for a moment and blushed as she said, "I don't have any extra ones, but I have several. Can you use mine first? This isn't too bad?" Chewy remained calm on the surface, even a little embarrassed, but in his heart he could hear the cheers of LSP. Use her bath towel? She was willing to let him use such a personal item. Doesn't that mean Chen Yun's favorability towards him is higher than he thought? If I have more fun at night, can I sleep in her bed? Ahem, it's just a bed. Those who understand will understand. Chapter 125. Sister Yun, I have a stomachache. The two walked into Chen Yun's home one after the other. The layout of the house was 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen and 2 bathrooms. Not big, but very cozy. There was also a pleasant scent in the room, but it was a different kind of smell, different from the one on Chen Yun. Chen Yun brought a pair of slippers to Chewy, squatted down and placed them at his feet, muttering, "Why do I feel like you've taken advantage of me? First you said you wanted me to change clothes at my house, and then you wanted to take a shower." Chewy lowered his head and was about to speak, but found that 2 buttons on Chen Yun's shirt were not buttoned. Ahem. Chewy coughed twice without saying anything. He just bent his waist slightly, put on his slippers, and walked into the house. "Hey, Chewy, why don't you speak?" Chen Yun was a little puzzled. She took 2 steps forward to stop Chewy and asked, "Sister Yun, it's nothing. I just suddenly have a stomachache. I'll be fine after a rest," Chewy said with a guilty conscience. I can't let Chen Yun see me in such an embarrassing situation. Otherwise, wouldn't his good image be ruined? It's normal for 2 people to have this kind of reaction when they are flirting. But once you get into someone's house, being so polite seems a bit inappropriate. But what Chewy didn't expect was that when Chen Yun heard that he had a stomachache, she became even more concerned. She supported Chewy's arm and led him to the sofa, saying with concern, "Why do you suddenly have a stomachache? Are you okay? How about you take a good rest and we won't go out to play tonight?" "Sister Yun, it's okay. I often have stomachaches. It will be gone after a while. It's an old problem," Chewy said quickly. Sure enough, one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. "Then sit for a while, I'll go boil some hot water for you." Chen Yun helped Chewy to the sofa, turned around and went into the kitchen to boil water. Looking at her enchanting back, Chewy's heart skipped a beat and he felt a little agitated. Chewy took several deep breaths before he regained his composure. "Come, Chewy, drink some hot water. It's still a little hot since it's just been boiled." Chen Yun brought a glass of boiled water, blew on it with her pouty red lips, and handed it to Chewy. "Sister Yun, thank you." Chewy took the cup and nodded gratefully. Regardless of whether his reaction was true or false, at least Chen Yun's concern for him was genuine. "Don't be polite. Since you call me Sister Yun, then of course I have to take good care of you, my little brother." Chen Yun sat next to Chewy, put her legs together, and said with a smile. Chewy's face straightened, and he said seriously, "Sister Yun, let me remind you, you can call me brother, but you can't call me little brother. Big brother is more like it." Chen Yun understood immediately. Her cheeks blushed as she rolled her eyes at Chewy. "You even forgot to drive when you have a stomachache. What does your age have to do with me?" Don't be so harsh." Chewy took a sip of the cooled boiled water and said with a wicked smile. "You little rascal, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower." Chen Yun couldn't argue with Chewy, so she stood up and walked towards the master bedroom. Chewy reached out and grabbed her wrist and said with a smile, "Sister Yun, I want to take a bath too, you haven't given me the bath towel yet." Feeling Chewy's warm and strong palm, Chen Yun's heart skipped a beat and she said hurriedly, "I'll get it for you right away." "Okay." Shui responded with a smile, then let go of his hand. Looking at Chen Yun's somewhat flustered back, Shuyi's lips curled up. He remembered the first time he had dinner with Chen Yun. She told him that this was her first date with a boy. Shui didn't quite believe it at first. After all, women's mouths are the best at lying. But after his constant testing, it seemed that Chen Yun really had no experience in getting along with men. He gets shy when you tease him a little and can't stand driving a car. I guess the cars she has seen the most are those driven by various experienced drivers on the internet. Although it was very strange, Shui didn't want to delve into it. Wouldn't it be better if you had never been with a man? A mature woman with a girlish heart? Oh no. While Shui was thinking, Chen Yun came over with a folded beige bath towel. Hey, this is for you, but you are not allowed to do anything obscene with it. Chen Yun handed the bath towel to Shui generously, but she still had to say something sarcastic. Sister Yun, don't worry. I won't do anything obscene to it. If I have to do something, it will be to you. Shui raised his eyebrows and signaled with an ambiguous look. You wish. Chen Yun frowned, glanced at Shuyi's belly and said, go take a shower in the bathroom next to the living room. I'll take a shower and put on makeup, and then we'll set off. Is your stomach okay? Shui stood up carelessly and patted his stomach. No problem, it doesn't hurt now. They say it's an old problem that comes and goes. My stomach, you're to blame this time, try another part next time. Brother Belly, I need a portion of sweet and sour spare ribs, braised tenderloin, and spicy beef brisket to compensate me. Ahem, no problem. Okay, then I'll go take a shower. Chen Yun nodded and walked towards the bathroom and the master bedroom with a wisp of fragrance. After Chen Yun left, Shui also walked towards the bathroom with a bath towel and new underwear. There were no cluttered personal belongings in the bathroom, nor were there any underwear that had not yet been washed. Shui scratched his head. This was not the same as the script he had read. However, when he turned on the cold water to shower, the random thoughts in his mind were washed away by the low temperature, and even the heat in his body subsided a little. After running all day today, Shui indeed sweated a lot. He took a serious shower and felt much cleaner and refreshed. After cleaning, Shui wiped the water stains on his body with a fragrant bath towel, then put on his underwear and walked towards the living room. He didn't bring any clothes or pants into the bathroom. Since Chen Yun was taking a shower in the master bedroom, it didn't matter if he just came out in his underwear. But just as he walked into the living room, he heard Chen Yun calling him. Shui, are you done washing? Shui was a little dazed. He had finished washing, but why was Chen Yun calling him at this time? After thinking for a while, Shui responded, Sister Yun, I'm done washing, what's wrong? Chen Yun's mournful voice came from the master bedroom. I was halfway through washing when I realized that the other bath towels were in the dirty clothes basket after being used before and not washed yet. Chapter 126 Chen Yun's confusion. Ha? So what do you mean, Sister Yun? Shui never expected that Chen Yun didn't have a clean bath towel. You have to give her a bath towel yourself. Chen Yun's shy voice came from the master bedroom bathroom. Can you help me get one out of the dirty clothes basket? The blue one, which was just used yesterday, should be fine for now. Shui coughed twice and said righteously, Ahem, Sister Yun, the clothes in the dirty clothes basket are all taken off. They are covered with sweat and dust. They have been left there overnight, so it is easy for bacteria to grow. Why don't you use mine? But, my dirty laundry basket is specifically for used bath towels, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Chen Yun hesitated. No, this kind of bath towel that has been changed and left overnight has a lot of bacteria and mites on it. If you use this unclean bath towel to wipe your body, it will easily clog your pores and cause inflammation. It is easy to get acne, and the acne will be large and easy to fester. Shui continued to talk nonsense. How can you reuse a dirty bath towel? Chen Yun seemed to be moved by Shuyi's words. After hesitating for a long time, she reluctantly said, Okay then. I'll listen to you. To be honest, if what Shui said really happened, she simply couldn't imagine it. For a beautiful girl, getting acne, big pimples, and pus-filled pimples is simply a nightmare. Okay, Sister Yun, I'll bring you a bath towel right away. Shui responded with a smile and walked towards the bathroom where Chen Yun was. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Yun, please open the door. Shui said, standing outside the bathroom door. Don't worry, I'll close my eyes and won't peek. Shui assured with a smile. Good. Crack. The bathroom door was opened, and Chen Yun shrank behind the door, leaving only her head exposed. She looked at Chewie cautiously and found that he really had his eyes closed. She couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards him. Abridged. Chewie closed his eyes and saw that Chen Yun didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yun, why don't you speak? Why don't you take the bath towel away?" Chen Yun, who was leaning against the bathroom door, was startled and said quickly, "Oh, okay. I'll be there right away." After getting dressed, I sat in front of the dressing table and started putting on makeup. But at this moment, she was in a dilemma again. She was going out to play with Chewie tonight, but she didn't know where to go or what style of makeup she should wear. After thinking for a while, she called out to the living room in a tender voice, "Chewie, where are we going to play tonight?" Chewie, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, was browsing his phone. When he heard Chen Yun shout, he said without hesitation, "A nightclub called Wonderland Carnival, and a luxury cruise ship. My friend recommended it to me. I don't know what to play." "Oh. Okay." After getting the answer, Chen Yun began to think. If you go to a nightclub, do you need to dress hot? Oh, I've never been to a nightclub. If I get stage fright, will it embarrass Chewie? Chen Yun bit her lip and opened her phone to search, what kind of makeup should I put on when I go to a nightclub for the first time? How should I dress when going to a nightclub for the first time? How to make your first visit to a nightclub seem like it's not your first time. After watching for about 10 minutes, Chen Yun gradually became confident. She opened her closet and began to choose clothes. A burgundy backpack revealing hip skirt with the tag still on, a pair of black suspender stockings, and a pair of high heels. She has never worn this pencil skirt, but she bought it because she felt that girls of her style could not wear it, but she must have it. I didn't expect it would come in handy today. I wonder if Chewie will like me wearing this. With a nervous mood, Chen Yun started to put on makeup. Although she was going to a nightclub, Chen Yun didn't plan to wear heavy makeup. Because her facial features are three-dimensional enough and her appearance is high enough, she wears natural makeup, but even without makeup, she is enough to make people's eyes shine. The color of the lipstick is relatively red, which is the finishing touch. Finally, she used a curling iron to curl her hair into big waves. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chen Yun nodded with satisfaction. After a while, an extremely sexy lady wearing a sexy hip skirt and suspender stockings walked up to Chewie with ease. Chewie, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly brightened up when he saw Chen Yun's outfit. He felt that this kind of attire would make him completely dizzy. Tonight, we must have a good time. Chapter 127 Wonderland Carnival. Looking at Chewie, who had been silent for a long time, Chen Yun covered her mouth and chuckled. "What are you doing? Let's go?" Oh, okay." Chewie came back to his senses and nodded. Chen Yun chuckled and naturally put her arm around Chewie's arm, saying in a soft voice, "How is it? My outfit is very nightclub style, isn't it?" Chewie did not hide his sight, boldly scanning every corner of Chen Yun's body, and praised with admiration, "Very beautiful, I like it. I think you should be the most dazzling woman in the audience tonight." He, is that so?" Chen Yun said with a smile on her face full of joy. Women dress up to please themselves. Isn't the reason why she dresses like this to get Chewie's approval? Since Chewie thought it looked good, it meant that her careful dressing was not in vain. But in comparison, my outfit seems a bit casual. Chewie glanced at the loose shirt and shorts he was wearing and said with a self-deprecating smile. "No, I think you look handsome in this." Chen Yun glanced at Chewie's outfit, and her cheeks blushed as she thought of the scene she had just seen. Besides the abdominal muscles, the obvious heirloom was what made her remember it even more. That's fine, let's go." Chewie put his arm around Chen Yun's slender waist and walked out the door. Chen Yun did not refuse, but her expression was a little embarrassed, but her body was very honest. At this time, both parties are in an ambiguous and tentative stage, and no one knows how the other party feels about them. Similarly, I don't know the other party's acceptable range of physical contact, so I am carefully testing the waters. Chen Yun holding Chewie's arm was a test, and Chewie holding Chen Yun's waist was also a test. Feeling Chen Yunxiang's soft and fragrant body, Chewie felt somewhat comfortable. After getting in the car, follow the instructions on your phone's navigation to head to Wonderland Carnival. Wonderland Carnival is the highest-end nightclub in Jiannan City. Whether it is the decoration, venue, employee quality, or consumption level, it is not comparable to ordinary bars and nightclubs. The people who play here are basically either rich or noble, which is why it attracts many beautiful women with ulterior motives. Many beautiful women linger in the Fairyland Carnival with the idea of catching a rich husband. Even though the cost is high, this kind of upfront investment is necessary for their ultimate goal of marrying into a wealthy family. With so many sexy and beautiful girls, the Fairyland Carnival will be much more attractive to those wealthy men who want to hunt for beauties. All in all, the boss behind the scenes made a fortune. In order to maintain the money-making capacity of this gold mine, the activities and facilities inside Wonderland Carnival are frequently upgraded to keep up with the trend. Moreover, anyone who dares to cause trouble here will end up disappearing. When Shui drove the Koenigsegg Gemera to the parking lot outside the Wonderland Carnival, he attracted the attention of many girls invisibly. Wow! What kind of sports car is that? It looks so cool. I haven't seen it either, but judging by the shape, it's not cheap. And I've never seen this car before. It looks like the people inside are here for the first time. I don't know if he's handsome, but if he is, I can have a drink with him. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Worship value +1. Hearing the long-lost reminder tone, Shui remembered that he seemed to have not shown off for a long time. On the contrary, I brought Chen Yun to the nightclub today, pretending to be A. However, this also reminded Shui that in crowded places like nightclubs, it seems that he can pretend to be cool and gain some admiration. Shui had an idea in his mind. He opened the revolving door and got out of the car with Chen Yun. He put his arm around Chen Yun and walked towards the entrance of the nightclub. The beautiful women nearby, who were dressed seductively, were a little disappointed when they saw that Shui was accompanied by a beautiful woman. The most important thing is that Chen Yun, who is beside Shui, is top-notch in terms of both appearance and figure. Especially that proud bust, which could basically crush all the women present who were eyeing her covetously. Ah, this little brother is so handsome. But he actually has a female companion, what a pity. He's my type. This kind of handsome and rich second-generation guy is really a rare species. I like him so much. It would be great if I could date him. Ha, so what if you have a female companion? Men always like new things. Even if they have a domesticated flower or a wild flower, they can still be addicted to it. I'll go say hello later, maybe I can add contact information. Shui didn't know yet that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of these nightclub regulars. As he walked to the entrance with Chen Yun in his arms, a waiter in work clothes came up to greet him. He looked straight ahead and said respectfully, "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? I asked Chi Juanhe to arrange it for me in advance. Could you please check it for me?" Shui said with a smile. Hearing Chi Juanhe's name, the waiter's face immediately straightened, and he stood up straighter. He slightly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Hello, Mr. Chu, Mr. Chi has already greeted you, please follow me." After the waiter finished speaking, he led the way. Shui smiled at Chen Yun, and the two followed the waiter into the venue. After passing through a soundproof door, you can already hear music with a strong sense of rhythm, and many people cheering or screaming in unison. Ambient lights of different colors flash continuously along with the beats of the music. Even though it wasn't very late at night, the popularity of the Wonderland Carnival seemed to have reached late at night. Shui frowned and looked around the environment. To be honest, it was his first time on such an occasion and he was a little uncomfortable with it. The design of this Wonderland Carnival is quite peculiar. At first glance, the layout of the first floor is 4 small stages guarding a large stage in the middle. The large stage is about 1 meter higher than the small stage. There are stairs connecting the stages so people can move around freely. The outermost circle is a circular structure with many booths on it. At this time, the 5 stages were already crowded. It can be seen that the people standing on the largest stage were all hot beauties with great figures and looks. Only when the men on the 4 small stages around them receive an invitation from the girls on the big stage can they walk up the stairs. In this atmosphere similar to being chosen, the men around were extremely excited. In addition, there are 2 layers of circular booths above. Including the bottom layer, there are 3 layers of this ring-shaped booth. Even if Shui was not in the booth, it can be imagined that the top booth must have the best view. If you observe the scene from above, you will have a feeling of overlooking the world. At this time, Chen Yun had covered her ears with her hands, and her frown made her look pitiful. It was also her first time attending such an occasion, and she found it difficult to adapt for a while. Chapter 128. Tonight's consumption is paid by Mr. Chu. Shui used a little force and hugged Chen Yun's arm tightly, indicating that she didn't need to be too nervous. Then he leaned close to her ear and said loudly, "Sister Yun, do you think it's too noisy?" Chen Yun also came over and replied loudly, "Yes. It's so noisy." The waiter leading the way seemed to have heard the conversation between the two. He took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Soon, the volume of music in the venue began to fade away and was no longer as deafening as before. Chen Yun also felt this change and released the hands that were covering her ears. Shui saw everything the waiter did. It seemed that Qi Juanhe's reputation was even greater than he had imagined. Just because he complained about the noise, the staff member had the authority to turn down the volume for the entire venue. Under normal circumstances, this is definitely not possible. The only possibility is that, under the influence of Qi Juanhe, the boss of Wonderland Carnival gave the employees who received Chui great authority. This also shows how much Qi Juanhe values Chui. Chui secretly kept this in mind. Although this is just a small favor, Chui will not take it lightly. He will repay double for those who are good to him. Led by the attendants, Chui and Chen Yun came to the circular central booth on the third floor. Chui was surprised to find that the booths above were separated by soundproof glass. After closing the glass door, the music from outside is almost invisible and it doesn't feel noisy at all. This should be called a box, not a booth. However, the glass is completely transparent, and you can clearly see the people twisting their bodies on the stage below. However, when the music stopped, looking at those people twisting their bodies crazily, it was like a group of wild people dancing. Chui looked at him with a strange expression for a few seconds and then looked away. How should I put it? Sometimes the service is too attentive, the privacy and soundproofing are too good, and the atmosphere you enjoy will also deteriorate. Chen Yun was already covering her mouth and chuckling. The reason she didn't laugh out loud was because there was someone next to her. The waiter took out a remote control from the table in the box, held it in both hands and handed it to Chui, saying respectfully, "Mr. Chu, this remote control can control the sound insulation strength of this box and the isolation degree of the glass. Increasing the isolation degree can make the glass gradually turn into the color of privacy glass, and the outside world can't see the scene inside the box at all. The isolation and sound insulation of the current box glass are set to the highest by default. If you need it, please adjust it yourself. Also, since you are already here, our show can start at any time with just the word from you." The waiter's words made Chui realize that this fairyland carnival seemed not as simple as he had imagined. He originally thought that the decoration style here was more gorgeous and the quality of the girls was higher, but he didn't expect that there seemed to be another world. Chui pulled Chen Yun to sit on the sofa in the box, put his arm around her slender waist, and said indifferently, "Let's start. I'm very curious about what program Qi Juanhe has arranged for me." "Okay, the show will start soon." The waiter bowed slightly and left the box. Chui looked at the stage below with some curiosity. The sofa where he was sitting was not far behind the glass. If the isolation of the privacy glass is lowered, people below can easily see him. Chen Yun blinked and said to Chui, "Chui, I have heard of this place. It seems to be very expensive. There are people who spend millions in one night. We come here to play, it seems like we are losing out." Chui pinched the soft flesh on Chen Yun's waist, watching her struggle because of tickling, and said with a smile, "Isn't money meant to be spent? This is the first time I take you out to play, so how much money we spend is secondary. The most important thing is that you have fun. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter to me how much you spend." Chen Yun rolled her eyes at Chui and then turned her head away, but the sweet smile on her lips was noticed by Chui. Sure enough, no matter what kind of woman she is, she likes to hear nice words. At this moment, Chui's cell phone vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Qi Juanhe. "Qi Juanhe, brothery, you're here, right? I'll pay for all the food tonight, just have fun." Grinning teeth. Chui smiled and shook his head. "This guy said he paid for it, but I didn't expect he still treated me." Just as I was about to reply to the message, the music in the venue suddenly stopped. Then a sexy and charming female voice came, saying in the tone of a nightclub mic, "Friends present, good evening. I am Judy, and I am here to tell you a good news I just received. That is, the most distinguished guest tonight, Mr. Chu, has arrived. The most important thing is that young Master Chu will pay for everyone's consumption tonight. Let's cheer together. Woohoo!" After Judy finished saying these words, the spotlights in the venue focused directly on the glass outside the central box on the third floor where Chui was. Although there was privacy glass separating everyone, no one could see who was inside, but they all knew that young Master Chu was inside. This series of actions directly ignited the emotions of everyone present, and both men and women cheered and screamed. Woohoo! Master Chu is awesome. Master Chu, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Long live Master Chu, Master Chu is the most handsome. Oh, ha. Shui in the box heard it all clearly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect him to get this in his first scene. He is very pretentious, but Ji Juanhe must have spent a lot of money. Chen Yun's reaction was also a bit exaggerated, but she shook Chuyi's arm anxiously and said, Chuyi, was this also arranged by your friend? This is too deceptive. How much will it cost to pay for everyone? Chen Yun's face turned red with anxiety. She wanted to play with Chuyi, but she felt that this way of playing was meaningless. Isn't this just spending money to show off? Chuyi patted Chen Yun's hand and comforted her, Sister Yun, don't worry. Although I paid the bill, in fact, all the expenses tonight were paid by my friend. I guess he did this so that I could have more fun. Looking at the crowd below who were enjoying the party, Chuyi did feel a sense of pleasure from showing off his wealth. Although he thought this meaningless act of spending money on treating guests was a bit extravagant and even idiotic. But when he was there, he felt those people whose emotions were moved by money calling his name frantically like supporting characters. It has to be said that Chuyi was feeling a little shaken. This feeling can be described as refreshing or exhilarating. No wonder there is a saying of living in luxury and decadence. After hearing Chuyi's explanation, Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, your friend's hobby is really weird. He actually likes to pay strangers? Chuyi raised his lips and said with a smile, maybe this is the charm of money. Seeing that the admiration value did not increase, Chuyi stood up and walked to the glass overlooking the field, and used the remote control to lower the isolation of the privacy glass. The spotlight shining on the glass did not move away. As the privacy glass gradually faded, the light from the spotlight was also artificially adjusted to be soft to prevent Chuyi from feeling uncomfortable. At the same time, people off the field gradually noticed Chuyi. Seeing Chuyi's calm face and handsome face with a faint smile on his lips looking down at the people below, many girls' already excited emotions got out of control again. Then came the constant exclamations and the crazy rise in admiration levels. Jimei, look quickly, is that Master Chu? He's so handsome. He looks like a man from a comic book. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a handsome guy in Wonderland, and he's actually a super rich second generation. He's treating everyone to a meal, it's simply inhumane. So handsome. I really want to sleep with him. I don't mind even if he walks away afterward. Mr. Chu, I love you. Ah. I love you. Look at me, look at me. Mr. Chu, do you like tender young ladies? Do you think I can do that? Mr. Chu, I know all the positions. Please turn over. I feel very comfortable drinking milk. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Worship value plus 100. Chapter 129 Wonderland Carnival 1. Seeing this, Judy quickly spoke up, I didn't expect to have the honor to see Mr. Chu's face. The most important thing is that Mr. Chu is so handsome that I can't help but be moved. If Mr. Chu thinks I can do it, please contact me later and I will come to your house myself. Without further ado, let's begin our first show. As Judy finished her words, the people on the largest stage left one after another, and were replaced by a group of sexy beauties dressed in ancient style. The ancient costumes they wore were of a style Chuyi had never seen before. They were not like the loose styles in TV dramas, but instead were similar to the clothing of extremely sexy female characters in webgame advertisements. 2/3 of the broad chest is exposed to the air, and the slender waist and tight and long thighs are fully revealed. They were wearing masks on their faces, but even just their chins and cherry lips revealed were enough to prove that all of these sexy performers were beauties. Thanks to Master Chu, we can see the long-awaited performance of the fairies. Let's cheer for Master Chu together. Judy gave another voice to liven up the atmosphere, and as she spoke, the men and women present also shouted out loud. At the same time, the beauties standing on the stage began to dance. Chuyi was in the box, and the glass gradually turned into a display screen, projecting the dancing figures of those sexy beauties. There are views from all angles, from the front, to the back, to a bird's eye view, and even from a bottom-up perspective. The upward viewing angle was even more humorous, clearly showing the scenery under the skirt to Chuyi. Chuyi was already curious about their looks, and now when he saw them start dancing, his heart beat faster. It's not that the dance they performed was so amazing. Moreover, every movement of these girls seems to be carefully designed, full of undisguised temptation for men. The most important thing is probably to provide benefits to the sponsors. These sexy beauties don't wear anything for half a month. Chuyi, who was sitting in the box, had projection screens with various angles, and all the benefits were at his fingertips. I have to admit that although this practice is vulgar, it is quite effective in stimulating human hormones. Shui already felt his mouth was a little dry, and his body began to slowly radiate heat. Chen Yun, who was sitting next to him, saw the projection screen that was looking up. She exclaimed, covered Shui's eyes with both hands and said loudly, "This performance is so dirty. Shui, you can't watch it." Shui said in a low and hoarse voice, "Sister Yun, if you don't let me watch the show, do you want me to watch you?" Although Chen Yun blushed, she still did not loosen her hands covering Shui's eyes, and said shyly, "What's so good about me? I just think this performance is too dirty. You will become a hooligan after watching it. Sister Yun, aren't we out here to have fun? I'm losing interest if you act like this." Chen Yun gritted her teeth, resisted the urge to gasp, and said angrily, "What kind of fun is this? You clearly asked me out to play, but you ended up getting addicted to looking at beautiful women." Shui was silent for a while, nodded, and said calmly, "Sister Yun is right. Since I am accompanying you to play, I must not look at other beauties, but must focus on you." Chapter 130 Wonderland Carnival 2. Shui smirked and said softly, "This chapter has been deleted and can be skipped." Chen Yun suppressed her inner shame and responded in a low voice. Chen Yun naturally understood what Shui wanted, and her cheeks blushed. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. The passionate dance performance in the Wonderland Carnival continued, and after the first show ended, the second show began. Shui didn't watch much of the second show. He leaned on the sofa with his eyes squinted. My only impression of the second show was the gorgeous costumes of the young ladies. What did they perform specifically? Shui didn't look into it at all. Although he did not think there was anything fun in this Fairyland Carnival, the show accidentally brought him into close contact with Chen Yun. I have to say that the stimulation that Chi Jun and this kid talked about did have some effect. Even if you change to a more unrestrained female companion, the two of you should gradually get into the mood when watching the hot performances together. In such a closed and private space, men and women will have fewer concerns, and it is extremely normal for them to do something more extraordinary than usual. It's so cool. We have done this here, and we'll go to the luxury cruise ship to have a meal later. Then since it's too late at night, staying outside, isn't that a natural thing to do? Thinking about the next activities, Shui felt a little excited. Such close contact with a top beauty like Chen Yun. From her performance just now, Shui has truly felt it. Although Chen Yun looks like a mature lady, she still needs some training. At present, I am not at the stage where I can just pat my butt and know what to do. I need guidance. But she is gentle and obedient, and Shui can also feel that she likes him. In this kind of situation, the most comfortable thing is when both parties are in love with each other. This is also due to Chuyi's handsomeness and body advantage. Handsome boys never lack the favor and pursuit of girls, really not at all. They can easily feel the enthusiasm of girls, just like licking a dog. The term suck up does not just describe boys who have no bottom line in pursuing girls. The same goes for those girls who have no bottom line in chasing their male idols. They are the same creature, just different genders. However, Shui would not use his advantages to whet the appetite of girls he doesn't like. In his opinion, it is meaningless. If you don't like it, just refuse directly to avoid wasting both of your time. He is very busy. There are so many beautiful girls waiting for him, why would he waste time on girls he doesn't like? While thinking, Chen Yun walked out of the bathroom. She sat down next to Shui somewhat awkwardly, raised her eyebrows to look at him, pursed her lips and said nothing. I feel like we've had enough fun at this Wonderland Carnival, how about we go to a luxury cruise ship for dinner? Now that he had played all the games he could, this nightclub no longer had any appeal to Shui. It's impossible to have a solemn ceremony with Chen Yun right here, right? Shui still prefers to do things on the comfortable big bed. The place is spacious and he can do whatever he wants. He had already planned that when they had dinner, he would order 9,999 roses and buy a necklace to give to Chen Yun together. It may sound cliché, but women love it. Besides, doesn't it feel right this way? Hasn't the clarion call for the fierce battle tonight been sounded? He. Chen Yun looked at the crowd still twisting wildly below and frowned. She didn't like this kind of occasion from the beginning, but since Shui brought her out to play, she couldn't help but consider Chuyi's feelings. Now that Shui had proposed to leave, she of course agreed very much. Okay, I'm a little hungry too. Chen Yun nodded and said. She was quite looking forward to the so-called luxury cruise ship. It sounds much better than this nightclub.